For every unfulfilled female supporting character, fulfill their wishes. Earn points and accomplish one's own desires. Who says a supporting character must always be a stepping stone? A supporting character may not become the protagonist, yet can quietly enjoy the spectacle from the sidelines. Chapter 1. The Homeless Supporting Character. Zhang Yu sighed inwardly. It seemed she was finally entering the core of the unfolding narrative that with the best resolving matters swiftly would enable her to complete her task sooner. Indeed, Zhang Yu was a tasker. Simply put, she was to fulfill the assignments given by each of her clients. She was unaware of how many others shared her vocation or the reasons behind their pursuits. Nevertheless, her objective was clear: to execute her tasks with utmost quality, accept more assignments, and thereby accumulate sufficient points to save the lives of her family of 3. The boss is looking for me, Zhang Yu acknowledged, understanding that in the eyes of Zhang Degay, or indeed any member of the Zhang family, she was merely a minor financial figure, a trivial entity whose presence was required solely for household chores. Zhang Dagui showed no concern for why Zhang Yu was late. Your brother and the others have arrived. You should prepare dinner. A group had gathered, yet none possessed the culinary skills necessary, all waiting for her to take charge. Zhang Yu felt no inclination to protest after all. It was merely a meal. To speak candidly, one less meal today was insignificant. They were convening to discuss the division of property, and she could conveniently mention her upcoming assignment in another city. Zhang Yu changed her clothes in her room before heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner, while the rest of the Zhang family convened in the living room to deliberate the pressing matters at hand. Efficiently preparing meals, Zhang Yu remained indifferent to the discussions occurring outside. Regardless, the recent demolition of the old house brought joy to both the couple Zhang Degui and Zhang Guohua, along with their siblings, as they all received their share of the property. However, Zhang Yu, who lived with her parents, did not receive a house due to her unmarried status, with the expectation that she would eventually reside with Zhang Dagui and his SP. The rental expenses were covered by Zhang Dagui and his wife, while Zhang Yu contributed to the household expenses. Initially, their collective financial burden was minimal. Zhang Yu had been contributing a modest living allowance of 2,000 each month, accepting the slight inconvenience WHI. Lu the elder couple managed the grocery expenses. Yet, after moving into their new residence, every weekend, the cost of groceries alone consumed over 1,000 from Zhang Ye's budget, as she insisted on procuring quality fritza and ingredients. She had anticipated that relocating to the new house would alleviate her financial strain. However, she was taken aback when her nephew, Zhang, announced his impending marriage, prompting Zhang Guohua and his spouse to prepare for the upcoming nuptials. The couple, known for their perpetual financial woes, naturally turned their attention to the affluent Zhang Degui and his wife, successfully securing 300,000 from the elderly couple. Zhang Xiaohua and his spouse, also aware of this opportunity, managed to obtain another 300,000 under the pretext of funding Zhang Zin's overseas duties. Zhang Hong and his spouse, unwilling to be outdone, similarly acquired 100,000 from the elderly couple. Faced with dwindling funds, the elder couple became reluctant to spend on home renovations, asserting that the house would eventually belong to Zhang Yu, thus insisting that she finance the renovations herself. After moving into their new home, the elderly couple contributed 2,000 each month for living expenses. With no other choice, they found themselves financially responsible for their great-grandchild's formula and diapers. Following Zhang Zin's study abroad, in an effort to alleviate the family's burden, she took on work to earn money. Upon learning of this, the elderly couple emphasized the importance of studying diligently abroad and pledged to provide 40,000 within a year. Consequently, the couple's retirement pension was nearly depleted, and Zhang Yu could only continue to uphold the family's facade, spending her meager salary with little left to spa. Despite these circumstances, Zhang Guohua and his family claimed that Zhang Yu, who lived with her parents, was the one who benefited the most. This caused Zhang Yu, typically one to refrain from defending herself, to feel the weight of their judgments, as she had indeed spent a considerable amount while being labeled a loader. However, the most unfortunate turn of events came when the elderly couple, prior to their passing, left a will that bequeathed their house to their eldest grandson, Zhang Yi. While Zhang Yu could have continued to reside there, Zhang Yi and his spouse intended to sell the property to upgrade their living conditions. This left Zhang Yu effectively homeless, and given their disdain for their financially struggling aunt, it was unlikely they would assist her in securing housing. Left with no options, Zhang Yu ultimately resorted to renting a place and, in her later years, moved into a nursing home that as for the siblings who had promised to care for her. They vanished from her life entirely. Family gatherings continued, though Zhang Yu was no longer included, with the rationale being that they were dining out and worried about adding to her burden, especially since X and C's were shared equally. The original request of the protagonist is quite simple: to have a home to live in, so that in old age they would not be left without support. For Zhang Yu, this request is indeed straightforward after all. It merely entails purchasing a house. Zhang Yu recalls that next year, the group company will be offering internal housing purchases, and with her recent change in job position, along with her newfound qualifications, he certainly cannot afford to miss this opportunity. As for the house belonging to Zhang Dague and his spouse, whoever wishes to renovate it may do, so she has no intention of claim this particular property for herself. However, she will not repeat the past, where she contributed her efforts during the process but received no share when it came time to allocate the houses. Such folly is not something she is willing to endure again. Having spent many years preparing meals, Zhang Yu skillfully finishes the dishes. While she takes on the cooking, it is unreasonable to expect others to assist in serving the food that is simply out of the question. As Zhang Yu busies herself with the preparations, the family members of the Zhang household, upon hearing that the meal is ready, clutch their teacups in hand. As for lending a helping hand, that is not something they are inclined to do. Once Zhang Yu has set the table, she addresses her family, mom and dad, eldest brother and sister-in-law, second brother and sister-in-law, and eldest sister's husband. I have something to share. Zhang Yu interjects before they can mention the housing allocation news. Today, my supervisor had a discussion with me, stating that the branch office in another city requires an external finance staff member. The leadership has decided to send me, and I have agreed. I will be starting work in the other city next Monday. The Zhang family members are utterly astonished to learn that Zhang Yu is going to work out of town. They are truly taken aback. Despite Zhang Dague's persistent disdain for Zhang Ye's work ethic, he was genuinely taken aback upon hearing her intention to seek employment in another city. Why on earth would you want to leave for a job elsewhere? He exclaimed in disbelief. He never anticipated that she would actually pursue work outside the area. Everything seemed fine. Why would you go away? Is it not possible for you to stay? The others were equally reluctant to see Zhang Yu depart, for once she left, any health issues faced by the Zhang Dague couple would solely become their concern. Zhang Dague's eyes widened in protest. You are not allowed to go. Chapter 2. The Unhoused Supporting Actress 2. Are you not allowed to go? Zhang Yu chuckled. Father, did you not often teach us that we must heed the directives of our superiors? How can you say I should not go if I choose to? Besides, you have always believed I lack ambition. After so many years, I still find myself merely a junior accountant. I find your words quite valid and reasonable. Zhang Yu spoke with conviction. Previously, it was said she was unmotivated, yet now that she seeks to advance, surely that is acceptable. Furthermore, her colleagues are all family-oriented, and the leadership has remarked that her burdens are light. Since the decision has been made by the higher-ups as a subordinate, it is only fitting that I comply. The original occupant had once heeded familial advice, expressing to the leadership her unwillingness to be stationed elsewhere, which resulted in considerable displeasure from her superiors. While she did not face direct repercussions, it was evident that those disfavored by leadership would seldom find opportunities for advancement. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's reasoning, the Zhang family members had little recourse. Each word echoed the wisdom of the patriarch, leaving them unable to counter her assertions. Zhang Dague felt a wave of discontent wash over him. Though he had 4 children, he had grown accustomed to Zhang Yu's care. The house was already designated for his other children, leaving him feeling somewhat guilty. He contemplated how to make amends, yet his heart was devoid of such remorse. With impending demolition of their home, he declared, if you insist on working elsewhere, you shall have no claim to the property. Zhang Yu found amusement in his words, as if her staying meant she would inherit a share. Father, it matters not. I am not married. Let the house be allocated to my brother and sister. Regardless of her financial means, when the time comes to purchase the unit's property, it will ultimately belong to her. And she has no intention of heeding Zhang Dague's incessant complaints. In her previous life, the elderly couple manipulated the original owner with the property, but this time, she firmly asserts that such tactics are ineffective. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's indifference towards the house, Zhang Dagui's inner turmoil only intensifies, flourishing into a growing resentment. What will you do when you grow old without a home? He retorts. There's no rush, Mom and Dad. You should take care of your own affairs. As for mine, I have my own plans, she replies defiantly. She is resolute in not discussing the matter of purchasing a house, fully aware of the potential ramifications of such a conversation. This sentiment, however, resonates with the Zhang family members, suggesting that Zhang Yu is indeed fixated on the elderly couple's property. This realization leaves Zhang Guohua feeling discontented, as he is the eldest son of the family and, by rights, should inherit the majority of the family's assets. Yet, the property is to be divided into 4 shares, one for each of the 3 siblings and one for the elderly couple, leaving him with no substantial claim. He had assumed that since he fathered the only grandson of the Zhang family, the property would naturally pass down to him. Yet, he is taken aback to find that Zhang Yu is also eyeing it, and despite her unmarried status, he worries that should she become whimsical in her old age and decide to marry, the property could end up in uncertain hands. Thus, Zhang Guohua resolves to have a discussion with Zhang Dagui and his wife. Ultimately, the house may be allocated for Zhang Yu's residence, but it must not be hers to claim. As for the elderly couple's property, it must rightfully be preserved for the eldest son and his descendants. Zhang Shouhua and Zhang Hong felt equally displeased, regarding Zhang Yu as nothing short of inconsiderate. It was quite perplexing that someone who was neither married nor had any offspring would still harbor thoughts of claiming their parents' property. It truly baffled them how an individual devoid of any substantial foundation could aspire for material possessions. They could not fathom her motivations behind such desires. Zhang Dagui and his spouse also shared their discontent, feeling that before any arrangements had been made, Zhang Yu was already scheming about their estate. The future arrangements of our property, and to whom it shall be bequeathed, is a matter solely for us to deliberate. It is not your concern, Zhang Dagui remarked icily. Did she presume to seize the property under Zhang Dagui's name? Zhang Yu noticed the sudden change in the expressions of those around her. Realizing that this must indeed be their assumption, she shook her head repeatedly, exasperated by what she perceived as a selfish bunch, convinced that everyone else was equally self-serving. I am aware, she thought to herself. She had already made preparations, having packed and sent off her belongings. Upon her arrival, she could simply stay in a hotel for the time being, as her workplace would cover the expenses for renting a place later on. She contemplated whether to purchase a small studio upon her arrival, knowing that regardless of whether she bought a property, she would still receive housing subsidies. For this occasion, Zhang Yu intended to proceed in a similar fashion. If selling was not an option, continuing to rent out the property would suffice. Pan Wan observed the fervent discussions among the crowd and recalled Zhang Yu's intentions to relocate. Although her husband asserted that they had other children who would look after them, and even Zhang Guohua had promised to take good care of them, she wondered how well the elder daughters-in-law could truly tend to their parents-in-law. As for Zhang Hong, although Pan Wan also has affection for this daughter, she is aware that her commitment is merely verbal. In truth, relying on her for labor is quite another matter. She still believes that Zhang Yu is the one who truly takes care of both of them and hopes to exert some effort. Gently pushing open the door to Zhang Yu's room, the elderly lady discovers that she is already in the midst of packing. Are you packing? Zhang Yu inquired. Recognizing Pan Wan, yet there was no significant surprise. Despite the apparent authority of Zhang Dagui in the household, the real decision-maker remains this elderly lady. Yes, I need to report there on Monday, so I plan to head over on Saturday. I need to pack up and adjust my state of mind to ensure a smoother transition into my new position on Monday. If possible, I would like to use the weekend to view some apartments. This way, once my belongings are shipped over, I can directly unpack at the rented place. Is it really necessary for you to go? Pan Wan still wished to make an additional effort. Zhang Yu continued to gather the clothes she intended to take. Mother, you know as well as I do that the leadership has already made their expectations clear. How could I possibly decline? I certainly cannot refuse. Rest assured, my brothers are dutiful. They will take good care of you. When the time comes, please do not overexert yourselves. Let my brothers handle any matters that arise. After all, haven't you mentioned that the eldest sons are dutiful? It would be a good opportunity for them to step up. This will also serve to remind Zhang Guohua and his family of the challenges involved in caring for the elderly, while simultaneously revealing to Zhang Dagui and his wife the true nature of the filial piety they believe their children possess. Sometimes, mere words of filial piety do not equate to genuine devotion. Actions speak volumes. Zhang Guohua, and his companions seem more preoccupied with the elderly couple's financial resources, seeking to impart the lesson that claiming the elder's wealth requires significant sacrifice. Chapter 3. The unhoused female supporting character as Zhang Yu busily packed her belongings. She offered words of comfort to Pan Wan, suggesting, "This way, you shall frequently behold your beloved grandson." She understood that, in the hearts of the elderly couple, no one held a higher status than Zhang Yi, and she continued to reassure the elderly lady. Ultimately, she recognized that the couple's reluctance stemmed from their concern for their daughter venturing alone to work in a distant place and whether she would adapt well. Their hesitance was essentially rooted in the fear of losing a diligent caretaker. Zhang Yu perceived that these elderly individuals were perhaps uncertain about the reliability of their other children. Yet, in their minds, the three elder siblings enjoyed stable families and prosperous careers. In contrast, the youngest daughter, after years of work, remained merely a junior accountant and was still unmarried, representing a drag on the Zhang family's fortunes. "Mother, consider this. My elder brothers have acquired houses, and soon they will reside in the same neighborhood as you. This way, you could often see your grandchildren," she proposed earnestly. "As for meals, when my brothers prepare delicious dishes, they can certainly deliver a portion to you both, which should suffice." Zhang Yu sincerely believed this suggestion was exceptionally commendable. Naturally, she was unconcerned about how Zhang Guohua and his companions would perceive the situation. After all, were they not frequently fantasizing about living nearby Zhang Degu and his wife and how they would manage their care? Soon, the time will come for them to showcase their capabilities. However, it remains uncertain how they will perform given this excellent opportunity. She believes that she alone can adequately care for Zhang Dagui and his wife, and there is no reason their three siblings cannot do the same. Indeed, Pan Wan feels this is quite reasonable. It means she would no longer have to wait for the weekend to see her grandchildren, but could enjoy their company every day. The more she thinks about it, the more delighted she becomes. Nevertheless, she does not intend to let Zhang Yu off easily, for she has grown accustomed to the culinary delights prepared by her over the years. Although Zhang Yu is in her 30s, which should warrant some level of trust, it is worth noting that she has never ventured beyond the city during her studies, and her work has always been close to home. The weekends would provide the perfect opportunity for her to be busy, allowing Guohua and the others some respite. Zhang Yu can only remark that this elderly lady appears kind and benevolent, yet harbors a multitude of ill intentions. Furthermore, upon her arrival, she is certain to be preoccupied, thus regrettably unable to assist with the laborious task of moving. During the previous relocation, the original owner was exceedingly busy, to the point of losing over 10 pounds. Despite this, Zhang Dagui and his wife still complained about the disarray of their belongings. In summary, she has resolved not to engage in such thankless endeavors again and will leave it to Zhang Guohua and the others. After all, with 3 families comprising 9 members, they should be able to manage the moving arrangements over a few weekends. Upon hearing this, Pan Wan immediately became displeased. "Are you really not planning to help us with the move? It is essential to recognize that, in comparison to the weekly family gatherings, the most pressing matter at hand is the impending move." Ever since the whispers of relocation reached her ears, the elderly lady has been rehearsing her plans. The old house is filled with an abundance of possessions, and both she and Zhang Dagui are rather sentimental, reluctant to part with their belongings. Consequently, there is a considerable number of items to be transported. Organizing and packing for the move does not demand excessive time. However, given their advancing years, the couple lacks both the energy and stamina for such endeavors, leaving them to merely offer suggestions from the sidelines. The primary responsibility for the move falls upon Zhang Yu. Yet unexpectedly, she finds herself unable to assist. It is not due to a lack of desire, but rather the demands of her work. Zhang Yu understands the elderly lady's anxiety, particularly as their capable labor is set to depart for distant lands, which would understandably affect her mood. Yet, for Zhang Yu, her spirits soar high. However, she must not outwardly express this sentiment. "Mother, you and father often emphasize the importance of work, urging that it should take precedence. I trust that you will understand my situation, won't you? I aspire to be a source of pride for you both. When friends and family mention me, I hope they will say that, despite my late start, I am making strides to catch up. Rest assured, mother, I have made my decision. I will devote myself to my studies and pursue further qualifications diligently, striving to attain several professional certifications, without the distractions posed by others on weekends. I am confident in my ability to succeed in these endeavors." Of course, if it were possible, Zhang Yu would hope for such outcomes. Yet she is acutely aware of the improbability of it all, and she vehemently refutes the notion. This place is my home, where my parents, brothers, and sisters reside. Mother, you need not worry. Zhang Yu continuously reassured her, not out of deceit, but with genuine intent. However, this was merely her contemplation. Even if the elderly couple harbored such thoughts, they would not voice them. In their hearts, Zhang Guohua and his siblings represented the family's facade. Zhang Yu certainly posed no issue. Despite finding the old lady's persistent requests for reassurance bothersome, she complied dutifully. Chapter 4. The unhoused supporting character Zhang Yu diligently organized her belongings, awaiting the morrow to complete the necessary formalities at her workplace, and to collect some boxes from the logistics company in preparation for her move. As Zhang Guohua and his companions departed, they stood at the stairwell, calling out to her upstairs, "Xiao Yu, we are leaving." For them, that night was truly disconcerting. Previously, during their conversations, Zhang Yu would busily attend to their needs, boiling water, serving refreshments, and preparing fruits. They merely had to engage in conversation while she managed all the tasks, allowing them a most leisurely time. However, to their surprise, today, after washing the dishes, Zhang Yu promptly ascended the stairs to pack her belongings, not once descending to boil water, brew tea, or prepare fruits. This change left them feeling quite unaccustomed. What troubled them further was the thought that once Zhang Yu began working in another city, they could no longer expect her to host them with ready-made meals on weekends. What troubled them even more was that now, with Zhang Wai present, the elderly couple, Zhang Di-gu and his wife, had someone to rely on. Whenever they felt unwell, she would be there to attend to their needs. However, if she were to travel out of town and the elderly couple fell ill, it would then become the responsibility of others. As Zhang Gu pondered this, his mood darkened. Taking the elderly couple to the hospital meant not only a deduction from his salary for taking leave, but also the arduous task of running around, enduring various inconveniences. Furthermore, with their health issues, they would certainly be unable to cook for themselves, necessitating that he prepare meals, assist them with bathing, and manage household chores, among other duties. Casting a glance at his wife, Jiang Weian, he realized that relying on her to care for Zhang Di-gu and his wife was an unrealistic expectation. Jiang Weian had initially been in high spirits today, as their in-laws' house was set for demolition, and soon they would acquire a new home. This would mean that when Zhang Wai got married, there would be no need to purchase a wedding residence, especially with the elderly couple's savings to assist with renovations. Their retirement income was quite substantial, and given the significance of their grandson's marriage, surely the elderly couple would not need to contribute financially. However, to their surprise, Zhang Wai's decision to seek work out of town caught everyone off guard. Jiang Weian had merely intended to engage with Zhang Di-gu and his wife to keep their spirits high, believing there were others to assist with the labor. Now, with Zhang Wai potentially leaving, she could guarantee that the burden of caring for the elderly would fall predominantly on the eldest son. As for Zhang Guhu, who was not particularly skilled in household tasks, expecting him to care for Zhang Di-gu and his wife would be akin to relying on her to shoulder the majority of the responsibilities. Zhang Guohua was already in a state of turmoil, and to his dismay, Jiang Yun continued to mumble incessantly beside him. Discussing? What could there possibly be to discuss? The leadership had already conferred with her. What more could she do? After all, she was not an only child and bore no familial burdens. The leadership deemed her the most suitable candidate for relocation, and they were not mistaken in their judgment. While she had indeed spoken with her superiors, she was still entitled to decline the offer gracefully. Jiang Yun was taken aback that at such a critical juncture, Zhang Guohua would still advocate for Zhang Yu. If not for the rational voice within her urging her to remain calm and avoid a confrontation with Zhang Guohua, she would have certainly lost her composure. She felt that Zhang Yu's willingness to accept the position abroad stemmed from a sense of injustice regarding the housing situation. The more Jiang Yun contemplated, the more convinced she became that Zhang Yu's agreement to work in a different city was indeed influenced by this issue. Zhang Guohua, however, harbored his own suspicions and grievances about Zhang Yu's acceptance of the job. He strongly disagreed with Jiang Yun's insinuation that the matter was tied to the housing situation. Today, we learned that the family home was undergoing demolition, and their parents intended to divide the property into 4 shares, with none allocated to Zhang Yu. This was news to all of us, so how could Zhang Yu have known? Upon returning home, she busied herself with dinner preparations, and we did not mention the fact that she would not receive a share of the house. Yet, before we even sat down to eat, she preemptively announced her intention to work in another city. This indicated that she was unaware of the housing issue prior to expressing her willingness to relocate for work. Jiang Yun's reasoning for Zhang Guohua was met with a wall of resistance. Although she had a strong intuition that Zhang Yu would seek employment in another city, undoubtedly connected to the absence of her share in the house, there was, as Zhang Guohua pointed out, no evidence to substantiate that Zhang Yu had prior knowledge of her exclusion. This is precisely what I believe. Otherwise, why would she go out of town? Jiang Yun exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Moreover, we must consider the implications of Zhang Yu's potential relocation for work. Have you thought about what will happen to your parents? While they are currently in good health, you are aware that they require hospital visits each quarter. Zhang Yu has always accompanied them. What will happen in the future? I must emphasize that I am also quite busy. Jiang Yun understood that the matter of Zhang Yu's job transfer was beyond alteration. Given this reality, it was imperative to discuss the future care of Zhang Dugawei and his wife. This was indeed the crux of the matter, necessitating the establishment of clear guidelines. Zhang Guohua comprehended Jiang Yun's intent. Thus, the families of Zhang Shouhua and Zhang Hong would need to convene to deliberate on how to share the responsibility of caring for their elderly parents. Zhang Guohua had no objections to the three siblings attending to Zhang Dagui and his wife, as they were, after all, their parents. However, this arrangement introduced a significant dilemma. Have you considered that if they also partake in caring for our parents, the properties under their names may become a source of contention? I can assure you that even if Zhang Hong refrains from claiming a share, the other two will undoubtedly vie for it. After all, it is a house. And regardless of the circumstances, it represents a substantial investment of over 100,000. Who wouldn't be tempted? Jiang Yun's words left Zhang Guohua momentarily speechless. Indeed, as long as Zhang Shouhua and his family take care of the elderly couple, the property under the names of Zhang Dugui and his wife would undoubtedly remain untouchable. At that point, would it be reasonable to suggest that their son, Zhang Yi, the eldest grandson of the Zhang family, should receive a larger share of the property? Initially, I had envisioned that the house would be inhabited by the elderly couple and Zhang Yu, with the parents entrusting her to care for them. This way, the second and third children would feel too embarrassed to claim the property. Before our parents depart, I plan to discuss the possibility of transferring the property directly to Xiao Yi, allowing Zhang Yu to continue residing there. In this way, even if the second and third children harbored grievances, they would have no choice but to endure. However, I never anticipated that Zhang Yu would choose to go out of town, clearly indicating her intention to disengage from these matters. This left us in a predicament. Zhang Guohua had already contemplated everything thoroughly upon realizing that Zhang Yu would not marry. He believed this was the most optimal solution, yet unexpectedly, Zhang Yu decided to abandon her responsibilities, which was truly infuriating. Chapter 5. The unhoused female supporting character. This was the first time Jiang Yun had heard Zhang Guohua's perspective. She recognized her urgency, but his was even greater. What should we do? Jiang Yun felt a surge of panic. Indeed, if Zhang Shouhua and his family were to care for the elderly, they would undoubtedly demand both property and financial support. I was at a loss. Zhang Guohua, aware of Jiang Yun's current distress, knew he should offer her some reassurance. Unfortunately, he too was at a loss, enveloped in confusion. Zhang Shouhua and his spouse, along with Zhang Hong and his partner, share a common discontent regarding Zhang Yu's relocation for work. However, in comparison to the more anxious Zhang Guohua and his wife, they find themselves in a significantly better position as they harbor a more profound perspective. With Zhang Yu working away from home, it becomes apparent that she will be unable to continue caring for the elderly. Consequently, the house owned by the old man could very well be divided among the four of them. Why not? After all, they have all contributed and cared for their parents. They have devoted their efforts to looking after the elderly couple. Why should the property under their name exclude them? Is it not reasonable for Zhang Shouhua and his wife to have aspirations regarding the assets owned by Zhang Dagui and his wife? They are merely aware that, even if they have aspirations, it is beyond their capacity to fathom. Yet, unexpectedly, as they believed the situation had no bearing on them, reality revealed that opportunities still existed for them, which surely ignited excitement within them. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu is oblivious to the underhanded calculations unfolding among Zhang Guohua and the others. She is preoccupied with tidying up the house. She truly cannot comprehend why, when they were at home, they would dispose of any leftovers in a designated container rather than carelessly on the floor. Yet here, they behave as they please, indifferent to cleanliness, as if it bears no significance to them. As she cleans, Zhang Yu finds herself cursing silently, having never encountered such unrefined individuals. Ultimately, resigned to her circumstances, she can only console herself once more, thinking that if they desire such treatment in the future, they must engage in the labor themselves. It is this flicker of hope that enables her to restore order to the main room once again. Glancing at the clock, it was already 10 o'clock, an hour when elderly couples typically retired for the night. She understood that if the matter was not addressed today, it would undoubtedly be broached tomorrow. However, was it not preferable to postpone it for a day? Once the paperwork was completed tomorrow, her transfer to the branch office in another city would be finalized. Zhang Yu took a shower in the bathroom and tidied up the space once more. After a flurry of activity, the clock struck 11. Truly, balancing a daytime job and then returning home to tend to a multitude of responsibilities was quite taxing. It was Wednesday, Thursday would follow, and by Friday, she would set off early Saturday morning. Zhang Yu had already made up her mind. Once the paperwork was finalized tomorrow, she would immediately book her flight. Eager to depart and leave the weekend gathering to them, it was unreasonable for her to meticulously plan for them only to cater to their every whim. As she lay in bed, she let out a contented sigh. Upon her arrival at her new destination, she would certainly invest in a quality bed and a comfortable mattress. In truth, the original owner had not been without means to purchase a good bed and mattress. Yet upon showing them to Zhang Yun, she had received a barrage of veiled remarks. It was insinuated that Zhang Yi had outgrown his bed and required a more suitable one. Yet the couple hesitated to spend the money. Thus unfolded a familiar scene. The bed and mattress, hardly used, became Zhang Yi's possession. Even as the original owner's salary increased, she refrained from acquiring new furnishings, fearing they would be scrutinized by Zhang Yi or Zhang Xian. Once she relocated, she would no longer have to worry about anyone coveting her bed. Moreover, she could arrange her living space according to her preferences. For instance, she could purchase a coffee machine or a tea set, allowing her to indulge in coffee or tea at her leisure on weekends. Zhang Yu was indeed filled with various anticipations for her future life. The following day at work, she promptly completed the procedures for her transfer, and her current responsibilities were swiftly delegated to her colleagues. Just before the end of the day, her supervisor called her over, which took her by surprise, leaving her to ponder the reason behind the summons. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, her supervisor quickly invited her to take a seat and shortly after concluded a phone call. When were you planning to go over? The supervisor inquired. On Saturday. Zhang Yu hesitated momentarily, considering that she would arrive there on Saturday, acclimatize on Sunday, and commence work on Monday. Have you handed over all your tasks? The supervisor shifted the topic. First, they inquired about her intended departure, and now they were asking if her responsibilities had been transferred. At that moment, Zhang Yu's mind was consumed with a singular thought: if all went smoothly, was she being asked to arrive earlier than anticipated? However, that was merely her speculation. The reality depended on her supervisor's decision. After a brief pause, her supervisor mentioned receiving a call from the other location that day, expressing a desire for her to arrive as soon as possible. Zhang Yu, do you think you could go over tomorrow? The supervisor offered, noting that the company had transportation available. It was clear that the supervisor's so-called consultation was merely a formality, as they were only receptive to agreeable responses rather than dissenting ones. I have no objections. My preparations are nearly complete, Zhang Yu replied, indicating her readiness to depart at any moment. Zhang Yu has been so accommodating that her supervisor, after some contemplation, decided to dispatch a business vehicle tomorrow. Everything that she can take with her should be brought along. This is indeed a delightful surprise. Zhang Yu had been contemplating whether to make a trip to the logistics company the following morning. Now, however, she can depart with the vehicle, which is more than sufficient. Thankfully, she had tidied up her belongings early yesterday to avoid encountering the rest of the Zhang family. Upon her arrival, many of her clothes will need to be replaced, allowing her to embrace this new chapter with ease. Recognizing Zhang Yu's cooperation, her supervisor permitted her to leave work early. It was already 4:30, and Zhang Yu found herself bemused by the notion of leaving early. Leaving half an hour before the usual time hardly qualifies as an early departure, but she decided not to be overly critical. A 30-minute reprieve is still a commendable gesture. One must not be overly demanding. Her colleagues assumed she would persevere until the weekend before embarking on her new assignment in another city. Yet they were taken aback by the revelation that she would be leaving tomorrow. As they bid her farewell, it was clear they still worked for the same company, albeit she would be taking on a role at a subsidiary. Zhang Yu understood that despite the prospect of a salary increase and generous allowances, in the eyes of her colleagues, she was essentially being exiled. Conversely, those remaining at the subsidiary would enjoy a more leisurely existence. Chapter 6. The unhoused female supporting character. Have the procedures been completed? Zhang Dugawei pondered throughout the night, wishing that she might approach her supervisor to discuss her reluctance to relocate for work. Zhang Yu acknowledged, affirming that some matters had arisen at the subsidiary, and she would be heading there tomorrow. Zhang Dugawei was taken aback. He had merely delayed things slightly, yet everything had been resolved so swiftly. How could it be so quick? Pan Wan was equally astonished by the rapidity of the decision. Zhang Yu reiterated, stating that there was no choice, for a significant project was set to commence there, and she had been dispatched from above to partake in it throughout. Zhang Dugawei sighed softly, realizing there was no way to alter Zhang Yu's decision. Thus, he resigned himself to the situation. Upon your arrival, ensure you work diligently, he advised. Zhang Yu responded affirmatively. I shall. When the time comes for your move, do enlist my brother and the others for assistance. Do not overexert yourselves. During the weekend, have my brother and his companions handle the grocery shopping and cooking. Do not tire yourselves with such tasks. She would never voice any objections to weekend gatherings. For after all, this was a cherished tradition of the Zhang family, and regardless of who cooked, it was their responsibility. Pan Wan observed Zhang Yu, who was about to embark on her journey yet still took the time to offer reminders. Rest assured, your brothers are quite dutiful. Zhang Dugawei concurred. Indeed, have no worries. They will be there for you. He continued, by the way, Mom and Dad, we shall dine out today, and I still need to organize some belongings. Although much had been packed, there remained several items to arrange, so it was best to avoid the hassle of cooking. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Dugawei would have grumbled about the wastefulness of dining out, but considering the numerous tasks Zhang Yu had ahead, he decided it was best to let her mother handle the cooking. When Zhang Yu spoke earlier, she was indeed somewhat apprehensive, concerned that Zhang Degu would unleash his ire. To her surprise, however, it resulted in Pan Wan being tasked with cooking. As this thought crossed her mind, Zhang Yu cast an uneasy glance at Pan Wan. Although she had always been the one to prepare meals, the quality of her culinary skills left much to be desired. As Zhang Yu matured and honed her cooking abilities, she ultimately assumed full control over the kitchen. Ever since she mastered the art of cooking, Pan Wan had relinquished culinary duties, merely reheating meals. Now, however, the situation had taken a turn, and she was expected to cook again. Zhang Yu truly dreaded the prospect of tasting Pan Wan's creations. Regardless of the outcome, she would only partake in one meal, but Zhang Degu was a different matter. Despite his aversion to cooking, he had a discerning palate. Zhang Yu was genuinely worried about how critical Zhang Degu would be of Pan Wan's culinary efforts. In truth, if circumstances permitted, she believed that since both spouses lacked significant culinary prowess and were quite particular, they might consider hiring a housekeeper. If they were reluctant to employ a full-time housekeeper, perhaps they could engage a part-time worker. While this would incur additional expenses, it would certainly alleviate their burdens. However, she knew better than to voice such thoughts. Despite Zhang Degu and his wife enjoying a comfortable retirement income, it did not imply they would readily spend on domestic help. Pan Wan was taken aback when Zhang Degu suggested she take on the cooking duties. It had been years since she had set foot in the kitchen. Now, the unexpected announcement left her at a loss. What was she to do? Her first instinct was to suggest that Zhang Yu prepare the meal, especially since she had already tidied up most of the things yesterday. Yet, she hesitated to voice her thought. After all, while today might allow for Zhang Yu to cook, tomorrow would still require her own efforts in the kitchen. With a sigh, Pan Wan resigned herself to the situation, albeit reluctantly. Zhang Yu, under the impression that Pan Wan would be unwilling to cook, was taken aback when she readily agreed. Dad, my mom hasn't cooked in quite a while. After contemplating their safety, Zhang Yu decided it was best to let it be. Someone must learn to cook, Zhang Dugawei remarked coldly. Otherwise, once you leave, what will we eat? What did that mean? Was her previous diligence truly a fault? Sighing, she acquiesced to prepare the meal. Moreover, she anticipated that once Zhang Guohua and the others learned of this arrangement, they would blame her, saying she was leaving without fulfilling her final duties. As for how Zhang Dugawei and his wife would manage their daily meals after her departure, that was no longer her concern. However, given that the elderly couple had just gifted Zhang Guohua a house, it seemed likely they would be willing to cook. She wondered if, after a prolonged period of such arrangements, others would voice their discontent. Or perhaps it would become a system where the individual assigned to cook would host others, thereby alleviating household expenses, a potentially clever solution. Zhang Yu truly struggled to comprehend the situation concerning Zhang Guohua's family. Although Jiang Yun worked in a less favorable job at a company, it was performing adequately, and overall, her earnings were respectable. As for Zhang Shouhua and his wife, both were middle school teachers who often took on tutoring assignments, thus enjoying a commendable income. Zhang Hong and her husband both work as civil servants with respectable incomes and benefits. However, all three families seem to rely on their parents, lamenting their financial woes despite their secure positions. Zhang Yu sighed inwardly, concluding that their penchant for lamentation was their own affair. She preferred to earn her own keep rather than depend on others. In truth, she believed the three families had the means, yet they chose to wallow in self-pity, hoarding their wealth in banks rather than investing in real estate. Consequently, they missed the opportunity to purchase during the market's lowest point. When they finally decided to buy, they were dismayed to find their perceived wealth insufficient for even a modest home. Each family hesitated, reluctant to part with their savings, which were largely tied up in property. By the time they resolved to purchase a home, prices had surged once more, leaving them frustrated and opting out of the market altogether. Eventually, when they recognized the relentless climb in property prices, they committed to buying, only to realize that the funds they once believed would afford them a spacious residence could now only secure a modest one. Zhang Yu found this situation quite amusing, pondering whether they had ever considered the wealth amassed by the couple Zhang Degui and how much might be at their disposal for more prudent endeavors. Chapter 7. The unhoused female supporting character Zhang Guohua spent the entire day in a state of discontent. His spirits dampened by the thought of a property he once believed was virtually guaranteed slipping through his fingers. He was contemplating whether to assert his elder brother status and engage Zhang Yu in further discussion. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yu was to depart for the branch company in a distant locale sooner than anticipated. Zhang Guohua, clutching his phone, remarked, "Is my sister really leaving for the outskirts so soon?" On the other end of the line, Zhang Dagui affirmed, "Indeed, she will be departing by bus tomorrow morning." Beyond merely informing Zhang Guohua of this news, Zhang Dagui harbored another motive. He sought to gauge the sentiment of Zhang Guohua and his wife. "Boss," Zhang Dagui continued, "you are aware that since your sister mastered the culinary arts, your mother has not cooked a single meal." He sighed softly. "Initially, this was of little concern, as your sister remains unmarried, and we were never in want of sustenance. However, the pressing issue now lies in the fact that with your sister leaving for distant shores, and your mother's refusal to cook, our future meals may become a predicament." Upon hearing this, Zhang Guohua felt a sudden pang of realization. How could he have overlooked such a matter? While Pan Wan's culinary skills were hardly commendable, Zhang Yu's presence had compensated for that. Now, with Zhang Yu's impending departure, would Pan Wan's cooking suffice to satisfy the discerning Zhang Dagui? In truth, it was not merely Zhang Dagui whose standards would remain unmet. Even Pan Wan herself would likely find it difficult to find satisfaction in her own cooking. Zhang Guohua pondered the underlying intent behind Zhang Dagui's call. Was he perhaps suggesting that they should take on the cooking duties? He glanced at Jiang Yun, who was tidying the dining table. Admittedly, his wife's dishes surpassed Pan Wan's in flavor, yet when compared to Zhang Yu's culinary prowess, they fell significantly short. Noticing Zhang Guohua's gaze upon her, Jiang Yun hesitated and inquired, "What is it?" Zhang Dagui assumed that having conveyed his thoughts, the considerate Zhang Guohua would instinctively broach the subject. Unexpectedly, despite having spoken so much, he remained silent, which infuriated the old man. Zhang Dagui pondered for a moment and decided to call your brother. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guohua felt a jolt. He understood that, whatever the circumstances, he absolutely could not allow Zhang Shouhua to receive that call, for he would undoubtedly acquiesce. Even if he refrained from agreeing, there was still Zhang Hong, and Zhang Guohua knew that for her, any advantage would suffice. Zhang Degui was unconcerned with such intricacies. His sole focus was to achieve the desired outcome. Zhang Degui said, "Tomorrow, have your mother go grocery shopping, and then let Jiang Yun come over to cook after work." He continued, "By the way, Zhang Yu is soon heading out of town, and there's no one to help tidy up the house. I propose we let Jiang Yun assist in that regard." Zhang Dagui felt a surge of brilliance. This was, indeed, an optimal solution. Not only would they prepare meals, but they would also help with the organization of belongings. Zhang Guohua was truly at a loss for words on how to approach Jiang Yun with this matter. He was uncertain of how he ended the call, preoccupied with how to articulate his thoughts, when he suddenly looked up and found Jiang Yun staring at him. Zhang Guohua was startled. "Ah, my dear wife, please do not frighten me. I truly was not prepared for this." Though Jiang Yun was unaware of what Zhang Dagui had said on the phone, she could surmise that it certainly would not involve anything pleasant. Otherwise, he would not have exhibited such a demeanor. Jiang Yun sat opposite Zhang Guohua and inquired, "What did your father say on the phone? Do not conceal anything from me. You know I can easily uncover the truth." Zhang Guohua chuckled, "I never intended to hide anything from you. As for tomorrow." He recounted the details relayed by Zhang Dagui on the other end of the line, and without surprise, he observed Jiang Yun's expression shift dramatically. She realized that the call bore ill tidings, yet she had not anticipated the extent of the betrayal. If circumstances allowed, Jiang Yun would have relished the opportunity to confront him vehemently. "Such a significant matter, and you didn't even think to consult me? Are you unaware of how unreasonable you are? Surely, you know your sister's culinary skills. Do you truly believe mine can compare?" Jiang Yun was acutely aware of the discerning palates of Zhang Dagui and his spouse. Though his sister's cooking was commendably proficient, it still fell short in the eyes of their parents. Jiang Yun shuddered to think of the judgment that might be cast upon her own culinary attempts. She harbored no illusions that they would offer anything resembling a favorable review. Furthermore, the audacity of asking her to organize their belongings was bewildering. Did they not consider the heaps of clutter within the household that her parents were loath to discard? Having undertaken the task, she pondered the size of the residence they intended to rent. With her sister present, a 2-bedroom or even a 3-bedroom apartment would have sufficed. Yet now, with just the two of them, it seemed implausible for them to opt for a 3-bedroom unit. However, given the sheer volume of their possessions, she worried that even a 2-bedroom apartment might prove inadequate for their needs. Jiang Yun felt a surge of anger as she contemplated her situation. After all, she had work to attend to and was quite busy herself. It was truly naive of them to assume that her workplace was akin to theirs, where one could casually pick up a book during office hours without a care in the world until it was time to clock out. In her own workplace, time was consumed with relentless tasks, leaving her occupied both during and after work. Jiang Yun muttered under her breath, conveying her discontent with the entire situation. Zhang Guohua listened to Jiang Yun's incessant murmurs and interjected, "Well, I am also doing this for the properties under the old gentleman's name. If circumstances allowed, I would prefer not to be involved in this at all. However, there is no alternative. I could choose not to participate, but if I did, who would take over? You know my father all too well. If I fail to respond, he will inevitably turn to the second son and others. I cannot predict how that would unfold." Jiang Yun had a multitude of grievances to express, but upon hearing Zhang Guohua's words, she fell silent. She recognized the harsh reality. If they did not provide a definitive response, it would surely benefit the second and third sons. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. She thought to herself about Xiaoyu, who had left without a moment's notice, offering no opportunity for anyone to adjust. She lamented about her mother, expressing disbelief at the sheer amount of clutter that had accumulated. "I have no idea how long this cleaning will take. Moreover, this tidying up of the house cannot fall solely on my shoulders," Jiang Yun reflected. She felt that since Zhang Shouhua and the others had acquired the property, they should also share the responsibility of organizing it. Chapter 8. The unhoused supporting character. In response to Jiang Yun's insistence on addressing the situation, Zhang Guohua remained silent, merely gazing at her intently. Observing his demeanor, Jiang Yun felt a surge of frustration. How could he, the eldest brother of the family, lead such a dismal existence? This simply wouldn't he do. She resolved to seek out Xiaoyu for a discussion. As this matter also concerned her parents, how could she possibly turn a blind eye? Jiang Yun was acutely aware that, aside from Zhang Yu, who was both obedient and capable, no one else in the Zhang household could be relied upon to take action. "What do you intend to discuss with her?" Zhang Guohua asked, bewildered by her determination to confront her. "We need to talk," Jiang Yun replied with a serious expression, "especially regarding the relocation. I cannot simply ignore it. With so many belongings, do you expect me to handle it all alone? Or perhaps you hope your dear siblings will assist?" She retorted unceremoniously. "You are well aware of the situation with your parents, are you not?" Jiang Yun thought it was futile to expect Zhang Guohua to organize anything. He hesitated. "Shall we go now, then? What other option do we have?" She shot back, rolling her eyes at him. "Hurry up." Jiang Yun felt a renewed wave of irritation. The absurdity of the situation baffled her. How could a mere change in position be so exaggerated? The notification came yesterday, and today the handover was to occur, with departure expected by tomorrow. Jiang Yun had experienced job transitions before and was familiar with the necessary procedures. In her eyes, this entire affair reeked of unreliability. Zhang Guohua, of course, was inclined to heed his wife's wishes. Do you really think Zhang Yu is already aware of this? He questioned. If not, then what? Jiang Yun cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Guohua, deeming him a fool. It was no wonder he had languished in the same position for so many years as a mere clerk. Were she in his shoes, she would have thrived far beyond his current standing. Alas, she could only vent her frustrations inwardly. Zhang Guohua remained blissfully unaware of Jiang Yun's simmering resentment towards him, and even if he were to become cognizant of it, he would likely remain indifferent. Zhang Dagui and his companions were preparing to retire for the night when they were taken aback by the sudden arrival of Zhang Guohua and his wife. Zhang Yu greeted them briefly before returning to her tasks, surmising that their visit was intended for her. As Jiang Yun observed Zhang Yu ascend the staircase, she called out, "Xiao Yu, are you ready? I am departing tomorrow, yet my belongings remain unprepared. I must go upstairs to organize them." Zhang Yu, busy with her own matters, offered, "Let me assist you with the packing." Jiang Yun enthusiastically replied that she had come specifically to help. "Assist me in packing? My goodness," Zhang Yu expressed, genuinely overwhelmed by the unexpected kindness. "Sister-in-law, that's unnecessary. I can manage it alone. If you have time, please assist our parents instead." "Humph." Zhang Yu glanced at Pan Wan. "Mother, rest assured, even though I am not at home, my sister-in-law will certainly help you with the packing. Please do not worry." Zhang Yu raised her voice, ensuring that the neighbors passing by were aware that the eldest daughter-in-law of the Zhang family was indeed a diligent individual. It was clear that Zhang Yu's impending work-related travels had prompted this rush to assist with packing, and it also indicated that when the Zhang family eventually relocated, there would be ample help available to deal with individuals who are overly concerned with their reputation. The most effective approach is undoubtedly to leverage the opinions of those around them. It is widely acknowledged that Jiang Yun assists the Zhang family in organizing their belongings. Would she dare to abandon her responsibilities afterward? When neighbors casually murmur about her in the presence of the Zhangs, one can only wonder how Jiang Yun and her spouse will respond. Zhang Yu can easily predict that when the time comes, regardless of Jiang Yun's inner turmoil, she will inevitably have to assist in the tidying up, perhaps regretting her decision deeply. Only those who have undertaken such tasks can truly appreciate that the Zhang couple can indeed rival a mythical beast in their attachment to possessions. Once items cross the threshold of their home, one cannot expect them to be discarded. For instance, during this recent move, even when informed of relocating to a new residence, they clung to their old, unsightly belongings with unwavering resolve. Upon entering their new abode, regardless of its exquisite renovations or the stark contrast presented by their possessions, they insisted on bringing everything along. This stubbornness frustrated the original owners to no end, while Zhang Guohua and others, despite their displeasure, remained silent. After all, the expenses for the renovations were not theirs, nor would they be residing in the house, and cleaning was certainly not their obligation. Naturally, they refrained from voicing any objections, even going so far as to counsel the original owners to not be overly meticulous about trivial matters, suggesting that the elderly should be indulged. Yet, one wonders if their perspective would remain unchanged should they find themselves in the position of organizing and cleaning. Perhaps, regardless of any discontent brewing within, they would choose to keep their thoughts to themselves, resigning themselves to the labor at hand. Jiang Yun had not anticipated that Zhang Yu possessed such a silver tongue, compelling her to assist in tidying up the belongings of Zhang Dagui and his spouse. Despite her inclination to curse in frustration, she was acutely aware that not only were Zhang Dagui and his wife observing her, but their neighbors were also eavesdropping. Regardless of the situation, maintaining her dignity was imperative, as she was, after all, the eldest daughter-in-law. She had to ensure that the elderly couple understood that as the mother of the only male grandson born to the Zhang family, she deserved her due respect. Otherwise, it would be disheartening for others to hear. Whether or not Zhang Dagui and his wife discerned the underlying meaning in Jiang Yun's words, Zhang Yu could not ascertain. However, she certainly grasped the sentiment Jiang Yun aimed to convey. Since someone was so fond of proclaiming the significance of the eldest daughter-in-law, it was time for her to experience firsthand the responsibilities that came with that title. Indeed, dear sister-in-law, as the eldest daughter-in-law of the Zhang family, we shall undoubtedly follow your lead. You shall oversee all matters, great and small, within the household. I have faith that under your diligent guidance, our parents will manage the move and organization of their home splendidly. This assurance allows me to focus on my work in another city without concern. If a facade of authority must be maintained, then let it be done with earnest effort. What? Jiang Yun was astonished. Her habitual remark had seemingly prompted Zhang Yu to respond in such a supportive manner. While she yearned to handle everything independently, the weight of her solitary efforts felt overwhelming. Jiang Yun felt an urge to express her exasperation, but what could she do? Was she expected to leap up and declare that she had a job during the day and needed to pack in the evenings? As if she were some sort of superhero? Yet, she refrained, for Zhang Yu had also been juggling work, household chores, and various commitments over the weekends for years. The outcome of the confrontation with Zhang Yu left Jiang Yun quite discontented, filled with a surging tide of frustration, yet uncertain of how to channel it. Indeed, Zhang Yu silently applauded in her heart, affirming that such actions were indeed warranted. In Chapter 9, titled The Unhoused Supporting Character, Jiang Yun was about to embark on a new position, oblivious to how many connections she would need to forge upon her arrival, especially with significant negotiations underway. By the way, Xiaoyu, what about your housing situation once you get there? Since she had already made the journey, regardless of whether she achieved the desired outcome, she could not simply depart without inquiring further. Initially, she would stay in a hotel, but it was not a sustainable option due to convenience and cost. Thus, she planned to search for an apartment over the weekend, striving to secure a rental within the week. Moreover, she would need to arrange her belongings. Uncertain if she would find a place this week or manage to settle in by the next, Zhang Yu sketched a rudimentary timeline. Ideally, she hoped to secure housing this week. However, some matters were beyond her control, and she would have to be mindful of external circumstances. Would she have to gauge the moods of Zhang Hong and others? This thought darkened her expression considerably. I cannot be certain. I have yet to arrive and am unaware of the work environment. After all, I am not merely a mascot. I need to deliver results. Mom and Dad, I trust you will support my endeavors in this new locale. She scoffed inwardly, not expecting Jiang Yun to offer any assistance. Nor did she anticipate any favors from the Zhang couple. Thus, she felt little inclination to demonstrate any particular effort, believing that merely fulfilling her responsibilities sufficed. Zhang Dague harbored discontent, feeling that Zhang Yu had become increasingly unruly, and resolved to impart a lesson to her. Otherwise, she might truly begin to think herself formidable. Xiaoyu, you are to work out of town, and both your brother and I are quite concerned. After all, you have never left this city, said Jiang Yun with a heavy heart. She held significant reservations about Zhang Yu's decision to abandon her responsibilities in Heezy. I understand, but I have been contemplating a great deal lately. They say that children who remain close to their parents never truly mature or achieve success. Yet, the prospect of changing jobs and starting anew elsewhere fills me with trepidation. This time, my leader has offered me an opportunity, and I wish to seize it. I yearn to prove myself. Initially, I was apprehensive about my parents' well-being once I relocated for work. However, I have found solace in knowing that once I secure my own home next year, my elder brothers and sister will reside nearby, allowing me to care for our parents adequately. Jiang Yun listened intently as Zhang Yu spoke eloquently of her leader's benevolence and how her siblings would look after Zhang Degui and his wife, providing her with reassurance. At that moment, a thought struck her. After acquiring the house, it would indeed feel somewhat unjust. She could have used the rationale of maintaining a certain distance from Zhang Dagui and his wife to avoid frequent visits. Ultimately, they secured a new home. Is there still room for excuses and justifications? Without the presence of Zhang Yu, who is efficient and often reprimanded, Jiang Yun genuinely fears that she will become the one subjected to the most admonishments. Rest assured, your elder brother and sister-in-law will certainly take good care of us. Zhang Dagui replied impatiently. I have also made my plans. When the time comes to rent, I will choose a place near your brother's residence. When we receive the new house, I intend to take one directly opposite your brother's. Your second brother and sister will also reside nearby, and if possible, I would prefer a home within the same building. Zhang Degui believed that Zhang Shouhua and the others would undoubtedly support this choice, for when the entire family gathers, the atmosphere becomes more vibrant, and they need not panic in times of trouble. Living opposite the old man, while the other two children reside in the same building, creates a significant difference. More importantly, aside from Zhang Yi, who moved in due to marriage, both Zhang Shouhua and Zhang Hong's properties are rentals. This time, the old man expressed the hope that they could all live in the same building, which implies a desire for them to also occupy the new home. With such a substantial change, Zhang Yu genuinely wished to inquire whether it was due to her influence. However, she understood that even if she were to voice her query, Zhang Dagui would never concede. He would surely insist that this decision had been made long ago, regardless whether they reside above or below one another. or follow the same arrangements as in their past lives, remains their concern, entirely separate from her impending journey to work in a distant place as the youngest daughter. Father, I believe this arrangement is favorable, as it allows you to frequently see my brother and provides mutual support. However, I am uncertain whether they will be able to uphold the cherished tradition of gathering for weekly dinners at Zhang Degui's home under these circumstances. Regardless of how this situation evolves in the future, at least for now, the intention is commendable. Zhang Degui is entirely disinclined to heed Zhang Yu's suggestions. Had it not been for her, would they truly be in such a chaotic predicament? They might have already begun selecting housing types and discussing compensation with the demolition office. The conditions previously proposed, or rather the agreements, in Zhang Degui's view, are absolutely non-negotiable. Further discussions are necessary. Upon hearing Zhang Degui's words, Zhang Guohua and his wife were utterly exasperated. To think they would reside directly across from Zhang Degui and his spouse, does this not imply that they would be the first to consider them in times of need? The issue lies in the uncertainty of how many years Zhang Yu will work in another city. If she remains away for an extended period, would that not place the responsibility of caring for Zhang Degui and his spouse upon them? The very thought of having to tend to both Zhang Degui and his spouse daily, alongside caring for Zhang Guohua and his son, overwhelms Jiang Yun. She feels utterly incapable of bearing such a burden. It is simply too exhausting. Chapter 10. The Unhoused Supporting Character. I truly feel I have driven your parents and your sister to despair. I should never have gone over. As Zhang Guohua rode his motorcycle ahead, he listened to Jiang Yun's discontented murmurs. In his heart, he wished to express that he had, in fact, advised against visiting their home, yet was unable to resist the insistence of a certain individual. What could he do? Now, it seems that despite not gaining any advantage, the frustration has been directed towards him. He is indeed eager to refute, yet dares not do so. Your parents are no different. In the past, they would incessantly boast about how exceptional they were, yet now that they require assistance, their words ring hollow. Just observe their utterances, wherein lies their support for us. It truly infuriates me. I genuinely believe you merely bear the title of the eldest son, but when it comes to actual benefits, you are left out entirely. Zhang Guohua merely pursed his lips, driving in silence. Since Jiang Yun was clearly upset, he allowed her to vent her feelings. Jiang Yun grumbled all the way home. According to Zhang Guohua's calculations, she was not supposed to continue her complaints, yet this time, he miscalculated. Even upon arriving home, Jiang Yun incessantly muttered, leaving Zhang Guohua wondering what could be done. Zhang Yi, having dined out with colleagues, heard the commotion in the living room and stepped out, asking, Mom and Dad, where have you been? Where else could we have gone? To your grandfather's house. Jiang Yun understood that gaining Zhang Guohua's approval was an impossible feat. She would need to involve Zhang Yi to make any headway. Zhang Yi was taken aback by the situation. It seemed entirely reasonable for their grandparents not to provide a house for his unmarried aunt. She had no obligation to disregard their wishes. Her behavior struck him as quite unfilial. Zhang Yi did not perceive the division of property within the Zhang family as unjust, but rather considered Zhang Yu's actions to be lacking in filial piety. Naturally, he sided with Jiang Yun, having grown up listening to grievances about Zhang Yu. From Zhang Degui to Zhang Hong, lamenting how ineffectual she was. In the hearts of Zhang Yi and the other two children, they held no respect for Zhang Yu, perceiving her merely as an elder devoid of any notable capabilities. Upon learning of Zhang Yu's recent actions, he was filled with indignation and promptly seized the phone. When Jiang Yun observed Zhang Yi picking up the receiver, she inquired, "What are you doing?" He replied, "I am calling Zhang Yu. I must inquire thoroughly about how our grandparents have wronged her and why she neglects them." Zhang Guohua, overhearing Zhang Yi directly address Zhang Yu by her name, felt it was rather inappropriate, yet he chose to remain silent. Otherwise, he would surely reprimand the mother and son duo. The household telephone rang, and if Zhang Yu were present, she would typically answer it. Upon lifting the receiver, she heard a voice on the other end asking, "Zhang Yu?" Although she found the voice somewhat familiar, she could not recall who it belonged to. After a moment's hesitation, she responded, "Hello, this is Zhang Yu. May I ask who you are?" Zhang Yi, brimming with frustration, retorted, "I am Zhang Yi. How could you?" He had meticulously planned how to chastise Zhang Yu. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, the line abruptly went dead with a series of beeps. Zhang Yi stood there in astonishment, pondering the abrupt termination of the call. Zhang Yi was taken aback to discover that it was Zhang Yi who had called. She was well aware that in the eyes of the Zhang family, she was regarded as an object of disdain. Now, He had audaciously addressed her by name. While the original owner of her identity might have tolerated such disrespect, she felt no obligation to endure it. Could she still expect them to provide for her in her old age? Unless she possessed wealth, but if she were affluent, would she even require their support? Just as she turned to leave, the phone rang again. Upon answering, she was met with a barrage of insults from the other end. This time, she was too lazy to hang up the phone and simply placed it on the table while she went about tidying her belongings. If someone insisted on doing so, let them vent their frustrations. Zhang Yu decided to take a shower, wash the clothes she had just changed out of, and hang them out to dry on the balcony. Once all these tasks were completed, she returned to the phone to check if the call had ended. Hearing the busy signal on the other end, she cheerfully hung up. Zhang Yu thought to herself that she had already brushed Zhang Yi off twice. Surely he wouldn't call her again. Reluctantly, she answered the phone once more, initially intending to impart some wisdom to Zhang Yi. However, upon answering, she was met with yet another barrage of foul language from him. This version of Zhang Yi dissuaded Zhang Yu from her intention to educate him, as it was evident that at that moment, Zhang Guohua and his spouse were likely right by his side. Given that this young man had the audacity to call her repeatedly and berate her with such intensity, it was clear that Zhang Guohua and his wife had never thought to instill any sense of discipline in him. If they, as his parents, had no desire to educate him properly, why should she, the least significant member of the Zhang family, assume the responsibility of guiding the family's eldest grandson? This young man had indeed grown in stature over the years, yet his intellect seemed to have stagnated. Otherwise, he would not have squandered the opportunity to work at a respectable state-owned enterprise, supported by the influence of Zhang Guohua and his spouse. With a little more initiative, he could have ascended to a leadership position. Instead, he squandered a promising hand, achieving little progress over the course of more than a decade. Despite the advantages he had at his disposal, this clearly illustrates that Zhang Yi is akin to an unyielding mass of mud. If that is the case, then let him continue to embody that role. Zhang Yu interjected, stating, if you wish to criticize, then do so, but remember that your father is the eldest son. Your mother is the eldest daughter-in-law, and you are the eldest grandson. Zhang Yu continued, since your parents frequently invoke their identities, they ought to bear more responsibilities. One should not constantly yearn for a larger share of the family fortune while refusing to shoulder the associated duties. If I renounce the Zhang family's inheritance, or if it is entirely out of consideration for me, then one cannot expect me to take on all the responsibilities. Zhang Yu further remarked, parents are the guardians of all. Why is there such dissent when your parents assist in tidying up? If you believe your parents cannot manage such tasks, then out of filial piety, why do you not lend a helping hand? She added, you complain incessantly about others' lack of filial piety. Well, if you are so dutiful, then you should step up, otherwise refrain from your incessant prattle. Zhang Yu concluded, all right, I shall end this call now, and you ought to cease your attempts to reach me. After uttering these words, she promptly hung up the phone and disconnected the line. It is truly ironic how they profess their devotion to filial duty while simultaneously shirking from actual labor, yet still have the audacity to criticize others for their perceived lack of piety. Zhang Yi was aware that this call would undoubtedly infuriate Zhang Yi, but so what? No one is obligated to coddle them. Chapter 11. The unhoused female supporting character. Just as Zhang Yu completed these tasks, she noticed Pan Wan, clad in pajamas, gazing at her with a look of astonishment. Well, she knew that her earlier words must have reached the elderly matriarch, but she felt no trepidation. Mother, have you not taken a moment to rest? Pan Wan gazed at the smiling Zhang Yu before her and recalled the words she had just spoken into the microphone. It truly felt as though she were not conversing with the same individual. Taking a deep breath, she inquired, whom did you just speak with on the phone? Zhang Yu, aware that the other party likely had an inkling, hesitated before revealing it was Zhang Yi. He directly addressed me as Zhang Yu, showing no regard for my status as an elder. She continued, you cannot dismiss him as merely a child. He is already earning a living and is a member of society. He is no longer a child. Zhang Yu understood the perspective of Zhang Dugui and his spouse, who often attributed the immaturity of Zhang Yi and his siblings to their youth, insisting that she should be more accommodating. This time, however, she had effectively blocked any attempts to justify Zhang Yi's actions. Pan Wan's words left Zhang Yu at a loss for explanation, as she had previously maintained that Zhang Yi was merely a child, urging her to be forgiving. I have also stated that they are the eldest son and grandson. If he feels overwhelmed by his mother's labor, it is quite simple. He can take on those responsibilities himself. As for me, I do not claim any inheritance from the Zhang family, so I cannot shoulder all the blame. Our parents are the responsibility of us all. Everyone must contribute. It cannot be that every issue falls solely upon my shoulders, as if it is my duty alone. If one day I choose to withdraw, it would be deemed my fault, my lack of filial piety. I initially wished to remain silent, but hearing Zhang Yi's sentiments suggests that I am to blame. I believe it is imperative for everyone to understand that caring for our parents is not solely my responsibility, it is a collective duty. I once believed that my contributions to the family would be cherished in the hearts of all, yet I now realize that no one remembers. They only perceive me as a person of little worth, one who has not achieved success in her career and still requires the care of her parents. In truth, who is truly caring for whom? Zhang Yu lifted her gaze towards Pan Wan, who had not anticipated that Zhang Yu would voice her discontent so boldly before departing. Leaving her at a loss for words, Pan Wan lowered her head, too intimidated to meet Zhang Yu's eyes, and the latter understood that she should not expect any words of consolation from the former. My father is right. My brothers had already established their careers by my age. I cannot end up with neither a family nor a successful career. I cannot remain without support in my old age. Zhang Yu emphasized the last 4 words. Pan Wan, upon hearing this, became flustered, exclaiming, "How can you say you will be without support? You still have nephews and nieces, and also Zhang Yi and the others." Zhang Yu chuckled coldly. "Mother, do you truly believe they will not look down upon me? Will they care for me when I am old? Do you think my brothers will remind Zhang Yi and the others to take good care of me?" Zhang Yu had no desire to listen to Pan Wan's attempts to explain further. "Mother, I am not foolish. My previous silence was not due to ignorance, but rather the realization that speaking would change nothing. However, I have come to understand that ultimately, I can only rely on myself. I must strive to earn money and endeavor to secure a place in a prestigious nursing home for the future. Mother, it is getting late. You should rest early and not dwell too much on these matters. My sister-in-law and her family harbor some discontent towards me. However, I am aware that they will not refrain from assisting you in packing your belongings. After all, the Zhang family of 3 still anticipates the house that their elderly parents own, and they will undoubtedly lend their efforts. And what about you?" Pan Wan gazed eagerly at Zhang Yu. "Since we are all employed, it is only natural that the items will be sifted through by you and my sister-in-law together. Thus, I must consult with you to ascertain how to organize everything. I will tend to the kitchen and other areas, as I am, after all, a guest. Mother, you often say that as guests, we need not engage in labor. A guest?" Pan Wan was astounded by Zhang Yu's characterization of her status within the Zhang household. She was truly taken aback. "I cannot predict how many years I will spend away from home." Zhang Yu expressed his helplessness, remarking that those who previously took positions at the subsidiary are still employed there. Perhaps there are simply too many individuals within the group company. The vacancy I leave may swiftly be filled by someone else. Although I am not entering the group company, but rather a newly established subsidiary, I will nonetheless hold the significant position of financial director. Even though another company in a different region may also have a financial director, that role is often little more than a symbolic presence. In contrast, the financial director of this newly formed subsidiary is a position of genuine authority. However, it remains uncertain whether the transfer of that colleague was a standard job relocation or if it was influenced by someone else's efforts behind the scenes. Continuing to work at the subsidiary in a distant location is indeed a commendable choice. After all, the overseas allowances are quite substantial. Being a mere mascot isn't such a bad prospect, is it? However, they will inevitably leave behind a will, designating the house to Zhang Yi, as he is the grandson of the Zhang family. It was unexpected that Zhang Yu might remain away for many years. In light of this, can they still harbor hopes for this daughter? With such expectations dashed, Pan Wan's expression shifted dramatically. "If you cannot care for us, you should understand that regarding the house, I shall not lay claim to it. After all, there are both grandsons and granddaughters, along with grandchildren, all of whom are keeping a keen eye on the matter." Zhang Yu expressed that if Pan Wan and the others intended to bestow the house upon her, there would be no need to mention it, as she genuinely would not care. Zhang Yu's hasty dismissal of the issue left Pan Wan feeling quite hurt. "You must realize, without a house in your name, what will become of you in your old age?" Pan Wan still wished to strive a bit more. Regarding this matter, Zhang Yu asserted that she was in no rush, stating, "I will consider it, mother, so do not worry." She refrained from discussing the purchase of a house, for fear of attracting undue attention. Chapter 12. The houseless supporting character. Upon seeing her in such a state, Pan Wan inquired, "What took you so long to come down? Is something amiss?" Hesitantly, Pan Wan recounted the phone call from Zhang Yi and relayed Zhang Yu's words in detail. Zhang Dagui never anticipated encountering such a situation. Regarding Zhang Yi's calling Zhang Yu by her name, it was indeed inappropriate for Xiao Yi. Despite her aunt's shortcomings, how could she address her directly? I had previously mentioned that Xiao Yi and the others looked down upon Xiao Yu, and you should have taken the opportunity to correct them. Now, look where we are. Xiao Yu has truly exploded in this regard. As Zhang Dagui pondered this, a possibility struck him. Could her acceptance of the leadership's offer to work out of town be related to this? He had been contemplating the reasons behind Zhang Yu's decision to relocate, and now he believed he had discovered the answer. If she has indeed exploded, what does it matter? She does not own a house. Pan Wan also harbored disdain for Zhang Yu, believing she could never afford a home. If she were to move out of town, would her salary not increase? Have you inquired about her potential earnings once she arrives there? Even if Zhang Dagui himself did not relocate, he could surmise that the income would be substantial. Otherwise, why would she choose to go? Moreover, would there be no allowances for her out of town? I can assure you that perhaps if she spends a few years away, the allowances alone could cover a down payment on a house. At this realization, Zhang Dagui suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. It seemed that girl might indeed be contemplating purchasing property. Despite his earlier assertions about Zhang Yu's potential earnings after moving, which he had dismissed, the notion of her possibly being able to afford a down payment left Pan Wan astonished. Were the allowances truly that generous? I cannot say for certain, but they must be considerable. Otherwise, how could that girl confidently claim she needed no assistance from the family's assets? However, Pan Wan still felt that given Zhang Yu's abilities, it was inconceivable for him to purchase a house. Zhang Dagui cast a glance at Pan Wan and said, "Just wait and see, Xiao Yu. Even if he cannot afford a large house, acquiring a small one is still within reach. Nonetheless, this may be for the best. Once she buys a home, it will ultimately belong to the Zhang family." Zhang Dagui recalled his eldest grandson, Zhang Yi, and sighed. The lad had been spoiled by his parents, lacking an understanding of the ways of the world, yet he fancied himself quite impressive. During a recent phone call with an old friend, he was informed that Zhang Yi exhibited an excessive amount of individuality. Oh, Pan Wan was taken aback to learn that someone would describe Zhang Yi in such terms. Individuality? What was wrong with him? Those who have navigated the professional realm know that the term individuality is hardly a compliment. What could be done? When his superior instructed him on a task and inquired if he understood how to proceed, he confidently asserted that he did. The leader suggested that if he encountered any confusion, he should seek guidance. Yet, he failed to consult anyone and proceeded according to his own thoughts and methods, resulting in utter chaos. Consequently, the leader reprimanded him, but he refused to acknowledge his mistakes, instead claiming that someone was envious of him and was sabotaging his efforts. Zhang Dagui had initially refrained from sharing this, as he wished to preserve some dignity for his grandson, but he could no longer tolerate it. Perhaps there truly was someone undermining him? As the eldest grandson, Zhang Yi had grown up under the watchful eyes of Zhang Dagui and his wife, with the matriarch lavishing affection upon him in abundance. In her eyes, Zhang Yi is nothing short of perfect, possessing an array of admirable qualities without a single flaw. Zhang Dagui could only sigh in resignation, acknowledging that, indeed, in your perspective, your grandson is exemplary in every regard. He found himself at a loss for words, intending to voice his thoughts, but ultimately refraining, deciding it best to remain silent. After all, in Pan Wan's heart and eyes, Zhang Yi is impeccable. She understood that Zhang Dagui might once again attribute Zhang Yi's lack of success to her influence, as though she were not indulgent towards him at all. Should I recount how you typically dote on him? Pan Wan gazed at Zhang Dagui with a playful smile, for after years of marriage, they were well aware of each other's habits. Zhang Dagui, however, would not allow Pan Wan to voice such observations, conceding instead, "Very well, it is all my fault. Let us not delve into whose indulgence has spoiled Zhang Yi. Our focus should be on how to alter his attitude, if he continues to look down upon Xiao Yu. I assure you, once she finds financial success, she will hardly remember his existence. Perhaps it is not only Xiao Yu. Even Xiao Xian and the others may forget him altogether." Zhang Dagui paused to ponder this matter and suddenly recognized a pressing issue. The relationship between Zhang Guohua and Zhang Yu seemed equally mediocre. "Old lady, have you noticed that Xiao Yu's relationship with her brothers is rather lackluster? Is it?" Pan Wan was taken aback by Zhang Dagui's unexpected observation, incredulous that he had uncovered such a concern. How could it not be? Zhang Dagua articulated his recent discoveries, yearning for Pan Wan's affirmation. Initially, Pan Wan failed to realize that Guo Hua and his companions were either discussing work or their children. What could Xiaoyu possibly contribute to such conversations? After years of diligent service as a mere accountant, she found herself devoid of meaningful topics to share with Guo Hua and the others. When it came to discussions about children, as someone who had neither married nor born offspring, how could she engage with them? Pan Wan perceived this not as a flaw in Guo Hua and his group, but rather as a lack of common ground between them. Furthermore, she sometimes wondered if Xiaoyu's peculiar temperament stemmed from her unmarried status. Occasionally, when Guo Hua and the others broached topics she could partake in, she displayed no inclination to join the conversation, opting instead to remain quietly on the sidelines. What else could they do? They could hardly impose work upon themselves. Moreover, Guo Hua and his colleagues, after a long week, were weary, and they were guests in this setting. Pan Wan felt there was no justification to burden guests with labor. After all, Xiaoyu frequently cooked, and she excelled in those tasks. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dagua cast a helpless glance at Pan Wan, as if to remind her that Xiaoyu also had a job and surely experienced fatigue like anyone else. Indeed, starting tomorrow, you shall cook if Jiang Yun does not come. Zhang Dagua felt a sudden wave of unease, uncertain if Jiang Yun would be willing to prepare meals. If she declined, what would become of their future dining arrangements? You must also embark on a journey of self-improvement. I shall grant you a month's time. Shall you be able to prepare a meal that satisfies my expectations? As a father-in-law, he cannot command Jiang Yun to perform this task or that, but fear not, for Pan Wan is still present. Chapter 13. The unhoused supporting character 13, since it was agreed that the Zhang family would pick her up after Zhang Yu rose. She prepared an additional breakfast for the driver. Although it was a task urged by her superior, it still felt like an inconvenience to the other party. Pan Wan had not rested well throughout the night. Even in her dreams, she found herself cooking, which startled her considerably. It had been years since she last stepped into the kitchen, and yet now, it seemed to fall upon her shoulders once more. Seeing Zhang Yu preparing breakfast, Pan Wan's mood soured, and her irritation flared. Oh, aren't you leaving? Why are you still making breakfast? Is she venting her frustrations on me? Zhang Yu paused momentarily before responding calmly. Indeed, this is my last meal in this household. Zhang Yu quickly finished her breakfast, then waited for the driver to arrive. Throughout the process, she refrained from engaging in conversation with Pan Wan, understanding that due to her impending departure, Pan Wan was undoubtedly upset. After all, these matters would soon be hers to manage. Who could remain cheerful under such circumstances? When the vehicle finally halted at the alley's entrance, Zhang Yu and the driver made several trips to load her belongings. Mother, I am leaving now. Please take good care of yourself and father. Regardless of the situation, one must maintain appearances. Pan Wan glanced at Zhang Yu with a complex mix of emotions. To be honest, she could not comprehend how a person could undergo such a rapid and profound transformation to the point of being nearly unrecognizable. You say it's so nice to stay at home. Why must you venture out? What if you fall ill while away? What will you do then? Despite knowing that expressing her concerns at this moment might be futile, she felt compelled to offer her advice. Mom, please don't worry. I will take good care of myself. You and Dad must also look after yourselves. Zhang Yu embraced Pan Wan once more. Mom, I'm leaving now. With her bag slung over her shoulder, Zhang Yu strode confidently away, bidding farewell to the familiar faces of their old neighbors along the way. Curiosity is inherent in the nature of the Chinese people, and upon learning that Zhang Yu intended to work in another city, their first reaction was to speculate whether it was related to the recent demolition concerning the Zhang family. Among the 3 children of the Zhang family, only Zhang Yu had not received a property allocation. In light of the neighbors' incessant inquiries, Zhang Yu firmly denied any connection to the housing situation, as she had never been particularly concerned about those properties. My job transfer is unrelated to the demolition. Regardless of whether our home is being razed, my superiors have assigned me to work out of town, and that is my priority, she stated with a cheerful smile. The neighbors had their own interpretations of her explanation, but that was beyond her concern. By the way, Xiaoyu, if your family is moving and needs help packing, I'm here for you, called out an elderly woman who had a good rapport with Pan Wan. My sister-in-law has promised to assist in organizing things when the time comes. If this is indeed the case, their manner of eating is truly unbecoming. Moreover, there are still Guo Hua and a few others. There is an elderly lady who frequently hears from Pan Wan about how dutiful her grandchildren are, and she is quite eager to observe whether the remaining children of the Zhang family are as filial as claimed. Among these old neighbors, who is unaware that whenever Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Dagwai feel unwell, it is their daughter Zhang Yu who tirelessly tends to them? It can be said that the one truly laboring within the Zhang household is this foolish girl, yet in the mouths of Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Dagwai, this daughter is deemed inept. Now, it appears that Zhang Yu is preparing to work out of town, leaving the so-called dutiful descendants of the Zhang family to ponder who among them possesses the audacity to take on such responsibilities. And then there are my elder brothers. Zhang Yu does not consider how the neighbors, who utter these words, truly feel in their hearts. If blame is to be assigned, it lies with Zhang Dagwei for having elevated their status too highly, coupled with the fact that each one of them is concerned about their reputation. Thus, for the sake of maintaining the facade of filial piety, regardless of their inner reluctance, they have no choice but to persevere. Zhang Yu felt that this morning was indeed splendid. They were about to depart, yet they were still digging their own graves. Quite amusing. After all, for the sake of so-called reputation, one must certainly bear a greater burden. With a cheerful disposition, Zhang Yu settled into the vehicle, and the driver, noticing her joyful demeanor, immediately thought, "Ms. Zhang, is your house about to be demolished?" "This is hardly a secret," Zhang Yu acknowledged with a simple, "Yes, the notice has already been issued." The driver had seen the Zhang residence earlier and made a rough estimate, then exclaimed, "Congratulations, Ms. Zhang. You are about to strike it rich. Such a grand residence, when faced with demolition, would surely yield several properties in compensation. Is that not a fortune?" Indeed, were the roles reversed, her spirits would undoubtedly soar with joy. Congratulations to her? Zhang Yu offered a faint smile, but lamented that the impending demolition of her family home held no relevance for her. The driver paused, bewildered by her words. What could she possibly mean by that? "I have 2 elder brothers and an older sister. They each have a share, and so do my parents. It is not as if she stands to gain anything from the demolition. This wealth does not pertain to her in the slightest." Naturally, an explanation was in order. The driver was genuinely taken aback. "No share for you?" While it was somewhat surprising to learn that Zhang Yu had 2 brothers and a sister, the notion that she would not benefit from such a substantial property demolition left him perplexed. Zhang Yu simply replied, "You see, anyone would be astonished to learn that she has no stake in it. Perhaps it is related to the fact that I am not married. Nevertheless, it is ultimately her parents' property, and how they choose to divide it is their prerogative." The driver, known for his conversational skills, remarked, "Zhang, I believe one should possess their own home. Regardless of its size, a personal dwelling is paramount. It must be a sanctuary that one can call their own. No matter the circumstances, one should never fear being displaced, particularly someone like you, who has no children." The driver understood all too well. It seemed he believed that since Zhang Yu had no offspring, granting her a house would be a waste. Yet, in his eyes, it was precisely her situation that rendered her in greater need of a home. Although the nephews and nieces are well-meaning, they must also attend to their parents, leaving little energy to care for their aunt, especially one without a home. The driver, a person who frequently ventures out, possesses a discerning eye. Otherwise, he would not have dared to broach this subject. Chapter 14. The homeless supporting character look. Even the driver feels he cannot fully depend on his nephews and nieces. It is fortunate to have a place to call one's own. Zhang Yu does not believe that Zhang Dagwei and his wife have not considered this matter. Or perhaps they simply do not care about the future of their youngest daughter. All they desire is a comfortable old age, surrounded by the company of their descendants. Indeed, I must strive to earn money for myself. If sent on assignment, the compensation is substantial. The driver, discerning the implication in Zhang Yu's words, understands he is dealing with an astute individual, who in the company is unaware of the fact that being assigned to this unit is merely a title of director. In reality, it is a position devoid of power, as the organization dispatches personnel to oversee the finances there. The employees at that company, from top to bottom, would hardly welcome Zhang Yu. Yet, due to the group's status as a major shareholder, they must tolerate her presence. Nonetheless, the benefits are not lacking, given her esteemed position. Thus, it suffices, I do not expect to wield power, merely to fulfill the tasks assigned by the company. After all, there is a financial manager present to handle social engagements. Zhang Yu is already aware of her role, which entails monitoring the inflow and outflow of funds for the subsidiary, overseeing contracts, and managing expense reimbursements, among other duties. As for the rest, she would refrain from intervening. If one chooses to be deaf, one must do so with utmost seriousness. However, the necessary tasks must still be accomplished. The conglomerate has invested considerable resources to bring her on board, not merely to serve as a decorative figure. Zhang Yu has already contemplated her approach for the forthcoming circumstances. Regarding her personal aspirations, she has resolved to obtain a registered certification. Although many assert that the CPA examination poses significant challenges, it pales in comparison to the complexities of the future. Even if she has no intentions of working in an accounting firm, possessing additional credentials while employed at a large corporation could prove advantageous. One never knows when such qualifications may be required. After enjoying lunch at the service station, she resumed her journey, arriving at the company shortly after 2 in the afternoon. Just before 3, Zhang Yu had anticipated that the subsidiary's demeanor would not be particularly welcoming. However, upon discovering that the company executives were absent and only a financial manager was there to greet her, she couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Was this meant to be a show of authority? Zhang Yu suspected this could be the case, though others would undoubtedly deny it, and she could not press for answers. Fortunately, despite the absence of upper management, her office was quite pleasant, complete with a private restroom and a lounge area. Nevertheless, one could not overlook the fact that the office was somewhat distanced from the finance department. As she walked towards the finance section, Zhang Yu jested about the considerable distance. The financial manager internally concurred, as the effort to keep Zhang Yu at arm's length from the finance department had, after all, cost a vice president's office. I find myself pondering whether it might be too much to ask for you to come to my office to present a certain data report, particularly if it entails bringing along documentation, as I genuinely fear it may prove exhausting. After wandering around the finance department, Zhang Yu pointed to a corner and requested, "Could you please add a position for me here?" The finance manager stood momentarily taken aback, as did the bustling staff around him, who were well aware that the company had gone to great lengths to ensure this financial director remained distanced from the finance department, providing her with a splendid office. It appeared, however, that the leadership's arrangements had gone awry. This newly appointed financial director was not to be trifled with. Although Zhang Yu had hurriedly stepped into her role, once her selection was confirmed, the company took it upon themselves to investigate her background. To put it succinctly, she was previously a modest finance officer, having labored in that capacity for several years, leading many to underestimate her capabilities, viewing her merely as someone who vacated positions for others. Thus, it was assumed that her abilities warranted little concern. She would simply be supported, and any necessary data reports would be prepared for her. Yet, the current circumstances suggested she was far from an easy target. Having waited in silence for quite some time without receiving a response, Zhang Yu fixed her gaze upon the now dumbfounded finance manager. "Is that not permissible?" The finance manager, genuinely flustered, stammered in response. Though he wielded considerable authority within the finance department, it was undeniable that she held a superior position as the financial director, a figure of significant stature. Should the situation escalate, it would not matter how influential he was. He would find himself at a loss. Zhang Yu noticed a small office belonging to the finance manager within the finance department. If it proves inconvenient, she suggested she could work in your office. Upon entering the finance manager's office and surveying the space, she proposed removing the sofa to accommodate a desk. Though it might feel a bit cramped, she deemed it acceptable. Zhang Yu firmly insisted on either being assigned a different office adjacent to the finance department or being provided a desk within it. As she spoke, the door remained ajar, allowing her words to circulate beyond the confines of the office. Those working outside paused, collectively inhaling sharply, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they exchanged glances. They all pondered the same question. How had such rumors emerged about her? Given that she was not someone easily intimidated, it was perplexing how they concluded she lacked competence. After all, if she were truly inept, how could she be entrusted with such responsibilities? A sense of dread permeated their thoughts. What would happen next? Would they face an avalanche of complications? The finance director clearly had her own agenda and powerful backing, seemingly indifferent to the opinions of higher-ups. Yet, what of these underlings? They appeared to be the unfortunate pawns in a game far beyond their control. All they could do was hope that whatever conflicts unfolded among the leaders would remain at their level, sparing them from the fallout. Zhang Yu turned her gaze toward the finance manager, who could no longer bear the pressure. Sharing an office with her would complicate matters. How could they possibly converse about work? Forget it. The finance manager decided not to dwell on the matter any longer. This issue must be reported to someone in a position of authority above, and it is up to them to determine the course of action. In this way, if any dissatisfaction arises from the leadership, it will not be his concern. The finance manager expressed that changing offices is a significant matter that requires approval from superiors. Zhang Yu, understanding the necessity of seeking such approval, was prepared to wait. Chapter 15. The unhoused supporting character. The finance manager escorted Zhang Yu to an adjacent office in the finance department. Director Zhang, this office is rather simplistic, he remarked. It lacks an independent restroom and a lounge. Although he recognized it might not sway Zhang Yu's decision, the finance manager felt compelled to exert further effort. This must be the finance director's office. The previous one seemed more fitting for the CEO. I am aware of how you perceive me, he continued. You have your perspective, and I have mine. Even as a mere mascot, I cannot be blind to reality. I will report the company's data as required. By the way, these are the materials I need. Could you indicate when they might be available? Zhang Yu had contemplated this matter last night and intended to determine the best way to approach it upon arriving at the company. Despite the original character being regarded by many as an unremarkable accountant, she had gained valuable experience in two newly established companies. She understood how to effectively navigate a company's financial landscape and identify issues through data analysis. During the tenure of the former leader, whenever there was an acquisition of the company, Zhang Yu participated in the process, although many perceived her merely as a minor player. A figure merely sent by her superiors to enhance her credentials, some seasoned financial staff recognized that Zhang Yu was not merely there for superficial appearances. She possessed the capability to uncover numerous financial discrepancies. The finance manager understood that retaining Zhang Yu in her previous office was a formidable challenge. Unexpectedly, she not only rejected such suggestions, but also insisted on receiving a substantial amount of documentation. Upon glancing at the note she handed him, the finance manager felt a wave of cold sweat course through him. If these documents were to be provided, it would enable Zhang Yu to gain control over a significant portion of the company's cash flow. Although the financial records appeared to be in order, the finance manager, despite feeling a sense of pride, could not shake the anxiety that Zhang Yu might discern something amiss. At that moment, he recalled someone mentioning that Zhang Yu had been involved in several acquisition deals. While the individual had dismissed her contributions as merely a means to gain experience, the finance manager now considered that Zhang Yu might not be as inept as she seemed. She likely possessed genuine expertise. When can you provide me with the documentation? Zhang Yu inquired. The finance manager pondered briefly before responding. Would Monday suffice? That works, Zhang Yu confirmed without hesitation. If there is anything needed for the office, who should I approach? The finance manager exhaled in relief. He had initially feared she would demand the materials by the next day, which would have posed significant difficulties. What do you need? She continued. A potted plant and a new printer, she specified. Zhang Yu requested several office supplies and thereafter ceased to voice further demands. Recognizing that minor items could be procured independently without necessitating additional purchases by the company, the office location had already been determined. The next matter at hand was personal. Should she reside in the accommodation provided by the company or seek a place of her own? Conveniently, a two-bedroom apartment had recently become vacant near the company, having been newly renovated and aired for several months. Initially designated for a supervisor, it was now prioritized for Zhang Yu's accommodation. Upon hearing of the ready-to-move-in apartment, Zhang Yu promptly accompanied the financial manager to inspect it. It must be noted that this apartment truly was the epitome of a ready-to-live-in space, with cleaning services already completed. Significantly, it was merely a 10-minute walk from the company, surrounded by well-established amenities including a large general hospital, a farmer's market, a major supermarket, and a bustling commercial street, all within a 10-minute stroll. The apartment comprised one bedroom and a study. However, this arrangement precluded her from purchasing a home to rent for herself, as the company had already provided her with housing, making it impractical to incur rental costs. Nevertheless, she resolved to disregard this complication, recognizing that acquiring a property for rental purposes remained a viable future endeavor. Ultimately, purchasing a home was imperative, serving as her most substantial security. Seeing that Zhang Yu expressed no objections to the apartment, the financial manager exhaled in relief, affirming their decision. Furthermore, she was informed that she would not be responsible for utility and property management fees, as the company would cover these expenses. The inclusion of water utility fees particularly delighted Zhang Yu, given their considerable expense. Zhang Yu decided to move in today, sparing herself the need to stay at a hotel. In the evening, she treated the driver to dinner, realizing that his purpose in coming here was solely to escort her. Although the furniture and appliances were all in place, the residence resembled a model home, necessitating the addition of various small items. Nevertheless, it must be said that the essentials were thoughtfully provided, including pots, bowls, and utensils. After performing some simple stretching exercises in her new abode, Zhang Yu took a shower in preparation for sleep. For her, there was no sense of discomfort. But for the couple, Zhang Dagui and his wife, it was a different story, filled with various forms of unease. Zhang Yu prepared breakfast, while lunch was to be made by Pan Wan. Despite having cooked dinner the previous night, her role was mostly to assist Zhang Yu. Now, without anyone to lend a hand, Pan Wan found herself in a flurry trying to prepare lunch, but upon tasting it, Zhang Dagui declared it unpalatable. "Is this lunch? It resembles swine fodder. How do you even cook?" he exclaimed in frustration, insisting he would eat out instead. Yet, hadn't he just complained about the unsatisfactory food outside? Pan Wan, after sampling her own cooking, found her defense utterly deflated. The meal she had prepared was indeed overly salty, and the elderly woman gazed at the food on the table with no desire to partake. After some contemplation, Pan Wan decided to accompany Zhang Dagui to dine out. The elderly couple ordered a meat dish, a soup, and a vegetable, which ended up costing them around 70 to 80. Zhang Dagui, upon receiving the bill, felt his heart bleed from the expense, exclaiming how exorbitant it was. Pan Wan also lamented the cost, acknowledging how expensive it truly was. "I find that this meal pales in comparison to the culinary delights prepared by the second daughter. With such mediocre cooking skills, I truly cannot fathom why it is so exorbitantly priced." Zhang Dagui is currently most displeased at the mere mention of Zhang Yu's name. Why bring it up at all? That girl has already sought employment in another city. I have long suspected that she is not a virtuous person. Her sudden change of demeanor upon discovering she has no claim to the house is telling. Chapter 16. The unhoused supporting character. The elderly couple believes that Zhang Yu's behavior stems from her exclusion from the property, failing to perceive any injustice in their actions. This lack of understanding only serves to deepen Zhang Yu's heartache, as they remain convinced that their decisions are justified. Pan Wan nodded incessantly in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, that is precisely the case. However, it matters not. Although the second daughter neglects us, we still have the eldest and the others. They will surely not abandon us." Pan Wan maintains her faith in Zhang Guohua and his family. "It is imperative that they do not disregard us. Otherwise, how could we possibly provide them with a house?" Zhang Dagui exclaimed indignantly. "By the way, the eldest will be coming over today to prepare dinner. You should lend a hand. It is quite unacceptable for you to be utterly incapable in the kitchen. Honestly, how can one not even manage to prepare a single meal? If this continues, we shall be compelled to dine out every day at noon, which incurs a significant expense. Even if we spend as little as 60 each day, that amounts to a staggering 1,800 by the end of the month, coupled with other expenses. It is fair to say that a single salary may hardly suffice. Why not allow the elder brother and his family to reside at our home? With Xiaoyu having moved out, it would be convenient for the elder brother's wife to prepare breakfast and lunch." Pan Wan cautiously suggested the idea she had previously entertained. Zhang Dagui pondered for a moment and deemed it acceptable, stating he had no objections and that she should proceed as she sees fit. Naturally, Pan Wan had no reservations either. Even though 3 additional people would be living in the house, at least there would be someone to assist with household chores. She had already considered that once Zhang Guohua and his family moved in, there would be help with the housework, which could be entrusted to Zhang Yun. After all, Zhang Yun already manages household tasks at her own home, so she could do the same here. Moreover, Xiaoyu was growing older, and future marital expenses would require financial resources. Acquiring a house and renovating it would also demand a considerable amount of money. The elder couple only had a limited income, which barely sufficed for their needs. If they lived with us, they could save on their salaries. This way, when Xiaoyu matures and prepares for marriage, he would not lament the lack of funds. The more Pan Wan contemplated this arrangement, the more convinced she became that it was the optimal solution, and Zhang Dagui was equally agreeable. "Very well, you may handle the arrangements. There is no need to consult me," he stated. Zhang Dagui's demands were simple. He wished for good food, drink, and accommodation, without the burden of worries. As she sat at her desk, she found herself troubled, pondering what to prepare for dinner. Although her culinary skills were adequate, they paled in comparison to Zhang Yu's, whose cooking could rival that of a small restaurant chef. Yet, even with Zhang Dagui's discerning palate, the prospect of her cooking brought uncertainty, leaving Zhang Yun unsure of how to proceed. With a resigned sigh, the more she contemplated, the more her anger intensified. It was truly incomprehensible how Zhang Yu had opted to work out of town. Yet, she could not lay blame, as the house had no bearing on her, and Zhang Yu's decision to pursue employment elsewhere rendered her indifferent to the financial affairs of the Zhang family. Consequently, She felt no need to maintain a facade. Jiang Yun sighed in exasperation as Zhang Yu waved goodbye, dismissing the household's trivial matters. Nevertheless, she could not suppress her hopes. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's sigh, her colleagues inquired about her well-being, curious if she was beset by troubles. Having worked alongside each other for many years, they were well acquainted. And after some light-hearted banter, they brushed the matter aside. Deep down, she understood that regardless of the grievances and challenges she faced, relying on anyone but herself was futile. Could she depend on Zhang Guohua or Zhang Yi? Jiang Yun recognized the futility of such expectations. They were all pampered young masters. And she shuddered to think of the scorn Pan one would cast upon her for assigning tasks to the father and son duo. Seated at her desk, she recalled the previous day's phone call from Zhang Yi to Zhang Yu, which had ended either in disconnection or derision, with Zhang Yi questioning why, if he were filial, he did not engage in work himself. Zhang Yu knew that Zhang Yu had long since relegated the responsibility of their elder care to Zhang Yi, especially since Zhang Yu had chosen not to marry or bear children. In the past, Zhang Yu had been quite generous to Zhang Yi, frequently treating him to food and other necessities, yet it had been ages since she had done so. As for monetary support, that too had become a rarity. Initially, she had overlooked it, given that Zhang Yu had not provided for Zhang Xin and the others either. However, upon reflection, it was clear that this was the crux of the issue. If she had not already harbored her own intentions, how could she possibly refrain from purchasing items for Zhang Yi and the others? It is well known that Zhang Yu has always exhibited a conciliatory demeanor towards the three children. Presently, however, Jiang Yun felt a twinge of anxiety, yet upon further reflection, she questioned why she should be concerned. With Zhang Yu's rather unremarkable appearance, which man would find her appealing? In her youth, she had not attracted any suitors, and now, approaching her 40s, who would still pursue her? Even if a man did express interest, it would likely be with the ulterior motive of securing a caretaker for himself. Not only would Zhang Dagui and his wife disapprove, but Zhang Yu herself would also object. After all, had she been willing to take on the role of a stepmother, she would have married long ago, would she not? For Zhang Yun, as long as Zhang Yu remains unmarried, all is well. She remains part of the Zhang family and will rely on them for her twilight years. Among the three children, the one with the greatest prospects is certainly Zhang Yi, for he is the one to carry on the Zhang lineage. Zhang Xin is clever and excels academically, but ultimately, she is destined to marry. As for Lu Jian, Zhang Hong's son, he is even less worthy of consideration. Merely bearing the Lu surname has effectively excluded him. She is confident that as long as Zhang Dagui and his wife are present, they will undoubtedly advocate for Zhang Yi. And Zhang Yu, being so obedient, would comply. Thus, Zhang Yu's current assignment away from home may indeed be a fortuitous development. By being away, she can earn more money, and not purchasing items for Zhang Yi and the others would only mean she could reserve more funds for him in the future. Or when Zhang Yi eventually marries, as his sister-in-law, would Zhang Yu not be able to offer financial support? Although the exact amount of money Zhang Yu possesses remains uncertain, it is presumed to be no less than 200,000. When Zhang Yi prepares for his wedding, the bride price shall be borne by her. As for the expenses related to home decoration, that will be a shared investment from both parents. The furnishings and appliances will be arranged by the bride's family, while the banquet costs have already been thoughtfully considered by Jiang Yun, who believes it is best for them to cover those expenses rather than relying on others. With a meticulous plan in place for covering Zhang Yi's wedding costs, Jiang Yun felt a sense of elation. Even in the face of the critical remarks from Zhang Dagui and his family, her spirits soared. Chapter 17. The unmarried supporting role. As Zhang Yu treated the driver to a meal at the restaurant, Jiang Yun was anxiously listening to Zhang Dagui's reprimands. Zhang Dagui recognized that Zhang Yu was the best cook in the family, yet he believed that the other's culinary skills should not be dismissed, as cooking is fundamentally the same task. Although Pan Wan's cooking left much to be desired, given her long absence from the kitchen, Jiang Yun was different. Over the years, she had been responsible for preparing meals and taking care of Zhang Guohua and his son quite well. However, it turned out that his expectations of the eldest daughter-in-law's cooking were somewhat inflated, as the dishes were merely a slight improvement over pig feed. Tell me, in terms of flavor, aroma, and presentation, where do you excel? Your cooking is only marginally better than your mother-in-law's. At least it isn't overly sweet. Zhang Dagui sighed in resignation. Really, eldest daughter-in-law, you must enhance your culinary skills. Otherwise, enduring this fare daily is hardly feasible. For Zhang Yun, The daily ritual of preparing dinner feels akin to traversing through hell, a relentless ordeal. Now, they have unexpectedly imposed upon her family of 3 the burden of residing in this place, a notion she finds utterly intolerable. She is aware of the responsibilities that Zhang Yu once managed at home, such as rising early to prepare breakfast, followed by the task of preparing lunch, ensuring that the elderly couple merely needed to reheat their meals. Was this all there was to it? Certainly not. She also had to maintain cleanliness and attend to the laundry, changing bed linens weekly. Although the washing machine alleviated some of the toil, it remained a taxing endeavor. Moreover, weekends were reserved for the arrival of Zhang Shouhua and his family, necessitating the preparation of 4 substantial meals over 2 days. Let us not forget the afternoon snacks that required attention as well. The mere thought of enduring such a routine on weekends filled Zhang Yun with despair. She cast a hopeful glance at Zhang Guohua, silently urging him to voice any objections. After all, her son's dissent would carry more weight than that of a daughter-in-law. The tension of her predicament was palpable to Zhang Degui and his wife, who exchanged glances of discontent. Is there an issue, eldest daughter-in-law? Pan Wan inquired with a disapproving expression directed at Zhang Yun. To her astonishment, rather than Zhang Guohua coming to her aid, the couple's scrutiny intensified, and she felt a wave of dread wash over her. I have no objections, she stammered, realizing that her only option was to feign acquiescence. So, do you agree to move here? Pan Wan pressed further. Despite her inner turmoil of dissent, Zhang Yun remained silent, holding on to the hope that Zhang Guohua might rescue her from this predicament. For Zhang Guohua, whether residing in his parents' home or his own, it was inconsequential, as he was not required to labor regardless of his dwelling. However, the pleading gaze of his wife could not be disregarded. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Mom and Dad, just as Zhang Guohua was about to speak, he realized that remaining silent would have been preferable. Once he opened his mouth, it would only provoke discontent from Zhang Degui and his wife, who would perceive their son as having forgotten his roots upon marrying. This is how your mother and I perceive the situation, Zhang Degui said slowly. You often claim that your earnings are meager and insufficient, which led me to consider the burdens you bear. Even if this relocation provides a future home for Xiao Yi's marriage, will it not require renovation? Shouldn't the bride's dowry be accounted for? Moreover, once Xiao Yi marries, it is certain that children will soon follow, and the expenses will only escalate. If our 2 families unite, will we bear the costs while you save your salaries? Of course, if you are unwilling, we shall regard it as if we never spoke. Zhang Dagui's words, ostensibly inviting Zhang Guohua and his wife to deliberate, were, in truth, an imperative for their agreement. Otherwise, when the time came for Zhang Yi's wedding, they should not expect the elderly couple to contribute financially. Zhang Dagui and his wife had little fondness for disobedient offspring. Jiang Yun discerned the underlying message in Zhang Dagui's words. Despite her inner reluctance, she recognized that there was truly no alternative this time. Mom and Dad. We certainly have no objections. Jiang Yun quickly expressed her stance. And if we are somewhat weary, so be it. At least we shall not have to fret over Lu Yi's future marriage. Now that Jiang Yun has consented, Zhang Guohua naturally has no objections. Zhang Yi is genuinely displeased with the prospect of moving to the old house, where only the first floor accommodates a bathroom. However, he dares not voice his discontent. Although he is the eldest grandson of the Zhang family, he has a cousin, Zhang Xian, who excels academically and possesses remarkable beauty. She is particularly adept at charming others, often bringing smiles to the faces of Zhang Dagui and his wife, Lu Jian. Zhang Yi is acutely aware that if he is not careful, the affection that Zhang Dagui and his spouse harbor for him could easily be usurped. Nevertheless, he reassures himself that, even if living there may not be as convenient as his own home, how long could it last? After all, isn't demolition imminent? His grandparents are truly wonderful. Soon, he will be able to see them every day. Zhang Yi expresses his joy at the thought of daily encounters with Zhang Degui and his wife, which fills him with delight. Zhang Degui, of course, holds Zhang Yi in high regard, believing that while his son supports his daughter-in-law, his grandson stands firmly with them. What would you like to eat? I'll have your grandmother buy it, and then your mother will prepare it, he says, utterly fond of his grandson. Zhang Yi, beaming with happiness, nods repeatedly, thanking his grandfather. I love shrimp. All right, I'll have your grandmother buy some. It's merely a matter of shrimp. Naturally, they will procure what their beloved grandson desires. Observing the eager agreement of Zhang Degui and his wife to Zhang Yi's requests, Jiang Yun reflects that despite her busyness and fatigue, it is indeed worthwhile. She cannot deny that residing here significantly reduces expenses. After all, isn't she bound to perform household chores regardless? Upon reaching this conclusion, Jiang Yun felt a sense of clarity, believing that residing here might not be as unbearable as she initially thought. Consequently, Zhang Guohua's residence was accepted, and this news swiftly reached the ears of Zhang Shouhua and Zhang Hong. They both surmised that the couple Zhang Guohua had set their sights on a property owned by Zhang Degui and his wife, not to mention the elderly couple's finances. Du Xia had long been aware of the favoritism shown by Zhang Degui towards his wife, yet since they did not live with the elderly couple, she contemplated ways to extract funds from them if she were to support the other party. The more she pondered, the more infuriated she became, perceiving this as a new scheme devised by the Zhang Guohua couple to amass wealth. In Chapter 18, The Unhoused Female Supporting Character, Du Xia observed someone maintaining an unsettling calm while dining, despite the circumstances, which only fueled her frustration. How could you be so oblivious to the current situation? Your elder brother is preparing to move in. After all, our parents have always favored him. Reflecting on the situation made Du Xia even angrier. She realized that Zhang Yu had the upper hand after relocating. In just a few days, Zhang Yu was set to marry, and it was evident that the couple was perpetually lamenting their financial plight, likely relying on their parents for the wedding gifts and home renovation expenses. The more Du Xia contemplated, the more her ire grew. No, this cannot continue. Why should our parents' money be exclusively funneled into the hands of that fool, Zhang Yi? How absurdly glorified the Zhang family legacy has become. The pursuit of knowledge seems fruitless. As for work, it is not that I disdain him, but rather, given his current position, he should consider himself fortunate. As for his prospects, with his timid demeanor, what can he say about the future of the Zhang family? To think that someone like him could be regarded as the family's pride is truly laughable. I believe that the most promising member of the Zhang family will undoubtedly be our own Xinxin. What frustrates Du Xiao the most is the disdain her in-laws exhibit simply because she has given birth to a daughter. Zhang Xian quietly dines at the table, and upon hearing her name mentioned by Du Xia, she declares, "Mom, I will strive to excel in my studies, and I will certainly gain admission to university." For Du Xia, coming from a family with university-educated parents, the expectation was that she, too, would attend university. Is it merely about getting into university? After learning of Zhang Xian's impressive academic performance, Du Xia harbored a desire that extended beyond that. Xinxin, you must not only gain admission to university, but also pursue studies abroad. The thought of studying overseas astonished Zhang Shouhua. Although the trend of studying abroad has indeed surged in recent years, the financial burden it entails is substantial. While the couple has managed to earn some income as tutors, should they undertake the costs associated with overseas education, it would amount to a significant sum. Zhang Xian, aware that studying abroad is currently fashionable, finds the notion daunting and distant, something she has never dared to contemplate. After all, the expenses involved are considerable, and she understands her family's financial situation, recognizing that such aspirations are practically unattainable. Wife, are you dreaming? Do you truly believe we possess the means for that? Zhang Shouhua inquired cautiously. It is not that he is indifferent to the aspirations of his own child. Rather, he must consider the family's financial capacity. This has certainly crossed my mind. Du Xia undoubtedly arrived at this decision after considerable contemplation, intending for Xian to seize the opportunity to study abroad. When the time comes to discuss this with your parents, how will they react? I can assure you, they will never utter the words, "If you lack funds, do not pursue studies abroad." Instead, they will offer their unwavering support. Once there, Xian can call them, inquire about their well-being, and mention that, to alleviate our financial burden, she is working overseas to cover her living and tuition expenses. I cannot believe your parents would not feel a pang of sympathy and would not spontaneously offer assistance upon hearing this. As for Du Xia's overt calculations regarding the couple Zhang Dagua, Du Shouhua sees no issue with it. To him, the couple is clearly biased, despite the brothers. He has achieved far more than Zhang Guohua, and Zhang Xian's academic performance far surpasses that of Zhang Yi. Du Shouhua understands that had Zhang Xian been a boy, the couple would not be so dismissive of her. Indeed, Xian deserves to study abroad, to venture out and explore, and if possible, to remain abroad for work. This way, they too can experience life overseas in the future. Moreover, it is a desire for Zhang Dagua and his wife to witness firsthand who truly is the most accomplished individual in the family. Du Xia initially harbored some concerns about how her scheming might be perceived by her in-laws, but fortunately, the man stands firmly with the two of them. Zhang Xian was overwhelmed with excitement, especially upon learning that she would be studying abroad. "Mom and Dad, please rest assured, I will strive diligently," she proclaimed. "Once I secure a job overseas, I shall bring you both along." Zhang Xian made various promises to study hard and treat them well. The Zhang Shouhua couple was equally exhilarated. After all, Zhang Xian was their only daughter, and they devoted their hearts and minds to her well-being. It was only natural that once she achieved success, they would accompany her abroad. They had never even entertained the notion that Zhang Xian might be unfilial. It was obvious that if the three of them were to live together, they would not need to pay for living expenses. Zhang Xian was aware that this would provoke the Zhang Degui couple, yet it mattered little to her. She understood they shared a common ally in this matter. Zhang Shouhua also contemplated this scenario and decided to call Zhang Hong. All right. Du Xia was pleased that Zhang Shouhua considered such things, especially in contrast to his ineffectual elder brother, who seemed infinitely less capable. Despite having leveraged numerous connections to secure a position when he first entered the workforce, Zhang Dagui had ultimately proven to be inept, merely achieving a minor leadership role after years of mediocrity. His son, Zhang Yi, had failed academically, and in the workplace, he exhibited an even more inflated sense of self-worth. Truly, a generation worse than the last. Du Xia observed the quietly eating Zhang Xian and felt no resentment. Although she had borne a daughter, Zhang Xian was undeniably superior to certain individuals. "Shall I perhaps go to Grandma's house after school tomorrow?" Zhang Xian inquired, lifting her head. Du Xia nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, Xian, you should go directly to Grandma and Grandpa's house after school tomorrow." Zhang Xian replied affirmatively. "I will buy a selection of pastries that they enjoy." Although Zhang Xian harbored some discontent towards the couple, feeling that they favored boys, she was acutely aware that her future study abroad expenses would depend on the generosity of those elderly relatives. Thus, she understood the necessity of ingratiating herself with them. In Chapter 19, the unhoused supporting character, Zhang Yu, on her first day back at work, found herself without the necessary documents, merely making a brief visit to her future supervisor. Uncertain whether the previous day's probing had revealed to them that Zhang Yu was not incompetent, or if they were simply apprehensive about further testing her patience, they seemed wary of offending her again. After all, any misstep could lead to an uncontrollable situation, spiraling beyond repair. Regardless, both the CEO and the vice president maintained a favorable attitude towards Zhang Yu, assuring her that she could reach out to them for assistance with any issues, whether professional or personal. Zhang Yu listened, though she remained skeptical about their willingness to help should she truly find herself in need. In her mind, the likelihood of their assistance seemed rather slim, as she feared becoming beholden to them and potentially being coerced into actions she would prefer to avoid. With her decision to pursue the CPA, she recognized the necessity of preparation. Despite the availability of online courses, she was concerned that her long absence from structured learning would render her undisciplined in her studies. After much contemplation, she resolved to attend both online and offline classes, for as the financial director, she certainly wouldn't be too busy and should have ample time for her studies. When lunchtime arrived, Zhang Yu quietly accompanied her colleagues from the finance department to the cafeteria. Upon reaching the dining hall, she chose to serve herself alone, deliberately avoiding sitting with her department mates. Engaging them in conversation would yield little insight and might only instill unnecessary concern, particularly if it involved one individual in particular. For Zhang Yu, dining alone posed no challenge. After all, she was an outsider and felt no compulsion to forge deep connections with them. Even casual exchanges, devoid of any issues, could be misinterpreted by superiors, especially given that the information she required yesterday was already known among the finance team. They remained oblivious to whether it stemmed from external guidance or was purely Zhang Yu's initiative. Regardless of the reasoning, one undeniable truth remained. Zhang Yu was not as innocuous as she appeared. The power struggles of the upper echelons were of no consequence to these minor players, and thus, she preferred to quietly distance herself from such matters. After finishing her lunch, Zhang Yu took a leisurely stroll in the small garden beneath the company building. For her, this solitary moment of relaxation post-meal was truly delightful. Zhang Yu expressed her satisfaction with the arrangements for both her office and accommodation. The finance chief was aware that those sent from the corporate headquarters would surely extend a warm welcome to Zhang Yu. Recognizing that the reception had been favorable encouraged her to work diligently. with the reminder that she could always reach out to him if any issues arose. In the afternoon, Zhang Yu quietly immersed herself in a book, undisturbed by anyone. As the workday drew to a close, she gathered her belongings and prepared to leave, exchanging polite greetings with colleagues from the finance department. The finance team, engrossed in their tasks, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at her timely departure. Yet they were acutely aware that their circumstances differed vastly from those of their finance director. Upon the finance manager's emergence, he noticed the envious gazes directed at Zhang Yu. Was it envy? After once more suppressing the murmurs of his colleagues, he leisurely exited the finance department, casting a resigned glance at the finance director's office beside him, letting out a sigh of frustration. Had it not been for Zhang Yu's arrival, this position would have been his. He had meticulously arranged the office next door with the expectation that it would soon be his domain. However, unexpectedly, like a bolt from the blue, a formidable contender had appeared, thwarting what seemed to be a certain appointment. Regardless of his inner thoughts, the role belonged to her. Even if the leadership assured him of his standing as the head of the finance department, his salary remained stagnant. Though he could tolerate this, observing Zhang Yu, it was clear she was not without understanding. She possessed a fierce tenacity. Should she uncover any flaws in the work, he could scarcely rely on the other leaders for support. The finance manager sighed again, often touted as the head of the finance department with a position of significance. Yet few comprehended that while he had not reached the point of being a hot potato, his situation was precariously close. Alas, such was the nature of his profession. Allegiances must be formed, and without them, how could he retain his position as finance manager? Forget it. Perhaps he was simply too nervous. The documents have been submitted, and the other party may not necessarily uncover anything. It is worth noting that to manage these accounts effectively, they sought the counsel of professionals. Unless one is an experienced accountant, he doubts Zhang Yu could discern any discrepancies. With this thought, the financial manager could not help but exhale in relief. At the very least, he must remain composed and prevent Zhang Yu from sensing anything amiss. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yu, after her departure, the financial manager was indeed concerned about her potential discovery of the truth. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu busily ventured to the bookstore to procure some books. Although she missed the registration deadline, it was of no consequence. She could commence her preparations now. A frequent shopper at the local vegetable store, Zhang Yu found the prices quite reasonable, and the produce was rather fresh. She reasoned that, since she was dining alone, there was no necessity to visit the larger market. Even though the market's prices were slightly lower, how much savings could one truly achieve when shopping for just oneself? After some contemplation, she decided to call Zhang Duguay and his wife. After all, one does not often venture out, and it is essential to be diligent over the phone. Zhang Yu believed that at this hour, the couple should be well fed and perhaps taking a leisurely stroll, preparing to rest. When the call connected and she heard a familiar voice, Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Zhang Hong would be home at this hour. However, upon further reflection, it seemed reasonable. Given the ongoing relocation matters, it was only natural for everyone to feel a bit anxious. Could they truly trust Zhang Guohua and his wife? As for Zhang Daguay and his wife's child, the reason for their assurance regarding Zhang Yu, who remained unmarried and childless, stemmed from the belief that she was somewhat naive, with her funds primarily expended on the younger generation. Chapter 20. The unhoused supporting character Zhang Hong was taken aback when she received a call from Zhang Yu. Although surprised, she inquired with genuine concern about the other's situation. Upon learning that Zhang Yu had successfully found a place to stay and had settled in, she felt a wave of happiness for her. Zhang Digay observed the lively atmosphere in his home, his spirits soaring. He believed that the household should be filled with exuberance, demonstrating to everyone that, even with Zhang Yu working away, the Zhang family remained united. In fact, they were even more cohesive than when Zhang Yu was present. Zhang Daguay felt it was imperative to create a vibrant environment, ensuring the neighbors understood that there were no divisions within the Zhang family. However, he was entirely oblivious to the fact that Jiang Yun, who had already been bustling about for half the day in preparation for the evening meal, found it impossible to endure his remarks and decisions. Initially, she contemplated voicing her objections, but ultimately decided against it. Was it necessary to express her unwillingness? It was not at all. She had already resolved to work overtime starting tomorrow. In that moment, Jiang Yun began to understand why Zhang Yu had chosen to leave. Despite dedicating so much to the family, when difficulties arose, they failed to think of her. Yet, she was not Zhang Yu. She would not simply resign herself to exclusion without protest. As the eldest son, Zhang Guohua and the eldest grandson, Zhang Yi, had no reason to yield. Retreat was not an option. In a different manner, Jiang Yun was determined not to let Zhang Dagui and his wife dictate her fate. By the time she learned that it was Zhang Yu who had made the call, the receiver had already fallen into Zhang Dagui's grasp. He believed that Zhang Yu's phone call was an attempt to gauge the current chaotic state of the Zhang household. It seems that a strike is imminent tomorrow. As for why I am cooking today, it appears that Zhang Shouhua and his associates caught Jiang Yun off guard. Zhang Yu discerned the self-satisfied tone in Zhang Dagui's words, which seemed to imply that even in her absence, the Zhang family would thrive. It is not merely on weekends that the family can gather for meals. They could easily dine together every day. Yet, clinging to appearances, they wish to maintain the illusion that the Zhang family remains the same as before. Despite the chaos that ensues over who is preparing dinner, it is one thing to evoke envy from neighbors. It has become a grand farce, inadvertently providing much amusement to those around them. Nonetheless, since Zhang Dagui is currently so pleased with himself, there is no need for her to speak ill. After all, she is not at home. Zhang Yu remarked, "That's wonderful. I have faith that my sister-in-law will manage splendidly, for she is indeed a virtuous person." Zhang Dagui beamed with delight, particularly relishing the notion that Zhang Yu's praise must cause her considerable vexation. He continued, "Your sister-in-law is truly remarkable. She embodies the role of a dutiful elder sister-in-law." Then he added, "You should concentrate on your work over there. Your mother and I are doing just fine here. Focus on your responsibilities." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu felt a surge of happiness and assured, "Father, rest assured, I will devote myself to my work here." In that moment, she realized that her room was no longer available, and when she returned, she would have no place to stay. Zhang Dagui, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? You plan to stay in a hotel? That would be a waste of money. Can't you just squeeze in at home?" Zhang Yu replied, "It's just for one day. I have the funds for it." Zhang Yu, a guest should possess a sense of propriety, which I indeed have. Initially, Zhang Dagui did not take it to heart. After all, she is his daughter, merely speaking in frustration. "Zhang Dagui, what nonsense are you spouting? How can you claim to be a guest?" Zhang Shouhua and the others, aware that Zhang Dagui was conversing with Zhang Yu, perked up their ears, eager to discern the specifics of their dialogue. When they first heard Pan Wan refer to them as guests, their spirits were dampened, feeling as though they were being cast out from the Zhang family. However, they soon realized that within the Zhang household, the most comfortable position is indeed that of a guest, for guests are not burdened with labor. Yet, they were taken aback by how Zhang Yu had come to be considered a guest. Would she still toil if she were a guest? If she were made to work? Could they possibly escape their own responsibilities? Zhang Yu, "All right, father, please send my regards to mother and my elder brother." With that, she ended the call, indifferent to the thoughts of the Zhang family. Chapter 21. The unhoused female supporting character Zhang Dagui never anticipated that Zhang Yu would so swiftly terminate the conversation, which infuriated the old man. Truly an unfilial daughter. It is fortunate that she was not granted a house. Otherwise, with such an attitude, who knows how she would regard me after receiving it. Zhang Guohua and the others listened quietly as Zhang Dagui lamented Zhang Yu's lack of filial piety, which resonated with their own sentiments. Thus, everything hinged on her words, and she was indeed unable to maintain stability. Du Xia felt discontent upon hearing Zhang Yu's remarks. After all, if Zhang Yu were to remain away, Zhang Dagui and his wife would be living alongside Zhang Guohua and his spouse. The elderly couple has always favored their eldest son, and it is likely that their preference will only intensify over time. One can only speculate that the funds they possess may gradually flow into the hands of Zhang Guohua and his spouse. Most importantly, Zhang Yi has not pursued a university education, and it is conceivable that he may marry in a couple of years. The expenses associated with the bride price and home renovations are not trivial, and it is evident that Zhang Guohua and his wife are eagerly anticipating the financial resources from Zhang Dagui and his partner. Regardless of the circumstances, it is imperative to secure a sum of money from Zhang Dagui and his spouse. Otherwise, when Zhang Xian embarks on her studies abroad, the elderly couple will only be able to offer verbal support. I am curious to see how much money she possesses that allows her to be so ostentatious. With her meager salary, it is rather astonishing how easily she becomes arrogant. She fails to consider that if she had not been living at home for all these years, her scant earnings would hardly suffice for survival. For Zhang Dagui, after so many years of being a minor accountant, how substantial could Zhang Yu's salary truly be? Even if her workplace provides accommodation, aren't utilities still a cost? Zhang Hong had a brief conversation with Zhang Yu and learned about the arrangement made by her employer regarding housing, the water, electricity, and management fees are all covered by the company. This realization filled Zhang Hong with envy, while she is already receiving subsidies for her work. The company also pays for utilities and rent, reflecting an exceptionally favorable treatment. Zhang Dagui had not anticipated that if Zhang Yu resided at her workplace, she would not be responsible for rent or utility expenses, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, does she not need to consider her own living expenses? For that would merely serve to prove that Zhang Yu had never truly made a name for herself, having devoted an excessive amount of time and energy to her parents. Is it truly the case that Zhang Yu's life is so dismal? The attendees, aside from Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Dagui, could hardly fathom such a notion. Zhang Yu is proficient in cooking and adept at maintaining a tidy home. One could say she is a person of remarkable efficiency. Once the weekend arrives, freeing her from the daily grind, she can indulge in her own pursuits. Suddenly, Zhang Hong recalled that Zhang Yu had once mentioned her aspiration to pursue a CPA certification. Zhang Guohua and the others were well aware of what a CPA entails, although Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Dagui were unfamiliar with the specifics. They grasped its significance through the explanations provided by Zhang Guohua. In response, Zhang Dagui could only exclaim, "To obtain such a certification? How could that be possible? If she were capable of passing it, why did she not do so in her youth? Now, at her age, after years without studying, could she truly succeed? If she were to pass, who knows how many others would as well?" Zhang Dagui repeatedly expressed his skepticism. Zhang Guohua considered this as well, noting that the younger employees at their workplace, who attended universities far superior to Zhang Yu's, had struggled for years without success. Given Zhang Yu's academic record, the prospect of her achieving such a feat seemed utterly implausible. "Dad, I believe it is commendable for my sister to strive for something," Zhang Guohua suggested. For she had little else to occupy her time. Reading more would certainly be beneficial. Should one find themselves with an abundance of personal time, engaging in leisure activities, and perhaps meeting a man, what then? Can one still rely on Zhang Yu to lend support in Zhang Yi's matrimonial affairs? Even in the absence of provocation from a man, should there be a dispute over family property, the lack of assistance would certainly incite frustration. It must be acknowledged that the members of the Zhang family share a unified perspective regarding Zhang Yu's situation. They believe that since she did not marry in her youth, there is even less reason for her to wed in middle age. Zhang Dagui concurs with his eldest son's sentiment, emphasizing the importance of education. After all, education serves to elevate oneself and provides a safeguard against deception. In Zhang Dagui's eyes, Zhang Yu is rather gullible and easily misled. Unbeknownst to her, should she grasp these thoughts, there would be little recourse, for it is Zhang Dagui, her father, who voices them. After concluding a phone call, Zhang Yu retrieved the book she had purchased earlier that day and began to read. It must be said that studying for the CPA is indeed a formidable challenge. Zhang Yu quickly flipped through the pages, acknowledging the difficulty of the material. Nevertheless, she resolved to persevere, continuously motivating herself. Thus, she diligently read and took notes. Recognizing that attending classes was imperative, although the text was detailed, it was through a teacher's guidance that the material truly came to life. The cost of attending classes could not be overlooked. As Zhang Yu glanced at the clock, she realized it was nearly midnight, prompting her to hasten to the bathroom to wash up and apply a face mask. Since Zhang Yu arrived here, she has been quite attentive to her basic skincare routine, often indulging in facial masks. However, the multitude of daily responsibilities, especially on weekends, keeps her perpetually busy in the kitchen. Under such circumstances, how can one expect her skin to remain in good condition? As an unmarried woman, Zhang Yu can only attribute her current skin quality to the original owner's favorable genetic endowment. Yet, she acknowledges that one cannot be complacent. Diligence is essential. After completing her skincare regimen, Zhang Yu reclined on her bed, perused a few pages of a book, and prepared to extinguish the light for the night. Good night. Today has truly been a day filled with joy. She is steadily progressing towards her goals and is confident that, with her own efforts, she will surely earn the certification. Moreover, she is delighted to anticipate potential conflicts arising on the Zhang family's side, eagerly awaiting Jiang Yun's counterattack the following day. Chapter 22. The unmarried female supporting character on the following workday. Zhang Yu focused on reviewing the extensive documentation for the major projects commencing next week. As she delved deeper, an issue caught her attention, prompting her to consult the financial manager. She expressed her perspective, noting that while these contracts had likely been reviewed by a lawyer, She perceived some ambiguities. Although it is stipulated that in the event of a dispute post-delivery, procedures should be in place to address these matters. The financial manager, who had initially provided these documents to Zhang Yu, seemingly intended to buy time, hoping she would forget about the prior materials. To her surprise, problems indeed existed regarding the handling of disputes related to the product. The financial manager held unwavering confidence in their own products, believing the issue to be minor, especially since previous deliveries had been flawless. While I am aware that there had been no issues before, the absence of problems in the past does not guarantee a future devoid of them. I firmly believe that even if such issues seem improbable, they should be meticulously examined since they are stipulated within the contract. Zhang Yu contended that a history devoid of problems does not preclude future occurrences. Furthermore, I recently researched this company's background online and discovered that they have faced numerous litigations, predominantly arising from post-delivery complications. Zhang Yu vaguely recalled that following the contract's execution, the client raised concerns about quality issues, although she had not been directly involved at that time and thus had not paid much attention. Aware that disputes were likely to arise, Zhang Yu could not feign ignorance. Her duty was to scrutinize the contract for provisions regarding the management of quality issues post-delivery. After identifying potential issues within the contract, she took the initiative to investigate the client's background online. Although we do not live in a fully digitalized society, where trivial matters can be easily researched, she surprisingly managed to uncover relevant information. Observing various comments about these companies online, Zhang Yu opened a webpage link for the financial manager to review. Upon seeing the contents, the financial manager was genuinely taken aback, astonished by the revelations. Upon perusing the online reviews pertaining to this client, alongside various lawsuits and verdicts, I was truly taken aback. Business, after all, is often fraught with disputes. However, the sheer number of conflicts arising post-delivery of goods is indeed alarming, indicating that something is amiss. A couple of disputes can be considered commonplace, as unforeseen circumstances or substandard products from unreliable manufacturers can occur. Yet, if there exists such a multitude of issues, it cannot solely be attributed to the sellers. It is quite possible that the buyers bear some responsibility as well. The finance manager wiped his brow, realizing he needed to discuss this with the CEO. As for the resolution of this matter and whether the contract would proceed, that was beyond his purview. Nevertheless, having identified a problem, ignoring it was not an option. Otherwise, if complications arose later and Zhang Yu claimed she had discovered an issue that he had failed to report, it would be he who faced the consequences. Zhang Yu observed the finance manager hastily departing and pondered why he had not taken the preliminary agreement with him. Without that document, how could she elucidate the situation to the CEO? Ultimately, she decided not to dwell on it. She could simply print another copy of the document later. Zhang Yu recognized the core issue and believed that if this matter garnered attention from higher-ups, it would undoubtedly be discussed, leaving no time for her concerns. Acknowledging that the leaders would be preoccupied and that she had no pressing tasks at hand, she retrieved a book from her bag and began to read. This was indeed preferable. Fewer tasks meant the company would not insist on her labor, allowing her ample time to indulge in literature. As Zhang Yu increasingly reflects upon her circumstances, she finds herself genuinely appreciating her enviable position, receiving a handsome salary while indulging in her passion for reading. The prospect of securing such an extraordinary job fills her with delight, and she harbors a sincere desire to remain in this role until her retirement. Despite recognizing the improbability of such a scenario, her future career trajectory remains contingent upon the directives of the corporate conglomerate. For now, Zhang Yu can only strive to acquire additional certifications and enhance her skills, all in hopes of securing a commendable position that befits her diligent efforts in the credentials she has earned. Unbeknownst to her, the financial manager has relayed her discoveries to the senior executives, causing a ripple of concern throughout the upper echelons of the company. The successful execution of this particular business venture could potentially fulfill nearly half of the year's objectives. However, the magnitude of the transaction raises alarm should any issues arise. The repercussions for the company could be dire. The prospect of relinquishing such a significant opportunity, especially after substantial investments, poses a dilemma for those seated in the conference room. The attendees are at a loss for how to navigate this predicament, caught in a quandary that offers no clear path forward. They glance around the room, collectively deciding that a moment of silence might be prudent. The stakes are high, and mismanagement could easily lead to someone bearing the brunt of blame. The general manager exhales softly, equally uncertain about the next steps. whether to proceed or to withdraw. The major shareholders have already been apprised of this critical transaction and are keenly interested in its progress. Voicing a cancellation at this juncture raises the question of how such news would be received by those involved. Should the contract proceed, and should we encounter the issues mentioned online, it could indeed lead to significant trouble. The decision to continue or abandon the venture weighs heavily on the CEO's mind, leaving him somewhat perplexed. After contemplation, I believe it is prudent to pursue this business opportunity. The team was not particularly surprised by the CEO's choice, as relinquishing such a substantial business would leave us at a loss for comparable clients. However, should we fulfill the contract and subsequently face any issues? Given the current strain on our financial resources, we could find ourselves in a precarious situation. The CEO has also considered consulting a lawyer to inquire about potential safeguards and amendments within the contract to protect our interests. Furthermore, discussions with the other party regarding modifications to certain clauses, such as the handling of quality disputes and the process of acceptance upon delivery, are essential. The CEO has resolved that as long as we can complete the acceptance process promptly, it is unlikely the other party would demand compensation from us. The sales manager took note of this and pondered, what if the other party refuses to agree to the modifications? The CEO responded decisively, stating that if they were not concealing anything, they would have no reason to reject the amendments. The sales manager acknowledged this with a simple understood. With the approach to handling this matter now established, the CEO was about to conclude the meeting when he suddenly recalled an important point. Henceforth, for any contract, regardless of its magnitude, Zhang Yu should be consulted for review. Chapter 23. The Unhoused Female Supporting Character 23. The individuals who had initially prepared to rise and depart were genuinely astonished upon hearing the CEO's decision. It is essential to note that when news first broke of the major shareholder dispatching a representative, discontent permeated the company, including the CEO, who had suggested simply to let it be, treating the visitor as a mere talisman, avoiding contact whenever possible. Otherwise, the absence of senior management on the day Zhang Yu arrived would not have occurred, nor would there have been any subsequent interactions, save for Zhang Yu's visit the following day. The sudden emergence of the CEO's intention to alter the mode of communication and engagement with Zhang Yu left everyone present bewildered, uncertain of the appropriate boundaries, and keenly aware that the CEO's intentions were pivotal. Observing the perplexed faces around him, the CEO recognized that his decision had indeed confounded his colleagues. Previously, he harbored concerns about the arrival of a disruptive force, someone intent on scrutinizing their operations. After all, the sudden assignment of a representative from the major shareholder naturally suggested ulterior motives. However, it now appeared that this individual possessed some degree of competence. The CEO scanned the conference room, noting that no one had previously identified the issue at hand, nor had anyone contemplated the necessity of conducting an online inquiry. Were it not for her, they would have remained oblivious to the problem. If the scenarios discussed online were to materialize, how would they respond? The CEO fixed his gaze upon the assembly, while no one dared to meet another's eyes. At that moment, they were engulfed in a mix of trepidation and relief. Despite having endured the CEO's reprimand, they were grateful that matters had not escalated beyond the point of salvage. Regarding the intentions of the CEO, after some contemplation, the team concluded that there was no significant issue at hand. It merely involved allowing Zhang Yu to review the agreement. Having additional individuals assist in the evaluation of the document would be advantageous. If no discrepancies were found, it would be ideal, but should any issues arise, it could indeed alleviate a considerable amount of trouble. As everyone departed the conference room, the CEO called the finance manager aside for a discussion in his office. The finance manager, taken aback by the unexpected summons to the CEO's office, swallowed nervously. If his intuition served him correctly, the discussion would pertain to matters concerning Zhang Yu. Upon returning to his office, the CEO inquired about Zhang Yu's work and, after a moment of reflection, instructed the finance manager to summon her. Zhang Yu, engrossed in her reading, was surprised by the finance manager's entrance. "What is the matter?" she asked. "The CEO wants you in his office," the finance manager responded. After a brief pause, he added, "Thank you for your assistance earlier." Zhang Yu, not naive, sensed the underlying resistance towards her within the company. Why then? Was she being called in now? As she made her way to the CEO's office, she suspected that perhaps an open and honest conversation awaited her. Upon her arrival, she anticipated a face-to-face dialogue reminiscent of their initial meeting. However, to her astonishment, the CEO was seated on the sofa. Was this meant to be a relaxed conversation? Upon noticing her, he gestured for her to take a seat on the sofa. Zhang Yu chose a spot beside him, quietly watching him prepare tea. She had heard of the art of brewing kung fu tea and couldn't deny its elegance. However, if given a choice, she would prefer to sip from a large cup. However, the CEO wished to showcase her prowess, and thus, Zhang Yu could only observe in silence. Soon, the CEO poured several cups of tea, indulging in the ritual. Reluctantly, Zhang Yu picked up a cup and savored its contents. Although she had never before experienced such diminutive vessels for tea, she understood that the essence of gongfu tea lies in its pretense of sophistication. The CEO lifted her cup as well, and upon witnessing Zhang Yu finish one cup, she encouraged, "You may have another." Consequently, they shared 6 cups. Yet Zhang Yu remained accustomed to a larger vessel for steeping tea. Alas, she was simply the kind of unsophisticated person lacking the desire to feign elegance. The CEO was taken aback by Zhang Yu's sudden remark, erupting into laughter. Indeed, there is a certain joy in drinking heartily. Gongfu tea is, after all, a practice of patience. Zhang Yu readily agreed, expressing that after all the effort, the meager amount of tea leaves was quite a test of endurance. Without a modicum of patience, one would struggle to persevere. The CEO's words amused Zhang Yu once more as she acknowledged, "I understand you have your own agenda for being here." Zhang Yu remained silent, continuing to observe the CEO. "I cannot guarantee that there will be no issues, but my primary concern is the welfare of this company. You are aware that running a business entails certain unavoidable expenses. Yet, these costs cannot be overtly reflected on the books," the CEO elucidated in a tactful manner. Zhang Yu responded with a simple acknowledgement. She was well aware that operating within permissible limits was indeed feasible. You aspire for the company's prosperity, and the conglomerate shares this desire, for it has invested a considerable sum. The better the company flourishes, the greater the dividends for the group. Zhang Yu wishes to convey that their positions are aligned. Both entities yearn for the company to thrive. A brief exchange revealed the other's boundaries. Although they are not entirely in sync, at least their objectives converge on certain matters. After a succinct dialogue between the CEO and Zhang Yu, I informed them that henceforth all company contracts will be presented to her for review. Zhang Yu was taken aback, as she had merely identified a significant risk that had plagued the company for years, yet it transformed into this outcome. Though she was puzzled as to what had prompted this change of heart, the CEO's declaration left her no choice but to acquiesce. Furthermore, your salary will be dispersed by your previous employer, considering Zhang Yu is technically a seconded employee. There were concerns that Zhang Yu's compensation might lead her to misreport the company's actual circumstances. Zhang Yu acknowledged this, contemplating the CEO's sudden remark. Did it imply a salary offer? Frankly, this was something she found difficult to accept. After all, receiving remuneration from this entity would compromise her impartiality, compelling her to engage in tasks she might find disagreeable. Reflecting on this, she recognized that since she was contributing to the company, some form of compensation was warranted. After all, she needed sustenance here. Would a monthly salary of 5,000 suffice? The CEO inquired, lifting his gaze towards Zhang Yu. It is also possible not to disclose this to them. The CEO contemplated for a moment and offered a suggestion. Zhang Yu was aware that if she agreed, she could indeed receive a monthly sum of 5,000. It is worth noting that prior to her arrival here, her salary barely exceeded 5,000. To her surprise, upon joining this company, her salary from the group had risen. Given her enhanced position, including the year-end bonus, she would receive approximately 120,000. To think that they would straightforwardly offer her 5,000 each month, equating to 60,000 annually, was quite enticing. Essentially half of her annual income, rendering it impossible not to feel tempted. Chapter 24. The unhoused female supporting character Zhang Yu was keen on amassing wealth, especially since she intended to purchase a home. It was imperative for her to work diligently to achieve this goal. However, regarding this financial proposition, she pondered for a moment. I must consult with the headquarters about this. Should the matter be approved, of course, the funds would be accessible. If the group disagreed, she could forego the offer. Unexpectedly, an alternative option was presented, one that involved querying the group company. Even a seasoned CEO was taken aback by this choice offered to Zhang Yu. No objections could be raised by the CEO. Could he possibly hinder her? Yet, he expressed concern, questioning how her superiors would perceive her if she were to disclose this matter. If a subordinate were to report such a development, he believed it would incite considerable anger. Zhang Yu, in a sincere tone, replied, I am indeed worried. It might lead my leaders to think I would act against the interests of the company. However, I believe this matter should be communicated to the leadership. Otherwise, if it were to come to light through the lips of others, even if I were to refuse, the leader might still harbor concerns and dissatisfaction towards me. Given this scenario, it would be more prudent to speak directly with the leader. Zhang Yu felt that it was impossible to keep this under wraps. What if the current individual were to leak this information through someone else? The CEO, upon hearing this, discerned the implication in Zhang Yu's words. Do you truly think I might betray you? Is that not a rather unlikely scenario? Zhang Yu understood that this might displease the CEO, but such is the nature of things. Several instances had proven that Zhang Yu was far from being a complete fool. She possessed a certain level of competence. It was rather perplexing that someone with such abilities had remained in the company for so many years as merely a junior accountant, likely due to her inability to charm others. Had Zhang Yu truly possessed exceptional skills, she would not have needed to resort to flattery, and the company would have ensured her happiness to retain her talent. Are you suggesting that I lack the ability to charm others? Zhang Yu chuckled, recognizing the unspoken implication in the CEO's words. A financial officer who maintains amicable relations with every department might indeed provoke considerable alarm in the CEO. As a financial officer, one ought to be acutely aware of her position and responsibilities. The CEO chuckled as well. Indeed, a financial officer should not cultivate overly friendly relations with other departments. However, if one cannot foster good relations with other departments, is it not possible to establish a rapport with one's superiors? Do you think in such a company I could merely engage in flattery? Zhang Yu retorted, contemplating the reality of working in a large state-owned enterprise, where countless individuals possess formidable connections. As someone without such backing, how could she possibly ascend the ranks? The CEO, at that moment, grasped the underlying truth. The individual whom many disregarded was, in fact, not as inconsequential as perceived. After a discussion with the CEO, Zhang Yu was dismissed. Upon returning to her office, she brought this matter to the attention of the finance leader. Zhang Yu succinctly recounted the sequence of events. What do you think about this, leader? The leader, taken aback by Zhang Yu's inquiry regarding this issue, couldn't help but exclaim, "You should be aware of who pays your salary." Zhang Yu was momentarily stunned, pondering the implication. Was it attainable? She continued to await the leader's response, internally lamenting, couldn't this be made clearer? It's quite burdensome for me to keep guessing, leaving me utterly perplexed. The leader, perhaps recognizing Zhang Yu's straightforward nature, decisively stated, "The allowance granted to you should be recorded transparently. That is all that is required." In an instant, Zhang Yu comprehended that the funds were indeed accessible. Thank you, leader. After all, it was 5,000. Who would ever disdain additional money? With this development, she could save her salary and rely on this 5,000 for her livelihood. She had been contemplating the allocation of housing next year, pondering whether to opt for a 2-bedroom or a 3-bedroom unit, as a larger home would not only provide comfort, but also accommodate additional staff quarters. As she contemplated the future, she envisioned a scenario where, upon aging, she could afford to hire a caregiver who would have a place to stay. While this idea was commendable, the reality of acquiring a spacious home would inevitably inflate the total cost, with further expenses arising from renovations. It could be said that the number of rooms was genuinely contingent upon financial capability, something she found herself lacking. Unexpectedly, however, a glimmer of hope appeared, presenting her with a viable solution. Zhang Yu, filled with excitement, promptly shared this solution with her superior, reveling in the thrill within the office. With newfound financial resources, she could purchase a home of her own, alleviating her concerns about future homelessness or being evicted. At this moment, she could not help but exhale in relief, sensing victory within reach as she fulfilled her mission. After all, a well-fed and well-cared-for body is paramount. After enjoying a satisfying meal, Zhang Yu decided to take a stroll nearby, having previously only caught a fleeting glimpse of the surroundings under the guidance of the financial manager. She was aware that this area likely harbored delightful spots, and if all went well, she would be residing here for an extended period, necessitating a deeper understanding of her new neighborhood. Remarkably, her exploration led her to discover a charming fruit shop, brimming with fresh produce at affordable prices. Additionally, she stumbled upon a large general goods store where she could procure various household necessities, all at reasonable rates. It was truly a remarkable little community. Zhang Yu felt that this neighborhood was indeed a hidden gem. As she prepared for bed, her spirits soared, buoyed by the prospect of an additional monthly income. Who wouldn't be elated by such news? Zhang Yu silently prayed, hoping that this stroke of good fortune could endure for a while longer. Earning money was no easy feat. After all, it was imperative to let money generate more money. She understood the original owner's aspirations, to enjoy a comfortable retirement, unlike the tragic fate of her past life. To achieve a high-quality retirement lifestyle, ample funds were essential, and making money was her foremost priority at present. Stock trading? After contemplation, Zhang Yu decided to abandon that notion. The original owner had never ventured into this realm in her previous life, and she was uncertain about which companies thrived in this parallel universe. Lacking insight into the company's developmental prospects rendered purchasing shares unnecessary. After all, preserving her capital was no trivial matter. After much deliberation, she concluded that investing in mutual funds seemed more prudent, as these typically offered greater stability, unless one possessed exceedingly poor judgment and ended up acquiring subpar funds. Chapter 25. The unhoused supporting character Zhang Yu had thoroughly integrated herself into the company. Although she had reviewed the necessary documents and identified certain issues, overall, the problems were not particularly significant. She promptly notified the finance department and, by extension, communicated with the group company. It was crucial to highlight any discrepancies and report them up the chain. How these matters would ultimately be resolved was beyond her concern. She was unaware of the group company's approach to these issues, but she did observe some adjustments in the accounts. The financial processes were once again refined, requiring all expense reimbursement vouchers and procurement requests to undergo her scrutiny. Zhang Yu had envisioned her role as that of a lucky charm, granting her ample time to read, learn, and better herself. At that moment, she realized a significant issue. She simply could not attend to her own tasks during working hours. She was either occupied with reviewing reimbursement vouchers or busy scrutinizing procurement prices, and if there were any discrepancies, she had to ascertain the reasons. Additionally, she had to examine each sales contract to ensure there were no potential problems. Securing 5,000 truly proved to be a daunting challenge. Zhang Yu couldn't help but lament. At this moment, she finally comprehended why the financial director of the group company consented to her receiving such a salary. It was not merely a so-called subsidy, but a genuine reflection of her diligent efforts. During the day, she was engrossed in work, and in the evenings, she devoted herself to studying and preparing for exams, leaving no room for her to contemplate the current state of the Zhang family. She wondered whether Zhang Guohua and the others had already quarreled, if arrangements for compensation regarding the house had been made, or if they had begun packing to move. Although they did not explicitly state their concerns, Zhang Yu could still sense an underlying strangeness. What surprised her even more was that the voices of Zhang Dague and his wife lacked their usual vigor, leaving an impression of fatigue. Zhang Yu could only speculate that perhaps Zhang Guohua and the others had not indeed fallen out, as the atmosphere at the Zhang household felt distinctly unusual. However, since Zhang Dague was unwilling to speak, Zhang Yu refrained from pressing further, especially not wanting to inquire of Zhang Hong and the others. Should word get out, they might assume she was watching from afar, eager for their misfortunes, possibly prompting them to unite once more. Therefore, it was best to observe the unfolding drama silently, without escalating the situation. More importantly, only through the Zhang family's incessant internal strife could she avoid their scrutiny. Once they cease their internal strife, Zhang Yu can assure that whether it is Zhang Guohua, Zhang Shouhua, or even Zhang Hong, they will all keep a watchful eye on her purse. Just as in her previous life, regardless of whether it was Zhang Yi, Zhang Xin, or Lu Jian, whenever a situation arose, aside from the Zhang Dague couple providing financial support, did Zhang Yu ever contribute less? She has no intention of being a fool once more, so let them continue their infighting. It was not long ago that they inquired about their circumstances. After a brief respite, Pan Wan settled onto the bed to prepare for rest. Whether it be the Zhang Guohua father-son duo, the Zhang Shouhua father-daughter pair, or the Lu Hui father-son team, they all gather here for dinner after work each day. What can one do? The employees must not be overworked, and the children must not go hungry, especially during their growth spurts. Consequently, Pan Wan finds herself cooking daily, and one cannot deny that amidst Zhang Dague's complaints and the silent grievances of her grandchildren, how could she not strive to enhance her culinary skills? After all, Zhang Dague openly criticizes her cooking in front of their descendants daily, leaving her with no dignity. In her former days, she would simply enjoy a hearty meal and gossip with neighbors about trivial matters, but now she finds herself devoid of time for such discussions, instead engaging in conversations about culinary techniques. Pan Wan is not oblivious. She is acutely aware of the mocking glances cast by neighbors whenever they discuss these topics. It is rather ironic that after so many years away from the kitchen, with her eldest grandson on the verge of marriage and fatherhood, she must once again don the apron. In the kitchen, the task of preparing meals, which once revolved around the simple fare of an elderly couple, has now escalated to catering for a larger gathering of 10 or so people. Although Du Xia and her companions assist in clearing the dishes after they have dined to their satisfaction, the burden of laundering their clothes still falls upon her. While larger garments can be entrusted to the washing machine, the everyday attire necessitates hand-washing, a chore that Zhang Yu had previously managed with ease. Now, however, it feels inappropriate to impose this responsibility on her daughter-in-law, as it is inherently her duty. As for the household cleaning, Jiang Yun, busy with her job, scarcely finds the time to attend to such matters. The weekends are no better, indulging in a leisurely sleep until after 10. She finds that by the time she tidies up, it is nearly noon. Who will prepare lunch? The afternoon is consumed with various chores, leaving dinner to be resolved in a haphazard manner. Regardless of Zhang Dagui's insistence that her work commitments leave little time for culinary pursuits, she maintains that her cooking skills are rather modest, suggesting instead that Du Xia and Zhang Hong, who are both quite capable in the kitchen, could lend a hand. However, neither Du Xia nor Zhang Hong is particularly inclined to assume the role of cook. Consequently, the responsibility of meal preparation has fallen to Pan Wan, whose culinary skills stand out among the four, particularly as a retired worker with ample time on her hands. What else is there to do if not cook? Pan Wan is overwhelmed with emotion. She once harbored grievances about Zhang Yu, often losing her temper due to various frustrations. Now, she comprehends the reason behind Zhang Yu's frequent irritability. The weekends, intended for relaxation, have proven to be more hectic than the work week, leaving anyone in such a position hard-pressed to maintain a cheerful disposition. Perhaps we should consider discussing with Zhang Yu the possibility of allowing her to occupy the apartment we were allocated. It could be her home while we are away, and subsequently it could be passed down to Zhang Yi after her departure. How do you perceive the situation? Although he harbors significant reservations about Jiang Yun, in Zhang Degui's heart, the only male heir of the Zhang family holds a steadfast position, and the house will inevitably be bestowed upon him. Even though Zhang Xin and Lu Jian are commendable individuals, they remain outsiders, a fact that Zhang Dagui is acutely aware of. In Chapter 26, the unhoused female supporting character. If it weren't for her recent, overwhelming busyness, Pan Wan would have thoroughly experienced the routine that Zhang Yu used to endure every weekend. Indeed, Pan Wan feels that this arrangement is already quite satisfactory. If Zhang Yu were to decline, it would merely indicate that her demands are excessive. However, Pan Wan now comprehends the extent of Zhang Yu's sacrifices regarding Zhang Degui's proposal. She can only express her discontent. You suggest that the house be left for her to inhabit, and subsequently for Zhang Yi. How can you ensure that this property will indeed be passed on to Zhang Yi? This is a consideration that Zhang Dagui had not contemplated until now. Upon Pan Wan's inquiry, the old gentleman pondered for a moment and suggested that, while they are still present, they should transfer the house to Shaoyi. Zhang Dagui believes this idea to be entirely sound, as it would guarantee that it will certainly be inherited by Zhang Yi. Pan Wan suspects that Zhang Yu would not agree to this, but after some contemplation, she refrains from voicing her thoughts. Perceiving that Zhang Dagui seems to believe this is the most prudent arrangement, it would be better for the father and daughter to discuss the matter face to face, after all. She has no desire to face reprimand. She is uncertain whether Xiao Yu will consent to this. Perhaps you should inquire with Xiao Yu? Pan Wan expresses her reluctance to be involved, suggesting instead that Zhang Dagui speak directly with Zhang Yu. How could Zhang Dagui be willing? The fact that he is consulting with Pan Wan on this matter suggests he hopes it will be she and her daughter who engage in the discussion. I hesitate to approach her. What if she refuses? What then of my dignity and self-respect? In any case, Zhang Dagui is decidedly discontent. His face-saving concerns are paramount. Yet does this mean she should disregard her own dignity? However, should he express his unwillingness too forcefully, it is likely to provoke an outburst. Recently, Pan Wan has been particularly intimidated by Zhang Dagui, fearing a reprimand if she inadvertently makes a mistake. Perhaps it would be prudent for the three of us to discuss this together. I shall initiate the conversation. If Xiao Yu has any thoughts to share, there will be no need to relay messages back and forth. We can resolve matters directly. What do you think, old man? Pan Wan proposed. What do you think? Zhang Dagui could only mutter that he wasn't particularly fond of the idea, yet he was acutely aware that ultimately, the final decision rested with him. After all, they were pressed for time and burdened with responsibilities. The so-called dignity could not outweigh the urgency of finalizing this arrangement. Naturally, Pan Wan felt compelled to accommodate this request. Otherwise, every issue would be met with reluctance, and who knows how Zhang Digui might react. Zhang Yu pondered for a moment. Mom, I will purchase tickets for the train on Saturday morning. Pan Wan replied. Can't you buy a ticket for Friday instead? Zhang Yu countered. Then I would have to incur an additional night's accommodation expense. Never mind, Saturday it is, we shouldn't rush. Zhang Yu added, by the way, I will arrive home on Saturday afternoon, so don't wait for me to have lunch. She was well aware that even if she suggested waiting, they would not hold off. Zhang Yu firmly stated that she would not be cooking and looked forward to enjoying Jiang Yun's culinary skills. Ah, are you not planning to cook? Pan Wan couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment, having grown accustomed to Zhang Yu's culinary skills. The dishes prepared by others were truly unpalatable. Pan Wan remarked, your sister-in-law's cooking isn't that great. Yours is far superior. Zhang Yu replied, I wasn't skilled at first either. I simply learned gradually. By the way, I recall having some cookbooks on my shelf that my sister-in-law could peruse. Zhang Yu continued, it was through such means that I gradually honed my culinary abilities. The thought of suggesting that Jiang Yun read books to improve her cooking skills was something Pan Wan could hardly fathom. Now that she reflected on it, she understood the implications of working overtime in social gatherings. Pan Wan chuckled awkwardly, your sister-in-law is busy with work. To which Zhang Yu responded, I was working too. Yet I still learned. Mom, please give my sister-in-law a bit more time. You mentioned that my sister-in-law is intelligent and learns quickly. Zhang Yu recalled all the praises Pan Wan had heaped upon Jiang Yun, seizing the moment to silence Pan Wan. Therefore, I have confidence in my sister-in-law. With Zhang Yu's words hanging in the air, what could Pan Wan say? To claim that Jiang Yun was unwilling to cook? Those words simply could not be uttered. After ending the call, Zhang Yu couldn't help but lament how, when she had it all, she had taken it for granted. Now that it was lost, she felt the urgency of regret, but alas, there was no room for negotiation in this matter. Not cooking upon returning home was out of the question. Yet she could not revert to the previous state of doing nothing. From purchasing ingredients at the market to washing, preparing, cooking, cleaning, and tidying up, these were all her responsibilities. She felt apologetic. After all, as a guest, why should she be the one to cook? Moreover, she intended to prepare just 2 dishes that Zhang Digui and his wife enjoyed as a gesture of respect towards them. As for anything beyond that, she firmly believed it was not her concern. What? Must she arrive on Saturday afternoon? Zhang Digui's expression darkened, unable to hide his displeasure at the late hour. After all, he would return home late on Friday, around 10 o'clock, which meant incurring an additional day's lodging expenses. If you have any objections, you may contact her yourself. Pan Wan responded, her patience wearing thin. Honestly, I've already advised her. Xiao Yu is in another city and does not rely on us for anything. What can we do about it? Look at the other children. We haven't even provided them with a house, and see how they behave. In Pan Wan's view, Zhang Yu's demeanor was already quite commendable. She did not expect any gratitude from them, nor did she desire to be overly kind. Upon hearing this, Zhang Digui fell silent, realizing that there was nothing to entice Zhang Yu at present. So why would she display a favorable attitude? Chapter 27. The unhoused supporting female character Pan Wan surveyed the expressions of those around her and decisively shattered their illusions. Stop dreaming. Xiao Yu arrived Saturday afternoon. Moreover, she mentioned looking forward to tasting her sister-in-law's culinary skills. Casting a glance at the delighted Jiang Yun, Pan Wan delivered a rather cruel verdict. To her surprise, Xiao Yu would indeed arrive on Saturday afternoon and had no intention of cooking. Yet she had the audacity to express a desire to sample her sister-in-law's cooking. Observing Du Xia and Zhang Hong beside her, Jiang Yun felt quite displeased. Am I the only sister-in-law? She thought. You expect me to cook too? I'm sorry, but I won't be deceived. Aren't you the sister-in-law living at home? Exactly, Zhang Hong acknowledged. At this moment, she knew she had to side with Du Xia. After all, you are the host, and we are merely guests. Zhang Hong lifted her gaze towards Pan Wan. Mother, you agree, don't you? Once again, this tiresome discussion arose. Jiang Yun was truly weary of hearing such remarks. What does it mean to be the master of the Zhang family? It is all nonsense. In truth, she is merely a caretaker, an assiduous and selfless maid who receives no accolades for her efforts. No, I want to move in. Sister-in-law, since you are already established here, there is no need for you to keep shifting about. As a grandmother, Jiang Yun found her life increasingly fraught with discontent. How could her circumstances improve if she were to move in? Zhang Dagui listened to the words of his two daughters-in-law with growing displeasure. He had previously thought them quite agreeable, but now realized they were merely calculating individuals. What is the fuss? The eldest has already moved in. Why should we uproot ourselves again? Furthermore, discussions regarding compensation for the demolition were underway. Once settled, we would all have to vacate. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guohua and the others perked up, exchanging glances with their respective wives, signaling them to refrain from causing a commotion. After all, the property remained under the names of the elderly couple, although they had previously deliberated on how to divide the estate. As long as the house had not been allocated to them, uncertainties loomed. If they were ultimately denied their share, it would be to their detriment. Zhang Xiuhua felt particularly anxious. Should Zhang Dagui decide against distributing the property and opt for monetary compensation, it was clear who would benefit the most. Du Xia was equally taken aback, realizing that the house remained under the elderly couple's name. If this situation escalated, they could truly find themselves bereft of a home, and the ones left to lament would be them. With this thought, Du Xia shot several fierce glares at Jiang Yun, fully aware that this individual harbored ill intentions. Zhang Hong, of course, remained at a loss for words. When the time came, she would simply state that the house was intended for her son. What other recourse did she have? Zhang Dagui observed the suddenly quiet crowd, and a chill enveloped his heart. He was not foolish. He understood that his sons obeyed him not out of respect for his authority as their father, but rather due to the allure of the house. Should there come a day when he possessed neither house nor wealth, could he still expect their loyalty? The answer was a resounding no. If his sons calculated their actions in such a manner, how would his grandchildren behave? Casting a glance at Zhang Yi, who remained engrossed in his meal, selecting only his favored dishes, Zhang Dagui found himself engulfed in doubt. Would his once cherished grandson truly treat them with kindness? He recalled Zhang Yu's earlier remarks about how Zhang Yi looked down upon her as a senior due to her lack of property and wealth. It was worth noting that Zhang Yu had always been generous to her nephews and nieces, purchasing clothing and school supplies for them and taking them on outings. Yet, regardless of whether it was Zhang Yi, Zhang Xian, or Lu Jian, none had shown any genuine regard for Zhang Yu. Although Zhang Xian and Lu Jian did not address her by name as Zhang Yi did, their lack of respect was nonetheless palpable. If, one day, this elderly couple found themselves devoid of money and property, would these so-called filial children and grandchildren still treat them kindly? This contemplation brought to mind many of his former colleagues. Those who thrived were invariably the ones who held wealth and property in their grasp. The recipients of their generosity were typically the children who treated them well. Conversely, those who struggled had often bestowed their homes upon their descendants prematurely, leaving their finances in disarray. Zhang Dagua pondered upon this, his body shuddering momentarily. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not allow himself to descend to such a state. Initially, he had considered that a modest two-bedroom apartment would suffice for him and his wife. However, he now believed that a three-bedroom residence was essential. This way, the elderly couple could each have their own room, while an additional room would be allocated for caregivers. After all, a larger home would incentivize their children to treat them with greater kindness. Furthermore, reflecting on Zhang Yu's situation, Zhang Dagua concluded that he could not deny her share entirely. The child had endured much over the years. He had been contemplating this for days, and although Xiao Yu was not married, she had cared for them for a considerable time. Thus it was only fair that she also received her portion of the property. As soon as he voiced this thought, the others at the table, who had been quietly eating, abruptly lifted their heads in astonishment, their expressions a mix of confusion and surprise directed at Zhang Dagua. They could not comprehend how he could so suddenly change his mind. It was well known that while the old house appeared spacious, dividing it into 4 shares would leave them with a 2-bedroom apartment, yet acquiring a 3-bedroom residence would entail additional expenses. They had already felt that their shares were insufficient. And now with Zhang Yu's inclusion, it seemed to encroach upon their own allocations. Yet, how could they argue against giving Zhang Yu her rightful portion? After all, she was their sibling, and Zhang Dagua's desire to grant his youngest daughter a share of the house was entirely reasonable. Pan Wan was equally taken aback, having never heard Zhang Dagua mention such a decision before. Though she did not fully grasp why he had changed his stance, she suspected it might be related to the behavior of their children. Zhang Guohua contemplated the situation before speaking up, questioning. Is it not the case that since our little sister is unmarried, she should be denied a share of the property? Zhang Dagua spoke with a rather blunt tone. What can Zhang Guohua do? Of course, he cannot refuse. It's acceptable. He continued, I have contemplated this. One must possess both a house and money. For who will care for you in your old age if you lack these? Xiaoyu, being unmarried, should especially have her own home. Do not consider it a loss, Xiaoyu. Whoever treats you well in the future will receive a share of the house. As for my own property, it too will be bestowed upon those who care for us. Is it significant whether it is passed down to the grandchildren? Zhang Daguai believed that Jiang Yun was merely taking advantage of the fact that the majority of their future wealth and property would be left to Zhang Yi, which is why she was ungrateful. What overtime? What gatherings? Does he really think I am oblivious? It is simply a reluctance to work. Chapter 28. The unhoused female supporting character Zhang Yu was utterly unaware that such a significant matter was unfolding at home. Gifts were prepared for Zhang Daguai and his wife, while others brought along some snacks for everyone to sample. For someone like her, who lacked a home, it felt as though she had lost a mere half square of living space. Once aboard the train, Zhang Yu took out a book and began to read, ignoring the attempts of those around her to engage in conversation. Who can ascertain the true nature of those nearby? There is a saying, do not converse with strangers. One might easily mistake a seemingly kind person for a dealer, driven by self-interest. Thus, she preferred the tranquility of reading alone. Upon hearing the train announce the next stop, Zhang Yu rose and retrieved her suitcase, making her way to the door to await her exit. After disembarking, she promptly hailed a taxi, feeling no inclination to take the bus. Not far from home, a model house was opened, and then I carried gifts for my family to the Zhang residence. In less than a month since my departure, Zhang Yu discovered that someone had already moved away. Greeting some old neighbors, she inquired if they were also planning to relocate. They, in turn, asked Zhang Yu about her experiences working away. Some even remarked, Xiaoyu, your parents are getting older. You cannot solely focus on your work and neglect them. This statement amused Zhang Yu, who replied, Auntie, I am working in another city, and I have my elder brother and his family. They are all very filial and will certainly look after my parents. The neighbors were taken aback by her response, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I trust my brother and his family. Upon arriving home, she found the Zhang family nearly finished with dinner. Du Xia and the others were preparing to clear the table, and upon seeing her, they were quite excited. Xiaoyu, have you eaten? Jiang Yun greeted her warmly. It's already 1:30. Have you just finished eating? Isn't that a bit late? Though unaware of what they had prepared, she observed the empty bowls on the table, suggesting there was little food left. After glancing at the scant remnants, she replied, No need. I have already eaten out. Sister-in-law, sister, please tidy up. With so little left over, did they really expect her to help clean up? Zhang Yu greeted everyone without any indication of wanting to assist. Jiang Yun glanced at Zhang Yu and said, Xiaoyu, did you know? Dad mentioned that this time, there is a share for you in the house allocation. You already have your share, so why do you not help with the household chores? Jiang Yun, upon reflecting on the fact that a portion of what rightfully belonged to them was allocated to Zhang Yu, found herself pondering whether the residence of Zhang Daguai and his spouse would be left to them at all, a question shrouded in uncertainty. Although Zhang Daguai had mentioned that Zhang Yu's house would eventually be bequeathed to his nieces and nephews, Jiang Yun was acutely aware of Zhang Yi's previous disdainful attitude towards Zhang Yu. At this moment, she genuinely regretted having uttered imprudent remarks in front of Zhang Yu, which prompted that young man to seek out Zhang Yu, ultimately provoking her ire. In order to acquire the house, they would have to surpass Zhang Xin and her companions, a prospect that incensed Jiang Yun. What? The news from Zhang Yu left her astonished. What did you say? The house actually includes my share? Zhang Yu pondered whether Zhang Daguai had indeed mentioned that their house would eventually belong to her. Coupled with the earlier advice from their old neighbor, urging her to pay attention to her parents as well as her work, Zhang Yu's first thought was that this elderly couple was concocting yet another scheme to keep her complacently occupied as a caregiver. However, she regrettably did not care at all. No, I am not married, and my housing situation can be easily resolved. How do you intend to resolve it? Jiang Yun pressed. Do you truly believe purchasing a house is a simple endeavor? One must diligently save money to buy a home. Acquiring a modest 2-bedroom apartment should suffice, likely achievable with around 300,000. Suddenly, Zhang Yu realized that with her current salary, she could indeed secure it in just 2 years. How splendid it was in this era when money still held value. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, Zhang Daguai could not help but snort disdainfully. With your salary, how much do you expect to save in a year? Purchasing even a modest apartment seems far-fetched. I doubt you could afford even a 1-bedroom, let alone a 2-bedroom. Coldly, Zhang Daguai remarked that it would be wiser for you to save your money and focus on earning more. I have discussed this with your mother. And as a member of this family, you too deserve a share. Your brothers are all provided for. It is unreasonable for you to be excluded. Of course, they all have families to support, while you are alone, so we can set aside a small room for you. Zhang Dagui felt it prudent not to be overly generous towards Zhang Yu, for it would only lead to her being overly reliant on him. This arrangement also allows for convenient care of the couple, and surely the other children would appreciate Zhang Yu's diligent efforts in their upbringing. How magnanimous it would be. No longer merely a right to reside in a single unit. Yet, she discerned the underlying intention. It seemed he wished for her to continue caring for them as she had before. I cannot possibly take care of all of you. There is truly no need to reserve an apartment for me. Moreover, due to my job relocation and the accompanying allowances, my annual income has reached 100,000. If I worked diligently for 5 or 6 years, I too could afford an apartment. Thus, there is no need for you to set aside a single room for me. It is merely a single room, and yet Zhang Yu felt underestimated. Was she to be perceived as someone who would settle for a mere 100,000 in exchange for a diligent and compliant caretaker? Zhang Yu could only think that Zhang Dagui was quite shrewd in his calculations, but alas, she would not be easily deceived. Chapter 29. The unhoused supporting female character Zhang Yu's words left everyone present utterly astonished, including Zhang Yi, who had descended the stairs in search of a snack. An annual income of 100,000. He was acutely aware that after a year's labor, he barely earned around 40,000. A sum that already surpassed the salaries of many of his peers. He had looked down upon Zhang Yu, believing that after more than a decade of work, her earnings as a university graduate amounted to only 60 or 70,000. To discover that she earned an additional 30 or 40,000 was a bitter pill to swallow. Zhang Yi regretted addressing her so casually that day. Despite his thick skin, he greeted her with enthusiasm. Upon seeing Zhang Yi's exuberant wave, Zhang Yu realized that the revelation of her salary had indeed left him speechless. "Hello," she replied, reciprocating his warmth. Little did she anticipate that her salary was so substantial. If she were to resign and seek employment elsewhere, she doubted whether she could secure such a lucrative position again. "I know your salary is impressive. You simply cannot give it up," Zhang Dagui mused, recognizing Zhang Yu's newfound success and feeling inclined to treat her with even more kindness. "It's all right. I can manage on my own. Just as you often said, if one person is well fed, the whole family stays nourished. I want to compete with my brother for resources." The house was to be divided into 4 portions, which already felt insufficient. "I will take a single room, while you and mother can have the 2-bedroom apartment." In her previous life, she had taken a 3-bedroom unit, largely persuaded by Zhang Guohua and his wife to opt for a larger space, justifying it with the claim of needing more storage, especially since she also lived with Zhang Dagui and his spouse. Zhang Guohua and his companions purchased a 2-bedroom apartment, contributing a portion of the funds. This time, their financial input is likely to be less. Upon hearing Zhang Yu repeatedly express her disinterest in acquiring a property, Du Xia felt a sense of relief. After all, if they were to obtain 4 2-bedroom apartments, their out-of-pocket expenses would be minimal. "No, my mother and I have discussed it and decided to go for a 3-bedroom apartment." Taking advantage of the gathered company, Zhang Dagui disclosed their plans. What? They actually want a 3-bedroom apartment? Even Zhang Guohua and the others were taken aback, gazing at him in confusion, unable to comprehend why the elderly couple desired such a spacious residence. "Though you work in another city, it is essential to reserve a room for you," Zhang Dagui asserted, placing the rationale for their preference for a 3-bedroom apartment squarely on Zhang Yu's shoulders. Goodness, she continuously hoped the Zhang family would not focus on her. Yet here was Zhang Dagui persistently attempting to draw her into the scheme. "Mom and Dad, there's no need for that. Your property won't be available until next year or the year after. By then, I might well have purchased a small studio myself. If that fails, I can always stay in a hotel. Furthermore, over the years, my brother and others have traveled extensively, while for various reasons, I have not had the opportunity to explore. With someone to care for you both, I wish to venture out and admire the diverse landscapes of our homeland." Zhang Yu knew that the original owner had always envied Zhang Guohua and others for their travels. Thus, she felt compelled to fulfill a silent wish left unvoiced by the previous owner. What? Zhang Yu actually intends to travel? Zhang Yi was greatly displeased by these words. To him, he was the sole grandson of the Zhang family, and he believed that Zhang Yu's wealth and property should rightfully be inherited by him. Regarding Zhang Yu's plans to travel, Zhang Yi perceived this as an extravagant expenditure of his finances, yet he felt unable to voice his objections directly. Upon learning of Zhang Yu's substantial income, Zhang Xin began to contemplate the possibilities. With Zhang Yu's financial support, her aspirations for studying abroad could become significantly more feasible. The more money one possesses for international study, the greater the comfort it affords, allowing for carefree shopping without the burden of price tags. Observing the disapproving expressions around her, Zhang Yu understood that they were likely questioning her perceived extravagance, as she was spending what could be considered their future inheritance. Mom and Dad, I truly believe I may not be able to care for you as much as you deserve, so please do not worry about the property, Zhang Yu expressed sincerely. I have reflected deeply on this matter, and compared to my elder siblings, I feel as though my life has been somewhat unfulfilled. When the company organized a trip, I refrained from participating out of concern for you. I have only traveled for work-related reasons. Honestly, I feel as if I lack personal time. Having spent a month away, I have finally experienced a sense of relief. Preparing meals for myself each day and having the freedom to explore on weekends, without the constant consideration of a large family gathering, has revealed that this way of life suits me quite well. Zhang Daguai never anticipated that during Zhang Yu's absence, she would contemplate so much and seemingly abandon their affairs. What about us? Do you not wish to concern yourself with me and your mother? Zhang Daguai became anxious. Is there not a brother and sister-in-law? In the past, I handled the cooking. Now they can look after you, and soon my sister-in-law will retire. Alternatively, you might consider hiring a caregiver, and if necessary, the 4 of us siblings can contribute. I will certainly cover my share. Zhang Yu casually recounted how the original owner managed, suggesting that if the eldest brother and his wife were unable to care for them, they should employ a nurse. As for the finances, should the need arise for us to contribute, I will certainly pay my portion. Zhang Yu was unequivocal. Upon hearing the mention of contributions and the division among the 4, Zhang Hong felt overwhelmed. Truly, Xiao Yu, your solitary living situation renders you indifferent, but our burden is considerable. If you are indeed earning a high income, why can you not shoulder the full financial responsibility? Unfortunately, your salaries are not less than mine. However, you have children to support, while I do not. Yet, I must save for my old age. After all, I have no descendants and do not expect anyone to care for me. I need to set aside funds for hiring a caregiver in my later years and for potential medical needs. It is imperative that I strive to earn and save money. Zhang Yu indirectly conveyed to Zhang Yi and the others that they should not expect to calculate her finances. Her money must be reserved for her retirement. Zhang Yi and the others discerned the implications in Zhang Yu's words and felt a sense of dissatisfaction, considering her to be rather stingy. They truly do not believe Zhang Yu's words. How can one be independent without relying on their nephews and nieces? Chapter 30. The Unhoused Supporting Character. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin realized that Zhang Yu must still be pondering over the incident with Zhang Yi from last time. She wanted to say something, but Zhang Yu glanced at the disheveled table and remarked, "Sister-in-law, aren't you going to tidy up the dishes? If you don't hurry, dinner will be upon us." Zhang Yu smiled warmly at Jiang Yun, who shot her a sideways glance before promptly setting about to clear the table. Zhang Yu observed them as they worked, then retrieved the gifts she had purchased for Zhang Daguai and the others from her bag. "Father, here are the tea leaves from that side. Mother, these are the pastries from there." Zhang Yu pondered for quite some time, but could not find a suitable gift for Pan Wan, so she had bought extra pastries instead. It was rather disappointing, considering her substantial income, that she had brought back so little. From the droop of Pan Wan's mouth, Zhang Yu sensed her dissatisfaction. But what of it? Simply having gifts was commendable. Zhang Daguai was quite pleased with the gifts Zhang Yu presented, exclaiming, "This tea is quite good." Zhang Guohua also cast a glance and remarked, "Indeed, fine tea. It seems, little sister, you are living quite well." Yes, most of the gift budget was allocated for father's present. Zhang Yu clarified succinctly, explaining why the gifts for the others were rather ordinary. Zhang Daguai, after all, only cared about his own well-being. The fortunes of others were of little concern to him. "This tea is excellent. I shall brew it today." With that thought in mind, Zhang Daguai called out, "Eldest, boil some water for me. I want to brew the tea that Xiao Yu brought." Upon hearing this, Zhang Guohua's eyes brightened with excitement. "Dad, may I have a taste?" Zhang Daguai, though reluctant, could not deny his son, especially considering that once the tea was consumed, Zhang Yu could procure more. Thus, with a generous spirit, Zhang Daguai agreed. "All right, let us all have a sip." In the kitchen, Jiang Yun was washing the dishes when she overheard Zhang Daguai asking her to boil water, which infuriated her as she felt treated like a mere housekeeper. She resolved to endure for the time being, but once she obtained the house, she would no longer tend to them. "Fine, Dad, wait a moment. I will boil the water, she replied, suppressing her frustration. Zhang Hong, engrossed in dishwashing, had been scrubbing the same bowl for nearly 10 minutes. Upon placing the kettle on the stove, Jiang Yun noticed Zhang Hong's persistent washing, and her anger became increasingly difficult to contain. If you don't wish to work, just say so. I have never encountered anyone so diligent in appearance yet so lacking in effort. Honestly, you shirk cooking while consuming the most. Jiang Yun felt a wave of dissatisfaction towards her sister-in-law and elder sister-in-law, perceiving them as hindrances, unwilling to contribute while eagerly reaping the benefits. As for the sister-in-law who refused to share in the advantages, she was the most detestable, incessantly boasting about her past contributions. It seemed as if they believed that if the three families could not care for their parents, it was a reflection of their own inadequacy. Zhang Hong exhibited no signs of embarrassment for her actions. I consumed the meal prepared by my mother, which was purchased by her as well. It was as though you had prepared the lunch yourself. Zhang Hong, feeling no need for courtesy, retorted sharply. You, Jiang Yun, in a fit of anger, pointed at Zhang Hong, yet found herself at a loss for words after an extended tirade. What should I do? Zhang Hong, equally incensed, remarked that as the host, you ought to contribute more. When Xiaoyu resided here, she at least provided a monthly allowance of 2,000. Did you offer anything? Zhang Hong was certain that Zhang Guohua and his spouse had not contributed a single cent. Was this not merely taking advantage of Zhang Dagui and his wife? Clearly, this was the act of a greedy individual, shamelessly criticizing others without a hint of self-awareness. I refused to continue. Zhang Hong, unwilling to endure any longer, thought it one thing to tolerate Zhang Dagui as he was her parent, but what was Jiang Yun to her? She felt no obligation to care. Thus, without a second thought, Zhang Hong departed, indifferent to Jiang Yun's anger. Upon witnessing Zhang Hong's exit, Du Xia promptly declared her intent to leave as well, citing other commitments. Jiang Yun was taken aback. Despite Zhang Hong's wrongdoing, she showed no sign of remorse and simply walked away, refusing to contribute. As for Du Xia, she was hardly innocent, choosing to abandon her responsibilities, leaving the burden of washing numerous dishes upon herself. At that moment, Jiang Yun contemplated leaving as well, yet hesitated. If she dared to do so, not only would Zhang Dagui express his displeasure and reprimand her severely, but Zhang Guohua would also not let her off easily. Jiang Yun's heart was heavy with sorrow as she pondered the situation. She truly could not comprehend how what should have been a momentous occasion, her in-laws' house being demolished and her family receiving a new home, had devolved into such turmoil. She understood that it was all due to Zhang Yu. Had she not insisted on foregoing her share, Jiang Yun would not be in such a dismal predicament. Yet, Zhang Yu exuded confidence, even going so far as to declare that she did not require a share of the property, as she was capable of purchasing her own home. If only Jiang Yun possessed such assurance, she too could boldly state that she would no longer serve. For she had ample funds and would not concern herself with the opinions of Zhang Dagui and his family. However, those words eluded her, for despite their wealth, after expenses for renovations, dowries, and wedding arrangements, their financial resources were considerably diminished. Moreover, there lingered the persistent worry, should Zhang Dagui's family fail to behave appropriately, the benefits would likely be bestowed upon either Zhang Shouhua's or Zhang Hong's family. The preliminary assessment suggested it would likely favor Zhang Shouhua, who had previously expressed pride in Zhang Xian's academic achievements. He had lamented how unfortunate it would be if such talent were not nurtured through higher education or study abroad. Jiang Yun could ascertain that Zhang Shouhua's intentions were to impress upon Zhang Dagui and his spouse the potential of Zhang Xian, a girl who, despite her gender, was worthy of investment and cultivation. Yet, the question remained, would studying abroad not require substantial financial backing? Indeed, it demanded considerable funds. Could Zhang Shouhua's family afford to send that girl overseas? Even if they could, why would they not seek financial assistance from Zhang Dagui and his wife? Chapter 31. The unhoused supporting character Zhang Yu observed as Zhang Hong and Du Xia emerged from the kitchen in quick succession, while Jiang Yun remained busy within. She smiled, recognizing that the eldest daughter-in-law of the Zhang family was still occupied in her culinary endeavors. After all, those with aspirations must strive to make a favorable impression, mustn't they? Du Xia greeted Zhang Yu warmly, inquiring about her life in a different locale, to which Zhang Yu succinctly shared her experiences away from home. Do you not feel lonely, being all by yourself? Du Xia asked with genuine concern. Lonely? Zhang Yu chuckled. How could she possibly feel lonely? Are you still keeping up with your exercise routine? Du Xia remarked, finally noticing the significant improvement in Zhang Yu's complexion. "Xiao Yu, what have you been doing to maintain your appearance? You look far more radiant than before." At this, Zhang Hong's attention was piqued, a twinge of jealousy surfacing within her. They were both in their 30s, yet Zhang Yu's skin appeared remarkably youthful. Zhang Hong prided herself on her own self-care, recalling the times when people would claim she was the younger sister when she was out with Zhang Yu. However, now, if the two were to venture out together, it was inevitable that such comments would no longer be made. How could such a transformation occur in such a short span? If that girl were to spend a few years away, one could only imagine the extent of her metamorphosis. Zhang Hong gazed enviously at Zhang Yu. "Xiao Yu, what is your secret to maintaining such beauty? No woman wishes to forsake her youth and beauty, and Du Xia was no exception." She looked up at Zhang Yu, eager to uncover the secrets behind her newfound allure. This amused Zhang Yu, recalling how they had once scorned her for her lack of self-presentation, the disdain clear on their faces. As a result, she has now begun to take care of herself, yet they have succumbed to jealousy. Oh, such is the nature of women. They seldom wish for one another's success. "I rise early each day for a run and take a leisurely stroll after dinner. Oh, and I make sure to consume plenty of fruit," Zhang Yu added. "There is nothing more to it." After a moment's reflection, Zhang Yu remembered, "Oh, and I also apply facial masks. However, surely you all do this as well." After all, whether it be Jiang Yun or Du Xia, the three of them frequently gather to discuss which skincare products are superior. For them, it is not a matter of financial constraints. Ah, is it really that simple? Du Xia and Zhang Hong wore expressions of disbelief. "Oh, and I suppose maintaining adequate sleep is essential. There is a saying that good complexion relies on sufficient rest. I usually retire around 10 and rise by 5. Zhang Yu believed such a routine to be the most beneficial. 10 o'clock for sleep, 5 o'clock for rising. Du Xia and Zhang Hong felt they followed a similar schedule, yet did not experience such favorable results. As for this, Zhang Yu pondered for a moment, hesitating slightly. "I fall asleep quite quickly and remain asleep until dawn." Well, Zhang Hong and Du Xia admitted they did not enjoy such restful slumber. "Ah, little sister has it good." Without a care in the world, Zhang Hong remarked, half in jest and half in envy. "There is no other option for me. Being alone, without support, I must pay heed to my health. One must eat well and rest adequately. After all, one's health is the foundation of all endeavors." Zhang Yu expressed that health is paramount and must be prioritized. Du Xia and the others interpreted this to mean that, regrettably, Zhang Yu could no longer be regarded as a free laborer. She was determined to adopt a more self-serving stance. Jiang Yun, carrying a kettle of boiling water, walked into the main room and observed the gathering with a sense of imbalance. While everyone indulged in tea and conversation, she found herself laboring alone. In that moment, she completely forgot that there had once been a time when she too had engaged in leisurely chats while Zhang Yu toiled alone. Jiang Yun felt a surge of dissatisfaction, but was unable to voice her grievances directly. Her gaze fell upon Zhang Guohua, who was surrounded by a throng of individuals conversing with Zhang Degui, and her irritation only deepened. "Zhang Guohua, come help me wash the dishes," Jiang Yun exclaimed, her tone laced with indignation. She believed that having spoken up, Du Xia and the others would surely be compelled to rise, yet both Du Xia and Zhang Hong, being rather thick-skinned, pretended not to hear her call. As for Zhang Yu, she too chose to feign ignorance, finding the situation absurdly amusing. She had relinquished a one-bedroom apartment, a sum that could have afforded her numerous hours of a maid's service. Zhang Yu leisurely picked up a piece of fruit and savored it, relishing the moment. "I used to be the one bustling about in the kitchen alone. After all these years, this is truly the first time I have experienced such a feeling," she remarked. Zhang Yu insisted that her sentiments were not directed at Jiang Yun, but rather a genuine reflection of her own thoughts. Jiang Yun felt a pang of frustration at Zhang Yu's words. As a result, her own awkwardness was magnified. In the past, Zhang Yu had managed everything on her own, and now, with Jiang Yun's responsibilities diminished, her complaints seemed rather unjustified. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, back then, it was solely Xiao Yu who managed everything. How ridiculous it is that someone, who hardly cooks, now dares to complain after merely washing a dish. Truly, one has quite the audacity. If they were at home, Zhang Guohua would certainly rush to assist Jiang Yun with the dishes upon hearing her call. But they are not in that familiar setting, with parents and siblings observing. He simply cannot offer his help to Jiang Yun. Now, upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, he couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yun, as if to say, Isn't washing a dish a trivial task? Why the fuss? Pan Wan, too, was full of complaints about her own tasks. Yet as a mother-in-law, she couldn't voice her grievances too harshly. However, the circumstances are different now. It is Zhang Yu speaking up. Indeed, in the old household, it is merely washing dishes. Why should one require assistance? Let Guohua and his brothers engage in conversation instead. Pan Wan harbors considerable dissatisfaction towards Jiang Yun. If it weren't for the grandson, she would have been far less courteous. Some responsibilities ought to fall to women. Zhang Deguai expressed his discontent, lamenting how the son, grandson, and son-in-law were all gathered together, enjoying tea and conversation. Yet, here comes Jiang Yun, demanding Zhang Guohua to work. How could this not provoke the elder's ire? With both the mother-in-law and father-in-law weighing in, what could she do? Jiang Yun could only glare fiercely at Zhang Yu a few times. Zhang Yu, however, would not indulge her. Sister-in-law, why are you glaring at me? Did I say something wrong? I recall you mentioning that you wanted some snacks this afternoon. Without them, it just feels lacking. Oh, and sister-in-law, please remember to brew me some tea. There are still no fruits, sister-in-law. You are indeed the most virtuous daughter-in-law, as praised by our parents. Zhang Yu clicked her tongue, realizing that the situation was far from satisfactory. Jiang Yun did not anticipate that merely giving Zhang Yu a few glares would provoke such a blunt retort. She felt an urge to explode, yet she refrained, knowing full well the demands she had initially set forth. Sister-in-law, why are you standing there in a daze? Get to work, Zhang Yu drawled. I remember you stating that you could do better than I. Chapter 32. The unhoused supporting character Zhang Hong was taken aback that Zhang Yu would openly acknowledge Jiang Yun's displeasure and still make such remarks. She couldn't help but give Zhang Yu a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are truly something else." Did I speak incorrectly? I merely articulated the truth, Zhang Yu asserted, unapologetically admitting to having spoken unfiltered truths. It is often said that blunt honesty can wound, yet one cannot help but express it. However, she felt rather elated, recalling how Jiang Yun had once stood idly without voicing her discomfort. Now, Jiang Yun was experiencing a taste of her own medicine. By the way, sister-in-law, I desire a bowl of snow pear and white fungus soup. You can prepare the white fungus. If you lack the ingredients, be sure to purchase them from the supermarket. Zhang Yu called out loudly. After all, when Jiang Yun craved something, she would immediately demand it. If unavailable, she would venture out to buy it. Zhang Guohua understood that Zhang Yu was venting her frustrations, but he felt a twinge of sympathy for Jiang Yun, who was currently occupied. Zhang Yu, your sister-in-law is busy. Busy with what? Zhang Yu scoffed. Did she prepare lunch? I recall rising early at 6 o'clock on weekends to handle everything. Your wife, however, sleeps until after 10, and she does not prepare lunch. I toiled for an entire day, just settling down for a brief respite when your wife asked what I wanted to eat. I had no choice but to rush out. Otherwise, her expression would have soured. This is not the first or second occurrence, as you have witnessed. Why did you not advise your wife at that time? Now you seem to be concerned for her well-being, and I question the reliability of such a brother. Zhang Yu chuckled coldly, reminding Jiang Yun that she desires snow pear with tremella, and she should not fault her for being demanding, for she remembers well how things were before. Furthermore, Zhang Guohua, if you are reluctant to part with your wife, then you should venture out to make the purchase. Otherwise, refrain from your incessant complaints. Zhang Yu cast a frosty glance at Zhang Guohua, exhibiting an indifference that was both fearless and unyielding. Zhang Guohua dared not meet Zhang Yu's gaze, fully aware that this sister harbored no lingering affections for the Zhang family, nor did she rely on them for future support. Very well, let your sister-in-law handle the shopping. Zhang Guohua resolved to send Jiang Yun for the errands, as he wished to enjoy his tea, having no time for such tasks. Zhang Hong and Du Xia were taken aback. Although Zhang Yu directed her attention towards Jiang Yun, they understood that given the opportunity, she would not hesitate to target them as well. So, call your wife, do not dawdle, for there is much to be done for afternoon snacks and dinner preparations. Zhang Yu asserted that Jiang Yun had plenty on her plate. What could Zhang Guohua do? Naturally, he could only retreat to the kitchen and instruct Jiang Yun to get to work. Jiang Yun had just finished washing a stack of dishes in the kitchen, her hands now pruny and white. She felt an overwhelming urge to weep upon hearing Zhang Guohua ask her to go out and purchase supplies. Unable to contain herself, she burst into tears. Zhang Yu, hearing her sobs, curled her lip in disdain, questioning whether this was truly a lamentation. When demands had been made so unapologetically in the past, had anyone considered that they too might one day find themselves in such a predicament? Jiang Yun, There's no need to cry. The more you weep, the more arduous your tasks become. Oh, and if you truly wish to avoid the chore, it's perfectly acceptable to buy ready-made items. It merely requires you to part with some money. Speaking of which, wasn't a milk tea shop open nearby? Nowadays, indulging in milk tea isn't exactly economical, especially since it has only recently entered the domestic market. I propose we have some milk tea and perhaps a few dainty pastries. It's a splendid opportunity to sample the flavors. Brother, what do you think? Zhang Yu called out. If you wish to evade labor, money can certainly provide a solution. Zhang Yu was confident that Jiang Yun would never consent to such a notion. The thought of purchasing milk tea and cake from an external CAF sent a shiver of anxiety through Jiang Yun. She had first ventured into that very shop last year when it opened. The prices were indeed steep. A cup of milk tea paired with a slice of cake cost no less than 30 per person, and it wasn't just Zhang Yu who would be dining. Wouldn't the others partake as well? Consequently, an afternoon tea outing could easily amount to 300 or 500, and the reality was that this money would come directly from their own pockets. The mere thought of spending such a vast sum made Jiang Yun's heart ache as if it were bleeding. You go by the items. Jiang Yun contemplated for a moment and concluded that entrusting this task to Zhang Guohua might not yield satisfactory results. If he were to falter, Zhang Yu might create further complications. Thus, she resolved to take it upon herself to shop. If the items purchased did not meet expectations, it would lead to yet another dilemma. Jiang Yun sighed deeply, feeling as though she were the target of vengeance. Zhang Guohua was acutely aware that Jiang Yun was also directing her frustration at him for not offering assistance. After all, he had indeed acted excessively at the outset, making various demands. It was only natural for her to respond this way now. With her increased salary and financial independence, she was no longer the impoverished girl she once was. Zhang Guohua found himself at a loss for words. They could not afford to confront her directly, as it would jeopardize her property and wealth. Zhang Guohua's reluctance to challenge Zhang Yu became evident. Jiang Yun understood his sentiment, exhaling a resigned sigh. Were it not for the current circumstances, she would not have tolerated her behavior. Nevertheless, she resolved to let Zhang Yu revel in her momentary triumph. When the time came for her to require care in her later years, it would be Jiang Yun's turn to take the reins. Jiang Yun firmly believed that when that day arrived, she would ensure Zhang Yu faced the consequences without a word of protest. Realizing that time was of the essence, she hurriedly rushed out, inquiring what everyone desired to eat before heading out to shop. Initially, she had thought it best not to impose any demands given the chaos. Yet each person still voiced their own requests. While saving money was a consideration, the toll of exhaustion was undeniable. It was truly draining. In the past, with only 3 people in the household, there was little work to be done, especially considering Zhang Guohua's willingness to lend a hand. However, after moving here, it was utterly impossible to expect Zhang Guohua to assist with household chores. Whenever Zhang Guohua was mentioned, Pan Wan and Zhang De would inevitably chime in, asserting that men, after a long day of toil, deserved to rest upon returning home. If given the choice, there was a strong likelihood they would prefer to remain in this location, as the food was delightful and they would align with Zhang Yi's opinions. Jiang Yun pondered for quite some time and concluded that there was only one viable option: to expedite the relocation. It was rather perplexing that the elderly couple, consisting of just 2 individuals, required a 3-bedroom residence. How much could they possibly share from the remaining funds? Initially, Jiang Yun had desired a 3-bedroom apartment herself, as it would be ideal for Zhang Yi's future marriage. However, purchasing such a property would necessitate a substantial financial contribution, and it remained uncertain whether Zhang Daguai and his spouse would be amenable to this additional expense. If they were willing, that would be splendid. If not, the burden of the cost would inevitably fall upon them. In light of this, she resolved that a 2-bedroom apartment would suffice. When the time came for Zhang Yi's wedding, they would celebrate in this modest abode and see how the elderly couple would react. Chapter 33. The unhoused supporting character after preparing some snacks. She slightly satisfied her hunger before commencing dinner preparations. Sister-in-law, I would love to have sweet and sour pork. I recall that you enjoy it, and I believe you would be quite adept at making it. Additionally, how about some plum sauce ribs? As for the soup, let us keep it simple with a pig's trotter soup, given its richness in collagen, which is beneficial for the skin. For vegetables, let's prepare some shredded potatoes and garlic lettuce. The rest, you may inquire what everyone prefers to eat. Holding the bowl of afternoon snacks, Zhang Yu, living up to expectations, suggested the dishes she desired for dinner. As for breakfast, I shall manage it myself. I will inform you later about lunch. Zhang Yu, indulging heartily in her meal, asserted that the dishes she ordered were truly not excessive. Observing Zhang Yu's innocent countenance at that moment, Jiang Yun felt an overwhelming urge to splatter the contents of her bowl onto Zhang Yu's face. Zhang Yu, noticing the fury etched on Jiang Yun's features, smiled and said, "Jiang Yun, are you quite upset? I must tell you, do not be angry. You are the eldest daughter-in-law, and you must conduct yourself well. How else would you convince our parents that you are a commendable daughter-in-law, worthy of inheriting the house? Did our father not mention that whoever treats them well would be considered for the property? I have no interest, but Jiang Yun, have you forgotten the other two families? If you do not perform admirably, how will you secure the house and funds? Surely, you do not believe that having a male grandson gives you an advantage. Though it may add to your merits, if your conduct is lacking, the male grandchild will not confer any superiority. By the way, Jiang Yun, how is Zhang Yi faring at his workplace? Still lacking in accomplishments? This is quite unacceptable. In my previous position as a mere accountant, people perceived me as lacking ambition. As a woman, it was one thing to be deemed unremarkable, but for Zhang Yi, being a man, he must shoulder the responsibility of providing for a family. A man without ambition presents a far greater concern, Zhang Yu advised earnestly. Jiang Yun truly felt as though she could faint from exasperation. She had anticipated that Zhang Yu's attack on her was the extent of it, yet she was taken aback to find Zhang Yi dragged into the fray as well. With a disdainful pout, Jiang Yun thought to herself, Zhang Yu, after all, Xiao Yi is merely a child. But what child? I dutifully listen while you are busy seeking a match for Zhang Yi. He is already a working adult. How can he still be considered a child? Nevertheless, it is your son, and if you perceive him as a child, then so be it. Ultimately, it is not I who will bear the burdens when the time comes. Zhang Yu was acutely aware that even if she persuaded Jiang Yun, she would still regard Zhang Yi as a child, one who requires supervision in every aspect. When Zhang Yi eventually marries, she would likely maintain this same stance, meddling in every detail. Would Zhang Yi's wife truly find joy in such a situation? One can only ponder whether Zhang Yi will reconnect with his former fiancée Yi. If so, Zhang Yu harbored hopes that it would be her. That particular niece-in-law had shown no restraint in dealing with Zhang Yu, and this time, the opponent could not scheme against her, allowing for a peaceful observation of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law dynamics. Zhang Yu believed it would undoubtedly be quite entertaining, relishing the role of an onlooker. Zhang Hong observed the retreating figure of Zhang Yu and mused, Xiao Yu, you have become quite formidable, managing to subdue her. It was known that she had faced Jiang Yun several times without gaining much advantage. Zhang Hong truly admired Zhang Yu for effortlessly achieving her goals. Would you like to know how I managed to suppress her? Zhang Yu discerned the envy in Zhang Hong's eyes. Zhang Hong nodded eagerly, her anticipation evident as she looked at Zhang Yu, eager to learn her secret. Ah, it is quite simple, Zhang Yu replied. I harbor no desires or demands. In the past, I thought, since I am unmarried and have no descendants, I must rely on Zhang Yi and the others to care for me. However, did they truly provide them with a sufficient amount of money? Yet, who has ever regarded me with respect? I have come to a realization. Why should I rely on my nephews and nieces? Instead of anticipating that they will care for me out of kinship, I should focus on saving more, purchasing a home, for when one possesses wealth, care will inevitably follow. The presence of descendants is inconsequential. What truly matters is the amount of money in one's possession. Those without wealth or property, even if they are biological offspring, are often disregarded by their parents. Indeed, could Zhang Hong claim that Zhang Yu was in the wrong? Of course not. Zhang Yu stifled a yawn, retrieved a book from her bag, and began to read while sipping tea. It was quite pleasant. Jiang Yun was bustling about in the kitchen, feeling as though her limbs and waist were not her own. Nevertheless, there was no choice. Despite her exhaustion, she had to persevere. It is truly perplexing how Zhang Yu manages to cope. No, it is simply her youth. At that moment, Jiang Yun realized that she had indeed been duped by Zhang Yu, considering she was not even 40 yet. However, there was no alternative but to avoid an argument with Zhang Yu. If they were to dispute, it would only lead to claims that her contributions were minimal. Taking a deep breath, she felt an urge to flee, yet she understood that if she did not endure, her efforts would be in vain. She still needed to persuade Zhang Guohua to inquire with Zhang Daguai about when they could sign. Zhang Yu caught a whiff of delicious food and patted her belly, exclaiming, No wonder I'm hungry. It must be time. Glancing at the clock, she remarked, Jiang Yun, your cooking speed leaves much to be desired. It's quite late already. I am not as skilled as you, Zhang Yu remarked, a hint of annoyance in her voice. It's all right, practice makes perfect, she added, acknowledging that there was no alternative but to hone her skills further. However, she insisted that one must be swift, otherwise, after we have feasted, you will be left to tidy up for an eternity. You will have to wash the dishes, clean the kitchen, and don't forget about the living room. It all falls upon you. Zhang Yu expressed her resignation, noting that once dinner was finished, Jiang Yun would become even busier, overwhelmed with tasks. Jiang Yun, feeling provoked by Zhang Yu's incessant teasing, decided it was time to retaliate. Why don't you plan on helping me with the dishes? She asked, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Zhang Yu shook her head firmly. I want to wash the dishes. I have done so for many years. It is only fair that you contribute now. Although I am not married, I do not live at home. Doesn't that make me akin to a married woman? Since I am a daughter of a family, it is unreasonable to expect me to do the chores. Zhang Yu firmly stated that one should not anticipate her assistance. Jiang Yun was tempted to glare at Zhang Yu but refrained, recalling how she had previously faced Zhang Yu's retaliation for such a gesture. She truly feared the consequences of further antagonizing her. Zhang Yu, noticing Jiang Yun's silence, did not interpret it as surrender. Rather, she believed Jiang Yun was merely simmering with frustration, contemplating her own revenge. After finishing her meal, Zhang Yu engaged in a brief conversation with Zhang Degu and the others before rising and departing. Upon completing her tasks, Jiang Yun emerged only to find that both Zhang Shouhua and Zhang Hong had already left, and so had Zhang Yu. The living room was in utter disarray. Upon seeing her, Pan Wan said, "All right, please tidy up the living room and then rest early. By the way, remember to wake up early tomorrow. You need to go grocery shopping." Must she really rise early to buy groceries? Jiang Yun was taken aback, stammering, I. Chapter 34. The unhoused supporting character Pan Wan felt that Zhang Yu was right. She had more than one son. Jiang Yun's transformation was largely due to her belief that her giving birth to Zhang Yi made her a significant contributor to the Zhang family, thus disregarding the elderly couple. Even before the house was fully transferred to them, such a situation had already arisen. Once the house was officially theirs, she could only imagine how their attitude might change. Pan Wan believed it essential to suppress Jiang Yun while she still could. Zhang Yu had become quite spoiled, and Jiang Yun's behavior must not mirror that of Zhang Yu. At first, Zhang Guohua was taken aback by the news that Jiang Yun had to spend the entire day working and would then need to go out to buy groceries and cook. Naturally, he felt a pang of reluctance. However, he was not prepared for the old lady's abrupt change of heart, which instantly quelled his desire to advocate for Jiang Yun. After all, if the elderly couple became irate, it was entirely possible that the distribution of the house would change again. Furthermore, they had previously mentioned their willingness to contribute to Zhang Yi's marriage. But had they specified how much? If they were dissatisfied later, would they truly offer a substantial amount, or merely a token sum of a few thousand? Would they dare to complain about the elderly couple's supposed unfairness? Zhang Guohua instructed Zhang Dagui and his wife to rest while he took it upon himself to clean up. Jiang Yun observed Zhang Guohua, who stood before the elderly couple in a state of reticence, and couldn't help but feel that he was rather ineffective. Why can't you simply express to your parents that you are exhausted? Jiang Yun remarked with displeasure as she watched Zhang Guohua sweeping the floor. Yet, despite her irritation, she could only lower her voice, ensuring that the Zhang couple did not overhear. I mentioned it. Did you not hear Zhang Yu say it today? She has taken action. But she is young. What about me? Jiang Yun was taken aback by Zhang Guohua's unexpected response, which incited her anger. Why are you so upset? Zhang Guohua was startled by Jiang Yun's sudden outburst. Furthermore, if it weren't for your initial demands and expectations, would Zhang Yu have acted this way? Reflect on your past behavior. Moreover, Zhang Yu currently desires nothing. She can disregard her parents' words if she chooses. They simply remain silent, waiting for you to initiate change. Yet, how have you responded? There has been no transformation whatsoever. Instead, you treat everyone as though they are fools. I can assert that had you not behaved so excessively before, our parents would undoubtedly have come to your defense. However, your poor performance has merely provided Zhang Yu with ammunition to criticize, and naturally, my parents hope to educate you properly. I understand your frustration. Why should others rest while you toil? Consider that Zhang Yu was once in a similar position. If you genuinely cannot bear it any longer, that is perfectly acceptable. I will support you. Regarding the matter of Xiao Yi's future marriage, the financial contributions of the elderly couple are solely their concern. However, Jiang Yun is aware that Zhang Guohua does not genuinely wish to relocate. He merely wishes to shift the burden onto her. The responsibility for Zhang Yi's matrimonial affairs will rest entirely upon her shoulders, and should any aspect falter, she will undoubtedly face the consequences. After much contemplation, Jiang Yun decides to endure this predicament, as she has but one son and naturally desires his well-being. She resolves to persevere, albeit with the expectation of assistance from others. In the absence of Zhang Yu, she doubts whether Zhang Shouhua and the others can maintain their current exuberance. She has her own interests at stake. Do the other two families not have their own desires as well? Zhang Guohua seemingly intends for Jiang Yun to persist. For if the financial support from Zhang Dagua and his can proves insufficient, he will inevitably be compelled to earn more. Thus, to mitigate future hardships, Zhang Guohua has preemptively decided to impose a greater burden on Jiang Yun. As for his role, he will listen to her grievances, offer occasional words of comfort, and provide minimal assistance with the necessary tasks. After all, they are husband and wife, and a little caution from him will enable Jiang Yun to endure. Upon returning to the hotel, Zhang Yu took a refreshing bath and resumed her reading. The clothes she changed out of were also laundered and placed beneath the air conditioning to dry, to be taken home the following day for a touch of sunlight. Today, Jiang Yun was exceedingly irate, and the days of anger are far from over. Zhang Yu believed that her decisive outburst today might have subdued Jiang Yun, potentially preventing Pan Wan from finding a means to confront her. In the days to come, Jiang Yun's life would become increasingly challenging. One day, her insatiable greed would undoubtedly lead her to a predicament. Despite her outward display of authority at home, it was often Zhang Guohua who held the reins. After all, it was Jiang Yun who undertook the responsibilities. A few kind words from Zhang Guohua and his son could easily deceive her. Nevertheless, she persevered, driven by her commitment to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yu stifled a yawn, contemplating rest. Her only thought before drifting into slumber was where to enjoy breakfast the following day. After some reflection, she resolved to indulge in a long-desired breakfast she had yet to experience. The restaurant renowned for its delectable Xiao Mai was quite a distance from her home, and time had previously eluded her. However, with ample time at her disposal now, she planned to visit the establishment, bringing back some Xiao Mai for Zhang Dague and his wife. Given Jiang Yun's temperament and culinary skills, it was predictable that tomorrow's breakfast would consist of salted vegetables and pickled radish accompanied by plain congee. A frugal choice, indeed. Yet, Zhang Yu's thoughts were solely occupied with purchasing treats for Zhang Dague and his spouse, as a gesture of filial piety. The breakfast of Zhang Guohua and his wife was not her concern. If they were displeased, they could procure their own meals. Content and blissful, Zhang Yu succumbed to sleep, while Zhang Shouhua and Zhang Hong, in their respective homes, engaged in discussions about Zhang Yu's peculiar behavior that day. They reached a consensus that it was unnecessary to confront her, for she posed no threat to their possessions. What they should be most vigilant about now are the couple, Jiang Yun and her husband. After all, aside from keeping a watchful eye on the old gentleman's residence, they possess wealth as well. Especially now that the old gentleman intends to select a 3-bedroom apartment, it is highly likely that it is meant for Zhang Yi. Honestly, what do the elderly couple need with a 3-bedroom place? This notion, not only shared by Zhang Shouhua and his wife, but also stirs discontent in Jiang Yun. As for Zhang Guohua, he is quite confident, believing that this property will eventually be bequeathed to Zhang Yi. Thus, whether the house is larger is of little concern. Jiang Yun, observing the optimistic Zhang Guohua, finds herself at a loss for words. However, what can she do? Should she declare him a fool? Chapter 35. The houseless supporting character. Early one morning, Zhang Yu rose and made her way to a nearby shop, indulging in a delightful breakfast. She then packed some of it to take with her and hailed a taxi. Upon her arrival at the Zhang residence, the dumplings were still warm. As Jiang Yun served breakfast to Zhang Dagui and his wife, she caught sight of Zhang Yu and couldn't help but curl her lip. Wasn't she supposed to skip breakfast? Yet here she was. Nevertheless, she greeted her with enthusiasm. Little Yu, we are just having breakfast. Why not join us? Zhang Yu shook her head. No, thank you. I've already eaten. Mom and Dad, I had breakfast at that lovely dumpling shop, and I brought some for you. Zhang Dagui was pleasantly surprised that Zhang Yu, even while dining out, had not forgotten about them. Little Yu, you truly are too kind. Unlike some people, who only think of themselves when dining out and never consider bringing us anything. Zhang Dagui recalled the previous occasion when the Zhang Guohua family ventured out for a meal, and he regrettably did not summon them nor bring them any food. He offered each of Zhang Guohua and his wife a dumpling, stating, "This is sufficient." My mother and I also wish to partake, and we must save some for Xiao Yi. Although he felt a twinge of disappointment towards Zhang Yi, he still held hope. As he was, after all, a grandson of the Zhang family, and he wished for him to strive a little harder. Jiang Yun gazed at the dumplings, genuinely uninterested in eating. I shall not partake, she declared. She was resolute. Anything purchased by Zhang Yu was unworthy of her consumption. Did she not recognize the underlying provocation? It was evident that the breakfast consisted solely of plain porridge, and she was certainly aware of the need for variation. Yet, would she not consider making adjustments? Although Zhang Dagui mentioned they could buy whatever they desired, he knew that overspending would likely result in a displeasing countenance. Zhang Guohua took a bite of a dumpling and gave a thumbs up to Zhang Yu, exclaiming, "The flavor is truly delightful." Zhang Yu replied, "Indeed. If it were not tasty, would I have purchased it? It is, without a doubt, delicious. Brother, since Zhang Yun is unwilling to eat, you should enjoy it." Zhang Yu insisted, not wanting to waste food. Seeing that Zhang Guohua relished it, he encouraged him to indulge. Zhang Guohua glanced at Jiang Yun and asked, "Wife, are you truly not going to eat?" His inquiry infuriated Jiang Yun. This fool, she thought, knows full well that I am at odds with Zhang Yu. Yet he still heeds her words. "I will eat," she finally conceded. Zhang Guohua, aware of Jiang Yun's displeasure, felt helpless. He had grown weary of plain porridge and yearned for something more fulfilling. He swiftly consumed Jiang Yun's portion, remarking, "Xiao Yu, you should go out for breakfast. For a long time, I had yearned to indulge in a meal, yet time eluded me. Now that I find myself with the luxury of time, I am eager to partake in a feast." Zhang Guohua couldn't help but chuckle, pondering whether Xiao Yu, working away from home, ever dines out. "Indeed," Zhang Yu conceded, "there are moments when I am reluctant to cook, so I venture out to eat. After all, I cannot remain a country bumpkin, unfamiliar with the culinary delights of the world." Zhang Yu perceives her outings as an opportunity to broaden her horizons. Zhang Guohua nodded in agreement. "While your cooking is delightful, it is essential to occasionally elevate one's dining experience." Zhang Yu nodded earnestly, affirming her thoughts. Zhang Dagui recalled that Zhang Yu was departing today, inquiring about her train schedule. "What time is your train?" 2 o'clock. "Ah, Jiang Yun, I apologize for the trouble, but please ensure lunch is prepared promptly today," Zhang Yu said with a beaming smile directed at Jiang Yun, hoping not to repeat yesterday's tardiness. "Humph, a train at 2 o'clock, Jiang Yun thought, genuinely wishing to prepare a meal but aware of the time constraints. "Understood, thank you, Jiang Yun." Zhang Yu was ready to take her leave. Zhang Guohua caught Jiang Yun's glance and, with a gentle pat on the head, remarked, "Xiao Yu, well, you know, she is your sister-in-law. How about addressing her as such? You used to call her that." "Well," Zhang Yu smiled at the eager Jiang Yun, "I believe this is quite suitable. After all, we are of the same generation. Zhang Yi, being a younger sibling, can call you Zhang Yu. Is that not the custom in your family?" Zhang Guohua found himself at a loss, contemplating the situation. He sighed, urging others not to dismiss Zhang Yi as merely a child. "I truly do not wish to hear that anymore. He is already employed." Suddenly, he felt that perhaps it was not entirely without merit. Yet the reality remained that he was still just a junior clerk. Was it not the case that you all perpetually led him to believe he was still a child? Whenever he erred, it seemed there was always someone to assist in rectifying the aftermath. Zhang Guohua fell into a deep reverie. Was this truly the underlying cause? He genuinely struggled to comprehend why, despite Zhang Yi's connections, he had failed to excel in even a few simple tasks. If this continued, would he ever ascend the ranks? It was essential to recognize that the individual he was connected to would soon retire. Should he fail to secure a promotion in the interim, he might find himself without any connections for the rest of his life. I believe Xiao Yi will mature," Jiang Yun declared through gritted teeth. "He is merely in a phase of instability. Once he marries and becomes a father, I am convinced he will surely grow up. He will understand, and he will advance in his career." Jiang Yun cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Yu, asserting, "Do not speak of others. Consider your own journey. You were once just a junior accountant, and only through diligent effort have you achieved your current standing. Hence, Xiao Yi need not rush." "That is unreasonable," she continued. "You, his aunt, only began to strive at nearly 40. Why should he not be afforded the same grace?" Well, since Jiang Yun had stated her perspective, what could she do? After all, she lacked the standing to mock Zhang Yi. Indeed, I cannot ridicule Xiao Yi. He is capable of gradual growth. Given Jiang Yun's perspective, it is Zhang Yi's maturation that poses a concern. However, it is not her son, so why should she worry? Zhang Yu turned and departed. Once she left, Zhang Degui pondered that Xiao Yi must learn to grow up. Otherwise, remaining in his current state is untenable. After all, that individual is set to step back next year. And at that time, he will be of little assistance. If you share a connection, naturally, you may grant Xiao Yi more time. Yet, the crux of the matter is that what Zhang Yi lacks most at present is precisely time. Jiang Yun may present herself favorably before Zhang Yu, but she does not dare to do so in front of Zhang Dagui. After all, this relationship stems from Zhang Dagui's side, and the couple does not possess such connections. Nevertheless, Xiao Yi is genuinely making strides. Jiang Yun endeavored to explain and defend Zhang Yi's progress. Progress? Zhang Dagui scoffed. If you believe that, with such a protective demeanor, can Zhang Yi truly make any advancements? It was apparent that this grandson is, in essence, comparable to a useless individual. Chapter 36. The unhoused female supporting character. If this moment passes, it is likely to compel her to work. Given this, it may be more prudent to remain here and rest properly. Thus, Zhang Yu stayed until just before 10 before checking out, shouldering her bag and heading to the Zhang residence. Upon arrival, she found Jiang Yun seated at the entrance, sorting vegetables. Are you preparing vegetables? After greeting her, Zhang Yu casually plopped down beside Pan Wan. The elderly neighbor chatting with Pan Wan glanced over. Xiao Yu, aren't you going to help with the chores? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yun did not pause in her task of selecting vegetables. For her, the likelihood of Zhang Yu offering assistance was slim. It was better not to harbor expectations, lest she be met with disappointment. Zhang Yu smiled and remarked that he would refrain from helping, noting that Jiang Yun was managing well on her own. After all, he was merely a guest, and guests typically do not lend a hand. Ultimately, it was imperative to rely on one's son. Zhang Yu spoke with a weighty sincerity. Mother, do you not agree? Following a thorough analysis by Zhang Dagui, Pan Wan understood that they could not, under any circumstances, convey the notion that the house would surely be bestowed upon their son. If they did, their future would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. Whether it be a son or a daughter, it matters not. Whoever treats us well shall receive the house, Pan Wan insisted. For this round of demolition, let us first allocate a portion. The remainder shall serve as our nest egg. Jiang Yun's spirits plummeted, recognizing this as her in-law's retaliation against her. What could she do? Was she to truly abandon her responsibilities and walk away? That was Zhang Yu's approach. He sought nothing and thus possessed a certain confidence. Yet, she was not in the same position. She could not afford to ask for nothing. The old neighbors were confounded by Pan Wan's sudden change of heart, but after all, it was a matter of their own family affairs. Indeed, when the money is in one's hands, there is a sense of security. The old neighbor echoed Pan Wan's sentiments. Yes, with the money in our possession, we have our freedom. Otherwise, while money may come easily, once it is gone, relying on their filial piety is a futile hope. As Pan Wan spoke, she glanced toward Zhang Yu and Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun recognized this as a veiled admonition directed at her, while Zhang Yu appeared somewhat displeased. Mother, why are you looking at me? I do not require your possessions. Take care of yourselves. I shall earn my own living and purchase my own home. Zhang Yu spoke with remarkable decisiveness. The elderly neighbors had previously caught wind of the situation, which was that Zhang's elderly couple was dividing their property, yet there was no consideration for Zhang Yu, ultimately compelling her to seek work far from home. Indeed, it is my folly to even think of gifting you a house, Pan Wan retorted with displeasure. Let us put an end to this. Why should I offer you a property? Everyone is aware that it is merely because of my absence that you find it inconvenient. Do not feign such willingness. Had it been like in a past life, when she continued to serve dutifully as a caretaker, would they still believe Zhang Yu deserved a home? The neighbors were initially astonished when they heard Pan Wan mention leaving a portion of the property to Zhang Yu, thinking that at last, the elderly couple had come to an understanding. However, they were taken aback to discover that Zhang Yu did not require it. Knowing full well that if it weren't for her departure to a distant land, the Zhang couple might not have reached this conclusion. Yet, now that the couple had come to terms with the situation, why did Zhang Yu still refuse the property? My brother and his family have children. Their burdens outweigh mine. For myself, acquiring a small room will not be a significant expense, Zhang Yu modestly asserted. Doesn't buying your own place require expenditure? The elderly neighbor was genuinely perplexed. Even if she could earn money, how much could she possibly accumulate? With a sense of resignation, Zhang Yu explained, primarily, I will be working away long term, and I will not be able to care for my parents as much. Thus, I believe it is more fitting for my brother and sister-in-law to take the house, as they will be contributing more in the future. We cannot accept the property without offering our assistance. Zhang Yu expressed her helplessness, stating that primarily she was unable to care for the elderly couple, hence she relinquished the idea of acquiring the house. Upon hearing this, the elderly neighbor immediately comprehended the situation. It was the previous favoritism shown by the Zhang Dagwai couple that had left this child disheartened. Consequently, she decided against taking the house and had no intention of providing additional care for the elderly. The neighbor glanced at Pan Wan, anticipating they were not oblivious to the circumstances, yet when they came to realize it, they discovered that Zhang Yu had already moved on from these concerns. Indeed, certain opportunities, once lost, are irrevocably gone, and no amount of regret can amend that. We do not require your care anymore, Pan Wan retorted angrily, feeling that Zhang Yu's statement was merely a pretext for her future refusal to assist them. Look, my brother is a son, my second brother also needs a house. As for my sister, she has given birth to a son and must also prepare a bridal chamber. If I forgo the house, they will be able to share a bit more. Zhang Yu believed she was simply a good child, considering the needs of her elder siblings. The neighboring inhabitants regarded Zhang Yu as somewhat foolish. However, since she had already made up her mind, there was little point in outsiders chattering about it. Zhang Yun inwardly scoffed. While Zhang Yu might not be seeking the house, could her intentions truly be altruistic? Was it not merely an evasion of the responsibility to care for the elderly, while simultaneously setting a trap for her? If not, how could the Zhang Dagwai couple have altered their decision? What truly troubled Zhang Yun was that the elderly couple had grievances not only against her, but also held discontent toward Zhang Yi. This was what caused her the greatest anxiety. Should they develop dissatisfaction with Zhang Yi, how much support could he expect when the time for his marriage arrived? This is all the result of Zhang Yu's actions. Zhang Yun cast an irritable glare at Zhang Yu once more, though she noticed that Zhang Yu had already lowered her head to read. Otherwise, she would not have dared to confront her. Zhang Yun, are you still selecting vegetables? You can wash them and start cooking now. Otherwise, when Zhang Shouhua and the others arrive, if you're not prepared, it will be quite embarrassing. In the past, I would always have everything ready well in advance so that when you all arrived, we could almost immediately begin the meal. Zhang Yu signaled to Zhang Yun to hasten her pace, for it was not appropriate to dawdle any longer. Upon hearing her name called by Zhang Yu in front of outsiders, Zhang Yun felt a surge of anger, yet she refrained from speaking out. The old neighbor, taken aback by Zhang Yu's direct address of Zhang Yun, realized that she had always referred to her as sister-in-law and never by name. This sudden shift in familiarity suggested what? It implied that the Zhang family's circumstances were indeed quite dire. Pan Wan sighed inwardly, recognizing that this child harbored a considerable amount of resentment. Zhang Guohua, hearing the commotion from within the house, could only sigh as well, unable to voice any objections. After all, if he were to mention Zhang Yi calling his aunt by her name, it would reflect poorly on him, especially since they still needed to find a suitable match for him. In truth, Zhang Guohua and his wife had already set their sights on a young lady. They were merely waiting for the right moment to approach her family. Thus, they had no choice but to endure, prioritizing the resolution of Zhang Yi's matrimonial prospects above all else. Chapter 37. The unhoused supporting character having had her fill, Zhang Yu sipped a bit of tea, realizing that time was slipping away, and she prepared to head to the station. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, Zhang Yun felt an overwhelming urge to weep. She was finally witnessing the departure of this calamity. Initially, she had hoped Zhang Yu would assist in tidying up, but given her current sentiments, such hopes had vanished. Even if it meant exerting herself more, she would rather endure fatigue than confront Zhang Yu's presence. However, who could predict whether Zhang Yu might suddenly turn her attention towards them, employing various tactics against them? After all, this girl was utterly unpredictable, her actions swayed by her whims. The previous day's confrontation with Zhang Yun had been particularly exhilarating for them. They had discerned that the discontent Zhang Dagua and his wife harbored towards Zhang Yun stemmed largely from Zhang Yu's influence. This revelation brought them considerable satisfaction, for discontent towards Zhang Yun translated into dissatisfaction with the Zhang Guohua family, potentially benefiting their own interests. By the way, father, when do you plan to move? I noted that some people had already vacated their homes. Zhang Yu perceived this to be somewhat challenging, as it was evident that the Zhang Guohua family could not stubbornly cling to their residence. Negotiations were yet to be concluded, and there was no rush. After all, they were the ones facing demolition. To be honest, even without the impending demolition, she felt quite comfortable residing there. While living in an apartment might have its merits, Nothing could compare to the comfort of her current abode. What's the rush? Are you anxious? Zhang Dagua casually remarked. Why should I be anxious? Zhang Yu chuckled. I don't even live at home. I have no need for the house. When do you plan to move? I am not in a hurry. I simply wish to ascertain when you have reached an agreement to move, so I can plan accordingly. Rest assured, I am in search of a 3-bedroom apartment on the ground floor. However, is it not prone to dampness? In a previous life, Zhang Dagua occupied a ground floor residence. And during the rainy season, the atmosphere within was so humid that it felt as though the house was weeping. Yet, ascending the stairs can be exhausting, especially considering our age. Both your mother and I are not as sprightly as we once were. Zhang Dagua remains adamant about residing on the ground floor. I have indeed advised against it, yet they persist in their preference, and Zhang Dagua's age renders climbing stairs a significant burden for him. Meanwhile, your brother and his family have opted for 2-bedroom apartments. Previous discussions with the developer indicated that acquiring such arrangements would necessitate additional financial contributions. A 3-bedroom apartment would incur a subsidy, while the remaining 3 units would require an approximate outlay of 30,000 yuan. Zhang Dagua still hopes to advocate for Zhang Guohua and his family, ideally without any financial expenditure. Is it truly necessary to contribute 30,000 yuan? Zhang Yu is uncertain about the final amount negotiated, but it seems around 10,000 yuan was involved. The precise figure escapes her memory. She recalls that their insistence did not last long, and within a couple of months, they signed the agreement to relocate. 30,000 yuan, supplemented by additional funds, could easily secure a single room. Zhang Yu remarked, with such a prime school district and convenient access, where could one find a single room priced between 30 to 50,000 yuan? 2-bedroom apartments are at least 170 to 180,000 yuan. And those are still in older buildings. We are dealing with new properties. Jiang Yun initially believed that a 2-bedroom apartment would cost around 30,000, pondering whether this was somewhat excessive. However, after hearing Zhang Dagua's words, she suddenly felt that it was not overly expensive. Father, what if we were to consider a 3-bedroom apartment? A 3-bedroom? Zhang Dagua contemplated for a moment, estimating it would be approximately 100,000. This amount, you must prepare on your own. I certainly do not possess such a sum. Otherwise, if you acquire a 3-bedroom apartment, everyone else would also require one. I simply cannot afford it. In fact, I do not even have sufficient funds for a 2-bedroom. Zhang Dagua had firmly resolved that, regardless of who initiated the discussion, he would not contribute a single penny towards the housing subsidy, regardless of the size of the apartment. Upon hearing Zhang Dagua's declaration of financial non-assistance, they began to deliberate. Although an additional room would merely entail an extra 70,000, if they could not rely on Zhang Dagua for this expense, it would fall solely upon them. Thus, it would inadvertently reveal to the elder that they possessed funds. After some consideration, they concluded that it would be unwise to pursue a 3-bedroom apartment, as it would ultimately disadvantage them. We shall have to settle for a 2-bedroom, Zhang Xiaohua slowly remarked. We do have some savings, but we also need to support Xiao Xian. He had initially intended to disclose that their savings amounted to only 30,000, but upon reflection, he deemed such a statement implausible and decided instead to mention the need to nurture Zhang Xian. Zhang Hong also expressed, let us opt for a 2-bedroom apartment. Xiao Jian's academic performance is not particularly stellar, and I plan to hire a tutor, which also requires funding. Zhang Hong understood that Zhang Dagua and his spouse had a preference for academically inclined children. Zhang Dagua, upon hearing Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Hong express their intention to purchase a modest 2-bedroom apartment and prioritize saving for their children, found their perspective to be quite valid. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yun, merely desiring a 3-bedroom residence, faced a barrage of criticism from Zhang Dagua and was further chastised for her aspirations. What could she do? It was essential to elucidate her position. She believed the local school district to be commendable and envisioned that when Xiaoyi married and had children, there would be adequate space for them. If one possesses wealth, acquiring a 3-bedroom apartment is feasible. Otherwise, a 2-bedroom will suffice, for the essence of living remains unchanged. Zhang Dagua paused, contemplating that they could swap their current residence for the one they occupied now. Initially, he considered suggesting a direct move into their home, but reconsidered, realizing it might provoke discontent among Zhang Xiaohua and the others. If that were the case, a property exchange would serve as a viable solution. Chapter 38. The unhoused female supporting character Zhang Yu was taken aback. Having already pushed Zhang Yi forward, she was surprised by Zhang Dagua's unexpected remark. Zhang Yi, Despite Jiang Yun's insistence that her desire for a three-bedroom apartment was rooted in concern for his future marriage, remained obstinately silent. This left him quite discontented, perplexed as to how matters had devolved into such a predicament. Observing Zhang Yi, who had ascended the stairs, Zhang Digui could not help but shake his head. This grandson had indeed been spoiled by Zhang Guohua and his wife. Zhang Guohua recognized his son's discontent, yet felt powerless. Zhang Digui was the patriarch, and with his shift in attitude, all he could do was endure. "Mom and Dad, please eat," Zhang Guohua urged, gesturing for Zhang Digui to continue enjoying his meal. Zhang Dagua could not afford to disregard Zhang Guohua, "And you too shall partake." Is this truly the conclusion? Is there no spectacle to behold? Zhang Yu, with a sense of resignation, shrugged her shoulders, lamenting the lack of excitement. Since there was nothing captivating to witness, she resolved to take her leave immediately. "By the way, once you have finalized the arrangements, do give me a call," she remarked. Zhang Dagua let out a dismissive snort, retorting, "Since you are aware, why do you still create a fuss?" "Father, that remark does not sit well with me," Zhang Yu replied, feeling the urge to clarify. "How is it that I am creating a fuss? I have my reasons and justifications. If I do not make a stir, do you truly believe the meals will prepare themselves? Surely, everyone assumes I am easy to push around, that I should take on the cooking duties. Hence, I must assert myself a bit. I cannot allow myself to be bullied indefinitely. If you all coexist amicably, I too shall do the same. No one relishes the idea of constant discord. Regrettably, my sentiments appear to bear little significance. It seems that as long as one can assert dominance, they will do so. Nevertheless, I do hope that, if possible, your culinary skills might see some improvement, for they truly leave much to be desired." Zhang Yu expressed candidly. "Having been a homemaker for so many years, this is the level of proficiency you have achieved. I have not observed any advancement in your career either. Perhaps you should invest more thought into your endeavors, rather than constantly meddling in others' affairs." With each word, Zhang Yu's spirits lifted further. Otherwise, should someone inquire about her, and discover that Zhang Yi's mother is like this, who would be inclined to appreciate her? Zhang Yu recalled that Jiang Yun had once mentioned a suitable daughter-in-law candidate, one that the entire family had approved of, only for the prospective bride to express her dissatisfaction. Thus, the marriage was abruptly called off. Although the exact daughter that Jiang Yun had her eye on remained a mystery, it was evident that any match capable of satisfying the Zhang family would be of considerable merit. A formidable daughter-in-law, particularly one with an even more pampered disposition, would indeed herald a prosperous life for Jiang Yun. Her remarks left Zhang Yu feeling somewhat suspicious. Could it be that she was aware of the intended match for Zhang Yi? Yet, upon further contemplation, it seemed improbable. For the sake of secrecy and to preserve their dignity, even the Zhang couple had refrained from disclosing such information, making it unlikely that Zhang Yu, who resided far away, would be privy to it. Perhaps this was merely a ploy to unsettle her, a reassurance that she would be a benevolent mother-in-law, akin to how her own mother treated her. Jiang Yun's intention was to flatter Pan Wan, yet upon hearing this, Pan Wan involuntarily shuddered, questioning whether Jiang Yun's words were a veiled mockery. Observing the awkwardness on Pan Wan's face, Zhang Yu felt a sense of amusement. It appeared that her attempt at flattery had inadvertently struck a discordant note. One could interpret her comments as praise for Pan Wan, or conversely, as a subtle derision directed at another. Du Xia also found amusement in the situation. While Pan Wan had previously been accommodating towards them, the dynamics had shifted. With someone now performing household duties and the elderly couple being financially comfortable, they would not impose any monetary burdens on the younger generations, fostering a harmonious environment. However, with finances no longer a concern, it was likely that the elderly couple would not be as generous and would instead require them to contribute labor, leading to an inevitable increase in tensions. Jiang Yun recognized the implications of her statement, prompting her to offer an awkward smile. "Mother, see, your daughter-in-law claims you are a wonderful mother-in-law. You must continue to uphold this reputation. Is Pan Wan truly a good mother-in-law? It truly depends on the circumstances. She was a good mother-in-law in the past, but the future remains a mystery." Pan Wan shot Zhang Yu a few displeased glances. "Aren't you supposed to be leaving? Why aren't you going?" "I'm leaving soon. Mom, please don't rush me," Zhang Yu replied. "I will take a taxi, after all. You're wealthy enough to afford a taxi. Yet there's a direct bus available. Such extravagance is truly wasteful," Pan Wan lamented, feeling that her child had changed significantly since moving away. Zhang Yu had become quite prodigal, spending money with abandon. though she was generous only towards herself, while remaining quite frugal with others. The bus is simply too exhausting and terribly slow, Zhang Yu insisted, expressing her reluctance to wait. You think just because you have a little money, you can act superior, Pan Wan retorted, clearly displeased. The money I earn through hard work is meant for enjoyment, isn't it? Why should I save it for others? Zhang Yu countered. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. Even though they shared the same sentiment, they dared not voice it. Thus, I should indulge in good food and fun, Zhang Yu declared, waving her hand. All right. I really must be off now. Upon reaching the intersection, she swiftly hailed a taxi. As she settled into her seat, Zhang Yu contemplated her previous desire to travel and decided to incorporate it into her itinerary. Upon arriving at the station, she practically stepped onto the platform just as the train was about to depart. After finding her seat, the train commenced its journey. She pulled a book from her bag and resumed her earnest reading. Around her, the atmosphere quickly transformed into a lively hubbub, as a group of unfamiliar strangers began to converse, but she had no intention of joining their discourse. As I journeyed through my reading, I eventually reached my destination. Upon disembarking from the train, I promptly hailed a cab to a restaurant near my home, where I ordered a meat dish, a vegetable dish, and a bowl of soup. It remains uncertain whether Jiang Yun's culinary skills are genuinely lacking or if she simply harbors a reluctance to exert herself. Nonetheless, the meals she prepares are undeniably unpalatable. It is evident that Jiang Yun seeks to convey to the Zhang family her supposed inadequacies in the kitchen, thereby suggesting that she cannot produce delectable dishes. However, if her skills were truly subpar, it would be one matter. Yet, it is known that she has cooked in the past. And while her previous offerings may not have achieved culinary excellence, they were undoubtedly superior to the fare she currently serves. Some individuals mistakenly believe themselves to be exceedingly clever, oblivious to the fact that their ruse is recognized by all, albeit unspoken. Particularly, the Zhang couple is well aware of Jiang Yun's true capabilities. Indeed, it is a case of intelligence backfiring, as some insist on forging their own path to ruin, leaving one to ponder what can be done. Chapter 39. The unhoused supporting character having satiated her hunger, Zhang Yu took the opportunity to purchase some fruit, and, upon passing a vegetable shop at the entrance of her community, she noticed discounted produce and decided to procure a couple of items. Upon returning home, she performed a brief cleaning before embarking on the marination of beef, preparing to stew it before retiring for the night. Tomorrow morning, she planned to enjoy a simple bowl of beef noodles, as she believed that breakfast should remain uncomplicated. With the beef simmering, Zhang Yu sliced some fruit and brewed a pot of tea to savor. At this hour, she surmised that the Zhang couple had likely succumbed to slumber, most probably one of the 3 members of the Zhang Guohua family. To her surprise, it was Pan Wan who answered the phone, catching Zhang Yu off guard. Zhang Yu, mother, are you still awake? Pan Wan let out a cold snort. Didn't you say the train journey would only take 4 to 5 hours? Why did it take you so long to call? If she hadn't been waiting for Zhang Yu's call, she would have succumbed to fatigue and gone to rest. Zhang Yu, recognizing her own fault this time, chuckled awkwardly. After disembarking, I had dinner and then picked up some groceries. She added, I've just started stewing the beef. Tomorrow after work, I'll quickly prepare some vegetables, and for breakfast, we can have beef noodles. Pan Wan had always known Zhang Yu to be an organized individual, already planning tomorrow's meals as soon as she got home. In contrast, Jiang Yun never seemed to contemplate such matters, as if they were irrelevant to her. Pan Wan increasingly regretted missing out on Zhang Yu and being left with Jiang Yun, who offered little to anticipate. Despite accomplishing so little, all she did was complain, leaving Pan Wan bewildered by her thought processes. Having wrapped up her tasks, Jiang Yun was preparing to rest when she overheard Pan Wan remark that Zhang Yu was adept at managing her life. Upon returning home, she had already organized the meals for the following day. Aware that the comment was directed at her, Jiang Yun chose to feign ignorance. She had no intention of foolishly overextending herself to do everything perfectly. Glancing at the skincare products on her vanity, she recalled Zhang Yu's delicate, radiant skin and sighed in resignation. No matter how weary she felt, she knew she must maintain her skincare regimen. Otherwise, in a few months, she might find herself resembling Zhang Yu's elder. It was astonishing how that girl's skin had transformed in just a month, from looking aged to flourishing so beautifully. Clearly, she needed to prioritize her own skincare. Even though she is aged, must she inevitably succumb to the passage of time? Gazing at the skincare products on the table, she initially felt satisfied. However, upon recalling Zhang Yu's comment that she is using the same skincare set, discomfort washed over her. How could it be that, despite her superior circumstances compared to Zhang Yu, their choices in skincare are identical? She is already utilizing a product of better quality, and during a recent dinner with friends, she noticed that Zhang Yu truly appeared to be in splendid condition, her skin remarkably supple. It seemed she had invested in an exceedingly expensive skincare line, comprising a cream, toner, and serum, totaling several thousand. Although the price is somewhat steep, the results are undeniably impressive, those of advancing years ought to indulge in self-care. Initially, she considered discussing this with Zhang Guohua, for a few thousand yuan is not a trivial sum. Yet, upon reflection, she resolved against broaching the subject with him. She could assure herself that, should it come to physical expenditure, he would undoubtedly disapprove. To him, a woman's skincare is merely a financial indulgence, while in her view, a man's smoking and drinking are far more detrimental to health. Consuming such vices excessively is certainly harmful, and she struggles to comprehend their mindset, knowing full well the adverse effects on health, yet continuing to squander money. If Zhang Guohua criticizes her spending habits, then it would be prudent to engage in a candid discussion regarding who truly spends more. Zhang Yun resolved not to wait until these skincare products were depleted before purchasing. She feared that by then, she might hesitate to buy. It was better to seize the moment, while she still possessed a hint of courage, and make the purchase outright. When Zhang Guohua discovered Zhang Yun seated at her vanity, seemingly frozen in thought, he inquired, "What is it?" She replied, "I was contemplating how splendid Zhang Yu's skin has been lately, as I have aged considerably during my last dinner with a friend. She remarked on how much older I appeared. Tired?" Zhang Guohua recalled the words of Pan Wan, noting that Xiao Yu is younger and possesses better skin, which is only to be expected. Never mind. He decided not to provoke her further, silently absorbing all of Pan Wan's comments about Zhang Yun. "I believe it is due to my frequent cooking." Zhang Yun shook her head, agreeing that this was indeed the case. Sensing Zhang Guohua's discontent, she added, "I merely pondered. It would be best if you did reflect. Otherwise, what of your sacrifices?" She continued, "If we truly become in-laws with that family, our expenses will be substantial. The betrothal gifts must be generous, the new home properly decorated, and the banquet must be of a high standard. In short, costs will escalate in every regard. You are well aware of our financial constraints. Especially if we are to secure a two-bedroom apartment, it will cost us 30,000. Zhang Guohua was taken aback, realizing that even a two-bedroom residence would demand such an exorbitant sum. "I still wish to acquire a three-bedroom unit." Zhang Yun remains fixated on the idea of a three-bedroom home, unable to let it go. "You say your parents are of advanced age, and it is merely the two of them residing there, yet they insist on a three-bedroom apartment." The more Zhang Yun contemplated this, the more frustrated she became. Utterly perplexed by the desire of elderly individuals to take more than necessary, without concern for their own well-being. Zhang Guohua recognized her indignation. He too felt a sense of injustice. Yet what could be done? It was a blessing to receive anything at all. Otherwise, given your work ethic, it would be entirely reasonable for them to deny us housing. Zhang Guohua felt that Zhang Yun had failed to manage the situation adequately. She firmly believed that if she were to persist any further, the outcome would be unfavorable. With a sense of grievance, she expressed, "Today, I merely mentioned my desire for a three-bedroom apartment, and you have witnessed our parents' opinions." If Zhang Yun had chosen not to bring it up, it would have been one thing, but she insisted on doing so at a time when Zhang Guohua was eager to educate her properly. Chapter 40. The unhoused supporting character. "I have truly never encountered someone as foolish as you." Zhang Guohua recalled that next door lived the couple Zhang Dagawei. Otherwise, his voice would have been even louder. "You demand a three-bedroom apartment, yet you fail to engage your mind. Do you think anyone is eager to part with 30,000? Do you believe that Zhang Shouhua and his wife, or Zhang Hong and his spouse, do not wish for a three-bedroom apartment? But would they voice such desires?" Zhang Guohua had always recognized Zhang Yun's lack of intellect, but she had never anticipated her degree of foolishness. "I can assure you, even if the old gentleman were inclined to offer assistance, the mere fact that you requested a three-bedroom apartment would lead to a refusal. Could you not have discussed this privately? Clearly, they have had ample opportunities to converse with Zhang Dagawei and his wife in solitude. Yet, this imbecile insisted on presenting the worst possible outcome. She truly did not know how to articulate her thoughts. Did she believe that a private conversation would yield agreement? Zhang Yun stubbornly maintained that the couple Zhang Dagawei held various grievances against them and were unwilling to spend money. "How could you presume to know if a private discussion would be unfruitful when you have never attempted it? Just because you cannot manage it does not imply that Xiao Yi and I cannot resolve this matter." Perhaps if we exerted ourselves just a little more, this matter could be resolved. Yet, you, in your foolishness, insist on engaging in such absurdities. What do you propose we do? Even if Xiao Yi were to approach the elders regarding this issue, I can assure you that they would remain unmoved in their stance. Zhang Guohua is utterly exhausted, and you have been rather negligent of late. If you still wish to procure funds from them, you ought to put in more effort. Oh, and you dare to claim that she has not performed adequately? Jiang Yun is truly inclined to deliver a few solid blows to Zhang Guohua. She has never encountered someone so shameless. Regardless of her relentless toil, they remain oblivious, fixating solely on her perceived lack of diligence. Is my contribution not sufficient? In the past, you would assist me with household tasks, yet now, what aid do you provide? Whenever your parents notice me assigning you chores, they chime in with their outdated notions of gender roles. I scoff at that. Does it imply that only you can earn money while I cannot? While my earnings may not match yours, I can confidently assert that I also bring in a considerable sum. Consequently, I labor tirelessly throughout the day at work, only to return home to play the role of a housekeeper, and even then, I am met with criticism. You, on the other hand, after a full day at the office, can simply rest upon returning home. Jiang Yun is a woman of spirit, and at this moment, she feels profoundly wronged. Despite her considerable sacrifices, no one acknowledges her efforts. I shall commence my move tomorrow. Having uttered such words, Jiang Yun believes there is no longer a need to endure. What? You are moving tomorrow? Zhang Guohua was acutely aware of Jiang Yun's anger, yet he remained confident that he could persuade his wife to endure. To his dismay, however, he faced an unexpected setback. Jiang Yun resolutely refused to heed his counsel and was no longer inclined to tolerate the situation. What could he do? Zhang Guohua was in a state of turmoil, contemplating how to address this matter. If not handled judiciously, there was a genuine risk that Jiang Yun would leave, and he dreaded the thought of how Zhang Dagui and his spouse might perceive him, potentially deeming him ineffectual. Yet, he found himself at a loss for how to persuade her, uncertainty clouding his judgment. It became evident to him that Jiang Yun's anger was not as profound as it appeared. It was his earlier remarks that had provoked a shift in her stance. Now, he needed to reflect deeply on how to approach her, ensuring that his efforts did not yield counterproductive results. He implored others not to advise him. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun, engaged in her skincare routine before the mirror, noted Zhang Guohua's contemplative expression, recognizing that he was deep in thought. At this moment, she was disinclined to listen to his pleas for her to consider the bigger picture, to contemplate the interests of Zhang Yi, or to reflect on the potential benefits that might arise in the future. Given their current predicament, when such benefits might materialize was itself a significant question. Furthermore, she suspected that Zhang Dagui, that cunning old fox, would keep a watchful eye on her, ensuring she reaped minimal rewards. The inevitable outcome was that she would be the one bearing the brunt of the workload, while the real benefits would accrue to Zhang Yi and his son. Ultimately, she found solace in the notion that perhaps this arrangement was quite agreeable. A simple meal could sustain her throughout the day, laundry would be minimal, and her spirits would lift. She could indulge in the luxury of an early bedtime and late rising, affording herself the opportunity for well-deserved rest. Moreover, you have consistently claimed that I possess a son. If that is indeed the case, then let this son exert himself more. If you feel fatigued, is there not also Zhang Shouhua and Zhang Hong? In any case, I am weary as well. Jiang Yun, disregarding Zhang Guohua's displeased expression, understands that he must believe she is being disobedient. I shall not relocate. Is it merely a matter of preparing a meal? Zhang Guohua truly considers cooking to be a trivial task. Is it not just preparing a meal? Jiang Yun's dismissive comment towards Zhang Guohua infuriates her greatly. Very well. Since someone insists on perceiving it this way, let him continue to believe it is merely cooking. Indeed, it is simply cooking. I hope you can persevere. Jiang Yun refrains from further comment. Initially, she too thought it was merely a matter of preparing some food, questioning how exhausting it could be, especially since she must eat as well. Yet now she comprehends that it is not just about cooking a meal, it is genuinely arduous. Jiang Yun leisurely attends to her self-care, then retrieves a suitcase to pack her belongings. Zhang Guohua, taken aback to see Jiang Yun genuinely preparing to depart, is left speechless. Are you really moving away? He stammers, alarmed. Did you think I was jesting with you? Jiang Yun continues to smirk coldly, truly at a loss for words regarding this person. Zhang Guohua awkwardly chuckles, for he genuinely believed that she would disregard the bond between father and son. Faced with Jiang Yun's icy smile, Zhang Guohua realizes that, At this moment, she will undoubtedly not concern herself with him. Nevertheless, it matters not, for there is still Zhang Yi. Do you not care for little Yi? Consider the matters concerning little Yi's marriage. You have often remarked on the favorable circumstances of the other party's family, suggesting that we should ensure their satisfaction, as they may be inclined to support Xiao Yi in the future. Thus, his matrimonial affairs cannot be treated with frivolity. My dear, you are aware of Xiao Yi's situation. With his father's connections soon to diminish, it is imperative that we secure a robust ally for him. Regardless of their opinions on Zhang Yi, they must privately concede that his capabilities are lacking and his temperament is rather volatile. Chapter 41. The unhoused female supporting character. Upon hearing the name Xiao Yi, Zhang Yun could not help but exhale deeply. It is inconceivable to disregard considerations for Zhang Yi, as he is her sole son, her future pillar of support. However, reflecting on the series of events since their relocation, Zhang Guohua has only urged her to tolerate and endure. Zhang Yi has painted a grand picture, promising that once he is married, he will honor and cherish her. Such promises seem splendid, but must filial piety truly wait until after marriage? Is he implying that his wife should be the one to honor her? Everyone understands the immense respect a daughter-in-law can offer to her mother-in-law, particularly when considering the daughter-in-law chosen for Zhang Yi. If we expect her to support him, how much reverence could she possibly hold for me as her mother-in-law? It is likely she will anticipate my assistance in caring for her and nurturing her, Zhang Yun thought, as darkness clouded her vision. In the future, she would not only be responsible for attending to her in-laws, but also for caring for the couple, and once grandchildren arrive, she would be expected to tend to them as well. As for Zhang Guohua, one should not expect him to contribute significantly. If he merely refrains from being a hindrance, it would be a cause for gratitude. As for Zhang Yi's success and his ability to be filial to his parents, Zhang Yun had long ceased to harbor such hopes. At this juncture, she felt it was necessary to be a tad selfish. After all, Xiao Yi was already an adult. He ought to contemplate his future more seriously. You must have heard your sister's words. Although she had harshly confronted Zhang Yu that day, upon reflection, it is clear that even in his youth, Zhang Yu had prioritized caring for the Zhang family, thus neglecting his professional obligations. Zhang Yi had insisted that he should not be burdened with family matters. Yet the result was a chaotic mess at work. Zhang Guohua had presumed that by bringing Zhang Yi to the forefront, Zhang Yun would reconsider her stance, but unexpectedly, she merely hesitated momentarily before articulating her thoughts. Moreover, in my absence, would not the two of you, father and son, be even more pitiable? It would then depend on whether the old gentleman would soften his heart. By the way, you might also find an opportunity to discuss with the old gentleman our choice of a prospective bride for Xiao Yi. Did you not say it was best not to mention it prematurely? Zhang Guohua recalled Zhang Yun's repeated reminders to exercise restraint and avoid disclosing it too early, out of fear that should the terms not be mutually agreed upon, it would result in ridicule. So why, then, is it necessary to reveal it now? Casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Guohua, she remarked, "Are your parents strangers? Do they not wish for Xiao Yi to thrive? If they were to learn that Xiao Yi might marry into a family of considerable means, would they not be overjoyed? And if they are pleased, would they not be inclined to contribute financially? Once they have provided the funds, it would simply amount to the money for Xiao Yi's wedding." Initially, Zhang Yun merely sought an excuse, for she was unwilling to bear any responsibility for Zhang Yi's failure to pursue the other party. She had already offered a suggestion, and if the plan fell through, it would be a matter for the father and son to contend with. Listening to Zhang Yun's perspective, Zhang Guohua found it somewhat peculiar. Yet upon reflection, it made sense. Who was unaware of the substantial dissatisfaction Zhang Duguay and his wife harbored towards Zhang Yun? Furthermore, Zhang Yun herself was deeply discontented and reluctant to work, insisting she contribute would only exacerbate the existing tensions. Zhang Guohua was confident that, given their status as the eldest son and grandson, Zhang Duguay and his wife would inevitably extend some measure of consideration. This notion pleased him, and he encouraged patience. Although Zhang Yun intended to advise Zhang Guohua to take a more proactive approach and assist with the work, she refrained from speaking up upon witnessing his spirited enthusiasm and unwavering belief in success. Some experiences, much like her own, could only be truly understood once one had endeavored and grasped the challenges involved. Zhang Guohua turned over to rest, neglecting to help Jiang Yin tidy up. Observing him doze off without inquiring whether he would assist in cleaning the house the following day, she realized the property, having been uninhabited for a considerable time, would undoubtedly be quite dirty, and the cleaning would require a significant amount of time. Hearing Zhang Guohua's snores, she acknowledged that it was futile to harbor any expectations. She should have known better, for the eldest son, raised in indulgence by Zhang Degui and his wife, was not one to readily consider the needs of others. As long as you refrain from speaking up, do not expect Zhang Guohua to lend a helping hand. Wiping away a tear, she found herself at a loss as to how she could have shed tears so unexpectedly. Despite the presence of a man and a son, what difference did it make? One must cater to their needs, yet they remain oblivious to your sacrifices. It truly baffles me how I ever considered marriage and motherhood. Jiang Yun let out a cold laugh as she glanced at Zhang Yu. Living alone, if one wished to dine at home, they could prepare a meal. If they desired to forego cooking, a visit to a restaurant would suffice without a second thought. Jiang Yun swiftly tidied up her belongings, declaring that she would depart the following day. If circumstances allowed, she would have eagerly left at once. However, she deemed it necessary to bid farewell to the couple, Zhang Dagui and his wife. She resolved to prepare one final breakfast, even though she genuinely wished to avoid it, knowing full well that her efforts would likely go unappreciated. Nevertheless, since she was leaving, she decided to put forth her best effort. Thus, Jiang Yun continued her packing until the midnight hour, eventually resting in her bed, where a bitter smile escaped her lips. Zhang Yu had advised her to rest more, yet here she was. When the alarm clock rang, had it been in the past, she would have simply turned over and continued her slumber. Yet today, she swiftly rose from her bed and went downstairs to commence her tasks. Unbeknownst to her, when the alarm sounded, the couple in the adjacent room, Zhang Degui and his wife, had already awakened. In the past, they would have risen and descended the stairs without hesitation, but now they hesitated to leave their room. For as soon as they got up, Jiang Yun would lose the inclination to cook, waiting instead for them to take over. Pan Wan was determined to teach Jiang Yun a lesson. No matter how late they arose, breakfast must be prepared, for tardiness would result in a deduction from their wages. It is precisely this approach that will ensure Jiang Yun remembers this matter and avoids making mistakes in the future. However, to her surprise, Jiang Yun rose early today, which puzzled Pan Wan. Why is the boss's wife up so early today? Pan Wan mused. Zhang Dagui, already seated on the sofa engrossed in a book, thought Pan Wan was overthinking. Is it such a bad thing that she took the initiative to prepare breakfast? If she chose not to, you would be upset. Zhang Dagui simply could not fathom why Pan Wan was so concerned. With a gentle sigh, Pan Wan remarked, I would be angry if she were idle. But if I see her so eager and proactive, I can't help but worry. What if she has some ulterior motive? The more she contemplated, the more uneasy she felt. Could it be for money? She recalled that Jiang Yun had expressed a desire for a 3-bedroom apartment just yesterday. You do realize a 3-bedroom apartment requires a financial supplement? Zhang Dagui immediately grasped the implication of Pan Wan's thoughts. Exactly, Pan Wan affirmed. Otherwise, I simply cannot fathom why she is exerting herself so diligently. Zhang Dagui snorted dismissively. Why are you so concerned? I will not relent, and neither should you. I made it clear yesterday that neither of us will be contributing any money. If the boss were to acquire a 3-bedroom apartment, wouldn't the second branch feel envious? Don't they want a 3-bedroom apartment too? 10,000 for each family. That amounts to 30,000 for 3 families. We would still need to rent a place. Isn't that an expense? Plus, the cost of renovations? A 3-bedroom house would require at least 100,000. Zhang Dagui has pondered this matter for quite some time. Acquiring a 3-bedroom residence entails considerable space and substantial renovation costs. 100,000? Pan Wan exclaimed, incredulous at the thought of such an expense. Isn't there a need for furnishings and appliances? Are we to purchase everything anew? She asked in astonishment. Zhang Dagui simply nodded. The money we have saved. Do we not intend to use it ourselves? It has become apparent to me that they are all calculating how to spend our money, each reluctant to contribute, while those who do are unwilling participants. I have resolved that if they seek financial assistance, they must earn it through diligent effort. Zhang Dagui suddenly sighed, revealing his earlier thought that since Xiaoyu possesses funds and will eventually reside in the house, it would be reasonable for her to cover the renovation costs. As we have aged, it seems fitting to let her manage the household. We could provide her with 3,000 each month, while she would bear the remaining expenses. Pan Wan decisively countered, that is not feasible. Her current income is substantial. Wouldn't it be more suitable for her to stay in a hotel? Hence, it falls upon us to handle the renovations, while we shall cover the costs for furniture and appliances. Our savings have diminished significantly, although our health is presently satisfactory. As we age, we shall inevitably face medical expenses, all of which require funding. Our savings must remain untouched. If they must be accessed, it should only be in small amounts. Otherwise, if we relinquish our funds to them, we cannot expect them to return the favor. In response to the elder's remarks, Pan Wan nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, we would need 3,000 each month. In the past, our monthly expenses amounted to around 5,000. Xiaoyu contributed 2,000, and she would also cover some costs. Consequently, we only needed to spend 2,000 to 3,000 ourselves. However, now we find ourselves needing to allocate nearly 4,000 each month. Additionally, the children's New Year's money and social obligations accumulate to approximately 20,000 over the year, which consumes 2/3 of our retirement pension. Previously, the family's finances were not managed by Pan Wan. She merely handled grocery shopping. Upon hearing Zhang Degui's thorough analysis, she was genuinely taken aback, continuously swallowing hard in disbelief. Are we truly spending so much money? Zhang Dagui observed Pan Wan's astonishment and affirmed, indeed. He gradually discussed with her their available funds, which were merely sufficient to cover medical expenses in the event of a serious illness, despite her reluctance to part with resources for her grandchildren. When it comes to her own health, her sentiment shifts entirely. Well, we have already raised them and facilitated their marriages, so we have fulfilled our responsibilities. As for the rest, we are powerless. At this moment, Pan Wan suddenly recalled their earlier agreement. Wait, old man, didn't we promise to contribute to Xiaoyi's wedding expenses? If that's the case, how much will we have to pay when he gets married? Pan Wan inquired, puzzled. Zhang Dagui had indeed considered this arrangement thoroughly. What do you think of Jiang Yun's actions? Pan Wan did not hesitate to shake her head, declaring it unsatisfactory, truly unsatisfactory. In the past, she articulated her thoughts on Xiaoyu with such conviction that I genuinely believed she would excel. Yet, when it came to her own performance, I found myself at a loss for words. She displayed a lack of motivation, perpetually seeking excuses. The mere thought of her recent busyness incensed Pan Wan. Furthermore, the family of the second child and the eldest daughter exhibited a similar reluctance to engage, merely hoping for benefits without contributing. It would be a misconception to think their dissatisfaction was solely directed at Jiang Yun. In truth, they harbored significant grievances towards Du Xia and Zhang Hong as well. Their lackluster performance left one to ponder whether we could genuinely invest ourselves in their interests. Nevertheless, considering the status of the eldest grandson and the fact that he is the sole heir of the Zhang family, we cannot afford to be miserly. Thus, we shall present a generous gift of 10,000 as a meeting gift for the newlyweds, and when Xiao Xian and Xiao Jian eventually marry, we shall follow suit with the same gesture, eventually bestowing 100,000. Zhang Dagui deemed this approach exceedingly magnanimous. Pan Wan concurred, recognizing that although she had not discussed the matter in detail with Zhang Guohua, it was evident that the eldest family of three anticipated being able to contribute even more. She hesitantly remarked that perhaps it seemed a tad insufficient. Zhang Dagui, understanding Pan Wan's tender-hearted nature, resolved that irrespective of the circumstances, he would be the sole custodian of their finances. He firmly believed that if the elderly matriarch were to manage the funds, they would inevitably dwindle without his awareness. Zhang Yi alone received 120,000. As Xiao Xian and her partner prepare for their wedding, it is customary to present a gift, and they have collectively decided on a sum of 80,000. The three of them, in total, must contribute 200,000 for the occasion. Given their modest savings and the limited amount of their monthly pensions, Zhang Dagui finds himself in a state of helplessness, having to explain the situation to Pan Wan in detail. Chapter 43. The unhoused supporting character. Early in the morning, Jiang Yun had already been busy downstairs for quite some time, expecting Pan Wan to rise shortly. However, to her surprise, even after preparing and enjoying her meal, she had yet to see Pan Wan and Zhang Dagui come down. The first thought that crossed her mind was whether they were feigning illness. Over the past few days, any minor disputes had prompted Pan Wan to display various ailments, leaving Jiang Yun feeling stifled. Yet, she could not simply disregard them. After all, they were her parents, and the thought of any misfortune befalling them was distressing. Should anything happen, the house would inevitably be divided into 4 shares, and she doubted Zhang Yu would refrain from claiming his portion. With their parents gone, the future of sibling relationships would be uncertain. Jiang Yun was particularly concerned about their pension. She wished for them to live long lives, as their longevity would ensure a greater accumulation of retirement funds, ultimately leaving more financial resources for her. Upon reaching the upstairs room, she knocked on Zhang Dagui and his wife's door. She had overheard their lively conversation, suggesting they were in good health. Eager to discern the nature of their discussion, she approached the door, only to find them suddenly silent. Upon witnessing their actions, Jiang Yun curled her lips, instantly aware that they must be discussing matters concerning her. Nevertheless, she dismissed the thought, reasoning that perhaps their conversation revolved around her shortcomings. Rather than subjecting herself to the indignation that would follow such knowledge, she preferred to remain oblivious. Raising her hand, she gently knocked on the door, and before long, a voice from within called out, "Come in." Jiang Yun opened the door but did not enter. She simply stood at the threshold. "Mom and Dad, breakfast is ready." "Ah, it's done. Why bother informing them?" Pan Wan increasingly believed that Jiang Yun was merely being solicitous for the sake of a mere 100,000. "I've already eaten. I must go to work now." "Really?" Pan Wan had expected Jiang Yun to broach the subject of the house, but to her surprise, it was not mentioned. Yet, despite the absence of direct reference, Jiang Yun's current demeanor seemed to convey an implicit threat. Should they refuse her, she would uproot the entire family. Humph, did they truly think they could intimidate her? Please, who did they think she was? After all these years, she had not been raised to cower in fear. "You two have others to care for you. I can rest assured," Jiang Yun reassured them, indicating that someone would remain to look after them. "Oh, so you mean Zhang Guohua and his wife?" Pan Wan found herself amused by Jiang Yun's words. "Do you truly believe they are the ones caring for me? Or is it the other way around?" Though she wished to extol the virtues of her son and grandson, the truth was they were far from diligent. Pan Wan was at a loss for words. If it were possible, she would have liked to unleash a string of curses. "If you intend to leave, then leave entirely," Zhang Dagui declared with utmost decisiveness. "Humph, leaving Zhang Guohua and his son behind, who was meant to care for whom?" "Oh." Jiang Yun had not anticipated that Zhang Dagui would be so resolute. "Parents, if you allow them to leave," she faltered, aware that Guohua and his family were notoriously unproductive. "Should I be the one to take care of them?" Pan Wan's ire grew as she cast a disapproving glance towards Jiang Yun. "You truly underestimate the situation. Your calculations are far from astute." Jiang Yun was taken aback by Pan Wan's blatant disregard for Zhang Guohua and his son. Panic ensued. If even they could not persuade the elderly couple, what hope was there for Zhang Yi's marriage? Observing Jiang Yun's flustered demeanor, the Zhang couple became increasingly convinced that there was a deeper scheme at play, one that undoubtedly involved their own manipulation. This only solidified their resolve to have the Zhang Guohua family vacate the premises. At this juncture, Pan Wan felt it imperative to not coddle them any longer. They needed to be made aware that, despite their elderly status, the couple possessed their own temperaments and should not be subjected to their whims. She approached the doorways of Zhang Guohua and Zhang Yi, rapping on the doors to rouse them. "It's time to get up. Work awaits, and yet you're all still languid." As these thoughts crossed her mind, her skepticism towards Zhang Yi intensified. At such a tender age, he displayed no signs of ambition or diligence. Could such a person truly have a promising future? Zhang Guohua and Zhang Yi groggily emerged from their slumber. While they could forego breakfast and eat at their workplace, the journey required ample time, and tardiness was not an option. Upon opening the door, they were met with the elderly woman's piercing glare, which jolted them into full alertness. What could have prompted her to erupt so early in the morning? Suddenly, both individuals found themselves perplexed, unable to comprehend why the elderly lady harbored such considerable dissatisfaction towards them. Zhang Guohua felt a wave of dread wash over him. He anticipated the old woman's anger, yet he had not foreseen the extent of her fury, leading him to feel a profound sense of regret. Was it not stated that exemplary conduct would encourage the elderly couple to contribute more funds for a splendid wedding? How had the situation taken such a drastic turn? Zhang Yi worried that if they departed under these circumstances, they could hardly expect Zhang Dagui and his spouse to part with their money. Moreover, there was mention from Jiang Yun the previous day regarding her health not being in good condition. Zhang Guohua realized that his wife had been quite severely entangled in this predicament. Yet, what could be done? After all, she was his wife, and he would support her even if it meant enduring tears. Initially, she had intended to dismiss them, but upon reflection, she decided it was better to temper her temper, considering they were her descendants. Especially since her remarks might reflect poorly on her, the most prudent course of action would be to incite internal discord among them. Unexpectedly, however, they had misjudged the situation. The elderly lady had not intended that at all. "Mother, I can take care of myself," Jiang Yun had thought when she saw Pan Wan angrily knock on Zhang Guohua's door, seeking retribution. Perhaps some might perceive this as a display of concern for her as a daughter-in-law. Jiang Yun was convinced this was merely a tactic to provoke infighting among them. Chapter 44. The unhoused supporting character. When Jiang Yu received the phone call, she was utterly taken aback. She had never anticipated that it would be Jiang Yun reaching out to her. Especially upon hearing the purpose of the call, she was left in a state of shock. After confirming the details on the other end several times, she felt an overwhelming urge to lash out. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu exclaimed, "Borrow money?" Borrowing 100,000 was intended for the purchase of a 3-bedroom apartment. Jiang Yun was aware that this amount was somewhat excessive, yet she reasoned that since she had already broached the subject, she might as well ask for a bit more. In her perspective, this money was destined for Zhang Yi eventually. It merely represented an advance. Upon receiving an affirmative response from the other end of the line, Zhang Yu felt that one should not overly indulge others. "I recall that purchasing a 3-bedroom apartment only necessitates an additional 100,000? Zhang Yu retorted, "So, you reside in a spacious home, yet contribute nothing?" Zhang Yu added, "I am lacking in funds." Jiang Yun, exasperated, inquired, "How can you possibly be without money?" Zhang Yu replied, "If you have no money, how could I?" Jiang Yun fumed inwardly, cursing Zhang Yu and believing that such a person deserved to live in solitude. Jiang Yun pressed, "Did you not claim you wished to buy a house?" Zhang Yu acknowledged, "Indeed, I wish to purchase a home, hence my financial constraints." Jiang Yun countered, "But you have not yet made a purchase." Zhang Yu asserted, "I can buy a house whenever I choose. Do you expect me to purchase a property and have you reimburse me immediately? Borrowing money is one matter, while requesting funds is another." Zhang Yu cynically remarked, "When I buy things for the children, they call me a wonderful aunt, yet the moment I cannot provide them with money, I am immediately labeled as Zhang Yu." Zhang Yu continued, "Do you think I would be so foolish?" She added, "Furthermore, if one has the means, they should buy a house. If not, they ought to settle for a 1-bedroom. Zhang Yu pointed out, "Both you and your spouse earn respectable incomes, yet you claim to be without funds. How could I possibly have any?" Zhang Yu concluded, "If you genuinely wish to acquire a home, then consider securing a bank loan. It merely involves paying some interest." Jiang Yun was not unaware of loans. Her hesitation stemmed from the high interest rates. The interest could accumulate significantly, truly requiring a substantial payment. Jiang Yun's heart truly aches. You are aware that Xiaoyi is no longer young, soon to embark on blind dates and seek marriage, which is essential for establishing stability. Jiang Yun remarked, "Men, after all, tend to find their footing only after starting a family, which ignites their ambition." Zhang Yu acknowledged that some men are indeed like that. Yet he believed Xiao Yi was not among them. Even after becoming a father, he had not exhibited any signs of progress. Zhang Yu did not wish to provoke Jiang Yun, especially since she was reluctant to lend money. Quite good. Jiang Yun smiled. "Once Xiaoyi marries, as his aunt, you must not be stingy." "Not stingy? Expecting her to be generous?" Zhang Yu nodded. "When Xiaoyi marries, a gift of 1,888 yuan should suffice." Initially, she considered gifting 2,000, but then thought better of it. Such a number was auspicious and would save her over 100 yuan. Jiang Yun had anticipated that the Zhang Dagui couple would contribute 2,000, and Zhang Yu, at the very least, ought to match that with a sum of 15,000. To her dismay, however, they could barely muster even a fraction of that amount, prompting her to quietly berate their stinginess. Jiang Yun still hoped to negotiate. "My parents said they would give 20,000. "Oh, Zhang Dagui and his wife are only giving 20,000? Zhang Yu was equally astonished by this figure, yet she questioned its relevance to her. Zhang Yu exclaimed, "After all, it is the wedding of the eldest grandson of the Zhang family, and as the grandparents, they are expected to contribute such a sum." Zhang Yu continued, "Thus, this gift is acceptable. Zhang Shouhua and his family can provide a generous red envelope, but surely you wouldn't expect me to reciprocate with an extravagant gift?" Zhang Yu added, "So, do not disdain the amount. Moreover, once Zhang Yi becomes a father, do not harbor hopes for a lavish red envelope from me. Zhang Yu, you should be aware that I am a solitary bachelor, thus you are profiting without complaint about the amount of money involved." Zhang Yu, by the way, Jiang Yun, I genuinely believe that since you are contemplating Zhang Yi's marriage and wish for him to mature swiftly, you might consider securing a loan in his name. As Jiang Yun listened to Zhang Yu's incessant talk of loans, an unsettling discomfort enveloped her. She had previously expressed her concerns about the exorbitant interest rates, feeling that this financial burden should not be hers to bear. Regret washed over her for having made this call. Her anger only intensified. "Xiaoyu, you are neither marrying nor having children. Have you considered what will become of you in old age?" Is this a veiled threat? Are you implying that I should rely on Zhang Yi for my later years? Zhang Yu chuckled. What is there to contemplate? I shall simply hire a caregiver. Zhang Yu continued. As for Zhang Yi, I truly cannot hold any expectations. Zhang Yu stated. My parents and I share the same sentiment. Whoever praises me shall inherit my possessions and my house. Zhang Yu added. Even if it were a caregiver, perhaps in the future, should the government implement policies to assist with elder care and property be returned to the state, that scenario is entirely plausible. How presumptuous to think that she could be intimidated by the notion of aging. She is certainly not one to be coerced. Zhang Yu remarked. Moreover, Xiao Yi will bear a considerable burden in the future, with both his parents and in-laws to care for, as well as children. Merely contemplating it reveals an extraordinary weight of responsibility. Zhang Yu concluded. Thus, I truly dare not trouble Zhang Yi. Jiang Yun initially intended for Zhang Yu to reflect more on the matter of elder care, only to be met with a response that left her utterly astonished. Thus, Zhang Yu has completely given up on Zhang Yi, no longer daring to hope for his support in old age. Jiang Yun, feeling despondent, hung up the phone and sat vacantly on the sofa. Zhang Yi played a few rounds of games, feeling parched. He emerged from his room only to find that Jiang Yun had already ended the call. He retrieved a can of cola from the refrigerator and began to drink. Pondering over his conversation with Zhang Yu, they had previously deliberated and concluded that acquiring a 3-bedroom apartment would be prudent, as it would provide additional study spaces and accommodations for any elderly assistance with childcare. However, regarding finances, since Zhang Daguai was unwilling to contribute, they would turn to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu again. Jiang Yun recalled Zhang Yu's words, suggesting that Zhang Yi was oblivious. Was Zhang Yu a name one could call? One should refer to her as Aunt. At this moment, Jiang Yun truly felt a twinge of regret. She should not have spoken disparagingly about Zhang Yu in front of Zhang Yi. It was precisely because they often voiced such sentiments that Zhang Yi perceived Zhang Yu as inept. Now, retribution had indeed arrived. Zhang Yu had recognized the value of hard work and had begun to earn more, yet she now looked down upon Zhang Yi. Aunt. Zhang Yi scoffed, contemplating how Zhang Yu, in her current state, hardly qualified as an elder. She refused to lend money, insisting that she too intended to purchase a home, suggesting that if they were adamant about acquiring a 3-bedroom apartment, they should fund it themselves. Chapter 45. The unhoused supporting character. Fund it themselves? Zhang Yi was certainly displeased. Although the family had 100,000, spending that would significantly diminish their savings. In addition to the expenses for the house, there is also the need for renovation, particularly the customary betrothal gifts, and of course, the costs associated with dating, all of which are not insignificant. With his meager salary, it is utterly insufficient, necessitating support from Zhang Guohua and his spouse. He understands that once their savings are nearly depleted, Zhang Guohua and his wife will undoubtedly cease their financial assistance. Loans. That is not a viable option either. Although they have not touched their principal, do interest fees not require payment? Furthermore, during the time of marriage, she gifted a red envelope containing 1,888 yuan, which includes the meeting gift. Jiang Yun appeared disheartened. Zhang Guohua emerged from the house, overhearing her words, and exclaimed, What? You say that during Xiao Yi's wedding, someone gave a red envelope of 1,888 yuan? He found the amount quite substantial and was genuinely curious as to who would be so generous. Your youngest sister, Jiang Yun replied coolly. The youngest sister must be Zhang Yu, he thought, and yet she only contributed such a meager sum, leaving Zhang Guohua in disbelief. Thus, she is unwilling to part with a significant amount of money. Initially, Xiao Yi should not have acted so impulsively, rushing to find Zhang Yu and calling her name without restraint. Could one not be angered by such behavior? Jiang Yun, observing Zhang Yi, who remained oblivious to the situation, could not help but sigh. Although their couple navigated the workplace with moderate success, they certainly did not struggle as severely as Zhang Yi, who had indeed been spoiled and had the audacity to make so many demands. For reasons unknown, Jiang Yun suddenly felt that her devotion to Zhang Yi should not be absolute. Some reservations were warranted. Zhang Yi never anticipated that after all the twists and turns, the fault lay entirely with him. How could it be my fault again? Moreover, in the past, when I mentioned Zhang Yu in her presence, she merely acknowledged it. How frustrating it is. Zhang Yi perceives Zhang Yu as overly sentimental, questioning the significance of calling her name. What is the matter? Just because she possesses wealth, does it mean she is obliged to share it? She can afford to purchase a house and has explicitly stated that she does not expect support from you in her old age. As for financial matters, Do not harbor any expectations. Even if she were to bequeath the property to a caregiver, you would not receive anything. Jiang Yun may exaggerate the gravity of the situation. Yet despite Zhang Yu's mention of leaving the house to the caregiver, she fundamentally disbelieves it. It is illogical to deprive one's own descendants in favor of outsiders. To leave the property to a caregiver? Zhang Yi finds this notion laughable. It is utterly implausible. If it were to be Zhang Xin and her family, he might feel a twinge of anxiety, but to suggest it be left to a caregiver is simply unfathomable. Zhang Guohua's expression shifts to one of grave concern. There exists a genuine possibility in this matter. He now comprehends why, despite being perceived as foolish by others, Zhang Yu remains adamant about purchasing her own home. With a deep exhale, he realizes that her refusal to utilize the Zhang family residence indicates her intention to be self-reliant in her old age, without relying on Zhang Yi and the others. If she were to claim a property from the Zhang family, she would fear their incessant complaints and thus opts for her own house. The property she acquires is hers to bestow upon whomever she chooses, without needing to consider anyone else's opinions. Zhang Guohua's pallor becomes stark, and Zhang Dagui ceases to ponder the situation. Zhang Yu's finances are no longer a concern. Jiang Yun instinctively straightens her posture, urging him not to frighten her. Are you implying that she is devoid of any desires, thus remains indifferent? However, can she truly ensure that the nanny will treat her well? Jiang Yun felt that Zhang Yu was being rather naive. After all, the nanny is an outsider. Zhang Yi's previously indifferent expression transformed into one of palpable anxiety. Do you believe Zhang Yu harbors expectations of Zhang Yi and the others? Xiao Yi called out his name directly. Do Xiao Xin and the others genuinely care, or do they regard Zhang Yu with any semblance of respect? One might argue they simply disregard her, treating her as though she were merely a nanny. Zhang Guohua offered a wry smile. Had she remained in her previous position, she would have been just a minor accountant, perhaps maintaining the status quo. Yet, having changed jobs and ventured into a new locale, her salary has increased. Her horizons have broadened, and her thoughts have become more complex. Zhang Yi, appearing contemplative, let out a soft sigh. Mom and Dad, what do you suggest? If I were to change my approach now, after all, there is a property involved, worth at least several $100,000. Not to mention the considerable sum of money Zhang Yu possesses. Zhang Guohua observed the increasingly anxious Zhang Yi. It was too late. How can it be too late? Jiang Yin interjected, her urgency evident. It is not too late. Xiao Yi is here, yet Xiao Yu is out of town. How do you expect Xiao Yi to behave? If she falls ill, we would be oblivious. Even if we were aware, would Xiao Yi take leave to visit her? And even if he did, would he be capable of providing care? Zhang Guohua understood Zhang Yi all too well. He could hardly be expected to care for another, let alone rely on someone to look after him. Jiang Yun remained silent, recognizing the truth in this assertion. Moreover, the former Zhang Yu would heed her parents and our counsel, but who does she listen to now? Jiang Yun shook her head, dismissing even Zhang Dagui's words. Thus, I said it was too late. Never mind, Xiao Yi, I find your aunt's words quite pertinent. Rather than fixating on the wealth of our elders, it is far wiser to concentrate on our work. If one excels in their profession, promotions will naturally follow. Look at your aunt. You are well aware of her past inadequacies, yet she seized an opportunity and became a director in another city, significantly increasing her income. Zhang Guohua recalled a piece of news he had heard at work today. I learned that Zhang Yu's company has acquired several plots of land, intending to construct housing for employees and sell it to them at cost price. Zhang Yi suddenly remembered a crucial detail. Wait, didn't she go to work in another city? However, her personnel relations are still with the group company. Moreover, she qualifies as a director, which allows her access to a more substantial housing option. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun experienced a moment of enlightenment. I had suspected Zhang Yu was away. How could she choose a house? It turns out she plans to obtain housing directly from her workplace. Indeed, Zhang Guohua felt certain Zhang Yu would never forfeit such a golden opportunity. Those who relinquish it are truly foolish. The more Jiang Yun pondered, the more envious she became. Why does she have such favorable prospects? What if we were to exchange our housing situation with Zhang Yu? Jiang Yun contemplated this once more. If Zhang Yu were to disagree, could we not persuade Zhang Dagui and his wife? After years of marriage, how could they not understand Jiang Yun's intentions? Do not even entertain such thoughts. Zhang Yu would never agree. The company is indeed a large one, yet they have taken great care in their construction endeavors. Zhang Guohua is not devoid of interest. But what can he do? Zhang Yu has also received wind of the matter, informed by the financial leader, which took her by surprise. She recalls that in her previous life, She learned of this news only the following year. Upon reflection, she understands that she was merely a minor character then. Most crucially, she had little money at her disposal, leading her to relinquish the opportunity. However, now that she is aware ahead of time, she can certainly make a selection or two. Although she is uncertain about when her turn will come to choose, she is assured that she will not be relegated to the last position, where the options are invariably unsatisfactory. With the municipal government relocating there, the area has transformed into a financial hub, replete with numerous wetland parks and devoid of factories, arguably making it the most livable location in the city. The university town has also shifted to this new locale, allowing residents to easily stroll for 10 minutes to dine there if they prefer not to prepare breakfast. The affordability and value are highly satisfying to Zhang Yu. The corporate group has likewise responded to the call, securing land to construct their office building, which will facilitate their move from the city center to this new site. As for the residential community, due to the spacious and somewhat remote nature of the area, parking is allocated on a per-household basis, with ample greenery, rendering the environment of the community exceptional. With all these factors in mind, is there any need for further consideration? There is absolutely no need to deliberate. Such a splendid property must not be missed. Zhang Yu, the last community. The financial head did not anticipate that Zhang Yu would choose that particular location. Isn't that place a bit remote? Zhang Yu replied, I am aware. But I have limited funds, and I still need to account for renovations. I desire a 3-bedroom apartment, and the prices there align better with my budget. Well, the financial chief is aware of Zhang Yu's salary, which has seen a slight increase since her relocation. The financial chief remarked, very well. I shall endeavor to secure a favorable floor and apartment type for you. Zhang Yu understood that such assurances were mere platitudes, as apart from a few well-informed senior leaders, most were just sycophants. Particularly when it came to selecting residences, those without financial means often found themselves choosing homes. If it were up to Zhang Yu, few would dare to compete with her. Nevertheless, she felt grateful for the leader's support. Thank you for your concern and assistance, she expressed, taking a deep breath. Zhang Yu poured herself a cup of tea and gazed out the window at the scenery beyond. A home was soon to be hers. Finally, she would possess her own property. Securing this residence felt like the completion of a significant task. Zhang Yu's spirits soared, and she decided to treat herself to a delightful meal. Recalling a highly recommended Japanese restaurant from their previous conversation, she acknowledged it might seem peculiar to dine alone. Yet she had grown accustomed to her solitary ventures. The mere thought of the delectable food awaiting her filled Zhang Yu with renewed energy, prompting her to swiftly complete her work. As the clock struck the end of the workday, she departed without hesitation. Meanwhile, her colleagues in the finance department, still laboring away, could only sigh at her timely exit. This exemplified the disparity. While they had once harbored jealousy towards Zhang Yu, it had since dissipated. Yes, her salary was indeed higher, but so were her responsibilities. As she worked diligently from the start to the end of her day, they resigned themselves to their tasks, hoping to finish promptly. Upon reaching the ground floor, Zhang Yu initially intended to hail a cab, but then reconsidered and opted against it. Remembering to walk over a distance of merely 2 kilometers, she engaged in some exercise, which would surely whet her appetite and allow her to indulge a little more. Zhang Yu strolled over, savored a delightful meal, and then rose to depart. Although passers-by occasionally glanced at her in surprise, she remained unfazed. Dining alone at a buffet may have seemed peculiar. Yet as long as she felt no embarrassment, why should she concern herself with others' opinions? Presently, dining solo might appear strange, but in a few years, it would undoubtedly be commonplace. Despite her attempt to limit her intake, the sight of so many delectable dishes, coupled with the hefty price of the meal, led her to indulge more than she intended. Upon arriving home, she was greeted by the ringing of the telephone, causing her brow to arch in curiosity. What was going on? Lately, it seemed rather lively, with evening calls coming in. Zhang Yu suspected it was either Jiang Yun or Zhang Guohua, as they were likely trying to coax her into lending them money. While she was preoccupied with preparing vegetables, the phone rang several more times. Once she had finished and settled onto the sofa, the phone rang again. She decided to answer it, realizing that if she did not, it would persist in ringing. As soon as she picked up, an unexpected voice greeted her. To her astonishment, it was Pan One calling. Her immediate thought was that the hefty call indicated it was about borrowing money from Jiang Yun. Pan One had made several calls, her irritation palpable. Why did you take so long to answer? Was it a reprimand? Zhang Yu, indifferent, picked up an apple and began to eat, despite feeling somewhat stuffed from her earlier meal at the Japanese restaurant. However, the effect of the digestive aid was so remarkable that I found myself hungry again, yet unwilling to prepare a meal. Thus, I simply opted for an apple to appease my appetite. Zhang Yu overtime. Upon hearing this word, Pan Wan's fury ignited. Today, I heard from your brother that your workplace acquired several plots of land to construct houses, which would then be sold to employees at cost price. What? Zhang Guohua actually knows about this news. Zhang Yu was taken aback, nearly biting her own tongue in astonishment. How is Zhang Guohua so well informed? It seems he must have received this information in a previous life. Yet, he has never mentioned it. Did he forget to speak of it? Or was he simply reluctant to do so? If she wished to purchase a house, would she plead with the leadership, selecting a satisfactory residence early on, still willing to allocate funds for her family? Chapter 47. The Unhoused Female Supporting Character. Zhang Yu's mood was far from pleasant. She took a deep breath. It truly is a matter of selfishness, as the original owner's tragedy could have been avoided. Yet, ultimately, no one has considered offering even a smidgen of support. Pondering her concerns for old age. Is Zhang Guohua aware of this? Do Zhang Shouhua and the others know? Does Zhang Hong know? Zhang Yu suddenly felt uncertain. Although she wished to believe that one should not think too poorly of others, it was indeed impossible to control such thoughts. Some matters are simply beyond one's capacity to manage. Nonetheless, it no longer seemed important. Even if she were to learn the truth, what difference would it make? After all, she could never scheme against them as the original owner once did. The most crucial thing now is to discern the purpose behind Pan Wan's phone call. Does she hope for Zhang Yu to relinquish this house to Zhang Guohua, or is she seeking to borrow money for him? Zhang Yu replied affirmatively, stating that her former superior had mentioned a property today, and she had chosen a location. A wave of emotion surged within her. Such a significant decision as purchasing a home, and yet you do not consult your family? The implication of her words was directed at him. Zhang Yu chuckled softly, explaining that it was during office hours when her leader spoke to her, making it impractical to discuss it with them. Furthermore, she remarked that she was bound to purchase a house eventually, with her workplace offering discounted properties. She certainly could not let this opportunity slip by. Particularly, with pre-sale properties, she would select a unit next year, pay a portion up front, and upon completion, sign the contract, whether through a mortgage or full payment. Zhang Yu noted that she could save to cover the down payment. Once her home was furnished, she was certain that various excuses would be conjured by others, such as the house not being able to remain unoccupied, prompting her parents to assist in overseeing it. Zhang Yu was convinced that once they moved in, the house would no longer belong to her, but rather to the Zhang family collectively, granting them all access. Pan Wan had not anticipated that after merely posing 2 questions, Zhang Yu would divulge so much. You should decide what you want. Zhang Yu responded, indeed. It is my money. I shall take charge of it. I am an adult now. Pan Wan glanced at Zhang Guohua beside her, inquiring about the community she had chosen. Although only Pan Wan's voice was heard, she was certain that Zhang Guohua was listening intently. Zhang Yu admitted, I am but a minor character, unable to contend with them. She continued, in light of this, I pondered whether it might be possible to select a larger home for the same amount of money. After enduring for quite some time, Pan Wan swallowed her words about suggesting a return of the property. Zhang Yu smiled knowingly. I am aware. Otherwise, why would I select that area? It is precisely because it is remote that it is affordable. Zhang Yu. Moreover, don't you think that the distance from here to anyone's home is rather considerable? Upon hearing this, Pan Wan felt a jolt within. She understood that this was the primary reason for your choice of residence. What does it matter if a house is inexpensive or spacious? How large does a single man need his abode to be? Zhang Yu realized he had once again successfully misled Pan Wan and the others, and his spirits soared. Zhang Yu, rest assured, mother. Although I am covering the entire payment for the house, I will not seek financial assistance from you or father. Zhang Yu, just be at ease. How are you and father faring? He repeatedly assured her that he would not borrow money from Zhang Dagua and his family. By the way, mother, Zhang Yun called me yesterday to ask for a loan. Zhang Yu, it truly is laughable. She expects to borrow 100,000 for a 3-bedroom house. Zhang Yu, it's a classic case of getting something for nothing. How Zhang Guohua broached this topic with you was merely an attempt to dissuade me from purchasing a home, hoping instead to use the funds to acquire a larger one. I can wager that Zhang Guohua and his wife would never divulge this to Pan Wan. They fear it might provoke the old lady's ire, yet Zhang Yu remains indifferent. If possible, he hopes to rebuke Zhang Guohua thoroughly. Pan Wan was genuinely unaware of this matter and, upon hearing Zhang Guohua's various concerns, found them somewhat reasonable. Acquiring a house is no trivial affair. Zhang Yu has never gone through such an experience. Shouldn't he consult with his family? Now, having listened to Zhang Yu's words, the old lady keenly discerned that Zhang Yu likely perceived Zhang Guohua's intentions as an attempt to persuade her against the purchase. Pan Wan shot a few displeased glances at Zhang Guohua. You needn't concern yourself with so much. Pan Wan remarked that those with financial means would purchase 3 or 4 bedroom apartments, while those less fortunate would settle for smaller accommodations. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guohua immediately comprehended that Zhang Yu had informed on them. Furthermore, the elderly lady had advised her against borrowing money. Zhang Guohua sighed in resignation. Even without the old woman's counsel, he understood that there was no hope for assistance, particularly since Zhang Yu herself was preparing to buy a home and would hardly lend them any funds. The prospect of acquiring a larger residence slipped away, and Zhang Guohua was determined not to bear the blame. It was evident that Jiang Yun had lacked foresight. Had she not contacted Zhang Yu the previous day, the latter would have been unaware of their situation. At the very least, if Pan Wan had intervened, the situation would not have been so awkward. Presently, not only had they offended Zhang Yu, but they had also inadvertently displeased Pan Wan, leaving Zhang Guohua to lament the increasingly arduous nature of their lives. Yet, regardless of how challenging it became, life must go on, and they must endure. Zhang Yu understood that perhaps Pan Wan harbored a flicker of hope that she might lend them money. However, now that she was aware of Zhang Yu's own intention to purchase a home, that hope had dissipated. Thus, it was unnecessary to exacerbate matters and provoke her discontent. Zhang Yu assured, "Mother, rest assured, I will not borrow money. Given Jiang Yun's temperament, I refuse to yield." She added, "It is absurd that borrowing money is being used as leverage against me, especially since Zhang Yi is not a source of support." Zhang Yu expressed her disillusionment regarding her mother's favored son, emphasizing that his entitled nature rendered any expectation of assistance from him utterly futile. "Please, mother, I implore you to discuss this matter with Zhang Guohua. I shall not rely on the children of the Zhang family. Zhang Yu, they are all talented individuals, engaged in significant endeavors. How could they possibly attend to me, a childless and unaccomplished elderly woman?" Pan Wan is aware that Zhang Yu has gained a newfound confidence, and there are questions she wishes to pose, yet she hesitates. However, it matters not, for she can inquire of Zhang Guohua, eager to uncover the extent of the secrets this young man has concealed. Chapter 48. The unhoused female supporting character. Zhang Yu hung up the phone, a smile gracing her lips, knowing that Zhang Guohua's days ahead would be challenging. It serves him right. Yesterday, it was Jiang Yun, and today it is he. Yet, one should not expect Pan Wan to administer any significant reprimand to Zhang Guohua. After all, he is the eldest son. After savoring an apple, Zhang Yu patted her belly, realizing that she was still not quite satiated. Having witnessed Zhang Guohua's misfortune once more was indeed a cause for celebration. Zhang Yu contemplated briefly and decided to indulge in barbecue. There is a delightful barbecue restaurant at the entrance of her community, one she has frequented several times, and the flavors are genuinely exquisite. With a sense of purpose, she ordered several skewers, for today is a day worthy of celebration. The pleasure of eating was immense, but the regret that followed was equally profound. Gazing at the disarray of the dining table, Zhang Yu felt tears welling up. She always knew that Zhang Guohua was not a good person. If it were not for him, would I have indulged to such excess? Now my weight. Late-night snacks are particularly detrimental to one's health, especially fried and grilled fare. Zhang Yu resolved to consume chicken breast for several days henceforth, while also increasing her exercise regimen. Perhaps she should consider acquiring a swimming card? Though it may be a bit pricey, some expenditures are simply necessary. Zhang Yu believes that maintaining good health is the greatest investment one can make. Although the expenditure may seem excessive, it is undeniably preferable to visiting a hospital for medical treatment and purchasing medication, while also contributing to physical fitness. Thus, over a late-night meal, Zhang Yu devised yet another extravagant plan. Now it is time for some light exercise. Standing on the yoga mat, she begins to walk in place, if only to engage in a modicum of physical activity. She resolves to avoid binge eating in the future. After her brief workout, Zhang Yu took a refreshing shower and followed it with a skincare routine, preparing herself for rest. Meanwhile, at home, Jiang Yun and her son, upon observing Zhang Guohua's expression, discerned that he had suffered a setback. Zhang Guohua, feeling defeated, expressed that Zhang Yu was already aware of the situation. Jiang Yun was astonished that, despite being far away, Zhang Yu had knowledge of the matter and had even selected a property. So soon? Indeed, it was informed by her superior. She mentioned that the budget was limited. Yet if they desired a larger residence, that area was the optimal choice. It was suggested that they could work diligently for a few years, save money to purchase a home, and strive to minimize their loan. Subsequently, they could save for renovations. Jiang Yun's lips moved in frustration, even with Pan Wan's intervention. She felt powerless. What could she do? Imply that Zhang Guohua was ineffectual? Why not consider properties in the remaining neighborhoods? Zhang Yi had envisioned living in a brand new community, believing that possessing such a home would make marriage considerably easier. Yet, to her dismay, Zhang Yu had made the most regrettable choice without consulting the family, opting out of a school district home, choosing instead to leave it for those in need. Jiang Yun let out a few cold snorts. I could see that she was aware of our hopes for her to relinquish the house. Knowing was sufficient. All right, shall we? If you wish to purchase a new home, then strive to earn a living. Do not entertain the notion that fortune will simply fall from the sky. Zhang Guohua sighed helplessly and went to take a shower. Although Zhang Shouhua and the others were not as well informed as Zhang Guohua, they were still aware of the situation. Du Xia wore a complex expression, such as fate. Everyone assumed Zhang Yu was devoid of property, and even if she were to buy a house, how much better could it possibly be? To their surprise, an opportunity as splendid as this had arisen. Zhang Shouhua's expression mirrored that of resignation. It was truly bewildering. With a long, resigned sigh, she finally understood why Zhang Yu possessed such confidence. Du Xian nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was her destiny. Though she was reluctant to admit it, one could not deny that her fortune was remarkably good. Zhang Hong's face turned pale with anger. How could she possess such luck? Although she had managed to secure a unit during the final distribution of houses, their qualifications had once been insufficient, and as mere insignificant figures. What could they expect in terms of a decent property? At the very least, it was superior to the one-bedroom apartment, particularly since Zhang Yu had received nothing. Yet, the reality was brutally harsh. Zhang Yu should be smiling broadly now. Lu Hui had never involved himself in the affairs of the Zhang family, knowing that with Zhang Hong around, he would never suffer a loss. Now, upon learning that Zhang Yu was about to acquire a house, he couldn't help but feel intrigued, understanding that it was implausible to receive a property without effort. However, if the house is exchanged, would that be a viable solution? Lu Hui opined that such a scenario would indeed hold considerable promise. Exchange? Zhang Hong pondered momentarily before shaking her head. Setting aside the fact that the current Zhang Yu is not easily intimidated, do you truly believe they would remain indifferent? The information we are privy to, do you think the elder brother is unaware? If he were to exert himself, he would undoubtedly be the last to arrive. However, should there be any advantage, he would certainly be the swiftest among them. If my mother were to lend assistance, it would undoubtedly be in favor of him, not me. This Zhang Hong was entirely certain of. Lu Hui recognized that even if Pan Wan held a certain fondness for Zhang Hong, it could never rival a mother's loyalty to her son. Should we inquire with your second brother? Presently, their relationship with Zhang Shouhua is relatively close, and Lu Hui believed it prudent to consult them. Ask Zhang Shouhua. Zhang Hong shook her head, indicating that such an inquiry would be unwise, as they too have their own agendas. Zhang Xian's academic performance is commendable, and according to their insinuations, they intend to send her abroad for further studies. Studying abroad? Lu Hui was taken aback. While an increasing number of individuals are pursuing education overseas, a significant factor remains. Such an endeavor is financially burdensome, requiring substantial investment. Do Zhang Shouhua and his wife possess sufficient funds? Although they are middle school teachers, and while some engage in tutoring, Du Xia is not a core subject teacher and thus cannot tutor. As for Zhang Shouhua, while he is a core subject teacher and can tutor, can one truly amass a fortune solely through tutoring? It's not as if my parents are involved. Moreover, there is still Xiaoyu. Is your brother not concerned? Lu Hui was acutely aware that Zhang Guohua and his wife would never relinquish their interest in Zhang Yu. They wish to be remembered. But the question remains, can they truly be? Although Zhang Yi refrained from explicitly mentioning Zhang Hong's name, he was well aware that this nephew harbored disdain for her. In the past, Zhang Yu would endure and contemplate relying on Zhang Yi for support in her later years. However, she has since shed that tolerance. If she were to endure, she would also have to reconsider her attitude towards Jiang Yun. Chapter 49. The unhoused supporting character Lu Hui, upon hearing this, could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Are you implying that, in his view, Zhang Yi's removal from the equation would significantly enhance his own son's prospects, despite the presence of Zhang Xian? Ultimately, apart from relying on Lu Jian, Lu Hui genuinely struggled to envision whom else Zhang Yu might depend on. Zhang Hong's eyes instantly sparkled. Indeed, if this were the case, hope would abound. We shall refrain from inquiring about her, Zhang Hong resolved. Regardless of how Zhang Guohua and his family choose to act, they would remain steadfast in their own composure. This couple did not even consider whether Zhang Yu might find satisfaction with Lu Jian. After all, with Zhang Yi sidelined, Zhang Xian was pursuing a promising future. It seemed evident that Zhang Yu had no one to rely on but Lu Jian. Let Xiao Jian hold a certain respect for his aunt in the future. Lu Hui was aware that Lu Jian also looked down upon Zhang Yu. In the past, this was of little concern, as he did not mind Zhang Yu's opinion. Yet now, with Zhang Yi's downfall looming, repeating past mistakes was not an option. Lu Hui suddenly recalled something. Did Xiao Yu not have a boyfriend during her university days? Zhang Hong had long forgotten this detail. To her, once a woman marries, her focus ought to shift entirely to her family. As for everything else, it seemed trivial. Is that so? Why do you bring it up all of a sudden? I find myself pondering whether Zhang Yu will marry the other party. Lu Hui is concerned that if Zhang Yu does indeed tie the knot, their affair would be rendered obsolete. Indeed, Zhang Hong's remarks to the man have piqued my interest. I remain uncertain, yet you are aware that this is a matter I cannot broach. Even if I did inquire, Zhang Yu would likely remain reticent. I recall that she once had a protracted dispute with her family over this very issue. However, it seems implausible that the other party has remained unmarried all these years. Zhang Hong believes that Zhang Yu will not end up with him. But what if it were someone else? Previously, Lu Hui did not find Zhang Yu attractive, perceiving her as rather aged, even more so than Zhang Yun. A different individual? That would be an even more improbable scenario. You, of all people, should know Zhang Yu's standards. She currently enjoys her solitary existence, pursuing her desires freely, and her income is substantial. Why would she willingly take on the role of a caretaker? A man of good standing would surely seek a younger partner rather than her. Zhang Hong opines that if such a man exists, he must be rather foolish. Rest assured. A fortune teller once predicted her career would falter and that she would remain alone. Zhang Hong understands why the Zhang family holds Zhang Yu in such low regard. It stems from a master's unfavorable reading of her fate. A lackluster career and solitary existence? Lu Hui is inclined to believe this assertion carries weight. Zhang Hong nods repeatedly, affirming that her memory serves her well. Perhaps this time she has merely encountered a stroke of ill fortune, a fleeting twist of fate. Zhang Hong believes that only in this manner can her spirits be lifted. Is it truly just a stroke of luck? Lu Hui found Zhang Hong's words questionable. Nevertheless, this matter was not one he could concern himself with. By the way, have you checked on Xiao Jian's homework today? Lu Hui was aware of Lu Jian's talent. The hope that he might achieve success akin to Zhang Xian was beyond daring, yet he could not allow him to fall behind Zhang Yi either. Zhang Hong recalled that she had yet to review Lu Jian's homework. Why haven't you gone to see it? She inquired. I've been busy all day and I'm exhausted. He replied. Although he claimed to be fatigued, he effortlessly rolled off the sofa, ambled to the desk, and prepared to indulge in gaming. Zhang Hong, observing his familiar motions, felt a surge of irritation. They all worked at the same company, and if one were unaware of Lu Hui's workload, what could be done? Should she confront him? Surrounded by colleagues, any disagreement would surely become a source of amusement for others. Resigned, Zhang Hong could only drag her weary body to assist Lu Jian in assessing the day's assignments. Upon hearing movement at the door, Lu Jian quickly stowed his gaming console into the drawer. As Zhang Hong entered the room, she noticed Lu Jian diligently working on his homework, which brought her a sense of relief. Have you completed your assignments for today? She asked. Almost done. Just a little more, Lu Jian replied briskly. By the way, Mom, can I play some games after I finish my homework? Zhang Hong felt a growing aversion to the mention of games. To her, they were nothing more than distractions leading to a loss of ambition. She reflected on Zhang Guohua, who, after all these years, had become merely a minor leader, yet still fared better than Lu Hui. They have been at the organization for quite some time, yet neither has managed to ascend the ranks. Among those who joined concurrently, even individuals without connections have found their way up. Yet, for these two, despite their meandering efforts, their positions remain stagnant. Zhang Hong has long believed that had Lu Hui devoted even a modicum of attention to his career, engaged more earnestly in his professional development, and sought to enhance his expertise, their situation would not be so bleak. She has confronted Lu Hui on numerous occasions. Yet the outcome has always been the same. He remains unresponsive. When matters escalate, He merely retorts that he has always been this way and shows no inclination to change, asserting that they are merely individuals who have failed to pass their exams, rendering their efforts futile. Zhang Hong has also come to realize that without certain connections, achieving a promotion has become increasingly arduous. Moreover, many of the new recruits at the organization boast impressive backgrounds, some extraordinarily so. Such individuals are bound to rise through the ranks. If they do not, it would indeed signal a problem. They have already found themselves in such dire straits, naturally hoping that Lu Jian might exert himself a bit more. Lu Jian initially assumed that after a brief stay, Zhang Hong would take her leave, yet to his surprise, she lingered far longer than anticipated, showing no signs of departing. What is going on? Lu Jian was utterly perplexed. Was she not planning to leave? Should she continue to stay? He felt his gaming session would be cut short, having barely indulged in a few rounds. Regardless of his inner discontent, he understood the necessity of maintaining silence. Any utterance could lead to undesirable repercussions. Observing Lu Jian diligently working on his assignments brought Zhang Hong a sense of solace. Although neither of the couple is particularly remarkable, as long as they maintain strict discipline and Lu Jian puts in the effort, he is likely to achieve success. She is not oblivious to the fact that Lu Jian secretly plays games. In the past, she was indifferent, believing that if a child wanted to play, a reasonable amount of playtime was acceptable. However, Zhang Hong's perspective has shifted. She now firmly believes that Lu Jian must concentrate on his studies, and playing games is absolutely to be curtailed. While she can supervise Lu Jian as he studies, it is impossible for her to watch over him constantly. The most effective solution, she concludes, is to confiscate the gaming console. With this thought in mind, Zhang Hong promptly takes action, demanding, "Hand over your gaming console." Chapter 50. The unhoused supporting character. When Zhang Yu received a call from Zhang Hong, she was not surprised at all. After all, Zhang Hong is also a member of the system. It was merely a matter of time before they would connect. As for how to decline gracefully, Zhang Yu felt it would pose no difficulty and could be accomplished with ease. However, she did not anticipate that Zhang Hong would not mention the issue of housing at all, instead solely lamenting Lu Jian's disobedience. Zhang Yu found herself in a quandary. As someone who is neither married nor a parent, how could she possibly know how to educate a child? Moreover, to be frank, the matter of gaming is not one that can be resolved easily, even 20 years down the line. For instance, Lu Hui, of a considerable age, still indulges in gaming. How could one persuade Lu Jian to refrain from playing? If she were to tell him that once he receives his salary, he could freely indulge in gaming, Zhang Yu could assure that Lu Jian, upon hearing such a promise, would only think of playing games, completely disregarding everything else. Zhang Yu's only recourse was to gently persuade Zhang Hong not to be irate. However, when it came to educating Lu Jian, she found herself utterly powerless. After all, she was a joyful singleton, entirely unversed in such matters. Once the call ended, Zhang Yu could not help but feel a sense of relief. Thank goodness she had not borne any children, for raising a child alone would inevitably lead to her unraveling. Yet, she found it rather peculiar. Given Zhang Hong's temperament, it seemed improbable that she would express discontent without cause. Was she perhaps urging me to gain a deeper understanding of Lu Jian? As Zhang Yu rifled through the memories of her predecessor, she recalled that among the 3 children, Zhang Xian was the most accomplished, having gone abroad to work and subsequently marry and start a family. However, it was not entirely accurate to say that she had been particularly beneficial to Zhang Shouhua and his spouse. Rather, it seemed she had nearly exhausted the couple's resources. Although the couple had contributed a portion of the funds, Zhang Shouhua and his wife had also sent money to ensure Zhang Xian could pursue her studies abroad. Once she began working, faced with exorbitant rent, they economized and sold the unit they had been allotted, giving the proceeds to Zhang Xian to assist her in purchasing a home. Following her marriage and the birth of her child, Zhang Shouhua and his wife traveled abroad to help care for the baby, bearing not only the burdens of childcare but also the expenses incurred for groceries. While Zhang Yu was unclear about the exact amount the couple had spent during their time abroad, she recalled Jiang Yun mentioning that the costs associated with taking care of the child for 6 months, along with airfare, amounted to over 200,000. In the name of maintaining appearances, all gifts purportedly from Zhang Xian, as well as those given to relatives, were, in fact, purchased by Zhang Shouhua and his wife. Ultimately, despite excelling academically, Zhang Xian proved to be a source of disappointment. Forget it. This is not a matter for her to concern herself with. After all, her parents are above her, and she is merely an aunt. Why should she be overly worried? Zhang Yi is also a member of the adult children demographic. Although he is employed at a large state-owned enterprise, he remains just a minor clerk. His wife is equally calculating, constantly scheming to extract funds from Zhang Guohua and his spouse, only to support her own family. In this regard, Zhang Yi cannot voice any protest. As for Lu Jian, he is simply an ordinary individual, clocking in and out, awaiting retirement. Despite having 2 children, it is fortunate that Zhang Hong and his spouse receive a substantial pension. Otherwise, Lu Jian's earnings would hardly suffice to raise even 1 child, let alone 2. Their concern for Zhang Hong and his spouse is not absent. Primarily, it stems from the anxiety that their departure would signify the loss of a monthly income exceeding several thousand. Zhang Yu can only sigh in resignation, recognizing the lack of ambition among those who scheme against their own parents. If they wish to calculate against their own family, so be it. After all, there is only 1 child, and eventually, these assets will be inherited by them. The present and future gifts are essentially the same. As for her, she has firmly resolved to never rely on the intentions of Zhang Yi and the others. Zhang Yu then returned to her studies with renewed focus, as she must prepare for the upcoming examination next year, absorbing as much knowledge as she can. While reason tells her that overthinking is futile at this moment, she cannot help but eagerly anticipate how Zhang Shouhua and his spouse will respond upon learning of this situation. After all, both Zhang Guohua and Zhang Hong have already taken action. It stands to reason that Zhang Shouhua and his spouse would not remain inactive. Zhang Yu was pondering how Zhang Shouhua might react. Despite being a daughter, they had already begun preparations for Zhang Xian's study abroad. Therefore, the more financial resources they could gather, the better. This way, Zhang Xian could pursue her education without the worry of insufficient funds, which might force her to work and consequently disrupt her studies. Zhang Yu was genuinely eager to see how Zhang Shouhua would intervene, as they had many factors to consider. Simultaneously, the Shouhua family was aware that Zhang Guohua had certainly sought out Pan Wan, yet they were certain that Pan Wan would remain silent. The previous disputes over property had already caused rifts with Zhang Yu. Even when it was suggested that a house could be reserved for her, she stubbornly refused, indicating unresolved tensions with her family. Zhang Shouhua couldn't help but sigh. Du Xia was knitting while glancing at the silent television. Unfortunately, for the sake of Zhang Xian's studies, the television had become mute in their household. However, she failed to consider her own future, as she had no children to care for her in her old age. Zhang Shouhua was perplexed by Zhang Yu's estrangement from the family. Du Xia understood that the Zhang family believed Zhang Yu was merely relying on the family's legacy. So what if she had no children? She recalled her cousin, who, despite being unmarried and childless, was never lacking in companionship during her old age. People would visit her, and in times of illness, they vied to care for her. In contrast, her uncle had several sons, yet none of them bothered to look after him and his wife when they fell ill. Du Xia recognized that her uncle's fate was merely a consequence of their favoritism. Du Xia could not help but recall the couple, Zhang Degu, who, while they had achieved a certain level of success and had not overstepped their bounds, still exuded an undeniable affection for their grandson. Thus, the presence of descendants seemed inconsequential. What truly mattered was the possession of wealth. Without money or property, what value did offspring hold? It was conceivable that among the 4 siblings, Zhang Yu would ultimately fare the best. Du Xia had an instinct that Zhang Yu's later years would be quite comfortable. How could one without descendants possibly thrive more than they? Zhang Shouhua believed that Du Xia was overthinking the situation. He had indeed met her cousin, yet when comparing Zhang Yu to that individual, he perceived a significant disparity. Though the cousin was unmarried, she had amassed considerable assets. In contrast, how much could little Yu's assets truly amount to? Zhang Shouhua was convinced that Zhang Yu could not possibly be compared to her. Du Xia understood that convincing the Zhang family to acknowledge that Zhang Yu's future would be prosperous would be a formidable task. During these days when Zhang Yu was away, she had indeed undergone considerable change. Was it truly due to her having ample rest and not toiling? Du Xia believed the most significant transformation lay in Zhang Yu's mindset. She had shifted her focus from solely caring for her elderly parents to prioritizing her own happiness. Chapter 51. The homeless supporting character Zhang Yu had anticipated that she would not receive definitive news until the end of the year, yet to her astonishment, a response arrived much sooner. What truly surprised her was the remarkably low housing prices. Perhaps they did not seem overly cheap in the present context, but in hindsight, they would undoubtedly be considered a veritable bargain. Had it not been for the constraints imposed by her organization, limiting her to the purchase of a single property. She would have willingly taken on additional loans. After all, a 30-year mortgage is merely a commitment. Eventually, she could sell the house and alleviate any concerns about retirement. Nevertheless, since she can only buy one house, she resolved to make it a grand one. Indeed, Zhang Yu had already made up her mind to select a spacious residence. In her later years, she could sell this larger home and downsize to a smaller one. The financial disparity during the interim would be sufficient to afford her a comfortable lifestyle, and a bit of youthful pressure could serve as motivation to earn more. With clarity of thought, Zhang Yu chose a duplex. The lower level comprised a suite, a guest bathroom, a dining room, a living room, and a fairly large kitchen. The upper level featured 3 additional rooms and 2 bathrooms, making it suitable for families with 2 or 3 children, or even for 3 generations to cohabit. However, such a spacious home not only entails a higher purchase price, but also substantial renovation costs. Zhang Yu exhaled deeply. It was evident that she needed to work diligently to increase her income. Even if the property price was reasonable, the sheer size presented its own challenges. Zhang Yu harbored a slight concern. Should Zhang Dugawei and his family learn of her acquisition of such a large property, they might suggest moving in with her. After all, the environment was pleasant, and the ample space would allow for various activities. However, Zhang Yu firmly believed that such an arrangement was out of the question. The financial overseer was aware that Zhang Yu chose this community for its affordability, given her limited funds. Yet he was taken aback to discover that she had opted for the largest unit in the entire complex. It is worth noting that such a layout is notoriously difficult to sell. Both the price and renovation costs are substantial. Unless it is a household spanning 3 generations, purchasing such a property would indeed be more appropriate. However, judging by Zhang Yu's demeanor, it appears she does not require it. The head of finance initially had no intention of intervening, as it was ultimately a matter pertaining to the Zhang family that they could resolve internally. Yet, recalling the time when the driver had taken Zhang Yu to another city and had encountered her mother, he could not shake off the unfavorable impression he had of her. The mother seemed to favor her son and harbored no fondness for Zhang Yu, even when they were on the verge of departure. She insisted on advising Zhang Yu to reconsider, suggesting that if possible, there was no need to travel so far. To his astonishment, she even suggested that if her superiors were unsupportive, she could simply resign. The more the head of finance pondered, the more he felt that Zhang Yu was truly a pitiable figure within her family. It was evident from her attire, which appeared to be quite dated, that she had been wearing the same clothes for many years. Although her burdens were not particularly heavy, living alone and possessing some basic investment skills, her life should not be too difficult. Yet, she consistently dressed in clothing that seemed reminiscent of an earlier era. The irony was that she was quite capable of presenting herself well, as evidenced by her appearance during her recent stay in the city, where she had managed to groom herself admirably. It was clear that her unfortunate circumstances were closely tied to her family dynamics. Since Zhang Yu had relocated, she had excelled in her work, effectively managing both the business and financial conditions in that area. With this in mind, the head of finance felt it was prudent to extend a modicum of concern. He approached Zhang Yu, saying, "I recall you mentioning that financial constraints led you to select that property. Why then have you chosen such a spacious residence?" Upon receiving a message from the finance director via QQ, Zhang Yu found herself momentarily taken aback. Could this be interpreted as concern for her well-being? After some contemplation, she decided to respond, given that her superior had already inquired. Zhang Yu stated, "I have come to the conclusion that since I can only purchase one property, I shall opt for a larger one." She continued, "As the property market appreciates and I grow older, I can sell the spacious house and then acquire a smaller one. The difference in value will provide me with a comfortable retirement." Unreservedly, Zhang Yu shared her thoughts. "After all, I do not intend to marry. I find contentment in solitude." She expressed her aspiration to secure her retirement funds through investments and real estate transactions. The finance director was taken aback by Zhang Yu's perspective, yet he could not refute her reasoning. Although he had children, could he truly rely on them for care? They too had their own careers and academic pursuits. Observing his parents' declining health, he pondered how much support he could truly offer. If one possesses sufficient wealth, the anxieties of retirement dissipate. One could reside in an upscale nursing home or hire a caregiver, provided the finances are adequate. The finance director contemplated, however, that area is quite remote. What leads you to believe it possesses potential? Zhang Yu understood that the finance director was not lacking in insight. His previous selections were rather arbitrary, given the availability of other properties. Moreover, The parcels of land owned by the company were indeed valuable, each location possessing its merits. However, the property Zhang Yu had chosen stood out as the one with the greatest potential for appreciation. Typically, she would not disclose such thoughts to anyone else, but she felt a certain camaraderie with this finance director, who had treated her rather well. Zhang Yu concluded, "I simply believe that area holds promise. With increasing affluence, people are now prioritizing quality of life. Zhang Yu, I have visited that place. Although it is somewhat distant, it holds promise for future development. Zhang Yu, there are no factories there, hence no pollution, and the air is pristine. Zhang Yu, it truly is a livable location, and perhaps in the future, property prices in that area will soar. For her, it is indeed a generous offer." The financial chief gazed at the message from Zhang Yu for a considerable time, contemplating whether to give it a try. While properties in the city center are appealing, do they truly lack a residence in that area? With their substantial salaries, even if they were to incur losses, it would not be a concern, as they could continue to invest. Furthermore, he believed that with the city's growth, adjustments in the urban scale would inevitably lead to an increase in property prices in that area. With this thought in mind, the financial chief decided against discussing it with his family and directly opted for a new community, naturally selecting the largest unit available. Once their son marries, if he is willing to live together, they will do so. If not, he and his wife will reside with the elders. Should that arrangement also prove untenable, they could always move to a smaller dwelling, as there would be no financial burden. Since they are purchasing a property, it is prudent to acquire a larger one. After all, it is at cost price, and if funds are insufficient, they could simply take out a loan. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yu, her words had swayed the financial chief's decision. Later, upon realizing the investment potential of the property, he supported Zhang Yu in various ways. She was preoccupied with calculating expenses, as they had significantly exceeded their budget. Failing to assess the situation carefully would not do. Chapter 52. The unhoused female supporting character. As for the specifics, she could hardly recall. Never mind, she would estimate using 30%. If it were merely a 20% contribution, it would be of little consequence. After all, it is preferable to a complete lack of funds. Perhaps others might be financially constrained and could seek assistance from their parents or siblings. Yet Zhang Yu knew she could not harbor such expectations. It was already commendable that none had approached her for a loan, given that they were all purchasing homes. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhang Yu. She had forgotten about a substantial sum of money, her provident fund. The interest was not particularly high. Her expression shifted immediately. After all, such a considerable amount could potentially cover a portion of the down payment. How wonderful it would be to have a terrace. Although refurbishing the terrace would require a fair expenditure, it would nonetheless provide additional space. Zhang Yu yawned and silently prayed to linger in this place a little longer. She rose and made her way to the kitchen, poured herself a glass of juice, and leaned against the window, admiring the view outside. It was truly beautiful. Once I move into my new home, it should be even livelier. Zhang Yu yawned again and turned to her book. Despite working in a different city, she had genuinely enjoyed these past months. If possible, she would continue her work here. Upon returning home, she could not expect to find a desirable position. It was better to simply remain at her current job. Zhang Yu kept herself busy, engrossed in reading and exercising, completely oblivious to the fact that her family had not informed her about the move. It was only during the New Year holiday that she recalled a significant issue. They had failed to notify her. Zhang Yu pondered this and wondered if they deemed her difficult to deal with, which might explain their silence. However, upon reflection, when the time comes to exert effort, how could she be absent? Zhang Yu contemplated for a moment and decided to inquire whether an agreement had been signed. To her astonishment, she discovered that the agreement had yet to be transferred. Zhang Yu was taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. Pan Wan was at a loss for words. No one had anticipated that the relocation would encounter such an issue. Your household registration is still tied to your family home. Zhang Yu responded with a murmur of acknowledgement. Indeed, are you suggesting that I should relocate my household registration? My goodness. Zhang Yu felt utterly exasperated. I do not desire the property. I am willing to sign. Pan Wan countered. But if you do not want the property, where will your household registration reside? After some contemplation, Zhang Yu recognized that this was indeed a valid concern. Setting aside whether her household registration could be placed in Pan Wan's new residence, would they even be amenable to it? In truth, Zhang Yu preferred not to share a household registration with them. Should the need arise to produce the household registration for any official matters, they could undoubtedly leverage it against her. Although the original owner had never faced such a predicament, it did not guarantee that this time would be different. Zhang Yu concluded that the safest course of action would be to retain control over her own household registration. While purchasing a large property was out of the question, acquiring a small apartment, perhaps a studio to rent out, was still feasible. When the time came for renovations, she could act accordingly or simply continue to collect rent. The elderly couple had indeed deliberated whether to allow Zhang Yu to retain the property or to move her household registration. After much contemplation, they resolved to let Zhang Yu make her own choice, thus absolving themselves of any accusations of favoritism. However, Pan Wan was unprepared for Zhang Yu's straightforward declaration upon learning of the household registration issue. She emphatically stated her intention to relocate it. Pan Wan contemplated for a moment and ultimately resolved to persuade Zhang Yu further. If you relocate your household registration, the house will cease to be yours. Was she attempting to convince her to claim the property? It was evident that previously, she had expressed disdain at every opportunity. Could it be that she believed if Zhang Yu acquired the house from the demolition, there would be no need to retain the one allocated by her workplace, allowing Zhang Guohua and the others to take it instead? The more Zhang Yu pondered, the more convinced she became that this was indeed the case. No, I can simply purchase a small studio for around 30 to 50,000. Once I rent it out, I could earn 400 to 500 a month. Zhang Yu mused. When the time comes to pay the final installment for the house in a few years, I can sell it and gather some funds for the mortgage. Upon hearing this, Pan Wan fully grasped that Zhang Guohua and the others had no expectations of inheriting Zhang Yu's property. Zhang Yu's calculations made her feel that time might indeed slip away. After some reflection, she decided to take a leave of absence, allowing herself ample time without the pressure of urgency. Naturally, Zhang Yu's request for a 2-day leave would not be denied. The others, upon learning that Zhang Yu intended to buy a house and relocate her household registration, were taken aback. Zhang Guohua looked at Pan Wan in disbelief, asking, "Is Xiao Yu really planning to buy a house?" He had longed to acquire Zhang Yu's property. Yet he was aware that neither Zhang Shouhua and his spouse nor Zhang Hong and his spouse would agree, leaving him with no choice but to express the necessity of dividing the property among the three families. Of course, this was contingent upon Zhang Yu's willingness to accept the demolition house in order to proceed with further plans. They had not anticipated Zhang Yu's withdrawal, leaving them at a loss. "Wait," Zhang Hong exclaimed in astonishment. "Isn't Xiao Yu supposed to secure a house from her workplace this year, which requires a substantial sum? If she were to purchase a house this time, what would become of the money in her possession?" Zhang Hong's breath quickened. If that were indeed the case, this girl must have saved quite a substantial amount in the past. Jiang Yun pondered that if Zhang Yu acquired a property when the area was redeveloped, the elderly couple could reside in the house under Zhang Yu's name, thus sparing them the expense of renting. The thought of this excited her immensely. Jiang Yun looked up at Zhang Guohua, believing he would comprehend her implication. Zhang Guohua had also considered this. If Zhang Yu purchased a house, it would be entirely reasonable for the Zhang couple to move in, as leaving the property unoccupied would be a waste. Zhang Hong felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, for she had not anticipated that Zhang Yu would buy a house again. After years of marriage, she herself had never owned a property and still resided in the unit allocated by her workplace. Clutching her cup, she reflected on her worries. Recalling the day she remarked that Zhang Yu would not amount to much and Lu Hui's indifferent expression. Was it truly so that the words of a fortune teller held such accuracy? She was merely purchasing a small room, costing around 30 to 50,000. Pan Wan casually mentioned that Zhang Yu was only acquiring a modest space. Jiang Yun was taken aback. Was such a tiny house all she intended to buy? Du Xia also felt a twinge of disappointment, as even a 2-bedroom unit would require 700 to 800. Every little saving counted. It was merely for the sake of registering a household, and the property would ultimately be rented out. Observing the calculating expressions on everyone's faces, Pan Wan sighed inwardly. Chapter 53. The Houseless Supporting Character. To her surprise, the Zhang household was remarkably quiet today, which puzzled Zhang Yu. Had it not been for the open door, she might have genuinely believed they had gone out for a meal. Zhang Yu responded with a soft acknowledgement and greeted the other party, inquiring whether her parents had gone out, perhaps to negotiate the relocation agreement with the demolition office. The elderly lady was busy sorting through belongings. Some items could not accompany them to the new residence, but could be sold instead. If an agreement could be reached, it was prudent to finalize it without unnecessary insistence. Otherwise, once everyone had vacated the premises, the area would inevitably attract more petty criminals. The elderly lady truly struggled to comprehend the mindset of Zhang Deguai and his spouse. In the past, when the neighborhood was bustling with residents. Even if there were some thieves, they would not be overly brazen. However, the situation had changed, with fewer inhabitants. The likelihood of such individuals increased. Recently, there had been incidents of intrusions in broad daylight. Although it was not a personal experience, the elderly lady felt a twinge of fear at the mere thought. In her previous life, Zhang Dagui had swiftly signed the agreement and moved before the new year, thus avoiding such troubles. Now, however, the environment had become less secure, especially for two elderly residents. But what could be done? Zhang Yu offered a resigned smile. This matter was beyond her control. Her parents held their own perspectives, and she felt powerless to persuade them. If she insisted too much, they might suspect her motives regarding their finances. Nevertheless, she expressed her gratitude, promising to discuss it later with her elder brother. Zhang Yu believed that ignorance might have been bliss, but now that she was aware, she could not feign indifference. It was essential to confer with Zhang Guohua and others about the impending move. Time was of the essence. Should they encounter any difficulties, regret would come too late. Indeed, it was time to cease any further insistence. The elderly lady next door truly fails to comprehend the situation. Despite the fact that the Zhang family's children are quite accomplished, why do Zhang Degu and his spouse remain so resolute? Yet, this time, there are genuinely no complaints. Perhaps they understand that grievances would serve no purpose and merely provide her with amusement. Indeed, should she become aware, she would find great entertainment in it. After all, it is the end of the year. Zhang Yu is not attempting to vindicate Zhang Guohua and the others. Rather, it is unnecessary to add insult to injury. Regardless of their circumstances, they are still family, and it is essential to present a united front in public. The local neighbors have already witnessed numerous spectacles, and she sees no reason to involve herself further at this juncture. Initially, she considered mentioning that those whose household registration is here, without property elsewhere, can request housing allocation. However, observing Zhang Yu's demeanor, she concluded that even sharing this information would not secure their residence. It would likely be manipulated by Zhang Guohua and his associates. And since they will continue to be neighbors in the future, there is no need to engage in a thankless endeavor. Unable to gain entry, Zhang Yu waited at the door for a while, but ultimately felt she could not linger any longer, as she had matters to attend to. She informed the neighbor that she had to step out for a while. The neighbor found this quite peculiar. Unable to fathom why Zhang Yu would need to go out when she had already returned home. Being familiar with her, they knew she seldom had friends and rarely ventured out. Upon hearing that Zhang Yu was leaving for business, the first thought that crossed their minds was whether she had started dating someone. She has a boyfriend? Such a notion was indeed a flight of fancy, Zhang Yu thought. Shaking her head, no, she rather enjoys her own company. I ventured out to view properties, and my mother mentioned that my household registration is here, which qualifies us for housing allocation. However, they are unable to sign off on anything. The old neighbors assumed that Zhang Dagui and his family would not inform Zhang Yu, and instead, they would find a way to have Zhang Yu transfer her registration elsewhere. To their surprise, Zhang Yu was already aware of the situation. Nonetheless, she found it perplexing. If she knew about it, why then was she still seeking to purchase a home? For Zhang Yu, if given a choice, she genuinely wished to avoid continuing as their neighbor, as any trivial matter at home would soon become a major commotion. My brother and his family bear a significant burden, whereas I am alone and feel less pressure. Should I acquire a property while they also obtain one, it would demand substantial financial resources. I now possess a degree of capability and am capable of purchasing a home independently. Hence, I choose not to contest with them. Zhang Yu truly admires herself for being such a good person. It was unexpected for her to express this, which indeed startled them considerably. It is well understood that regardless of how many children are in a family, any involvement with relocation immediately stirs up chaos. After countless negotiations, a consensus is finally reached. Yet dissatisfaction still lingers among some. In a moment of naivety, Zhang Yu remarked that Zhang Guohua and his family bear a heavy burden and should concede a little. This incited envy towards Zhang Dagui, as others could not fathom how such a frugal demeanor could yield a child as admirable as Zhang Yu. If their own offspring exhibited even a fraction of such humility, the matter would have likely resolved much earlier. Chapter 54. The unhoused supporting character. Zhang Yu was aware that some regarded her as a fool, and at times, she couldn't help but feel rather foolish herself. Nevertheless, she consoled herself with the belief that perhaps foolish people are destined for fortunate outcomes. After meeting with the real estate agent she had been in contact with, Zhang Yu swiftly followed the agent to view some properties. Although there were more sellers in the market now, the number of buyers remained substantial. In her previous attempts at purchasing, several properties had been snatched up before she could fully contemplate them. The houses she had considered were indeed appealing. Yet she understood the necessity of inspecting them in person. After viewing several properties alongside the agent, Zhang Yu ultimately selected a residence that exceeded her budget. Initially, she had aimed to acquire a property priced no higher than $50,000, but this particular one, albeit a one-bedroom, featured a living room as well. Although the living area relied on light filtered through the kitchen and bathroom, the illumination was quite satisfactory. The kitchen was acceptable, and the bathroom was adequate. Overall, after a brief inspection, Zhang Yu felt genuinely pleased, especially considering the excellent school district and the surrounding amenities. From an appreciation perspective, the property was truly promising. However, the price posed a significant concern, $80,000. Yet, this did not deter Zhang Yu. Despite the steep price, the apartment's one-bedroom, one-living room layout assured her it would not be difficult to rent. Although it surpassed her budget, she was confident that if she ever chose to sell, it would not be a challenge, particularly given the potential rental income, which could be around $800. She inquired, "If I purchase this property, would you be able to assist me in renting it out?" The intermediary was previously aware that this buyer was working out of town and anticipated that after purchasing this property, they would likely continue to rent it out. However, the notion of renting it out immediately came as a surprise. Naturally, this arrangement was acceptable. On ordinary days, when you are away for work and something breaks, I can assist with repairs. The intermediary calculated their commission and deemed it substantial enough to propose this arrangement proactively. After all, it would only require a few efforts, so it was not a significant burden. Such enthusiastic and proactive intermediaries are indeed rare. Initially, there was concern about what to do if something broke and the landlord required repairs. Yet, this intermediary proved to be quite charming. After some contemplation, Zhang Yu agreed, stating that once the property was rented out, she would compensate them $50 per month, with reimbursements for any replacement costs. It would be unjust to expect someone to work without remuneration. Otherwise, one assistance would lead to another, and it would not be feasible to expect help every time. Once the remuneration was agreed upon, Zhang Yu posed a crucial question. Does this property have any registered household accounts? In this day and age, most property buyers do not concern themselves with such matters, and naturally, the intermediary would not inquire further. Judging by his demeanor, it was evident that he was unaware. Indeed, contemporary buyers tend to focus solely on transaction fees and property prices, neglecting the issue of household registration. But who is Zhang Yu if not someone who is well informed? Upon purchasing the property, her household registration must be transferred. She certainly does not wish for the property to be registered with other individuals' accounts. Currently, with no plans for property demolition, this may seem inconsequential. However, should redevelopment occur, would she then have to share the property? The agent wished to express that Zhang Yu was overthinking. However, it was only natural for her, as the seller, to ponder a bit more. I will inquire further. Zhang Yu acknowledged with a sound and added, "Tell him that once the household registration is moved, I can immediately purchase the house. As for the future, if I ever need to sell, there is no reason for concern, especially with a property in a reputable school district. Who would worry then? Particularly since the bedroom is quite spacious. It could easily be converted into 2 rooms." Zhang Yu truly found herself increasingly satisfied with this property. Were it not for the duplex awaiting her, she would genuinely consider acquiring a new property each year. However, she resolved to begin earning diligently now, aspiring to become a landlord in due time. With a face full of anticipation, Zhang Yu hoped to finalize the house by the first day of the new year, thus avoiding unnecessary errands. Once the property was secured, she could rent it out, potentially earning a few thousand, providing her with funds for the New Year festivities. Before long, the agent joyfully concluded the call. "Zhang Jie, the property does not have a household registration." "Really no registration?" she questioned. "I will need to verify this with the police station. After all, it cannot simply be taken at their word, especially since it pertains to future matters." Zhang Yu would never take such matters lightly. The agent reaffirmed with a nod, "Indeed, there is no registration." With determination, Zhang Yu promptly headed to the nearby police station to inquire about the situation. Upon hearing her request, the staff at the station were momentarily taken aback. "You wish to inquire whether there is a household registration associated?" Zhang Yu nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, if the household registration were to be established and the other party did not relocate, what would happen when, in a few years, I wish to sell the property? Upon inquiry, if it were found that multiple individuals were registered and they demanded that I remove them, What then? Furthermore, the school is quite reputable. Should the other party present the household registration to enroll their children, I would be utterly oblivious to it. My sole concern lies in whether there exists a household registration. The specifics of the situation do not pique my interest. Ultimately, I am indifferent to how many registrations exist or who they belong to, as it is the seller's responsibility to manage such matters. The officer at the police station pondered for a moment but revealed no information, instead assisting Zhang Yu in her inquiry, confirming that there were no registrations whatsoever. The results arrived promptly, and it became evident that no one had ever been registered at this property. The realization that the owner had not occupied the house since renovations took place surprised Zhang Yu. It underscored the notion that this individual was indeed affluent. Upon receiving Zhang Yu's affirmative response, the agent exhaled deeply. Despite the owner's assurances of no existing registrations, one must remain cautious. In these times, words may not reflect the truth. It would be prudent to conduct further inquiries. Although it was Zhang Yu who initially raised the concern, the agent deemed it necessary to question the landlord more rigorously in the future and, if possible, to consult the police station as well. The thought of having unknown individuals registered at one's own property is unsettling to contemplate. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yu, her proactive approach had caught the agent's attention, leading them to adopt a similar strategy thereafter. She knew that this young man had potential, and it was evident that her actions would reveal the appropriate course of action, demonstrating her dedication to her endeavors. What brought her joy at this moment was the fact that she had signed the contract, made the payment for the house, and was inquiring about the date for the transfer of ownership, as well as when she could relocate her household registration. Once the property was secured, her registration would be removed from Zhang Daguai's household record, thereby liberating her from any constraints imposed by the couple. On her first day at work, the agent contemplated briefly. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement, expressing her desire to expedite the relocation of her household registration for her peace of mind. Otherwise, the lingering registration would continue to cause her unease. However, as a person of intelligence, she refrained from displaying any outward amusement at that moment. Zhang Yu greeted her parents, inquiring, "Are you cooking?" She initially intended to ask if they would be gathering for a meal at home on New Year's Day and hoped they might prepare a meal over the weekend, which prompted a shift in their demeanor. As for the weekend, it was unlikely she would see anyone. She was, in fact, less present than even Zhang Yu, despite working in a different city, as she would at least make a few phone calls each week. In contrast, Zhang Guohua and his family would only show up for a few minutes weekly, treating it as a mere obligation before swiftly departing. The more Zhang Daguai pondered, the more irate he became, feeling that once the house was divided among them, their attitude had shifted, rendering them indifferent. Is there an issue? Zhang Yu understood that a conflict had arisen between Zhang Daguai and Zhang Guohua. However, neither Zhang Daguai nor Zhang Guohua was inclined to offer an apology. The atmosphere remains painfully awkward, and perhaps it will continue to be so in the future. If that is the case, let it persist. By the way, how did your house hunting go? Pan 1 is acutely aware that Zhang Guohua is genuinely upset, but what can be done? The children have grown and possess their own thoughts. They are unlikely to adhere to the desires of their elders. The purchase has been made, the contract was signed today, and the funds have been remitted to the agent. After returning to work, the necessary formalities will be completed, allowing for the transfer of the household registration. Zhang Yu briefly recounted the details of the property. Pan 1 was taken aback upon hearing that Zhang Yu had effortlessly acquired a house worth 80,000. You actually have 80,000? It is worth noting that Zhang Guohua and the others aspired to obtain a 3-bedroom apartment but were reluctant to part with 100,000, relying on others to provide the funds. Ironically, it was Zhang Yu, whom they looked down upon, who stated that buying a house is simply about purchasing a house. Pan 1 was startled by her mother's incredulous response. "Mom, do you truly believe that no one in our family possesses such funds?" It is not that Zhang Guohua and the others lack money. Rather, they have become accustomed to living without it. For them, if they can elicit funds through a display of financial distress, they would certainly prefer to do so. Pan 1 reflects on their usual behavior. Indeed, they have learned that a little crying often results in financial assistance. Consequently, such habits have formed, and she believes that they should not have been indulged in the first place. Now, they have all developed the tendency to seek financial support whenever challenges arise. Upon reflecting on Zhang Yu, it is noteworthy that the master once remarked she would not amount to much, attributing her worth solely to her filial piety. They had little expectation of her achieving significant success in her career, believing that as long as she could care for them, that would suffice. However, looking at her current professional standing, it is evident that she has excelled remarkably, earning a commendable income and even acquiring a home through her own merit. Do you still have some money? Zhang Dagawei quietly interjected, having been listening attentively. When he heard Zhang Yu mention her intention to invest 80,000 in a property, he casually brought it up. It was surprising for Zhang Yu to witness such an active concern from Zhang Dagawei. Nevertheless, it seemed rather belated to express such interest now. I do have some funds. My expenses are modest, and with my salary increase, I am quite financially stable. Zhang Dagawei responded. So you plan to purchase the unit's property immediately? Perhaps pay a deposit now and handle the paperwork once the house is completed. There is no rush, as there is still a year or two ahead. Zhang Yu grew increasingly satisfied with her position in the corporate group. Although interpersonal relationships can be intricate, it must be acknowledged that relinquishing the desire for advancement could lead to a commendable situation. Zhang Dagawei inquired further, what size of property are you considering? A duplex. Approximately 180 square meters, she replied. The exact area will only be confirmed once the house is constructed, as the current plans are merely preliminary. And we must also account for shared spaces. They were not prepared for the significant surprise Zhang Yu had in store for them. A 180 square meter residence is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Yun's heart ached at the thought. If they could afford such a property, would there still be a need to consider Zhang Yu's marriage? Let us cast aside all considerations. What? It is merely a polite refusal, albeit a rather dignified one. Yet, at the core, every such refusal remains a rejection. Jiang Yun reflects on the past few days, during which she has turned down many acquaintances with various gentle refusals. She finds herself uncertain whether she can still assist Zhang Yi in finding a suitable bride. At this moment, she is utterly bewildered. However, if they could procure for Zhang Yi a house of such considerable size, she doubts anyone would continue to refuse, and they might well rush in. Yet, they fail to comprehend why Zhang Yu, a solitary individual, would purchase such an expansive home. Is this not an extravagant waste? Equally perplexed are Zhang Shouhua and his wife, who cannot fathom how everything seemed fine, yet culminated in the acquisition of such a large residence. Suddenly, a possibility dawns upon them. Could it be that Zhang Yu intends to accommodate Zhang Dagawei and her mother in the future? If that were the case, they would frequently be able to visit Zhang Yu's home. Upon hearing of Zhang Yu's grand purchase, Zhang Dagawei also contemplates this notion. Little Yu, you have acquired such a vast house. You do not intend for me and your mother to live with you, do you? Zhang Yu cannot help but chuckle. I purchased this large house because I possess only one opportunity to buy property, so naturally, I chose a spacious one. When I grow older, I shall sell the grand house and exchange it for a smaller one. The difference in price should afford me a comfortable life. Once my parents have the house in hand, I will need at least a few years before I can undertake renovations. A larger house requires more funds for decoration, and I must earn money. Moreover, dear parents, you surely do not wish to perpetually change residences. As you have mentioned, a 70-year-old should not be spending nights away from home. Zhang Yu smiled gently, asserting that the elderly should not frequently relocate, and I have work commitments as well. With Jiang Yun's imminent retirement, it would be prudent for you to allow Zhang Guohua and his spouse to enjoy their twilight years. At this moment, the eldest son and grandson arrived. Zhang Yu promptly assisted Zhang Dagawei in locating someone to help care for them. Chapter 56. The houseless supporting character Zhang Guohua dared not meet Jiang Yun's gaze, fully aware that her expression was undoubtedly grim. Jiang Yun was on the verge of tears, perplexed as to why Zhang Yu insisted on involving her. The pretense was extraordinarily contrived. Zhang Yu scoffed, remarking that this individual was so disingenuous it was as if they believed everyone else to be fools. Brother, you must have heard what I just said. Today, I purchased a one-bedroom apartment for 80,000. My household registration will be transferred in a few days. For my workplace housing, I have reserved a property at 180. Preliminary estimates suggest it will take at least 7 to 8 years before I can afford renovations. Zhang Guohua was initially taken aback by the notion that Zhang Yu would buy such a large property, as it was no trifling sum. However, he was soon astonished by an even more shocking revelation. 80,000 for the apartment, and you are paying in full? Zhang Shouhua and his spouse fixed their eyes on Zhang Yu, eager for her response. Indeed, otherwise would I need to take out a loan? Zhang Yu retorted, perplexed. I must secure a loan anyway. Why would I want to take out two? Furthermore, if I already possess the funds, why would I need to borrow? Zhang Yu cast a glance at Jiang Yun, expressing her concerns about her finances. I worry that someday someone will inevitably ask me to lend them money. Given this possibility, I might as well keep it for myself, she said with a cheerful smile. Jiang Yun's fists clenched tightly, realizing that this was a thinly veiled jab at her. However, she could not afford to react overtly, as it would only expose her vulnerability. Jiang Yun maintained a facade of calm. Although everyone around was aware that she had spoken up, but received nothing in return, only a reprimand from Zhang Yu. While it was manageable for one more person to dine, accommodating 8 or 9 additional guests was utterly insufficient. Zhang Hong intervened to prevent Pan Wan from continuing her remarks, casting a cheerful glance at Zhang Yu, who distinctly felt the weight of her unkind gaze. It was evident that Zhang Hong was calculating how to benefit from her. If Zhang Hong intended to suggest a celebratory dinner for Zhang Yu's new home, Zhang Yu was keen to know how much monetary gift they planned to present, as it was a significant milestone deserving of proper congratulations. Gifts of congratulation? Zhang Hong hoped that Zhang Yu would host the dinner without incurring any expenses herself. Little did she expect Zhang Yu to inquire about the monetary gifts, as contributing such gifts would surpass the cost of merely treating everyone to a meal. Du Xia observed her sister-in-law's plight with bemusement, recognizing that it was futile to engage in a battle of wits with Zhang Yu, questioning the necessity of such a conflict. Du Xia regarded Zhang Hong as an individual devoid of intellect. However, she chose to remain silent, for after all, they were sisters, and as an outsider, her involvement was unnecessary. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement, remarking that since they were happy about her purchasing a home, they should expect a celebratory meal. Shouldn't you contribute some monetary gifts? After all, I have not been stingy in the past when you faced difficulties. Now that I am experiencing my first joyful occasion, it seems unreasonable for you to be so miserly. Initially, Zhang Yu had spoken casually, but now she genuinely felt that they should indeed contribute. Today, I will treat you all to dinner, saving me the trouble of cooking. You need not bring anything. I do not require gifts, just cash would suffice. This way, I can avoid carrying numerous bags. A sum of 1 or 2,000 would be adequate. Of course, if you wish to provide more, I would not object. Zhang Yu's insistence on receiving money left Zhang Guohua and the others visibly taken aback. Yet, they could not fault Zhang Yu, as she had not harbored such intentions. It was Zhang Hong who had instigated the situation. Did she not realize that Zhang Yu was not so easily intimidated? Now, they found themselves at a loss for words. All right, mother, let us depart. I will treat you all to dinner. By the way, brothers and sisters-in-law, we will pass by the bank on our way, and you can withdraw some cash. Zhang Yu genuinely expressed her consideration for them. Zhang Guohua and the others had initially intended to claim they were short on funds, but they were taken aback by Zhang Yu's thoughtfulness. What could they do now? Let us go. It is time for dinner. Zhang Yu walked ahead and reminded, by the way, Mom and Dad, do remember to give out the red envelopes. Do we need to give as well? Originally, Zhang Dagua and the others were taken aback by Zhang Yu's intervention, which had significantly lightened their mood. However, they did not expect that this matter would still involve them. Indeed, when Zhang Guohua encounters issues, you all contribute financially. It stands to reason that when I face troubles, you should also provide assistance. Although they were aware of their evident bias, it seemed excessive for such favoritism to be so blatant. Zhang Yu smiled sweetly at Zhang Dagua. Having already pointed out their partiality, if they truly refused to offer any financial support this time, Zhang Dagua would undoubtedly express his grievances incessantly. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Dagua conceded, I will give you 2,000. Pan Wan was initially furious that Zhang Yu had dragged them into the situation and insisted they contribute. Yet, she was taken aback when Zhang Dagua declared he would provide 2,000. Although she was infuriated, there was little she could do. Her husband had already spoken. Would she dare to contradict him? That would surely embarrass Zhang Dagua. Resigned, she thought to herself that since he had already made the decision, they might as well comply. After all, Zhang Guohua and his group had received assistance in times of need as well. Pan Wan contemplated that this could be viewed as a monetary investment for peace, as enduring constant nagging was far from pleasant. 2,000 was indeed a sum that Zhang Yun was reluctant to part with. She turned to Zhang Guohua, eager to discern his reaction. Zhang Guohua cast a glance at Zhang Hong, indicating that she was the one responsible for this predicament and should therefore handle it. Truly, a person devoid of foresight, Zhang Hong found herself constrained by the demands placed upon her by Zhang Yu, recognizing that she was about to make yet another foolish mistake. She was reluctant to step forward, but there was no escape. Zhang Yu's gaze was fixed upon her, as were the eyes of Zhang Guohua and the others. If this matter is not handled properly, Zhang Guohua and his associates would not treat her kindly, and she would suffer significant consequences. As for the current situation regarding purchasing a house, we are also on the verge of acquiring one. Perhaps we could consider a mutual exemption? Zhang Hong believed this approach was feasible. Zhang Guohua and the others concurred that Zhang Hong's suggestion was the most suitable rationale and eagerly turned their attention towards Zhang Yu. Ultimately, the viability of this proposal rested with Zhang Yu. The mere fact that Zhang Yu brought this up indicated she had devised a strategy. In Chapter 57, the notion of a mutual exemption proposed by Zhang Hong seemed inappropriate. Although you have secured a property, I am financing mine entirely on my own. You could contribute 30,000. Alternatively, how about this? If you purchase a 3-bedroom apartment and invest 100,000, I would agree to the mutual exemption. Furthermore, if you insist on the mutual exemption, I believe it would be prudent to extend it entirely. Should any issues arise in the future, I would refrain from contributing. I find this arrangement quite agreeable. Zhang Yu genuinely believed this method was commendable and looked forward expectantly at Zhang Guohua and the others. Zhang Guohua, Zhang Shouhua, Zhang Hong. What are your thoughts? I consider this decision to be quite sound. Zhang Yu presented Zhang Guohua and his associates with a choice. Would it mean complete mutual exemption in the future? They quickly responded with their decision. We will provide the funds. Yes, we will contribute. But we cannot purchase a 3-bedroom apartment. You need not present any gift money. Zhang Shouhua, being a teacher, is also adept at calculations. It was all in jest. After all, Zhang Yu is unmarried, without children, and how many joyful events could she possibly celebrate? However, their circumstances are quite distinct. When children gain admission to university, marry, or have offspring, the financial obligations, such as the New Year's gifts for grandchildren, weigh heavily on Zhang Yu. In contrast, what does Zhang Yu truly face? At most, it concerns 2 properties and a mere 5,000 in wedding gifts. It is impossible to draw a comparison. Thus, a dual exemption is entirely out of the question, or it would indeed bring one to tears. Zhang Hong nodded vigorously in agreement, affirming the necessity for a sense of ceremony. Well, what can Zhang Yu do? She is not providing them with choices, yet they each express their discontent. Perhaps they believe she will not suffer any losses? Regrettably, Zhang Yu is equally convinced that she will not be at a disadvantage. Fine, then, a dual exemption is off the table. This situation may just allow them to stew in their frustration. They presume that since she has no children, she cannot possibly take pride in anything. However, Zhang Yu wishes to convey that sometimes, boasting about children and grandchildren is truly insignificant. The finest display of pride is in oneself. They must understand that the best investment is in one's own self-improvement, for only by enhancing oneself can one achieve a better life. Although Zhang Yun hesitates regarding the monetary gift, she is aware that if the funds are not provided today, Zhang Yu will not offer assistance in the future when the need arises. With her parents contributing 2,000, we cannot compare ourselves to them. Should I contribute 1,008? Initially, she contemplated a mere 1,000 or 1,500, but ultimately decided against appearing too stingy. Du Xia intended to give 1,000. Yet upon hearing Zhang Yun's intention of 1,800, she felt an urge to express her indignation. It is truly disheartening that she seems to have the upper hand now. Nevertheless, regardless of her inner turmoil, she believes that one must never appear weak in public. If my sister-in-law contributes 1,800, then I shall match that. Zhang Hong believed that Zhang Yun would not be overly generous with her monetary gifts. Thus, she was not particularly anxious. To her surprise, Zhang Yun proved remarkably magnanimous. What could she do? Du Xia had already committed, leaving her with no choice but to follow suit. I too have contributed this much, Zhang Hong lamented. Lu Hui, familiar with Zhang Hong's occasionally thoughtless nature, was astounded by her lack of foresight. The thought of having to present an extravagant red envelope of 1,800 made him wish to impart some wisdom to her. If next time they were unable to receive a red envelope for the house, they would have to wait until Lu Jian entered university to reap any financial rewards. But could Lu Jian even succeed in his studies? Reflecting on Lu Jian's elementary school grades, Lu Hui felt it was quite unlikely. Would they have to wait until Lu Jian's marriage to receive such gifts? The very thought made Lu Hui feel deprived. He quickly dismissed that notion, resigning himself to the present. Let it be. I must keep an eye on Lu Jian, ensuring he excels in high school and university. Once he marries and has children, won't the gifts flow in annually? With this comforting thought, Lu Hui's spirits lifted considerably. At least for the future promised a steady stream of financial influx. Let them take whatever gifts they wish now. In time, they will have their share of tears. With this realization, his mood improved significantly. Zhang Guohua and Zhang Shouhua also felt a sense of relief, understanding that one must not merely focus on the present, but consider future prospects. Although she had no children, she could earn certifications and purchase properties, perhaps acquiring a new one each year. This notion seemed feasible, and Zhang Yu felt it was indeed a sound strategy. Indeed, accepting their monetary gifts is a mere fade, a gentle reminder that they shall soon find themselves envious. After all, her properties are numerous, constituting a significant fortune. The rental income flows abundantly, and there is no need to rely on children for support in old age, nor to depend on retirement pensions for sustenance. Life can be lived splendidly. Zhang Yu smiled contentedly, genuinely in high spirits. Let them relish their current bliss, for it is essential to offer them a glimmer of hope. Without hope, they would surely be engulfed in disappointment. Come, allow me to treat you to a Japanese buffet. Since they have bestowed such generous gifts, it would be remiss to be stingy. A Japanese buffet? That must be quite expensive. Zhang Hong winced at the thought of the substantial gift they had given. Yet upon realizing Zhang Yu's extravagant choice, her mood noticeably lifted. Indeed, it is costly. Upon hearing the price quoted by Zhang Yu, several gasps were audible. For having offered such a generous amount, one must not be miserly. In the future, when you conduct your affairs, remember to be equally generous. I am contributing a gift for 1 meal, while you shall contribute the same for 3. Zhang Yu pondered, and in a few years, when Zhang Yi marries, there will be 5 of us. Suddenly, an idea struck her. By the way, Zhang Yun, did you not mention previously that you were helping Zhang Yi pursue a young lady? Has there been any progress? When is the wedding? I can make arrangements. Does he have a girlfriend now? Du Xia and Zhang Hong were both taken aback, as they had not ventured outside and were unaware of this development. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yu, who was away, was aware of the situation, which left them feeling quite displeased. Zhang Yun wished to avoid the topic. Merely thinking about it soured her mood. To her surprise, Zhang Yu brought it up in front of so many people, leaving her at a loss for words. The other party had high standards and demands. Zhang Yun sighed softly, realizing there was nothing she could do. Everyone remained silent, acknowledging the high expectations, yet no one mentioned that Zhang Yi was, in fact, a failure. Du Xia held Zhang Yi in disdain, unable to recognize his own limitations, believing himself to be quite accomplished when, in reality, he was merely a wastrel. Nevertheless, since his mother thought highly of him, she chose to remain silent. Zhang Yu was not surprised by this outcome. After a brief acknowledgement, she remarked that the next opportunity might be even better. After all, Xiao Yi was indeed handsome, a fact that Zhang Yu conceded. Du Xia interpreted this to mean that aside from his good looks, Zhang Yi possessed nothing of substance. While Zhang Yun felt that Zhang Yu's words reflected disdain towards Zhang Yi, she found herself unable to counter the argument. Zhang Yi's career was faltering, and she had initially hoped to marry someone who would offer support, but that proved to be challenging. Zhang Yun recalled the responses from several other families. They were either unresponsive or offered various mockeries directed at Zhang Yi. What could she do? Aside from seeking assistance, she felt powerless. Remembering her mother's words, she truly wished to avoid bowing her head in front of Zhang Yu, but she had no choice. What would become of Zhang Yi if she did not yield? As long as it brings happiness to Zhang Yi, Zhang Yun believes that yielding is not an issue. Regarding that Xiao Yu, does your unit have any suitable young women for Xiao Yi? Zhang Yun realizes that if she remains silent at this moment, she may never find an opportunity to speak. What? Zhang Yun is actually asking her to introduce a suitable girl for Zhang Yi? However, upon further reflection, she understands. After all, there are numerous influential individuals within the corporate group, and introducing someone to Zhang Yi could provide some assistance. Yet, the question remains, do you think the girl Xiao Yi is interested and would reciprocate his feelings? Would you be satisfied with the girls who are attracted to Xiao Yi? It's not to say that all the women in the corporate group come from distinguished backgrounds. Some are indeed formidable in their own right. Nevertheless, many young women have lofty standards, and someone like Zhang Yi might not meet their expectations. Just as Zhang Yun was about to voice some requirements, Zhang Yu interjected with a remark that infuriated her. Zhang Yu, in her exasperation, questioned, if you were the mother of a daughter, would you want her to date someone like Zhang Yi? Du Xia, do you wish for Zhang Xin to find a partner like Zhang Yi? Zhang Yu turned to Du Xia. I cannot fathom my meticulously raised daughter choosing such a man. It would drive me to despair, Du Xia added emphatically. Zhang Yun knew that Du Xia would not spare her feelings, yet she did not anticipate such a blatant disregard. This only served to further irritate her. However, despite her anger, Jiang Yun could only swallow her frustration, aware that speaking out would only lead to her own embarrassment. Du Xia recognized Jiang Yun's displeasure. But what could she do? Indeed, Xiaoyi's handsome appearance is an asset that could easily charm young women. Some young girls are particularly fond of handsome boys. Du Xia caught the gaze of Zhang Shouhua. Although she felt a sense of discontent, she could do nothing about it. For he was the favored son of a prominent family. Handsomeness is indeed an asset, and some may yearn for such a lure but find themselves without ample opportunity. Zhang Yu was not belittling Zhang Yi. Rather, she contemplated that if Zhang Yi could truly harness his striking visage, he would undoubtedly lead a prosperous life. However, considering Zhang Yi's temperament, could he ever allow another to overshadow him? That would be an impossibility. A young master would never concede to such a notion. Jiang Yun, who was unwilling to see her son suffer, was met with Zhang Yu's poignant inquiry. Would she permit Zhang Yi to endure hardship? Naturally, she could not bear the thought. Would it not be preferable to find him a sensible and courteous young lady? Yet, Zhang Yu lamented. Do you truly believe such a girl would be available to Zhang Yi? Zhang Yu sighed in resignation. The conglomerate boasted numerous subsidiaries, teeming with youthful talents. The good young women were often matched internally. How could Zhang Yi compete? With credentials, wealth, or family background? He seemed devoid of all advantages, possessing only the means to live off others, yet his temperament was far from agreeable. What could I possibly say to introduce him? Furthermore, as I am currently employed elsewhere, I am unfamiliar with who in the company would suit Zhang Yi. I hardly know them. Zhang Yu expressed that even if she wished to lend a hand, she lacked the capacity to do so, as this was a matter of Zhang Yi's lifelong commitment. It was a jest, for if the person introduced were to be unsatisfactory, the responsibility would undoubtedly rest upon her little aunt, who would have to bear the consequences, possibly incurring considerable distress. Conversely, if the individual were commendable, it would simply be a matter of fate for Xiaoyi. Being a matchmaker is no easy task, especially when it comes to facilitating a match for Zhang Yi. Upon reflecting on this, Zhang Yu's eyes flickered with an idea. Actually, Jiang Yun, you ought not to request my assistance in finding a partner. Shouldn't you be seeking a match for your own man? After all, he is a civil servant. How splendid it would be to find a daughter-in-law from such a background. Zhang Yu mused that this might be the only way for Jiang Yun to develop a profound understanding of her esteemed son. A daughter-in-law from a civil servant's family? Jiang Yun was on the verge of tears. Did she not wish to find such a match? The crux of the matter was that Zhang Yi simply did not appeal to her prospective suitors. While there were indeed those who found Zhang Yi lacking, the individuals who did find him appealing were merely temporary workers. How could Jiang Yun possibly consider such a match? To her, it was not a support for Zhang Yi, but rather a burden. Observing Jiang Yun's silence, Zhang Yu refrained from pressing further. For Zhang Yi was Jiang Yun's Achilles heel. A harsh word could provoke a fierce response. Du Xia, having witnessed this exchange, took note and resolved that should Jiang Yun request her assistance in introducing a single female teacher from the school to Zhang Yi, she would gently decline in such a manner. It was truly absurd to play matchmaker for Zhang Yi, as it would only serve to create adversaries for herself. Casting a glance at Zhang Shouhua, who walked beside her, she decided to speak with him later. In any case, they would absolutely refrain from offering any aid in this matter. Zhang Shouhua noticed Du Xia gazing at him, smiled in return, and softly whispered in her ear, encouraging her to pursue her lofty dreams. What does it matter if he is a nephew? In this day and age, who would rely on a so-called nephew for support in old age? He is not without daughters. Furthermore, take Zhang Yu for instance. She, having no offspring, harbors no expectation that Zhang Yi will provide for her in her twilight years. Their hopes are even less likely. Observing Zhang Shouhua's demeanor brings a sense of joy to Du Xia. It matters not that her in-laws do not assist them, as long as her husband is prosperous and shares her aspirations. In the past, many considered teaching to be a mundane profession with meager remuneration, yet the landscape has changed. Teacher salaries are on the rise. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The most significant aspect is that private tutoring is indeed quite lucrative. Regrettably, they are not esteemed middle school educators, else their earnings would be substantially better. Du Xia reminisces about the discussions during a previous class reunion, where some classmates casually mentioned the current state of the tutoring market, which incited her envy. While her income may not compare to that of her peers, it is still a source of revenue, providing some solace for when Zhang Xian embarks on her studies abroad. Chapter 59. The unhoused supporting character Pan Wan perceives Jiang Yun's dissatisfaction and approaches Zhang Yu, pulling her aside. How could you say that just now? The elderly woman whispers. Ah, the main character has yet to express her agitation, having merely rolled her eyes. Yet Pan Wan, the exemplary mother-in-law and grandmother, predictably leaps into the fray. What? Are you in a hurry? Zhang Yu scoffs lightly. Pan Wan realizes that Zhang Yu is likely overthinking the situation. I am not considering you. Have you thought about your own future as you age? Here it comes again. There is no need to mention that the original character harbored no affection for this sentiment. And neither does Zhang Yu. She cannot rely on Zhang Yi, who does not regard her with any esteem. It is not as if I have never bought him anything. The result is merely that he perceives me as someone easy to bully. Mother, I genuinely believe I have articulated my thoughts clearly enough. Why do you persist in thinking that I still need to rely on them? For me, the notion of blood relations holds little significance. Rather than placing my trust in such ties, I would prefer to have financial means at my disposal, which might compel them to care for me out of monetary obligation. Moreover, with someone like Zhang Yi, even Zhang Yun cannot in good conscience claim he is admirable. Do you truly believe that those at my workplace, who hold themselves in high regard, would look favorably upon Zhang Yi? Initially, you all deemed me lacking in ambition. Was it not your incessant remarks that spurred me to strive for improvement? Zhang Yu opines that they are excessively idle. Perhaps they should find themselves some tasks. Yet, no one mentions that Zhang Yi also lacks ambition. Do not suggest his youth as an excuse. He is a man and will eventually bear the weight of providing for a family. What does it matter if he is coddled indefinitely? In your eyes, he remains merely a child. Nevertheless, I suppose he is your grandson, so why should I be concerned? Zhang Yu remains unfazed, asserting that he has parents and grandparents to worry about. Why should I be anxious? By the way, mother, although we are going to a buffet later, do remember to pace yourself. Pace myself? Rest assured, I have dined at buffets before. Although she is an elderly lady, she is indeed a fashionable one. My elder brother and his wife once took me out to dine with her. Despite Zhang Guohua and his wife having various schemes regarding the old couple, they still display kindness in certain matters. With a slight grimace, one can see that Zhang Guohua and his wife have made a few gestures that the elderly couple has taken to heart. After all, they're their sons. A source of support. However, the place I visited this time is distinctly different from where you have been before. Zhang Yu casually quoted a price. Pan Wan was aware that dining at a buffet is not inexpensive, yet she did not anticipate it would be so exorbitant, which left the elderly lady visibly pale with shock. Swallowing a few times, Pan Wan endeavored to calm her racing heart, genuinely concerned about the possibility of an adverse event due to her rapid heartbeat. Once her emotions settled, she pondered the feasibility of indulging in such an expensive meal. Indeed, for such a price, it would be more prudent to dine at a hotel where one could enjoy a splendid meal. Pan Wan posed a question she had long wished to ask. By the way, Xiao Yu, tell me the truth. What is your current salary? Having continuously purchased properties and being so generous, her salary must surely be substantial. Otherwise, it would be insufficient for her extravagant spending. Inquiring about her income, Zhang Yu could assure that Pan Wan and her companions had long wished to ask this question, but had not found the appropriate moment until now. Finally, the opportunity had presented itself, and as long as it suffices for my sustenance, that would be enough. Moreover, considering the generous red envelope I received, I must treat you all to a delightful meal. Zhang Yu gestured towards the crowd ahead, remarking that if she were to be miserly and treat them to a meal, they would surely have something to say about it. Since that was the case, she might as well treat everyone to a lavish feast, which would also serve to enhance her own dining experience. Zhang Yu intended to convey that despite her newfound wealth, one should not presume she would indulge in luxury at every meal. This generosity was a rare exception due to the circumstances. Pan Wan understood the underlying message. This girl was no longer the same, no longer sharing everything with her as she once did. You used to confide in me whenever you faced difficulties, Pan Wan softly remarked, her tone tinged with a bittersweetness that evoked sympathy. If it were the original owner, she would have felt a pang of compassion. But who was Zhang Yu? Alas, she had become the matriarch of the group. She had her beloved eldest son and grandson, the industrious second son, and the cheerful eldest daughter who always knew how to uplift her spirits. As for Pan Wan, she found herself at the bottom of the hierarchy, sharing her troubles only for them to be common knowledge among all. You promised to keep my secrets, she reminded. Zhang Yu could only think that no matter the time, she would always be the last in Pan Wan's heart. If you cannot treat me with pure intentions, do not expect me to devote myself entirely to you. While you consider Zhang Guohua and the others, I must think of myself, Zhang Yu said quietly. And please, spare me the talk of sibling bonds. Honestly, I do not care. Over the years, I have come to realize that aside from myself, no one will truly support me. As she observed the children passing by, an idea suddenly struck her. Mother, what if I were to adopt a child? Pan Wan was initially saddened by Zhang Yu's previous remarks. However, upon hearing the final sentence, she was utterly astonished. After gazing at Zhang Yu in disbelief, she suddenly raised her voice. What did you say? Repeat that. You actually intend to adopt a child? You must be out of your mind. Absolutely out of your mind. You mentioned not wanting to marry, and that would be one thing. But how could you possibly consider adopting a child? Pan Wan truly could not comprehend how Zhang Yu could entertain such an idea. Her exclamation startled the Zhang family members who were strolling nearby. While they were aware that adoption existed, it was typically associated with married couples unable to conceive. The notion of a single individual adopting a child was quite unusual. After all, wouldn't it seem strange for someone to adopt a child alone? Moreover, the fact that it was Zhang Yu proposing this idea caused considerable alarm among the Zhang family. If Zhang Yu were to adopt a child, regardless of whether the child was biologically hers, as long as the child bore her name and was registered in her household, they would be considered a family. Consequently, Zhang Yu's assets, including her house and wealth, would ultimately belong to that child. This prospect undoubtedly incited anger among those in the Zhang family, particularly Zhang Guohua, who were keenly focused on Zhang Yu's assets. They had contemplated who Zhang Yu would choose as her heir or whether the inheritance would be divided among them. They never anticipated that Zhang Yu would entertain such an audacious notion. Despite their reluctance, they could not muster the courage to dissuade her. For who knew how this girl might react? Chapter 60. The unhoused supporting character Zhang Daqi sat at the table, staring at the seafood before him, genuinely lacking the appetite to indulge. After hearing Zhang Yu's remarks, he felt a surge of anxiety that rendered him unable to eat. Zhang Yi, who had initially looked forward to this meal, had also lost his appetite, consumed by a plethora of thoughts and a deep-seated anger. Zhang Yu glanced around at the disinterested diners and understood her words had shattered many a dream. Why aren't you all eating? It's truly fresh and delicious, she exclaimed. Had I known your resolve was so feeble, I wouldn't have treated you to a buffet, thus avoiding waste. With a resigned shake of her head, she returned to her meal, which was, after all, relatively fresh. The money had been spent, and she had invited everyone to this feast, leaving no room for complaints against her. As they dined, Jiang Yun observed Zhang Yu, who was relishing her food, and couldn't he help but wonder if the girl had intentionally said those things to irritate them. Jiang Yun recognized that there were certain questions she could not pose, but Zhang Guohua could. Her gaze shifted to Zhang Guohua, pondering the pressing concern. How could Zhang Yu, seemingly well-adjusted, suddenly consider adopting a child? Jiang Yun felt it was imperative to understand this motivation to address the issue effectively. Xiao Yu, what prompted your sudden desire to adopt a child? Zhang Guohua hesitated to ask, yet felt compelled to do so, for the others, including Zhang Shouhua, would neither inquire nor allow Zhang Daqi to broach the subject. Zhang Guohua genuinely hopes that Zhang Yu's desire is merely a fleeting impulse, rather than a premeditated notion. I believe that when my mother mentioned that I do not have children, I should rely on Zhang Yi and others. If I must have a descendant to care for me, I would rather be forthright and adopt a child directly, one who has been with me since childhood, fostering a close bond. In truth, Zhang Yu's comment was made rather casually. Once the words left her lips, she instantly regretted them, realizing that while raising a child may seem simple, being responsible for the child's future and life is a daunting task. Zhang Yu perceives this responsibility as an immense burden. If she cannot ensure a secure future for the child or invest abundant care, she feels there is no need to complicate matters. However, upon witnessing their anxious expressions, Zhang Yu concedes that her mischievous side has resurfaced. If they are scheming for her money, let them be reminded that they should be far more concerned about the possibility of her adopting a child outright. Yet, Zhang Guohua understands that dissuading Zhang Yu from this idea is no small feat, yet he persists. Can one adopt a child if they are unmarried? Although all the children are orphans, adoption is not as simple as one might think. There are home visits and investigations to consider, as the welfare of the child must be ensured. Zhang Yu retorts that anyone over the age of 35, with a stable income and certain assets, may apply to adopt a child of the same gender, provided they can adequately care for the child. Previously, I did not meet the requirements, but I shall soon be in compliance. I possess a stable income, own a house, and my employment is satisfactory. If I wish to adopt a child, it should indeed be feasible, Zhang Yu stated with unwavering confidence. Moreover, mother, do you not realize that this alleviates your concerns regarding my future care? While nieces and nephews share blood ties, they can hardly be compared to a child raised in one's own home. Furthermore, should the adopted child treat me kindly, I would willingly provide for her. If not, the adoption can be rescinded. Of course, I believe that the child I nurture will turn out well. Father, what are your thoughts? After all, the essence of marriage lies in having a child, ensuring that I need not worry about my care in old age. At present, I find myself merely a step away from this goal, observing the astonished and disheartened expressions of those around him. Zhang Yu felt a sense of delight as he continued to savor a piece of tempura. The onlookers exchanged glances, utterly devoid of appetite in the face of delectable cuisine. Pan Wan? Their expectations had dwindled. Even the old lady's earlier exclamation failed to sway Zhang Yu's resolve. What they now hoped for was Zhang Dagui's intervention, capable of persuading Zhang Yu to reconsider. Zhang Dagui understood that if Zhang Yu were to adopt a child, Zhang Yi and the others would be left with even less hope. Yet, how could he approach the matter? It was a decision Zhang Yu had to contemplate thoroughly. Zhang Guohua and the others continuously gestured to Zhang Dagui with their eyes, hoping he might persuade her to reconsider. Zhang Yu also anticipated that Zhang Dagui would counsel her. Yet to her astonishment, he refrained from doing so. Nevertheless, she did not feel entirely relieved, as this individual might be lurking somewhere, waiting for her. Raising a child is not merely about ensuring they are well fed. Unlike in your childhood, where basic needs sufficed, education now demands far greater parental involvement. Just look at your second brother, Zhang Dagui remarked, shifting the conversation to the challenges of parenting. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu let out a long sigh, realizing that Zhang Dagui would not be on her side. His previous statements were merely a gradual attempt to guide her thoughts. It's all right. I understand that raising a child is no simple task. A friend once told me that some experiences in life must be lived through. I have been in relationships, but never married. However, if I were to consider marriage now, it would feel inappropriate. Perhaps I should take a more straightforward approach and directly embrace motherhood, achieving my goal in one fell swoop. As a mother, I could discipline my child. But as a daughter-in-law, I must cater to the needs of my in-laws and husband, unable to disregard their opinions. In any case, it genuinely feels unfulfilling. Zhang Yu expressed her thoughts on child education, stating that if a child is to learn, so too must I. Indeed. She almost found herself swayed by Zhang Dagui's words. By setting a good example, she could teach her child that even at 40, one must continue to learn. How could a parent expect their child to excel if they do not set a commendable standard themselves? Zhang Hong never anticipated that Zhang Yu would actually be reading, suspecting it was merely an act. What are you reading? Novels? No, Zhang Yu replied. I intend to take a professional qualification exam. Perhaps I will even consider pursuing a graduate degree. She spoke her mind freely, knowing that they would not believe her. In truth, if the roles were reversed, Zhang Yu would doubt her own capabilities as well. When Zhang Yu mentioned the professional exam, no one found it peculiar. After all, she was a finance director. Striving for self-improvement was entirely reasonable. However, when she expressed her desire to pursue a graduate degree, the attendees were incredulous. You aspire to attend graduate school? Zhang Hong chuckled. Have you considered how you would manage to raise a child while studying? Zhang Hong recognized a flaw in her reasoning. Do you not know that one can pursue a degree while working? Zhang Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Sister, after all these years, you remain a minor character in this narrative. You should contemplate ways to elevate yourself. Though you often lament about your age and urge to cease striving, what have you truly accomplished in this time? Zhang Xiaohua has at least progressed to a team leader in a specialized group. Yet what about you? After so many years in the workforce, you have made no advancement. You have raised a son, but you still reside in a company-provided apartment, and with the recent demolition at home, you have not even saved 30,000. Zhang Yu shook her head repeatedly, bewildered. How have you managed to reach such a state? You must put in more effort. Zhang Yu glanced at Zhang Hong. I am truly curious. I have begun to exert effort, and if you all do not strive harder, who will occupy the last position? Zhang Yu cast a glance and asked, Mother, have you signed the agreement? Not yet. Pan Wan recalled the words of the relocation office, noting that the houses they were being offered were either on the top floor or the ground floor. The ground floor would indeed be quite damp, while the top floor would be too arduous for them to ascend. Pan Wan felt a sense of helplessness. Thus, in haste, they selected a house that was deemed satisfactory. Yet this time no one bothered to investigate the matter, resulting in many missed opportunities. Should they consider taking the money and and purchasing a house independently? Zhang Yu hesitated before presenting this option. Take the money to buy a house. The couple, Zhang Dagui and his wife, genuinely despised the idea of living on the ground floor. During the humid days of the yellow plum season, the dampness within would render their living conditions unbearable. As for Zhang Guohua and the others, they were no longer concerned with whether Zhang Yu would adopt a child. Rather, they were fixated on the house they had long anticipated, which seemed to be slipping away. This one do. Jiang Yun could not help but interject. Currently, we could acquire a 3-bedroom house or 3 2-bedroom houses for a total of 90,000. However, if we opt to buy houses with the money, we would only be able to afford a 3-bedroom and a 2-bedroom house, which would be quite a loss. Jiang Yun believed that if they truly took the money, Zhang Dagui might not allocate much to them at all. If they failed to secure a house through this allocation, they would need to consider purchasing a marital home for Zhang Yi, which would require at least 200,000. That would deplete their funds entirely. What about renovations? And what of the bride price and the wedding? Zhang Shouhua and Zhang Hong were equally displeased, yet someone spoke up before them, allowing Jiang Yun to take responsibility. But what could be done? Zhang Dagui, with a frown, inquired whether they preferred him to reside on the top floor or the ground floor. Jiang Yun found herself at a loss for words, her pleading gaze directed towards Zhang Guohua. He wished to rescue her, but truly did not know how to intervene. I have decided. I shall use my funds to purchase a 3-bedroom apartment, dividing the money into 5 portions. Zhang Dagui was aware that the others were still inclined to acquire the property. It was evident who would make the concessions. Zhang Guohua and the others contemplated waiting a few days until Zhang Dagui's anger subsided before attempting to persuade him further. In truth, the ground floor was quite advantageous, providing easy access, perfectly suited for the elderly couple. Dividing the money? Regardless of how we arrange it, Zhang Dagui and his wife cannot be left without a home. Zhang Yu interjected, I do not require any portion. I am still young and capable of earning my own income. Zhang Dagui had not even considered giving anything to Zhang Yu, fully aware of her financial independence. Since you have stated your preference, I shall not grant you any. As you do not wish for a share, I will continue to divide it into 5 portions. Your mother and I shall each take 1, while the 3 of you shall share the remaining 1. Zhang Dagui insisted on this distribution. Zhang Guohua and the others were astounded. The house was gone, and while there was money, it would only amount to a modest sum of 1 or 2,000. By the way, father, what size of house do you plan to purchase next? Zhang Yu surmised that under the circumstances of Zhang Dagui's disappointment, he would not opt for a smaller residence. Of course, it shall be a 3-bedroom apartment. Zhang Dagui now refrains from discussing matters with Zhang Guohua and the others, as they are solely focused on their own interests. Zhang Yu, however, is different. She does not covet her family's wealth. In Zhang Dagui's eyes, consulting her is the right course of action. The 3-bedroom apartment is quite appealing. Zhang Yu believes that since the first floor is not ideal, and although living on the second floor is acceptable, as one ages, mobility becomes an issue. Even descending 1 flight of stairs can be inconvenient. I think it would be best to purchase a building with an elevator. Naturally, it should not be too high. People do fall ill, and excessive reliance on elevators can lead to complications. Minor issues may be resolved swiftly, but significant problems requiring parts can take a long time to repair. It is essential to consider how sunlight enters the rooms as well. Zhang Yu shared her thoughts. Upon hearing her analysis, Zhang Guohua and the others felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand her. They had never encountered such a detestable individual. Did she not realize that purchasing an elevator apartment would be more expensive? How would they manage to save any money? Their discontent with Zhang Yu only grew. Nonetheless, Zhang Yu understood that at this moment, she would likely be regarded as a thorn in everyone's side, but so be it. As a dutiful daughter, she felt compelled to consider Zhang Guohua and the others' comfort. Otherwise, the elderly would not thrive in discomfort. Living in an elevator apartment could enhance their well-being. An old colleague of Zhang Dagui resided in such a building and remarked that living at a higher elevation provided a broader view and improved mood. In the past, Zhang Dagui would never have contemplated purchasing an elevator apartment due to the expense, but now, with financial stability, there is no need for concern. After some reflection, Zhang Dagui found the idea quite agreeable. An elevator apartment indeed. Zhang Dagui incessantly spoke of this matter, while Zhang Guohua and the others felt their spirits sinking. What were they still hoping for? Perhaps the money they received would merely suffice for the elderly couple to purchase a modest apartment in a building with an elevator. Jiang Yun, unable to contain herself, quietly remarked that Zhang Yu, who lacked a home, was preventing them from acquiring one. Duxia overheard this. As her voice was not particularly subdued, it was only the agitated couple, Zhang Digui and his wife, who remained oblivious. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu glanced at Jiang Yun and retorted, "Why don't you all visit the relocation office yourselves? Certainly, strategies must be adjusted based on the availability of housing. If financial compensation was the aim, then there was no need to rush. However, if acquiring a residence was the goal, urgency was paramount." Nonetheless, Zhang Guohua, with his extensive connections, might be able to leverage his relationships to secure a home. Zhang Yu believed that retaining their residence was essential, yet acquiring it would require navigating these connections. Previously, Zhang Guohua and his group may have been reluctant, as doing so would incur debts of gratitude and additional expenses. Yet now, driven by the desire for a home, could they afford to be patient? If they remained unwilling, it was of little consequence, after all. None of them were keen on suffering losses, and they would ultimately regret their decisions. Chapter 62. The unhoused supporting characters since they were not moving. Zhang Yu decided to stroll around the vicinity the following day. She understood that this New Year's Day would be particularly lively for the Zhang family. Would the distressed individuals who lost their homes spare Zhang Dagui? Certainly not. They would incessantly plead for mercy, making various promises and leveraging connections. For Zhang Dagui, the only requirement was to have a place to live. Whether it was an elevator apartment was, in truth, of little importance. They have a house to reside in. And so do Zhang Guohua and his companions, undoubtedly the most splendid of all. Ultimately, the unfortunate ones, besides Zhang Yu, could only be themselves. In truth, Zhang Yu was indifferent. After all, their frantic endeavors merely resulted in additional expenses, which would undoubtedly cause them considerable distress. Despite it being the depths of winter, they ventured out with ease, exploring a delightful scenic area and indulging in exquisite cuisine, their spirits soaring to unparalleled heights. In stark contrast to the desolate atmosphere at home on the first day, today the household was filled with vibrant liveliness. Jiang Yun, busily engaged in the kitchen, now realized just how effortlessly Zhang Dagui and his associates could manipulate matters. At this moment, she truly regretted not having presented herself better earlier, for had she done so, their demeanor towards her would have surely improved. Yet, she found herself still toiling away, facing their unfriendly attitudes. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret, and all she could do was strive diligently moving forward. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, Jiang Yun's gaze pierced him like daggers, but she understood that she could not continue to speak ill of him, lest she inadvertently dig her own pitfall. Zhang Yu, sensing her discomfort, greeted her warmly, inquiring if she was the one cooking today. Indeed, she replied, her mood far from cheerful. The past few days had seen them leveraging various connections over housing matters, and she had lost count of the favors owed. Despite their efforts, they received no definitive answers, and now they truly regretted not having taken the situation more seriously from the outset. Yet, what is the use of regret? One cannot truly allow Zhang Dagui and his companions to squander their funds. Although a considerable amount has been spent, acquiring a home is still a worthwhile endeavor. Have you ventured out for leisure? They are exceedingly busy, yet this individual has managed to find time for recreation. Zhang Yu acknowledged with a soft affirmation, indeed. One must explore the world. It is said that traveling thousands of miles is essential, and I too wish to take some time to wander about. I aspire to keep pace with all of you. You have visited numerous places, while my own travels have been limited. Zhang Yu expressed that she gleaned her insights from accompanying them. Jiang Yun fell silent, aware that no matter how she argued, Zhang Yu would discover a way to counter her. With no other recourse, she resumed her tasks. Upon entering the room, Zhang Yu distributed items to Zhang Dagui and his companions, sharing her sentiments about the recent excursion. It truly is imperative to venture out more often. I have finally come to understand why Zhang Guohua and his peers frequently traveled. It genuinely uplifts one's spirits. Zhang Yu felt compelled to encourage Zhang Dagui and the others to seek enjoyment outside. Mom and Dad, you should not confine yourselves to the house. It is vital for you to take some time to explore the world beyond. Witness the beauty that lies beyond these walls. But that requires a significant amount of money. Pan Wan lamented, reluctant to part with her funds, especially considering the many expenses one encounters. And look at us, our careers may not be extraordinary, yet we can at least provide for our families. Who would covet the money in your hands? As long as you find joy, we shall find joy too. Zhang Guohua turned to his brothers, Zhang Guohua and Lu Hui, and inquired, what do you think? The three individuals present inwardly cursed. fully aware that Zhang Yu had no expectations of the money in Zhang Dagua's possession. However, they themselves harbored hopes. Yet, understanding without voicing it, they found themselves at a loss for words in front of Zhang Dagua. Indeed, dear parents, you now have time, and life at home has improved. We can manage ourselves well. You should indulge in leisure outings. Zhang Guohua, suppressing his heartache, could only encourage Zhang Dagua and his family to enjoy themselves. Ideally, Zhang Guohua wished that Zhang Dagua would be reluctant to spend money and would voluntarily decline the idea of going out. In the past, Zhang Dagua had little desire to venture out, as excursions were fraught with time constraints, preventing them from fully enjoying themselves, not to mention the expenses involved. He had always been frugal, preferring to save money. However, he had come to a realization, despite their reluctance to spend. Their children were keenly focused on the money they held. Fine, once the housing situation is settled, your mother and I will go on a trip. A former colleague mentioned that renting a place in Sanya for a month wouldn't be overly expensive. Zhang Guohua was taken aback by Zhang Dagua's initiative to suggest an outing and stared at him in disbelief. Zhang Zhouhua and the others were equally astonished. Yet they did not share Zhang Guohua's surprise, as their own positions were not as secure. Zhang Dagua was aware that Zhang Guohua's encouragement was not entirely sincere, but he still felt a twinge of displeasure at his expression. What kind of expression is that? You don't want us to go out, do you? Just say it plainly. Why maintain a facade when your heart speaks otherwise? False, indeed quite false. I never anticipated that you would apply that set of tactics from the workplace against me. Zhang Dagua gestured for Zhang Guohua to leave. I truly do not wish to see you. Zhang Guohua did not foresee that his attempts at flattery would backfire so embarrassingly. He wished to clarify his intentions. Yet Zhang Dagua remained indifferent, insisting he depart. With no other choice, Zhang Guohua reluctantly exited, while Zhang Shouhua and Lu Hui stifled their laughter. Zhang Yu, however, was free from such concerns and laughed heartily, her laughter ringing loud and clear. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's mirth, Zhang Guohua's hands clenched tightly. If circumstances permitted, he would genuinely relish the opportunity to land a few punches on her. He was utterly perplexed, for Zhang Yu, who once seemed so easily intimidated, had transformed into someone remarkably formidable. Yet, he found himself powerless against her. She appeared utterly disinterested and unattainable. Zhang Guohua understood that should he confront Zhang Yu, victory was not entirely out of reach. However, he dared not take that risk. He could not bear the thought of disappointing Zhang Dagua. Thus he chose to retreat. Shall we have a word? Zhang Guohua thought it prudent to confer with Zhang Yu. If he could not manage her, he foresaw considerable difficulties ahead. Moreover, mending their relationship would prove beneficial. A discussion? Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow, sensing his acknowledgement of her resilience and his desire for reconciliation. Without hesitation, she strode confidently out the door. Chapter 63, The Unhoused Supporting Character. For the first time, Zhang Guohua noticed that the Zhang Yu walking ahead held her head high, her posture significantly more graceful. Even though it is evident that Zhang Yu has undergone significant changes, I never anticipated the extent of her transformation. Could this be the aura of someone in a higher position? Indeed, in the past, she was merely a junior accountant, devoid of any semblance of leadership presence. Yet now, as a leader, she finds herself surrounded by subordinates eager to curry favor, naturally enhancing her demeanor. Zhang Guohua silently trails behind Zhang Yu, refraining from uttering a word. Zhang Yu expected him to speak, but to her surprise, they have walked for quite some time without a sound from him. What could this mean? Zhang Yu is puzzled by Zhang Guohua's silence. Since he chooses not to speak, she too remains quiet. After all, the urgency does not rest with her. Zhang Yu continues her stride, lost in her thoughts. In truth, over the past couple of days, she has been contemplating a pressing issue, whether she should adopt a child. She had mentioned the possibility of reading together with the child and serving as a role model. But is it truly that simple? Zhang Yu understands that it is far from easy. The emotional investment required is considerable. Furthermore, whether the child would grow up successfully and become a valuable person is a matter shrouded in uncertainty. Yet, it seems the original owner of this life would have wished for a child, just as Zhang Yu previously articulated. Witnessing the process of growing up alongside a child is, in essence, a healing journey. She has made up her mind. If possible, she will adopt a child. After all, to be candid, she harbors no trust in the notion that a nanny would provide adequate care. Having a child could perhaps be a more fulfilling option, especially since the original owner's aspiration was to enjoy a peaceful old age. Given this situation, Zhang Yu resolved to adopt a child. and she decided to visit the Welfare Institute the following day to inquire about the necessary procedures. Zhang Guohua thought that after such a long journey, Zhang Yu would inevitably ask about it. To his surprise, neither of them spoke. With no alternative, Zhang Guohua finally broke the silence, stumbling over his words. Yet he found himself at a loss for how to express his thoughts. It was evident that he had initiated the conversation, yet he was unprepared for it. Zhang Yu turned and walked home, initially considering that Zhang Guohua had numerous matters to discuss. Thus she thought it best to allow more time. Now she realized that no amount of time would suffice, as he was genuinely rather obtuse. Zhang Guohua looked up to see Zhang Yu striding towards home. Xiao Yu, where are you going? If you have nothing to say, why waste time? You may not be hungry, but I am. If you wish to take a stroll, then do so alone. Zhang Yu continued to walk briskly. If you have something to say, please organize your thoughts properly. I certainly wouldn't mind you speaking in front of everyone at home. Zhang Yu was not inclined to indulge Zhang Guohua, observing her determined stride. Zhang Guohua realized she was indeed capable of such defiance. Xiao Yu, I beg you, please refrain from quarreling with your sister-in-law all the time. He resigned himself to the loss of face, no longer attempting to arrange his words. After all, regardless of how he articulated it, he had to speak. He implored her not to argue with Jiang Yun, yet he needed to clarify who had instigated the quarrel in the first place. Your wife took full advantage back then. Have you ever considered that I am your sister, and that she should perhaps show some restraint? At that time, you merely remained silent, like a ghost in the background. Now, I would appreciate it if you refrained from reappearing as if resurrected. It cannot be that when someone suffers a loss, I must automatically concede. No one is obligated to bear the brunt of misfortune. Upon reflection, why must I yield to her? What has Jiang Yun, as the elder sister-in-law, ever done for me? Has she bought me anything? It seems futile to expect anything from her. Possessing such items won't lead to wealth, nor will their absence result in poverty. However, Zhang Guohua, you must strive harder. If the old man claims the house, and you do not receive your share, will you and Zhang Yi have the funds to purchase a home or manage the wedding expenses? Considering everything, it would require at least 500,000, wouldn't it? Zhang Yu repeatedly clicked her tongue, realizing that earning money is essential. Otherwise, what can one do? Zhang Yu did not anticipate the far-reaching consequences of her departure. She genuinely felt at a loss for words. 500,000? Zhang Guohua was taken aback by that figure. Sister, your brother is rather timid. I jest. But you should assess the market. Did Jiang Yun not mention that at the very least, a 3-bedroom marriage home would be necessary, costing at least 200,000, with renovations bringing it to 300,000? Some people are unaware of the market conditions outside, but that's all right. We can gradually inform them. If they are looking to purchase a new house within the next 2 years, 30,000 is certainly achievable. Should Zhang Yi say that both my grandparents reside in an elevator-equipped residence, is there a requirement for such a dwelling? At the very least, it must command a higher price. Indeed, investing 500,000 is a very plausible scenario. Zhang Guohua inhaled deeply, acknowledging the substantial sum required. You possess an advantage. Zhang Guohua contemplated that if he were unable to secure a property this time, it would be essential to mend his relationship with Zhang Yu. After all, she had acquired a duplex apartment, which could be exchanged later. They could sell their current residence to her at market price, while she, in turn, would sell her unit at an internal rate to him. Zhang Guohua had always been aware of Zhang Guohua's astuteness, yet he never anticipated such shrewdness. After observing him for a considerable time, Zhang Yu let out a cold laugh, disregarding him as she strode forward purposefully. Noticing her demeanor, Zhang Guohua realized she was undoubtedly furious. Sister, truly, I believe it unnecessary for you to inhabit such a spacious abode alone. Zhang Yu, unwilling to entertain Zhang Guohua's incessant chatter, rushed home and relayed his earlier comments to Zhang Dagua. Why must it be only me? I have stated my intention to adopt a child. Even if I were to live alone, I would gladly reside in a large house. It pleases me. What are the city properties? They lack greenery, yet the single-room school districts are commendable. Why should I exchange homes with Zhang Guohua? Who would desire a 5-story building without an elevator? As the center of the city shifted, the residence of Zhang Guohua became increasingly desolate. Although renowned primary and secondary schools remained nearby, the environment was far from satisfactory, much to Zhang Yu's discontent. In Chapter 64, the unhoused supporting character, Zhang Shouhua and his spouse, along with Zhang Hong and his wife, assumed that Zhang Guohua wished to discuss matters concerning Jiang Yun and her child. To their astonishment, the conversation veered towards Zhang Yu's welfare housing. Instantly, Both couples cast displeased glances in his direction, their thoughts rife with disdain, considering Zhang Guohua a petty, malicious individual. Despite previously agreeing to collaborate and share the housing, Zhang Guohua's unexpected proposition left them aghast. Zhang Dagui, recognizing the scheming at play, was nonetheless taken aback by the sheer foolishness displayed. "What do you reckon, boss?" he inquired. "What can we do? At the very least, we must ensure fairness in the distribution." Zhang Guohua was genuinely surprised by Zhang Yu's audacity to report him. After grumbling for a while, it became evident that he lacked housing. If Xiao Yi were to marry without a home, which girl would consider him? The blame was readily shifted onto Zhang Yi, a statement undeniably accurate. Indeed, Zhang Dagui pondered, realizing that if money were involved, Zhang Yi would find himself without a marital abode. He glanced up at Zhang Yu, who immediately comprehended the emotional appeal being made, and surprisingly, it was effective. "Whose son is it? Whose responsibility is it?" "Dad, if you're concerned that Zhang Yi lacks a wedding house, then you should provide one. For the sake of your eldest grandson, you can endure a little discomfort. Regardless, I shall not compromise my own dignity. I cannot allow myself, a person who has relinquished both wealth and property, to suffer further indignities. Live with dignity." Zhang Dagui shook his head. "I am growing old. It is best to let it be." It is evident that Zhang Dagui is indeed a selfish individual. And Zhang Yu finds no surprise in this. "Look, Dad, you are discontent. That is your beloved grandson. Thus, one cannot expect me to part with my money. Alternatively, it is quite simple. Zhang Guohua does not reside in a 3-bedroom apartment. If a larger abode is beyond reach, a 1-bedroom unit could suffice. The spacious residence could serve as a wedding house for Zhang Yi, while they would settle for a 1-bedroom apartment. I believe this arrangement should suffice." Zhang Yu offered once more. "Shall we live in a single room?" In the kitchen, Jiang Yun, busy with her tasks, was at a loss for words upon realizing Zhang Guohua sought to converse with Zhang Yu. She truly did not know how to articulate her feelings. Recalling Zhang Yu's previous remarks about encountering unreliable allies, she now found herself beset by the most dreadful of companions. At this moment, she genuinely feared to meet the gazes of those around her. Previously, they had all agreed to collaborate in persuading Zhang Yu to be more accommodating regarding the housing matter. Yet, scarcely had the words left their mouths when they retracted their statements. Had it been her, she would undoubtedly be infuriated. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's complaints, Du Xia and Zhang Hong were equally enraged. Although they had initially felt somewhat tempted, they recognized that the housing benefit was provided by Zhang Yu's workplace, and the payment arrangements were her own endeavor. Despite their lingering temptation, they felt powerless to voice their opinions, for even if they did, it would be of no avail. However, the issue lies in the persistence of certain individuals, particularly Zhang Guohua, who took the initiative to approach them, seeking discussions on how to persuade Zhang Yu to relinquish the property. Initially, they had all agreed to collaborate, promising that the benefits would be shared equally. Yet, this individual, without hesitation, approached Zhang Yu alone, attempting to secure the property for himself. Du Xia was infuriated, and casting a bewildered glance at Jiang Yun, she scoffed coldly, at that moment doubting Jiang Yun's ignorance of the situation. After all, everyone knew that Zhang Guohua was quite compliant with Jiang Yun. Whatever she said was taken as gospel, without exception. Regardless of how grandiose Zhang Guohua's future claims may be or the lavish rewards he might offer, Du Xia resolved never to trust his words again, deeming them all lies. While she could endure a bit longer without complaint, Zhang Hong was far less forgiving, finding the hypocrisy intolerable. One moment, he speaks of unity, yet the next, he acts independently, Zhang Hong murmured discontentedly. As for Pan Wan, who was also in the kitchen, her thoughts on the matter were of little consequence. Even if she were aware of the old lady's knowledge of the situation, she would not inform Zhang Yu. Had she known of Zhang Guohua's maneuvering, she would have certainly advised against it, asserting that even in schemes, one must not act so recklessly. Wasn't he this akin to handing Zhang Yu a lever against him? Jiang Yun, upon reflection, felt a surge of anger, realizing that after all these years in the workplace, she remained a mere insignificant figure. Zhang Hong found no surprise in Jiang Yun's denial. If she were to admit it, that would indeed be troubling. Of course, you would not confess. All the good deeds are attributed to you. Your denial is futile. Who doesn't he know that Zhang Guohua is a man devoid of independent thought? The wife's words are absolute. He adheres to her every command without fail. Zhang Hong rolled her eyes dismissively, assuring them not to be so impatient, as she had no intention of competing with them. Du Xia smiled, acknowledging the financial strain caused by their parents regarding Xiao's marital home. However, she insisted that one should not resort to scheming against others. Although she too felt discontent, Du Xia understood that Zhang Guohua would ultimately face the consequences of his actions. The priority now was to distance themselves from Jiang Yun and her associates, ensuring they were not dragged into their troubles. Should they successfully manipulate the situation regarding the house and acquire some wealth, it would only lead to discord with Zhang Yu, which was of little concern as long as the money was secured. Yet, it was unacceptable to create such chaos when the finances were not yet in hand. Jiang Yun perceived the underlying message in Du Xia's words, that they would not be concerned with their fate. Du Xia cast a scornful glance at Jiang Yun, stating that since they had chosen to act independently, they must bear the consequences. There would be no cover for them if things went awry. If they succeeded, the benefits would be theirs alone. Having bypassed any discussion with them and taken such direct action, it was only fair that they face the repercussions. Zhang Hong also scoffed quietly, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. If they had all intervened, attempting to manipulate Zhang Yu, and ended up failing, the backlash would be severe, leading to accusations and harsh rebukes, not to mention the gossip among old neighbors. The thought made Zhang Hong shudder. If Zhang Yu were to operate in such a manner, what would become of their reputation? Zhang Hong truly dared not to contemplate the depths to which she could sink. The harshness of the words spoken about her would be as piercing as they were numerous, and the ways in which she would be belittled would know no bounds. Especially considering how such remarks, once they reached her workplace, could alter her colleagues' perceptions of her. Even if the prospects for her promotion were dim, did she not deserve to maintain her dignity? Moreover, she could hardly bear to imagine the scorn with which Lu Hui might regard her. After all, he was a superior, and true leaders typically support their subordinates, unlike their own. Zhang Hong could not help but recall the promises made at her wedding. The dowry that Zhang Daguai had vowed to provide had been thwarted by someone else's interference. In Chapter 65, the scene unfolds with Zhang Yu loudly proclaiming the injustices of Zhang Guohua, declaring her refusal to take from the family's assets. Who am I to get married? Who am I to have offspring? My parents seem to have no interest in me, she scoffed. In her eyes, had it not been for the consistent favoritism of Zhang Daguai and his spouse, enabling Zhang Guohua's inappropriate ambitions, he would not dare to speak so audaciously today. I wish to forego the family property and purchase my own home instead. Surely that can be accomplished. Yet, this notion still drew criticism, as her property was to be sold to her at market value, while his was acquired through the favored pricing of their workplace benefits. It was evident that he was exceptionally adept at financial matters. Why then did he endure reprimands from his superiors in the bureaucratic system, languishing as an underachiever for years without promotion? With such acumen, shouldn't he be venturing into business? His absence from the commercial realm was indeed a loss, a squandered opportunity for a natural entrepreneur. If one dedicates their thoughts to their work, I firmly believe that a promotion is within reach. Yet, it appears that all one does is calculate the intricacies of financial matters. Let me ponder this. If you cannot even muster 30,000, what could possibly be exchanged for money, a home, and my companionship? Zhang Yu perceives Zhang Guohua's actions as nothing short of a cunning scheme to gain advantage without investment. Ultimately, you may find yourself empty-handed and devoid of funds. I would essentially be contributing a substantial down payment for a mere dilapidated property. Zhang Yu considers this transaction to be a losing venture. How could Zhang Guohua possibly acknowledge that you are merely covering the down payment while I would still shoulder the mortgage? From his perspective, he feels he is the one at a disadvantage. Is Zhang Yu likely to be ensnared by Zhang Guohua's rhetoric? Certainly not, for she is well versed in financial matters. Indeed, while the property is mortgaged, I can assure you that the unit's welfare housing generally costs over 1,000 less than that of the neighboring community. Contemplate this. For a duplex, the savings could amount to over 200,000. Your 3-bedroom apartment might be valued at around 200 to 300,000 at most. If I were to make a down payment, it would certainly exceed 100,000. Furthermore, new homes offer unparalleled comfort and superior landscaping, in stark contrast to the outdated designs of older communities. Are you not aware of the cramped kitchens and bathrooms in those aging structures? Contemporary homes boast significantly larger kitchens and bathrooms. After residing in a house for over 20 years, the quality deteriorates. For instance, the plumbing systems are often compromised. The drainage systems are prone to blockages, and the original construction lacked adequate insulation and thermal measures. Indeed, the affordability of urban housing is a significant factor. However, The area boasts excellent educational institutions and medical facilities. Zhang Guohua concedes that Zhang Yu's observations are entirely valid. In their current residence, the sewage system frequently clogs, which is already quite troublesome. To exacerbate matters, the cover of the septic tank is damaged, releasing a foul odor. During winter, the situation is somewhat bearable, as the windows remain closed and the stench is not overwhelmingly pungent. Yet in summer, the odor becomes unbearable, and they cannot keep the windows shut. Although they have sought assistance from the neighborhood committee, each time they are merely promised follow-up, but no action ever materializes. Wealthier colleagues have already begun relocating to better accommodations, leaving individuals like Zhang Guohua, who wish to improve their living conditions, in a state of financial distress. Regardless of whether they can successfully sell their home, it is imperative that they do not acknowledge any issues with the property, lest they offend Zhang Yu. Older homes inevitably come with a myriad of problems, but with some restraint, many of these issues can be addressed. Properties are often merely new at the outset. Zhang Guohua cannot help but lecture. The community you purchase in the future may be new, yet in 20 years, will it not become an old community? Do you truly believe this residence will surpass your current one in quality? He remains skeptical, recalling that his current neighborhood was constructed with considerable effort. Many units were allocated to state-owned enterprises and others to well-performing monopolistic entities, such as those in the utilities and tobacco sectors. Can the quality possibly be subpar? The quality must be exceptional. Otherwise, should any issues arise, the construction units will undoubtedly face dire consequences. Indeed, while the quality appeared commendable at the time of construction, numerous problems have since emerged. Initially, there was merely a bicycle garage, lacking any space for automobiles. With the increase in car ownership, the agricultural university now finds itself devoid of parking facilities, creating an inherent contradiction. Moreover, the city center is limited in size and requires expansion for development. No one anticipated that the bustling city center would gradually fall into silence over the course of 20 years. What is now a highly sought-after commercial area may very well experience vacancies for months in the future, with properties remaining unrented. Currently, the vicinity of the property purchased by Zhang Yu is undergoing significant development, positioning it as a future hub of growth. Zhang Yu is aware that his statements are met with skepticism by Zhang Guohua and others, despite the municipal government's long-standing proposal for relocation. However, this proposal has lingered for many years, remaining nothing more than a castle in the air. Even those within the system, like Zhang Guohua, perceive it as merely a formality, believing that relocation is implausible. The current leadership lacks the resolve, focusing solely on stability, yet future leaders may decisively advocate for relocation. This includes the long unchanged location of the municipal government, which has also been relocated, prompting a rush among the populace to acquire property. The rise in property prices is already notable. Coupled with such developments, the speed at which prices are escalating can only be described as rapid. While the surge in real estate prices is concerning, it is, in many ways, a reflection of the times we inhabit, where such inflation appears increasingly commonplace. However, there lies a crucial issue. There is a willingness to spend money, yet no houses are available. Previously, there were various pleas made to agents and salespeople in hopes of attracting potential buyers, but now the situation has drastically changed. They now present themselves with an air of superiority, implying that houses are in high demand and that one must possess a genuine intention to purchase in order to view properties. If prospective buyers fail to select a home after several viewings, such services will no longer be extended to them. Zhang Yu is acutely aware that, despite her employment in another city, the properties under her name are indeed highly sought after. Are you suggesting that the city center will relocate? Zhang Guohua admonished Zhang Yu, feeling quite displeased. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's statement, he instantly sensed an opportunity and thought, surely you do not believe that the government's proposal for relocating the city center will be enacted? Zhang Guohua regarded Zhang Yu as an utterly naive individual, bewildered by the notion that she would take the words of officials at face value. He felt that Zhang Yu had fortuitously stumbled upon a rare opportunity, yet questioned the relevance of her understanding regarding internal matters. Zhang Xiaohua had also listened for quite some time to discussions about the potential relocation of the city center. Such decisions had been made in previous years, but what was the outcome? Although a new district was developed, it primarily served industrial purposes and for shopping and healthcare. People still flocked to the city center. Much like our school, which had once considered relocation, what was the result? If given the choice, why would Zhang Xiaohua advocate for a move? Chapter 66. The homeless supporting character Zhang Yu observed the mocking glances directed at her, laden with derision and insinuations of her gullibility, yet she chose not to defend herself. No matter how one attempts to explain, if they harbor disbelief within, all elaborations will merely appear as sophistry to their eyes, rendering them untrustworthy. As time passes, they will come to realize the developments that have transpired. And when the municipal government decides to relocate to a new office, many financial institutions will follow suit, relocating their headquarters. This will leave them utterly astonished. In their previous lives, even those who prided themselves on being well-informed failed to seize this opportunity. Initially, they lacked housing, and upon finding a source, they discovered that within a mere few months, property prices had surged considerably, prompting them to abstain from purchasing, thus perpetually missing the chance. In this lifetime, they find themselves repeating the same mistakes, a clear indication that fortune does not favor them. However, this is of no concern to her. She has offered her advice. Yet some choose to ignore it. What more can she do? Can we now proceed to dine? With the property deed in hand, she is ready to transfer her household registration. The thought of finally achieving an independent household registration fills Zhang Yu with exhilaration. With the household registration booklet in her possession, she can truly pursue her aspirations. And as for Zhang Daguai and his companions' opinions, she is indifferent to them. Observing Zhang Yu's enthusiasm, Zhang Daguai's mind flickers with curiosity. Could it be that she genuinely intends to adopt a child? Initially, he believed she was merely speaking whimsically, yet for some reason, he senses that the matters of purchasing a house and transferring her registration are subtly guiding her into a carefully laid trap. Zhang Yu has secured her household registration booklet and is merely waiting for tomorrow to finalize the paperwork. She remains untroubled by the prospect of Zhang Daguai and others causing any disturbances. After all, as long as her household registration remains intact, their property relocation processes cannot proceed. I intend to explore the possibility of adopting a child if suitable circumstances arise. You have often expressed concern about my lack of marriage and children, pondering how I shall manage in my later years. Now that I contemplate having a child, what is there to worry about as I age? Zhang Yu remarked that men can be overlooked. She lacks the time and energy to attend to them. Zhang Daguai was left speechless, pondering whether she truly believed that raising a child was a simple endeavor. Zhang Yu playfully wiggled her finger before Zhang Daguai, stating, "Of course, I am aware that nurturing a child is no easy task." Observing Zhang Guohua and others makes that abundantly clear. Yet, should I forego adoption simply because of that? Furthermore, can I genuinely expect my nephews to treat me well? That is certainly not guaranteed. Even one's own biological children may not necessarily exhibit filial piety. Zhang Yu chuckled, likening it to a gamble. I believe I can still give it a try. Please refrain from asserting that adopted children are unreliable. Are my nephews truly any more dependable? Zhang Daguai scrutinized Zhang Yu for an extended period, realizing that she had firmly resolved her decision. You intend to adopt a child, yet you have a job. How will you manage to care for the child? Pan Wan is already in the kitchen, unable to remain idle. Care for a child? Zhang Yu suddenly realized. I had forgotten. I never considered adopting an infant. If possible, I would prefer to adopt a child who is at least of kindergarten age. A child of kindergarten age? Everyone was genuinely astonished. After all, when adopting a child, one typically hopes for a blank slate, allowing for a deeper bond to form. However, it was unexpected that she would request to select a child who had just entered kindergarten. Jiang Yun gazed intently at Zhang Yu, her heart filled with various anticipations. The thought of Zhang Yu having spent a significant amount of money only to raise an ungrateful child was utterly infuriating. The subtle yet incessant undermining of Zhang Yu was hardly a source of joy. When Pan Wan heard this request, she couldn't help but furrow her brows, questioning why one would choose a child of such an age. Why not select an infant who knows nothing? Zhang Yu had indeed considered this. Infants were unsuitable for her. I have a job, and it is impossible for me to dedicate myself entirely to caring for a child. As for hiring a nanny, the costs are exorbitant, several thousand, which could be better spent elsewhere. Moreover, a crucial point is that there are many who possess sharp tongues. I firmly believe that my endeavor to adopt a child cannot remain concealed. Whether it be Jiang Yun, Du Xia, or Zhang Hong, they would undoubtedly dislike witnessing the bond between Zhang Yu and her daughter flourish. One careless moment could lead to the revelation that I am not the child's biological mother. In this day and age, there are countless bored individuals, and such matters are bound to come to light. Since it cannot be hidden, the child will eventually learn the truth, so why not approach it with ease? At the very least, The child should understand her roots and her lineage. Thus, even if there are those who seek to sow discord, what of it? Such attempts are destined to yield no results. Furthermore, I am no longer young. As the child grows, she can graduate and enter the workforce sooner. In truth, if possible, I would prefer to choose a child who is already in elementary school. In kindergarten, there are numerous responsibilities to tend to. However, in elementary school, children should at least learn to care for themselves. Yet, there are challenges, particularly for children who have resided long-term in orphanages, as they may find it difficult to integrate into society. When it comes to selecting a child for elementary school, Pan Wan is truly at a loss for words, especially as she cannot guarantee that no one will utter unkind remarks in front of the child. For instance, if Zhang Yu harbors discontent towards Zhang Guohua and others, can it be assumed that Zhang Guohua and the others hold no grievances against her? In truth, the dynamics among Zhang Guohua and his companions are no longer comparable to the past. They merely maintain a facade of cordiality, with genuine rapport only surfacing during specific occasions. For example, when they schemed against Zhang Yu, Pan Wan felt an overwhelming desolation. She once believed her family would never become a source of ridicule. It is only now that she realizes her family is riddled with flaws. Previously, Zhang Yu would never have considered moving out or adopting a child. Once a decision is made, it is final. Pan Wan resolves to continue living her life peacefully, without fretting over such matters. Zhang Yu affirmed her understanding, assuring Pan Wan that she knew how to proceed. Raising a child undoubtedly incurs significant expenses. Zhang Yu inadvertently recalled the future's perception of children, likening them to money-devouring beasts. She does not anticipate that the child will achieve great success, nor does she intend to invest heavily in their upbringing. However, the fundamental expenses are essential. Zhang Guohua cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Yu, acknowledging this reality. Furthermore, it is not merely a matter of finances. The paramount concern lies in the immense emotional investment required to nurture this child. Zhang Guohua reflected on the years of dedication he had devoted to Zhang Yi, filled with a sense of nostalgia. Certainly, if possible, I genuinely hope she can relinquish the notion of adopting a child. Zhang Yu understands that Zhang Guohua is reflecting on the energy he once devoted to Zhang Yi, yet he must also wish for her to abandon the idea of adoption. I merely wish to experience it myself. The other day, I read a book that suggested individuals should engage in various experiences, for some things can only be understood through first-hand involvement. When it comes to marriage, I certainly do not wish to partake, but in terms of raising a child, I believe I could endure it once. Although it may be arduous, at least I would have had the experience. Zhang Yu is resolute in her desire to experience this aspect of life. Zhang Guohua and the others are aware that some matters are truly beyond alteration. Chapter 67. The unhoused female supporting character Zhang Hong was quite irate. In her view, if it weren't for Zhang Guohua's foolish actions, would Zhang Yu even consider adopting a child? Without children, everything would be possible, but once the decision to adopt is made, what remains of their matters? It is indeed disheartening to witness the house and the money slip away before their eyes. Du Xia sighed internally. Well, the initial hope was minimal, and now it seems utterly non-existent. However, there are not many regrets. Zhang Dagua and the others provide some support, as Zhang Xian is their granddaughter. It is only natural for grandparents to assist their grandchild in achieving success. Yet, Zhang Yu's situation is different, having supported Zhang Xian. She will eventually need to care for and provide for her. Moreover, regardless of how much property or wealth Zhang Yu possesses, will Zhang Guohua and his wife not keep a watchful eye on her? Will Zhang Hong not be vigilant? Moreover, the couple, Zhang Dagui and his wife, displayed a profound favoritism towards their grandson, often reminding Zhang Yu to look after Zhang Yi. After adopting a child, where will the child receive an education? Du Xia inquired with genuine concern. Undoubtedly, at my workplace, Zhang Yu replied, contemplating the possibility of leveraging connections. Zhang Yu believed the matter was not overly complicated. The CEO at her company had an extensive network, as one would expect from someone in such a position. Du Xia glanced at Zhang Yu, recalling how, in the past, she would either approach Zhao Guohua or Zhang Shouhua for assistance. Now, however, Zhang Yu seemed capable of managing such matters independently, a notable transformation indeed. Without your social security contributions there or any property, how will you facilitate the child's enrollment? Zhang Guohua would inevitably raise the issue of studying in a different location. Is that a problem? Zhang Yu pondered, acknowledging she had contingency plans. The solution was, in fact, rather simple. If public schools are inaccessible, there are always private institutions. Indeed, Zhang Yu recalled several reputable private schools in the area, known for their commendable educational standards, with many students gaining admission to prestigious high schools during the entrance examinations. Zhang Yu reasoned that if public schools were not an option, attending a private school would not be an insurmountable setback. Zhang Guohua merely wished to make Zhang Yu aware that adopting a child would present numerous challenges, with the issue of education being one of them. My goodness, what kind of family is this? He pondered, genuinely curious about Zhang Yu's current salary. After all, how else could she casually mention purchasing a home, adopting a child, and enrolling that child in a private school? Such expenses would certainly be beyond the means of an average income household. Zhang Shouhua. Upon hearing Zhang Yu express her intention to enroll her child in a private school, could not help but gaze at her for an extended period. Noticing someone observing her, Zhang Yu glanced over and discovered it was indeed Zhang Shouhua who was fixated on her. However, his gaze was not one of foolishness, but rather conveyed a peculiar expression. What is the matter? Why are you staring at me? Zhang Yu inquired. I am merely curious. Do you have any idea about the tuition fees of private schools? Although they were not from the same region, Zhang Shouhua possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the schools in that area. As for Zhang Yu, she was uncertain. Isn't it over 10,000 a year? Initially, she had contemplated whether the fees might reach 20,000, but then she recalled the current housing prices and salaries. Well, such tuition seems implausible. Perhaps around 15,000 would be more accurate. Upon hearing the figure Zhang Yu mentioned, Zhang Shouhua was both amused and exasperated. It's certainly not that exorbitant. He proceeded to casually enlighten her about several private elementary schools in that vicinity, including discussions about their tuition fees. When Zhang Guohua first heard Zhang Shouhua mention the details of those schools, he believed that the quality of education in private institutions was commendable. After Zhang Yi married and had children, he envisioned sending his child to a private school, considering the conducive learning environment would foster greater diligence in the child. However, upon learning of the tuition costs, Zhang Guohua nearly choked in disbelief. So expensive? He thought, contemplating the modest salaries of individuals today. Yet, observing Zhang Yu's enthusiastic demeanor rekindled his curiosity regarding her salary. Today, Zhang Yi found himself unable to indulge in video games, rendering his day excruciatingly dull as he sat lost in thought. He found himself reflecting on his former classmates, marveling at how, in such a short span of time, one of them had already acquired a car. Zhang Yi had never imagined that a classmate he had previously looked down upon would now possess a vehicle. A car, with its four wheels, would surely turn heads and spark envy among others. If circumstances permitted, he too longed to own a car, with a vehicle secured. He could then address the matter of a marital home, and he could not fathom that there would be no girl willing to take an interest in him. Just as he was roused from his daydream, he heard Zhang Yu mention that tuition fees amounted to 15,000 a year, which startled him considerably. He could not comprehend why they were discussing such financial matters regarding a child's education. It dawned on him that perhaps it pertained to the children of some neighbors or relatives. Zhang Yi had never entertained the notion that Zhang Yu might have children. Father, why are we discussing tuition fees? Is Zhang Yu planning to pursue further studies to enhance her qualifications? He pondered. Your aunt is considering adopting a child, which has prompted this discussion regarding education. Adoption? This was bewildering. Zhang Yi felt as though he might faint from the confusion. It was truly a perplexing situation. It seemed like mere intimidation, and thus there was no need for anxiety. He must act as he saw fit and strive to avoid any disappointment from his elders. Indeed, your aunt mentioned her situation and her desire to adopt a girl. Zhang Guohua understood that this matter could not be concealed from Zhang Yi, so he spoke the truth. Ah, is it Zhang Yu who intends to adopt a child? Although such an occurrence had never been a precedent in their family, Zhang Yi recognized that adopting a child bore no difference to having a biological one. Thus, it can be inferred that his nephew should not even entertain thoughts of Zhang Yu's assets. This revelation has left him visibly irate, his face turning an unmistakable shade of green as he questions who sanctioned such an audacious claim. I vehemently oppose it. He has consistently regarded Zhang Yu's wealth as his own, dismissing the likes of Zhang Xin and Lu Jian with disdain. Unexpectedly, the competition now arises from an unknown entity, a wild card in the form of a newcomer. Fortunately, he is aware that certain words must remain unspoken, yet his expression has betrayed him. What right do you have to disagree? Zhang Yu retorts with a cold smile, asserting that we are all adults capable of taking responsibility for our own affairs. To disrespect me while coveting my wealth is a clear indication of your petty calculations. This matter, I am merely informing you of, not seeking your consent. By the way, dear brother, I have adopted a child, and according to tradition, you are expected to present a red envelope. After all, I have given red envelopes to Xiao Yi and the others. I am now contemplating waiving this custom altogether. Furthermore, when Xiao Yi and the others have children in the future, I shall refrain from giving them as well. The thought of receiving a red envelope from them has never crossed Zhang Yu's mind. They are all exceptionally shrewd individuals. Zhang Yu is disinclined to engage in discussions on this topic, as he would rather dedicate his time to reading, self-improvement, and nurturing his child. Chapter 68. The Unhoused Female Supporting Character. Aware that many matters have transpired today, they undoubtedly required deliberation. After enjoying a satisfying meal, she swiftly departs, allowing them the space to discuss as they please. Upon observing Zhang Yu's exit, Du Xia also rises, noting the late hour and the impending workday, suggesting they leave early. It is futile to engage in discussions when no advantage can be gained from Zhang Yu. All efforts would be in vain. Lu Hui exchanged glances with Zhang Hong, who promptly understood her partner's intent and followed suit. Observing the departures of each individual, Zhang Guohua's mood inevitably soured. However, he felt powerless, after all that had transpired. He must appear devoid of dignity in their eyes. As Zhang Guohua contemplated speaking up, Zhang Yu had already matured, possessing her own thoughts and standards for action. While we are indeed her parents, it does not grant us the authority to make all her decisions. Now that regret has taken hold, one must ponder why the initial steps were not taken with greater diligence. Zhang Dugawei, weary of their petty grievances, considered them all to be lacking in intellect, scheming over finances without any inclination to demonstrate honesty. Furthermore, why would Zhang Yu wish to adopt an older child, if not to ensure the child remains with her and is not left in the care of Zhang Guohua and his spouse? She also sought to prevent Zhang Guohua from speaking ill in front of the child. Presently, Zhang Dagawei harbored doubts about Zhang Yu's sudden desire to adopt. If it were indeed a spontaneous decision, how could she have made such extensive preparations? It was likely that this idea had long been brewing. Rising to his feet, Zhang Dagawei addressed the elderly woman, urging her to tidy up as they should rest early. He planned to visit an old colleague the following day to inquire about their current living conditions and environment. With the intention of purchasing a home, Zhang Dagawei contemplated the possibility of residing with his former colleague, thus ensuring companionship and conversation. At that moment, Zhang Guohua realized that instead of focusing on Zhang Yu, he should concentrate on Zhang Dagawei, urging him to reconsider his intentions regarding money. However, Zhang Dagawei offered no opportunity for dialogue, rising to prepare for rest. The atmosphere was palpable with tension as the Zhang family emerged from the Zhang residence, their expressions reflecting profound disappointment. Zhang Yi felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustrations, for he had never encountered such irresponsibility in grandparents. Although he refrained from disparaging Zhang Dagawei and his wife, he resolved that when they grew old and frail, requiring care, he would not offer them assistance, as they had never treated him well. Zhang Yi was acutely aware of the stinginess of Zhang Dagawei and his spouse, who had failed to honor their promises of providing a house or financial support. Pan Wan was utterly astonished. Had they not expended considerable resources on that family of three? Yet, such disparaging remarks were made. What pained the elderly woman further was that amid Zhang Yi's complaints, Zhang Guohua and his wife remained conspicuously silent, offering no words of admonition. This silence deeply saddened her, and she refrained from pursuing them. Now, reflecting on Zhang Yu's earlier comments about how Zhang Yi disregarded her as an elder and how Zhang Guohua and his wife neglected their child, she had once dismissed Zhang Yu as merely a troublemaker, one who thrived on creating discord. However, after experiencing the situation firsthand, she felt a profound sorrow. Just as she was about to wipe away her tears, Zhang Dagawei noticed and inquired, "What is troubling you? Speak honestly." After so many years of marriage, Zhang Dagawei was attuned to Pan Wan's feelings. Considering her earlier departure, he quickly surmised that Zhang Yi must have said something upsetting. Zhang Guohua, despite harboring grievances, would never voice them. Yet Zhang Yi was an entirely different matter. This child had yet to endure the harsh realities of life. He remained blissfully unaware of the world's cruelty. When Pan Wan heard that Zhang Dagawei had mentioned Zhang Yi's name, she realized that no amount of denial would prove effective. She recounted Zhang Yi's earlier remarks and the reactions of Zhang Guohua and his spouse, albeit with slight embellishments to protect certain sensitive details. She withheld some of the more extreme statements, fearing that if Zhang Dagui were to learn of them, his blood pressure might spike in a fit of anger. Even with her attempts at discretion, her words incensed Zhang Dagui, who seemed to forget the good deeds they had done, fixating instead on their shortcomings. How could he not reflect on the promises he had made throughout his life and the number of those he had failed to keep? He showed no sign of remorse, leaving them with even less reason to worry. Zhang Dagui maintained a calm demeanor, much to Pan Wan's surprise. She had expected him to be furious after investing so much time and energy only to face such disappointing outcomes. Yet, his tranquility was a blessing, after all. Who could they rely on should his health deteriorate? During their previous illnesses, it had been Zhang Yu who attended to them diligently. Now that Zhang Yu was away, they could only depend on one another for care. There was truly no need for anger. I have come to realize that Zhang Yi is a person whom you can treat kindly, yet you cannot expect goodwill in return. Therefore, it is prudent to harbor no expectations. Zhang Dagui is also contemplating a certain matter. While residing in an elevator apartment is indeed advantageous, offering a broader view and sparing one from the arduous task of climbing stairs. The thought of the disappointed expressions on Zhang Guohua and his wife's faces evokes a sense of compassion in Zhang Dagui and his spouse. With their combined resources, purchasing a home for Zhang Yi would not pose a significant issue. However, the expenses associated with marriage are considerable, necessitating elaborate arrangements. Despite Zhang Guohua and his wife possessing some assets, they simply lack the capacity to afford such expenditures. If the housing situation could be resolved, it would certainly alleviate some burdens. Yet, upon hearing Zhang Yi's remarks about the elderly couple, an unsettling thought crossed Zhang Dagui's mind. Could it be that this wretched child is cursing us to meet our demise? He recalled a neighbor's grandson, who once uttered curses wishing for his grandparents' deaths. Indeed, it was a scandalous affair back then, and he vowed never to allow such a wayward child to emerge from his own household. Yet, here we are, with the very grandson whom they cherished the most. Given this circumstance, we shall take matters into our own hands. We will purchase a home. We must prioritize our own well-being. Relying on someone like Zhang Guohua fills Zhang Dagui with unease. As long as we are in good health, all is well, but should our health falter, who would care for us? What if, in the end, they choose to withhold treatment and simply remove our life support? Zhang Dagui recalled a conversation with a colleague from his previous workplace. One must not overthink. The more Zhang Dagui pondered, the more he felt compelled to withhold everything from Zhang Yi. Chapter 69. The Unhoused Female Supporting Role. Zhang Yu remained oblivious to the fact that once she departed, everyone else would soon follow suit. She would never have anticipated that the foolish Zhang Yi would act in such a manner. Yet, even if she had known, it would not have struck her as particularly strange, for Zhang Yi was, after all, a selfish individual who believed that kindness was owed to him. After indulging in a refreshing hot shower, Zhang Yu retired for a restful slumber. She had no choice. The following day would be busy, requiring her to travel to numerous places to accomplish everything in a single day. Under the guidance of the real estate agent, she secured the property certificate in the morning, and by the afternoon, she managed to transfer her household registration. As for the apartment, she entrusted it to the agent, tasking him with finding a suitable tenant. Although she would not be residing there, it was essential to find a tenant who maintained cleanliness. Otherwise, she would have to arrange for cleaning when the time came to rent it out again. Should the situation become dire, she might even have to seek someone to renovate the apartment. After articulating her requirements, Zhang Yu bid farewell to the agent. Upon returning home, she swiftly placed the household registration book down and hurriedly departed. Pan Wan had intended to ask Zhang Yu something, but to her surprise, in the blink of an eye, she had vanished. Pan Wan couldn't help but shake her head, wondering how she could leave so quickly when there were still matters to discuss. The neighbor next door began moving today and noticed Zhang Yu's hurried comings and goings. Is Xiao Yu not going to work yet? No. She purchased a house and is handling the paperwork today, Pan Wan replied with a smile. To her astonishment, it turned out that Zhang Yu had indeed bought a house, leaving her utterly astonished. Indeed, it was merely to secure a household registration that I opted for a simple studio apartment. Although I did not inspect the property in person, I was aware of certain details. Despite being just a single room, it was at least purchased outright. My neighbor recalled that Pan Wan had mentioned previously that Zhang Yu's workplace offered subsidized housing for purchase. If her company indeed had available properties, why would she still buy one? Pan Wan nodded in affirmation, stating that of course she would buy it. Not purchasing would be a waste, especially since it was at cost price. Given the intention to raise children, Acquiring multiple properties would be advantageous, ensuring a steady rental income each month. My neighbor gasped in surprise, noting that this would mean buying 2 apartments consecutively. Curiously, the neighbor inquired about Zhang Yu's current income, suggesting it must be substantial. As for that, I hadn't inquired, as she is quite grown now. Pan Wan, too, was eager to know, yet whenever she asked, Zhang Yu remained reticent. The neighbor nodded in understanding, acknowledging that children grow up and develop their own perspectives. You can rest assured now, Zhang Yu is doing quite well. Initially, one might have thought that the youngest girl in the Zhang family would struggle in life, but it has become evident that this young lady is quietly amassing her strength in ways unknown to others. Pan Wan chuckled awkwardly, recognizing that moving forward, both she and Lao Zhang need not worry about such matters for their children. Although some longtime neighbors have moved away, they remain in touch, and soon learned that Zhang Yu had indeed purchased a studio apartment outright. They were all puzzled, however, as to why, despite the Zhang family undergoing property demolition, Zhang Dagui had not allocated an apartment to Zhang Yu. However, recalling how Zhang Dagui once spoke of Zhang Yu, deeming her utterly inept, it seemed rather commonplace to everyone, as this girl had always been merely a junior accountant. In comparison to Zhang Guohua and others, she fell significantly short, raising doubts about her prospects. In truth, if circumstances allowed, they too would wish to reside in a new home, yet their capabilities simply did not align. Conversely, the Zhang family, even without a home of their own, had secured one for Zhang Yu. It was only natural for Zhang Dagui to consider purchasing a good house without concern for his children. Zhang Guohua pondered that should Zhang Dagui decide to acquire property, he would likely solicit his opinion, at which point he could offer his counsel. To his surprise, however, he received no call from Zhang Dagui, leaving him curious about any potential change of heart. He yearned to inquire but hesitated, aware that pressing the matter might incite anger in Zhang Dagui and his spouse. He also approached Zhang Shouhua and Zhang Hong, inquiring whether they intended to reach out to Zhang Dagui, but they politely declined. It was not that they lacked desire for a home, but rather they understood that Zhang Guohua yearned for it more than they did. Zhang Guohua did not perceive the situation as a personal failing. He merely felt pressured by his younger siblings. Shortly after Zhang Dagui and his wife confirmed their purchase, they promptly signed the agreement. Once the contract was finalized, the couple swiftly informed Zhang Guohua and the others of 2 significant developments. The demolition agreement for their old house had been signed, and they had also acquired a new property, a spacious 3-bedroom, 2-living-room residence. Given its ample size and relatively recent renovations, the funds from the demolition were nearly exhausted. Upon learning this, Zhang Guohua felt as though he might faint. He truly found himself at a loss for words. It has only been a short while, yet they have already purchased a house without informing their children. Zhang Guohua, filled with indignation, called each of his siblings to express his frustration, suggesting that their parents, Zhang Dagui and his wife, were being inconsiderate of their descendants. Zhang Shouhua, however, was quite straightforward. It is their house, and how they manage it is their business. Although he felt a pang of sorrow, the contract was signed, and the house was acquired. Could he really stand in their way? Zhang Hong could only sigh, acknowledging that it is normal for a married daughter to be excluded from the estate. On the other hand, Zhang Yu took a more simplistic view. As long as their parents were happy, he would not concern himself with such matters. After making a round of phone calls, he was met with such responses. Even with Zhang Guohua's preparations, hearing his siblings' apparent lack of willingness to intervene left him at a loss. How could he confront the situation alone? There was no way to persuade Zhang Dagui to reconsider, and should he provoke them, the new house would be entirely disconnected from their lives. Zhang Yu was aware that their parents had purchased a second-hand house that was already renovated, eliminating the need for temporary accommodations, which brought him some relief. Unexpectedly, Pan Wan assured them that they would handle everything and did not require their assistance. Everyone assumed the old couple was upset due to financial reasons, not wanting to see their children. Zhang Yu believed Pan Wan's insistence was merely to avoid hindering her work. As for those who offered help, wasn't it Zhang Guohua and his siblings? Given the substantial investment in such a fine house, shouldn't they demonstrate their gratitude? Those who did not intend to claim the property had no need to make an effort. Chapter 70. The unhoused supporting character. Once again, she booked a room, intending to stay at home for a few days before packing her bags to go out on the second day of the new year. At this moment, Zhang Yu suddenly recalled that today marked the Zhang family's annual ancestral worship, coinciding with the celebration of the new year. The Zhang family's festivities commenced today, and would continue until the 7th day of the new year, a period that was particularly demanding for the original character. Initially, Zhang Yu was oblivious to this, but once she realized, she informed them that they were still en route and would not arrive home until 6 o'clock, urging Pan Wan and the others not to wait for her. During these days, due to frequent cooking, Pan Wan's culinary skills had significantly improved. Zhang Dagui would not criticize Pan Wan's cooking. He understood that no matter how he expressed dissatisfaction, her dishes could never compare to those prepared by Zhang Yu. Moreover, Pan Wan's skills had notably enhanced, and ever since they moved into their new home, the sight of a clean and tidy house had uplifted Zhang Dagui's spirits considerably. He believed that harboring anger would only deteriorate one's health, and in such a splendid house, he felt it essential to maintain good health in order to enjoy life to the fullest. Regarding my culinary skills, Pan Wan fidgeted restlessly, worried that the ancestral spirits would find this year's offerings unpalatable. They might demand more money. Zhang Dagui reassured her that he had prepared extra offerings in the form of gold ingots for the ancestors. If they find your cooking lacking, they can always procure their own meals. As long as the funds are sufficient, everything else will fall into place. He urged Pan Wan not to fret, as he had everything under control. It can be this way. Pan Wan gazed at the triumphant Zhang Dagui, pondering that perhaps there was merit to his reasoning. After all, they were both descendants of the Zhang family. Since Zhang Dagui had suggested operating in such a manner, they might as well proceed accordingly. It would be disingenuous to claim she was not saddened by the situation, yet the prevailing sentiment was one of relief. They possessed financial means and resided in a new home, which was undeniably preferable to languishing in an old one. Though Zhang Dagui was advancing in years, he was still a man who reveled in his success. Even though Xiaoyu had purchased a larger duplex, it would be at least 2 years before it was theirs to occupy, and funds for renovations were likely lacking. For the next decade, at least, their current residence would be the finest they had. Zhang Dagui exclaimed with enthusiasm. Pan Wan nodded in agreement, affirming their plans. She mentioned that she and old Zhang had also made arrangements to travel to the island once spring arrived. In truth, old Zhang had remarked that visiting the island in winter was quite enjoyable, with warm weather and an abundance of seafood. Yet, Pan Wan recalled that Jiang Yun's parents had once taken a winter trip to the island and commented on how expensive it was. Even though Pan Wan was now aware of the importance of self-care, she still hesitated to spend excessively. It was perplexing how Jiang Yun's parents could afford such lavish trips, and Zhang Dagui was somewhat aware of the origins of their wealth. He was reluctant to upset Pan Wan, recognizing that he was, in essence, an unfilial son, despite his efforts to be good to them. When an opportunity arose to travel to the island, his first thought was of Jiang Yun's parents. In any case, should Zhang Guohua utter any further biased remarks, he would certainly engage him in a thorough discussion about the nature of his favoritism. Ultimately, he was determined to discern who among the two, father or son, exhibited true partiality. Zhang Guohua and his companions were, in fact, eagerly anticipating a phone call from Zhang Dagui and his spouse. Despite the old lady's insistence that they should not assist with the move, it was truly outrageous that none of them offered to help pack their belongings. Even when they did call to inquire about the elderly couple's well-being, their tones were laced with sarcasm, which inevitably became tiresome after several exchanges. Consequently, the current situation had unfolded. The elderly couple, indifferent to their feelings, were preparing to celebrate the eve of the Lunar New Year, a time when the Zhang family traditionally gathered in the old house to usher in the festivities. However, the circumstances were markedly different this year. As they had seemingly offended Zhang Dagui and his wife, their silence reflected their reluctance to visit. When they finally received a call from Pan Wan, they breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of any lingering grievances from Zhang Dagui and his spouse, at least it provided them with a way to save face. After Zhang Hong hung up the phone, she contemplated whether to call Du Xia to discuss the possibility of shopping together. The two quickly reached a consensus on how much to purchase for Zhang Dagui and his wife. As for Zhang Guohua and his spouse, they had not even considered informing anyone of their plans. Following the phone call, Zhang Guohua was elated and immediately contacted Jiang Yun to share the good news. Jiang Yun reminisced about her prior hectic days in the old house and how things had turned out. The house was not to be theirs, and even Zhang Yi's marriage had been settled for a mere 100,000. She had grown weary of playing the role of caretaker and, after some thought, informed Zhang Guohua that she would be on duty until after 4 o'clock and could not assist. Understanding her lingering anger and reluctance to continue as a caregiver, Zhang Guohua refrained from insisting that she go. However, she could not inform Pan Wan. The latter was aware that Jiang Yun would return after her shift ended at 4 o'clock and acknowledged this. After hanging up, this elder of the household seemed to think we were naive, as today marked the last working day, and everyone else had left early. She, on the other hand, could not even mention money when it came to leaving work. If she did not wish to work, she should simply refrain from doing so. In truth, Pan Wan had nearly completed her tasks and was merely awaiting the time to prepare dinner. Zhang Degui observed Pan Wan bustling about and contemplated hiring someone to assist with the chores in the future, while Pan Wan was reluctant to part with the money. She had already exerted considerable effort and was feeling quite fatigued. After some reflection, she decided not to insist on her original stance. In the future, they would hire someone to handle the cleaning, and after she prepared lunch, they would merely reheat it for dinner. Zhang Degui felt rather foolish, realizing that he had overlooked this matter, as they certainly had the means. It was important to take care of their health. Everything else was secondary. Pan Wan nodded in agreement, affirming that indeed, caring for their health was paramount. Chapter 71. The unhoused supporting character Zhang Yu settled into her room and, after a brief respite, set off with the gifts she had purchased for them, headed towards the new house. Prior to her departure, she pondered whether this new residence would still be cluttered with debris. In her previous life, after purchasing a new home, Zhang Degui and his wife had moved all their refuse along with them. To her surprise, upon entering the new house, she found it immaculate, with every item appearing pristine. However, it did not seem entirely new. What was this? Zhang Yu wondered, could it be that the previous owner left behind their furniture? The former owner must have acquired a villa, rendering these items unsuitable for their new abode, and thus they had been graciously bequeathed to them. Initially, we intended to move our belongings to the new house, but upon reflection, it truly seemed inappropriate. Pan Wan recalled the items she had relinquished, and a pang of sorrow washed over her. Although they had been sold, they were nonetheless valuable possessions. Zhang Yu noticed Pan Wan's expression of reluctance and thought, this is the Pan Wan she knows. Mom, look how splendid our home is now. It appears so tidy and pristine. If those old items were to be brought here, it would indeed alter the ambience, making it feel less like a new abode, and cleaning would become more cumbersome. Zhang Yu understood the house was spacious, and if Pan Wan were to handle the cleaning alone, it would be quite exhausting. However, hiring a maid was rather costly, and she surmised they would be reluctant to spend. Regardless of their hesitations, she felt it necessary to suggest, Mom, with such a large new house, you cannot manage the cleaning alone. Consider hiring a maid. If you find the expense of a full-time maid excessive, perhaps you could opt for a part-time worker. Zhang Yu offered her advice, knowing that the final decision rested with them. Pan Wan nodded in agreement. Your father and I have already discussed this. We will hire a part-time worker to assist with household chores daily. They can help with cleaning and cooking as well. By the way, your father and I have made plans to travel to the islands after spring, she added. If it were Zhang Guohua and his family, they would undoubtedly offer various objections, claiming that the outside world is unkind to the elderly. Is their concern genuinely for their well-being? Not at all. It is merely their reluctance to part with money, believing that the elderly couple should not spend on leisure. Traveling to the islands? Zhang Yu was truly astonished. It was rather delightful. Seizing the opportunity to move about, she suggested a stroll to take in the sights. However, she couldn't help but express her concerns regarding their age, remarking, you are already in your 70s. What if you go out? Not to worry, we shall simply rent an apartment over there, just as if we were at home, came the reassuring reply. We are merely heading to an island. Although it can be quite chilly in winter, and while we may use air conditioning, it cannot warm the entire space. Nowadays, many elderly individuals opt to spend the winter on the islands. Last time, they mentioned that affluent individuals have one way of enjoying themselves, while those with fewer resources have another. And we will be going as a group. Pan Wan, aware of Zhang Yu's concerns, clarified that there were not merely two individuals embarking on this adventure. Rather, it was a substantial gathering. Zhang Yu found this notion somewhat comforting. Yet a lingering question remained. Have you discussed this with Zhang Guohua and the others? After all, this is quite a significant matter, and simply knowing it herself wouldn't suffice. If Zhang Guohua and the others were to find out, she imagined they would undoubtedly be furious. No, Pan Wan shook her head, picking up an orange from the coffee table and handing it to Zhang Yu. Upon receiving the orange, Zhang Yu skillfully peeled it and divided it in half, offering one portion to Pan Wan. Observing the half orange before her, Pan Wan hesitated momentarily before lifting it again. At least she had been given half an orange. Hadn't she? She recalled Zhang Guohua and the others, who were solely focused on their own enjoyment, hardly considering sharing with her. Zhang Yu had made several trips to the welfare home and had already identified a child from the middle class as a candidate of interest. It is known that Zhang Yu would inevitably choose a child slightly older. However, upon hearing that she intends to select a child from the middle class, I was rather taken aback. Nevertheless, a child from the middle class is manageable. Pan Wan paused for a moment and inquired whether Zhang Yu would host a celebration after adopting the child. After all, this is a significant matter, a milestone in Zhang Yu's life. As for hosting a celebration, Zhang Yu did not even contemplate it. Such a notion was far from her mind. Considering the circumstances of Zhang Guohua and his companions, who failed to secure a house this time, one can only imagine their potential frustration. They have the responsibility of raising a child, alongside the need to contemplate purchasing a home and facilitating Shaoxine's study abroad. Their financial burdens are substantial, and I prefer not to involve myself in such matters. Indeed, Zhang Yu remains indifferent to a mere token of monetary gift. Given Zhang Guohua's temperament, is he not irked with me? They may find it challenging to confront me directly, thus their frustration might be vented upon the child. She is inherently sensitive. With Zhang Guohua's group adding to the turmoil, it is certain that the child would be frightened. Regardless of the situation, Zhang Yu would undoubtedly shield her daughter from any potential harm. If they are impolite in their words or actions, I shall not indulge them. Dealing with such individuals requires a firm stance. Otherwise, they will only become more audacious. To indulge Zhang Guohua and his companions? Pan Wan chuckled. In the past, she would have acquiesced to their opinions, hesitating to voice her own. However, now, she feels liberated to express her thoughts without reservation. Zhang Dagui quietly listened. And once the child is adopted, it is imperative to treat him or her with kindness. Do not indulge your temper. I am aware of your dissatisfaction towards Zhang Guohua and others, this so-called brotherhood. When your father and I were present, there was interaction among you. Yet, once we depart, whether such interactions will persist remains uncertain. It is unlikely, though they may still maintain some connections. However, that was during the original owner's time. It is questionable whether they continue to engage now. Zhang Yu believes that the likelihood of such connections is indeed minimal, for they were once united despite minor disputes, which, overall, were insignificant. Now, however, they are embroiled in various calculations. If not for the sake of maintaining appearances, conflicts would be quite probable. You shall not associate with them. Pan Wan is quite certain. Nevertheless, after you have a daughter, raise her well and refrain from. Pan Wan took a breath. Do not be like Xiao Yi. In recent days, the elderly couple has regarded Zhang Yi with the demeanor of strangers, growing increasingly irate with each glance. Zhang Yi? Zhang Yu chuckled. That is impossible. After all, he is the eldest grandson of the Zhang family, and everyone tends to indulge him. If his desires are unmet, he will throw a tantrum. I lack the strength and energy to tolerate such behavior. Zhang Yu picked up an apple and began to eat, leisurely chatting with Pan Wan and the others, discussing matters related to her work. Chapter 72. The unhoused female supporting character. When Zhang Guohua and his companions arrived home, they were greeted by the sight of three individuals engaged in lively conversation, seemingly enjoying each other's company. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Guohua's body instinctively stiffened. In the past, it was they who accompanied Zhang Degu to converse, but now it is Zhang Yu who engages in dialogue. After suppressing his pent-up frustrations for a considerable time, Zhang Guohua finally managed to quell the turmoil within and greeted Zhang Degu and his wife. However, his curiosity, though present, had to be kept in check. The urgency to inspect the property was non-existent, as he was more eager to learn about the nature of their conversation. Glancing at Zhang Guohua's position, Zhang Yu lifted her teacup to sip, at which moment she noticed that Zhang Guohua had come empty-handed. It was uncertain whether Jiang Yun would purchase a gift, but based on their understanding of the couple, the likelihood of such an occurrence seemed quite slim. For this couple, as the eldest son and grandson, was there truly a need to buy gifts for Zhang Degu and his wife? Having no such custom, it was even less likely they would do so this time. If Zhang Guohua had forgotten to consider buying something for Zhang Degu and his wife, one could hardly expect Jiang Yun, as the daughter-in-law, to remember. Jiang Yun was known for her penchant for appearances, yet over the years, she had become accustomed to flattering Zhang Degu and his wife with kind words to keep them pleased. As for gifts, they were entirely unnecessary. The elderly couple was financially secure, and it would be wiser for her to show filial piety towards her own parents. Previously, it mattered little. As Zhang Degu and his wife indulged Zhang Guohua, who felt no financial strain, allowing Jiang Yun to act as she pleased. However, the pressing issue now was that Zhang Yi had lost his marital home, and they needed to save money to purchase a new one, which was no trivial expenditure. Faced with significant financial pressure, would Zhang Guohua still permit Jiang Yun to support her family? Having always been accustomed to providing financial assistance to her parents, would Jiang Yun be pleased to discover Zhang Guohua's newfound frugality? There would surely be a commotion. The backyard of Zhang Guohua's residence was ablaze, and he would undoubtedly be quite preoccupied. This brought Zhang Yu a sense of joy, as she felt it was only right for them to be in turmoil. Only by keeping them occupied could they refrain from scrutinizing her. However, Zhang Yu could not be entirely certain, for the couple was adept at concealing their true feelings. Regardless of their thoughts, she resolved to add to their troubles whenever possible, focusing solely on herself. Zhang Yu fixed her gaze upon Zhang Guohua, harboring no desire to utter a word. Zhang Guohua was genuinely infuriated, perceiving her actions as a manifestation of her disdain for him. Yet, he could only vent his frustrations inwardly, for he lacked the courage to voice them aloud. Zhang Dagui had initially been engaged in a delightful conversation with Zhang Yu, particularly pleased to learn that she was thriving in a distant locale and had enhanced her living situation. He recognized that this young woman had truly adapted to life away from home. Then, glancing at Zhang Guohua, who sat between them, Zhang Dagui sighed internally, contemplating how he had failed to notice this aspect earlier. Had he been aware, he would have sought to alter the course of events. Even if he could not completely change Zhang Guohua, at the very least, he could have prevented him from continuing down this path. However, it was now utterly too late. Marrying a daughter-in-law like Jiang Yun, what hope could their offspring possibly have? Reflecting on Zhang Yi's miserly tendencies, Zhang Dagui shook his head incessantly. This child, alas, appeared to be devoid of any promise. While a lack of intelligence might be excusable, after all, not everyone can be exceptionally clever. One should at least possess a profound understanding of oneself. This is the only way to discern what actions are permissible and which are not. Yet, Zhang Yi, that foolish individual, continuously makes mistakes. Zhang Dagui, too, has ceased to ponder much. The sight of this imbecile evokes memories of his past blunders. Today, Zhang Yi perceives that Zhang Dagui is genuinely unwell, having waited so long for him to enter, and after an initial slight acknowledgement, there has been no further interaction. How could this not instill a sense of panic in Zhang Yi, as he wonders what the issue could be? Has Jiang Yun concocted an excuse to avoid cleaning? Ordinarily, if Zhang Yu and the others were indifferent, this matter could be easily brushed aside. However, Zhang Dagui and his companions are genuinely concerned. Zhang Guohua is indeed furious. He believes that Jiang Yun should not be indulged. Although in the matter of relocation, Zhang Dagui and his group did not provide them with housing, they also withheld it from Zhang Shouhua. Thus, the essential assets, both property and finances, remain firmly in the hands of Zhang Dagui and his wife. It is imperative to strive diligently. Otherwise, when Zhang Dagui and his companions grow old and begin to contemplate whom to spend their lives with, they will undoubtedly consider them first. Mother, did you prepare today's New Year's Eve dinner? Everyone knows that Zhang Yu has become too lazy to cook, often mentioning guests. Shall you help me with the preparations? By the way, you did not come to assist in the cooking. All the preparations were managed by Xiao Yu and me. So do remember to wash the dishes and tidy the kitchen afterward. It must be left spotless. For Pan 1. Moving into the new house is genuinely a source of joy. The environment is pleasant, there are no stairs to climb, and the presence of a bathroom within the house makes living extremely comfortable. However, there exists a dilemma, the arduous task of cleaning. Residing in an old house allows for a more casual approach to hygiene. Naturally, when Zhang Yu is present, the place would be impeccably tidy, as any lapse would be intolerable. Yet, the current Zhang Yu is not to be relied upon for a thorough clean. No one is inclined to handle their domestic chores themselves, opting instead to hire help, only to find that it becomes her responsibility, resulting in her bustling about with various tasks. Has the chore of tidying up truly evaded her grasp? Zhang Guohua is acutely aware that once Jiang Yun arrives, chaos will undoubtedly ensue. But what can be done? Ultimately, work must be accomplished. As for the parents, rest assured, upon their arrival, I shall certainly remind Zhang Hong and the others. Zhang Yu may not be dependable, but fortunately, there are Du Xia and Zhang Hong. The three of them can manage all the cleaning tasks. Although it may be somewhat exhausting, at least there will be company to share the burden, rendering the endeavor less taxing. Such hypocrisy is palpable, Zhang Yu smirks, and Zhang Guohua can certainly perceive it. Nevertheless, at this moment, he dares not utter a word. Concerned about the consequences should Zhang Yu retaliate. It is common knowledge that when she decides to confront someone, she does so with remarkable intensity. Zhang Yu is well aware that Zhang Guohua has likely noticed her earlier sardonic expression, patiently awaiting his response. After an extended silence, he remains mute, which genuinely disappoints her. She had anticipated that if he insisted on provoking her, she could easily provide a retort. Yet, since he chooses not to speak, what can she do? Clearly, she will continue in silence, imparting to the men the notion that they must contribute to household chores instead of relegating all responsibilities to their wives. However, she finds herself disinclined to articulate such theories. Let them do as they wish. After all, it is not she who bears the burden. Perhaps she might even assist in reprimanding Zhang Guohua, which, in Zhang Yun's eyes, would constitute an overstep. Zhang Guohua himself felt a twinge of anxiety, worried that if Zhang Yu were to carelessly speak out, it would tarnish his reputation. Fortunately, Zhang Yu remained silent throughout, quietly engrossed in her book, occasionally engaging in conversation with Zhang Dagui and the others. This rendered Zhang Guohua quite embarrassed, as he perceived Zhang Yu's behavior as an attempt to isolate him. Yet, he found himself bereft of opportunities to retaliate, which only exacerbated his frustration. Originally, this situation had already caused Zhang Guohua a multitude of discomforts. But when he beheld the couples of Zhang Shouhua and Zhang Hong arriving with gifts, his expression shifted to one of surprise. What to do? Both of them had brought presents, and he had not. This was undeniably awkward. Though he had not seen what Zhang Yu had brought, he knew she would certainly not commit such a blunder and must have procured a gift. The value of the items was inconsequential. The crux was that they all remembered to bring something for the elders. What now? After much contemplation, Zhang Guohua realized that he could not avoid this matter and felt compelled not to arrive empty-handed. Yet, having already come, if he were to venture out to procure a gift, it would unmistakably convey that he had never intended to bring anything for Zhang Dagui and the others. It was only upon seeing Zhang Shouhua and the others with their gifts that he recalled this obligation. Zhang Guohua did not wish to become a subject of ridicule. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to reach out to Jiang Yun, reminding her to purchase something. Regrettably, despite making several phone calls, no one answered, which began to agitate him. He still intended to remind his wife to remember to purchase items for his parents. Wasn't it precisely for such matters that Zhang Guohua was feeling so anxious? I did not, he vehemently denied, refusing to acknowledge the truth. Do not fret so excessively, really. I recall Jiang Yun, who annually buys gifts for her parents and never forgets her in-laws. There is no need for you to remind her. Otherwise, should our parents witness this, what would they think? Would they not feel that Jiang Yun harbors no regard for them, needing reminders to bestow gifts upon them? Zhang Yu insisted that Jiang Yun would indeed show filial piety towards the elders, urging him to remain calm. Would Jiang Yun purchase gifts for the Zhang family? Zhang Shouhua and the others exchanged glances, believing the likelihood of this was indeed quite slim. While Jiang Yun had no qualms about buying for her own family, the notion of acquiring gifts for the Zhang family would be an insurmountable burden for her. This time, it was essential to teach Jiang Yun a lesson. Although her arrogance had been somewhat subdued in recent days, she no longer brazenly referred to herself as the eldest sister-in-law. Yet, to truly reign in her defiance required a rather firm approach. Zhang Shouhua and the others quickly reached a consensus through their shared glances, asserting that Jiang Yun was a sensible and considerate daughter-in-law, undoubtedly aware of these matters. While they showered him with flattery, they simultaneously led Zhang Guohua to a game of chess, successfully distracting him. Timing her departure perfectly, Jiang Yun swiftly mounted her electric scooter and hurried home. Determined to assert her stance, she would not lift a finger. Why should she toil for a tight-fisted family like the Zhangs, who offered her no accommodation? Arriving at the new residence of Zhang Dagui and his wife, she was utterly astounded. She had anticipated a commendable abode, given the exorbitant price, but upon entering the community, her senses were overwhelmed. The neighborhood boasted a splendid garden adorned with a plethora of flowers, trees, and serene pavilions where the elderly and children could relax and play. Moreover, with the convenience of an elevator, reaching home was effortless. What left her most astonished was the impeccable condition of this second-hand property. The decor was exquisite, far surpassing that of her own dwelling. Contrary to her expectations of clutter in the elderly couple's home, she was taken aback by its pristine cleanliness. Observing this, Pan Wan greeted them upon entry and began to explore the house uninvited. Her expression suggested ulterior motives, leaving Pan Wan feeling quite uneasy. All right, dinner is ready. By the way, Jiang Yun, since you didn't tea assist today, remember to tidy up after dinner, including the kitchen. Pan Wan knew that if she did not clarify, Jiang Yun would likely only wash the dishes. What? Am I supposed to clean the kitchen and wash the dishes all by myself? Jiang Yun felt a surge of discomfort. Mother, I still have some work at the office. And what work could possibly be more important? Pan Wan retorted with a scoff. Fine, if you're too busy. Then you and your father can handle the chores. Just make sure to leave everything spotless. One by one, they have truly spoiled them, genuinely believing that their sons and grandsons are exceptional. Initially, when everyone heard Jiang Yun mention that she would be working late, they assumed that Pan Wan would delegate the cleanup to Du Xia and Zhang Hong. To their surprise, she instead assigned the task to Zhang Guohua. Zhang Guohua was taken aback. Mom, you want me to clean? How can I possibly do that? He was, after all, a man and the eldest son. If he were to undertake such a task, how could he maintain his dignity in front of his younger siblings? Your siblings have all pitched in. What have you two done? Pan Wan retorted without hesitation. How can you come empty-handed and expect to shirk responsibility? You claim to be filial, yet deep down, you know the truth. Rest assured, once spring arrives, your father and I will hire a maid, and you one T have to lift a finger. The mention of hiring a maid left Jiang Yun stunned, glancing at Zhang Guohua in confusion. Why would we even think of hiring a maid? Don't they require payment? And how is it that Zhang Shouhua and the others have no objections? Sighing, she conceded. Fine, if you choose not to work, then so be it. Du Xia, Zhang Hong, you two will handle the cleanup. Pan Wan showed no leniency towards Zhang Guohua's family, stating they could either do the work or not. Du Xia and Zhang Hong had initially thought Pan Wan would be assertive, but to their astonishment, they were still expected to do the chores. However, as per Pan Wan's words, since a maid would be hired in the future, doing a bit of work now seemed inconsequential. All right, dinner is ready. Once everyone had gathered, Pan Wan promptly ordered the meal to be served. The guests began to eat swiftly, knowing that the subsequent cleaning would demand a considerable amount of time. Observing the nimble diners at the table, Zhang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. It is worth noting that in the past, they would leisurely engage in conversation while slowly savoring their meals. As for the subsequent task of tidying up, that was never their concern. They would simply enjoy their meal and depart, leaving Zhang Yu to manage the aftermath at her convenience. However, now that they were required to clean up after themselves, they promptly demonstrated consideration for others, such as the disparity. Zhang Yu took her time eating, her thoughts wandering to potential outings during the upcoming Lantern Festival. Chapter 74. The unfurnished supporting character after finishing her meal. Jiang Yun was prepared to engage in a brief chat, yet she sensed the discontent emanating from Zhang Degui and his wife towards her. Pan Wan, noticing that Jiang Yun had completed her meal, remarked, Jiang Yun, since you've finished eating, you might as well head to work early. She then turned to Zhang Degui. By the way, boss, I see you've also dined well. Why not accompany your wife to her workplace? At that moment, Pan Wan found little desire to linger in their company. Casting a glance at the fidgeting Zhang Yi, she understood that he was simply eager to indulge in gaming. Despite being of considerable age, he still exhibited a childlike playfulness. Xiao Yi, you've eaten enough. Why don't you accompany your father as well? If it weren't for the New Year celebrations at home, he would have preferred to avoid this gathering. Hearing Pan Wan's words filled him with joy. All right. I shall take my leave now. Zhang Yi stood up, signaling to Zhang Guohua at the table to make haste in departing. Zhang Guohua and his wife were taken aback. Although it was Jiang Yun's desire to leave early for work, which Pan Wan supported, they were puzzled as to why Zhang Guohua too felt compelled to depart, leaving only Zhang Shouhua and the others behind. Jiang Yun's first thought was whether Pan Wan would reveal something once they had left. If this is indeed the case, she would be utterly exasperated. Regardless, Zhang Guohua must remain here. Jiang Yun forced a smile, saying, Mother, I have to work overtime, but Guohua is fine. I can go to the office alone. There is no need for him to accompany me. Pan Wan, observing Jiang Yun's perseverance, let out a cold laugh. I do not wish to see the three of you together. You shirk your responsibilities, behaving like a privileged young master, yet you expect to linger here, with someone attending to your every need? The factory where you work has little business, and you still talk about overtime. Pan Wan had initially refrained from voicing her thoughts, but she could no longer contain herself. If you do not wish to work, just say so. Pan Wan shot a few disdainful glances at Jiang Yun, growing increasingly irritated. Although Zhang Yun employed the excuse of working overtime, she knew it was flimsy. However, she assumed that everyone would maintain decorum and not expose the pretense. Yet, she did not anticipate Pan Wan's blatant disregard for face, leaving her in a state of acute embarrassment, unsure of how to proceed. Nevertheless, Jiang Yun was inherently thick-skinned. "Mother." "I'm not," she replied. "I'll take care of it." Unsure of how to mend the situation, she ultimately resolved to act like a diligent daughter-in-law. "No, no. You should focus on your family affairs. Save your energy for your own household. By the way, this upcoming new year, both of us are aging and lack the vigor for extensive tasks. Let you all take care of things. There will be many opinions. Since it's come to this, it's best for everyone to conserve their efforts, especially since I have prepared nothing for Zhang's wedding preparations. Merely a token or two for the Jiang family's New Year gifts. Now, everything is fine. Zhang Dogwei does not welcome them here. And they must purchase their own food and drinks, which entails a cost. In the past, they would have expressed their dissatisfaction and sought to negotiate further with Pan Wan. Yet now they dare not. An irate Zhang Yi pointed at Zhang Yu, who was leisurely enjoying sunflower seeds, and remarked that while they could not dine here. What about her? Indeed, Zhang Yu was quietly savoring her snack, but unexpectedly, Zhang Yi did not spare her. I plan to travel out of town on the second day of the new year. As for lunch on the first day, I shall indulge in a casual meal. And for dinner, I intend to bring back a couple of dishes, as it is merely myself. On the first day, I will take my parents to watch a movie and enjoy dinner out. Zhang Yi did not anticipate that Zhang Yu had already made arrangements, and it was only for one dinner before her departure on the second day. Yes, otherwise, there is rarely time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I shall venture out for a stroll. After a year of busyness, it is indeed a perfect time to relax. Zhang Yu resumed reading a book. Zhang Guohua gazed at Zhang Yu with envious eyes. Truly, she is exceptionally fortunate. Indeed, with the holiday upon us, it is time to explore. Du Xia also wishes to travel, but during the holidays, her tutoring responsibilities become quite demanding. For those who go out to have fun, it merely costs some money. Yet for a family outing, it amounts to a significant expenditure. The amount spent is certainly not a trivial sum. Zhang Hong, filled with jealousy, noted that they are all daughters of the Zhang family, yet the disparity is indeed substantial. By the way, Xiaoyu, did you not mention wanting to adopt a child? Have the formalities been completed? Du Xia recalled what Zhang Yu had mentioned during the new year. It was essentially settled. Zhang Yu did not divulge the specific circumstances regarding the child. Regardless, as long as she adopted a child, the Zhang family would not be pleased. So there seemed to be no need to discuss it with them. Zhang Hong was surprised by the rapid developments initiated by Zhang Yu. Although she was eager to learn more about the child's situation, upon noticing Lu Hui's disapproving expression, she wisely chose to remain silent. After all, this matter had already reached a conclusion. What could she possibly say? For tomorrow, let us not purchase an excess of groceries, aiming to consume what we have by evening. Pan Wan had no objections. Although it was merely the three of them dining together, the presence of more people often led to a cacophony of opinions and thoughts, which could be quite troublesome. It was far more enjoyable to share a meal among just the three of them, creating a relaxed atmosphere, a sentiment echoed by Zhang Dagwei. Zhang Shouhua and the others remained quiet. Since their parents had decided not to host them this new year, they could finally enjoy some peace. Since becoming a tutor, Zhang Shouhua had found his vacations to be his busiest periods. Whenever he had a moment to rest, he genuinely wished to take a break. Although Zhang Hong felt a tinge of regret, seeing that even Zhang Guohua received similar treatment, she realized she could not compare herself to him. Chapter 75. The unhoused supporting female character. They shared a tranquil New Year's Eve dinner with Zhang Dagwei and his spouse. On the first day of the new year, they took them out for a stroll to observe the changes in the city center. They also treated them to a movie and later indulged in Japanese cuisine for dinner. Zhang Dagwei and his wife were aware that dining on Japanese food could be quite expensive, yet they had never anticipated it would be this costly. Eat up, for today marks the celebration of the new year. Zhang Yu gestured for them not to concern themselves with the price, as such delicacies are not consumed frequently, but rather on rare occasions. Zhang Dagwei was aware of this rarity, yet the thought of the cost still caused him a twinge of discomfort, and not just a mere ache. Did you receive a substantial bonus this new year? Pan Wan casually inquired, and upon uttering the question, she seemed to realize it might be inappropriate, adding, "You need not answer if it makes you uncomfortable." "It is a sum that satisfies me," Zhang Yu replied, confident that the bonus would indeed be generous. However, upon receiving the actual bonus amount, she was utterly astounded. The bonus from the corporate group had significantly increased, nearly tripling her previous amount. While surprised, she found it quite reasonable, considering her current role as a financial executive stationed externally, which typically warrants a larger year-end bonus. What truly took her aback was the year-end bonus from her current workplace, which surpassed even that of the corporate group. Naturally, having already established herself at the corporate level, she had no doubt that receiving such a bonus would be seamless. Zhang Yu was genuinely astonished by the magnitude of this year-end bonus. Although she was aware that leadership often dispense generous bonuses, she had not anticipated such an amount. If circumstances permitted, she would earnestly wish to remain in this position for a few more years. The allure of this year-end bonus alone was compelling. It is a salary that greatly satisfies me, she mused. If possible, I hope to work there for several more years. As you all know, raising a child requires substantial financial resources. Zhang Yu was concerned that Zhang Dagui and the others might dwell on such matters. Indeed, when it comes to finances, one must allocate funds wisely where necessary and conserve where possible, especially considering the needs of one's child. Although there have been instances where adopted children treat their parents well, Pan Wan harbors a lingering concern regarding adopted children. Zhang Yu reassured her, saying, "Rest assured, I know how to handle it. Once you have a child, you must treat them well, as you will rely on her in the future. As for Xiao Yi, that child has already been spoiled by your brother and sister-in-law. They will struggle later on." Just yesterday, when Jiang Yin mentioned she would arrive late, Zhang Yi didn't even bother to inquire further. Pan Wan recalled seeing Zhang Yu engrossed in a book, and she remarked how dedicated he appeared to be in his studies. Yet, Xiao Yi, despite being a young child, seemed solely focused on gaming. Zhang Dagui could only shake his head in disbelief, acknowledging that he was indeed a lost cause. Reflecting on Zhang Yi from a few days prior, Zhang Yu was genuinely taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that he would turn out this way. Though he lacked ambition in his previous life, at least he wasn't as consumed by trivial pursuits as he is now, fixated solely on games. It's not even the era of online gaming yet. One can only dread the thought of him entering that age. Will he even consider working? Nevertheless, it's not her concern, for there is still Xiao Xin. That girl excels academically and clearly possesses potential for a bright future. In time, the fortunes of the Zhang family will rest upon her shoulders. Zhang Xin, indeed, is a promising child, thought Zhang Dagui as he savored a piece of meat. However, if the roles were reversed, Zhang Dagui felt he wouldn't voice such sentiments, but it was evident that Zhang Yu generally maintained little contact with the older siblings. From Zhang Dagui's expression, it seemed he harbored significant reservations about Zhang Xin. Suddenly, I recalled that during the original owner's time, it seemed that the couple, Zhang Dagui and his wife, treated Zhang Xin with a rather indifferent demeanor, including the original owner. Many perceived Zhang Dagui and his spouse as individuals who favored wealth over character, thus their behavior was understood in that light. However, observing their current demeanor, it appears that there might be deeper reasons behind their actions. "Father, do you think Xiao Xin is inadequate?" Zhang Yu tentatively inquired. Pan Wan also turned her gaze towards Zhang Dagui, who hesitated momentarily before recounting a few incidents from Zhang Xin's childhood. Although she was merely a child, her grandmother had indeed treated her well. Yet, due to a single instance where she was not given a chicken leg, she had declared her grandmother to be unkind and biased. Additionally, during times of illness, she refrained from visiting, claiming that since she was not a member of the Du family, there was no reason for her to go. Such incidents occurred. Zhang Yu was truly taken aback, at a loss for words. It is worth noting that the statements made by Zhang Dagui were unknown not only to the current Zhang Yu, but also to the original owner. A child's perception often reflects their upbringing. Although her grandmother exhibited a slight preference for male heirs, she was still comparatively benevolent. Pan Wan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the New Year's money is treated similarly to that of her grandson. She would often take them out for outings and purchase new clothes for them. I have never done such things. When it came to feasts, the entire family would partake without Pan Wan attributing such generosity to her descendants. Zhang Yu began to comprehend why. Despite others remarking on Zhang Xin's success and the comfort it brought to her grandfather, Zhang Dagui merely smiled without further comment. It seems that Zhang Xin, despite her achievements, will not remember the kindness of the Zhang family. She only recalls what has not been done for her and dismisses the efforts made on her behalf as mere obligations. Just observe the future lives of the second branch of the family. Zhang Dagui has frequently heard Zhang Shouhua mention sending Zhang Xin abroad for her studies. Studying abroad appears commendable and impressive, Yet what difference does it truly make? How much money can the second branch muster for such an endeavor? If they are to provide all their resources to Zhang Xian, what will they do when they find themselves financially depleted and unable to assist her in raising her children? Once they lose their utility, one can only imagine how Zhang Xian will treat them. It is astonishing, is it not? Hasn't Zhang Xian behaved in precisely this manner? Were it not for the couple's ownership of a house and their substantial retirement pensions, would their lives be any more comfortable than that of Zhang Yu? Presently, they possess only one property and are unlikely to sell it to fund Zhang Xian's studies abroad. However, upon further reflection, one must consider that they now have a tutor, Du Xia, who is a secondary school teacher, is likely not available for tutoring. Zhang Shouhua, on the other hand, could take on tutoring, potentially earning a significant sum to support Zhang Xian's overseas education. Surely, they must have some means for that, mustn't they? I find it hard to believe that no matter the circumstances, Zhang Xian would neglect her relatives in the second branch. Pan Wan hesitated, pondering whether Zhang Dagui was overthinking the situation. Zhang Dagui let out a cold snort, acknowledging that he understood her skepticism. Some matters remain hidden from our view, yet Xiao Yu can perceive them. In the pursuit of providing everything for their children, they have found themselves in a predicament as their offspring have grown indifferent. For instance, these years of neglect have culminated in the recent relocation, during which they were left without a share of the property, resulting in a profound sense of dissatisfaction. Do they not realize that their actions are being scrutinized by the younger generation? The calculating nature they exhibit is not lost on the children. Nevertheless, life has its comforts. Once a caregiver is employed, our burdens will surely lighten. Zhang Yu listened quietly, her thoughts clouded by uncertainty about whether Zhang Dagui was subtly alluding to her. Given the ambiguity, she decided not to dwell on it and instead focused on how to find joy in her life. Chapter 76. The childless supporting role. The welfare worker repeatedly confirmed with Zhang Yu, "Are you truly certain about adopting Wang Yun?" Zhang Yu had made several visits to the welfare institution and was aware of Wang Yun's reputation, which was far from favorable. Although she possessed striking beauty, her insistence on retaining her surname frightened away numerous potential adoptive families. After all, families with the surname Wang are not so easily encountered, and there was also considerable satisfaction expressed towards Wang Yun. Generally, many families prefer to adopt younger children, as their limited memories allow for smoother transitions, and it is quite customary to change names post-adoption to signify a fresh start. Furthermore, Wang Yun wished to have discussions with any prospective family, and only upon finding them agreeable would she consent to the adoption, which, in turn, rendered her a challenging case for the welfare institution. Very well, may I have a conversation with her? A child with a distinct personality does not concern me, Zhang Yu thought to herself. Given the circumstances of her family, it is imperative to adopt a more assertive stance. Otherwise, she may be subjected to bullying unbeknownst to her, while she seeks to avoid being victimized. Wang Yun's character truly aligns with Zhang Yu's expectations. Observing Zhang Yu's determination, the staff decided to summon Wang Yun. Instead of engaging in conversation indoors, Zhang Yu chose to sit on the grassy expanse outside. Having experienced several foster situations, Wang Yun was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Yu's presence before sitting down beside her. Zhang Yu found this approach rather appealing and introduced herself, stating, "I am Zhang Yu, and I wish to adopt you." Regardless of the circumstances, it was essential to convey the truth, and Zhang Yu preferred to be straightforward rather than concoct elaborate excuses. Initially, Wang Yun presumed that this was merely a procedural formality. However, upon realizing she was meeting only Zhang Yu, her first instinct was to doubt the likelihood of success. Previously, couples had come together, but now only Zhang Yu was present, leading her to conclude that it was impossible. "I will not change my name or identity, and I have a temper." Wang Yun succinctly articulated her demands, aware that such a request was typically met with refusal. "No problem," Zhang Yu reassured her, asserting that there was no need for a name change, as a name is merely a symbol. "Ah, so I truly do not have to change my name." Wang Yun stared at Zhang Yu in disbelief for a considerable time, cautioning, "Do not deceive me simply because I am young. I know how my name is written, and if you attempt to alter it during the registration process, I shall not live with you." With a voice reminiscent of her grandmother's, Wang Yun warned Zhang Yu, indicating that she had encountered such tactics before. "And do you not consult with anyone else?" Wang Yun perceives Zhang Yu as a deceitful villain preying on children. She expresses that she is no longer a child, feeling utterly lost except for shedding tears. "Let us go to register your household. You may observe the name on your registration." She asserts her independence, stating, "I am not married, I can decide for myself. Is this truly a child who just entered the kindergarten in September? Ah, unmarried. Wang Yun is aware that many people marry upon reaching a certain age. Why does she remain single? Moreover, will she remain unmarried indefinitely? Wang Yun recalls her kindergarten classmates mentioning that adults are cunning, acting solely according to their whims. As for the thoughts of children, they are deemed insignificant. It is imperative to inquire clearly, will you marry in the future? To her astonishment, Zhang Yu responds swiftly. Eliciting a sense of joy, she muses, could it be that fate has bestowed upon her a little genius? In my youth, I did not marry as I was preoccupied with family responsibilities. Currently, the thought of marriage has not crossed my mind. Her intention in adopting a child stems from a desire to forego traditional family life. Should circumstances permit, she hopes to offer minimal care and support. To care for you wholeheartedly? Zhang Yu hesitates, acknowledging her demanding profession in finance. Thus, she prefers children with a degree of self-sufficiency, capable of tending to their own needs. Upon hearing this, Wang Yun comprehends the underlying sentiment, a wish for independence, a desire not to be disturbed. If you do not wish to care for a child, then why pursue it? She truly fails to comprehend that even if she is not the one to adopt her, should she not care for the others as well? To adopt a child means, at the very least, that when I fall ill, there would be someone to sign for me. At the very least, someone would come to visit me, provided, of course, that you remember. Zhang Yu gazed at Wang Yun for an extended period. Naturally, if you do not wish to take care of me, I have no further remarks. Will you allow me to pursue my studies? Wang Yun pondered for a moment. She had encountered many families, those who adopted her and those who took in her companions. Yet, families like Zhang Yu's were indeed scarce. Unsure of how to respond, she resolved to adhere to the question posed. Of course, you must study. Education is the key to hope. Otherwise, how will you secure a job that satisfies you in the future? It is not merely about aspiring for an illustrious future. At the very least, one should be capable of self-sustenance. Once a child is adopted, it is inconceivable to disregard the child's future. That is not something she could ever entertain. Wang Yun lowered her head in contemplation. Very well, I am willing. When you grow old, I shall surely care for you. Regarding Wang Yun's words, Zhang Yu did not take them to heart. What could such a diminutive child possibly understand? Words of promise are indeed easy to utter, yet fulfilling them is a far more challenging endeavor. My father has always taught me to be a person of integrity, one who honors their commitments. Since I have made a promise, I must see it through. I cannot be someone who breaks their word. During her year at the orphanage, Wang Yun experienced much and learned to discern the intricacies of human emotions. Did Wang Yun's father say that? Does the child still remember her father? It is worth noting that Zhang Yu believed Wang Yun to be a child abandoned by her parents. However, observing Wang Yun's demeanor, it seems likely that she might have entered the welfare institution due to the death of her parents. Do you know where your parents are buried? Wang Yun looked up at her in confusion, unable to comprehend the reason behind such inquiries. You see, if I were to adopt you, shouldn't I discuss this with your parents? It's important to inform them about your circumstances, to assure them. Zhang Yu felt that for Wang Yun, it would be a desire to pay respects to her parents. Really? Wang Yun's eyes instantly sparkled, gazing intently at Zhang Yu. Of course it is true. I believe they must be concerned. Despite Zhang Yu's verbal claims of indifference toward whether the child would treat her well, could she truly be unconcerned? She felt that if Wang Yun could remember her deceased parents, it would follow that she would have no reason not to treat her kindly. Will you handle the formalities today? Wang Yun reassured herself that this was her chance. If she missed this opportunity with Zhang Yu, it was unlikely she would encounter such a chance again. Chapter 77. The unhoused supporting character as the welfare institution staff escorted Zhang Yu and Wang Yun out. They kindly reminded them that if they felt it unsuitable, they could choose another child. They sincerely hoped that the children could thrive with their adoptive parents. As for Wang Yun, there was genuine concern. Although she had agreed, the previous families had also received her consent. Given Wang Yun's experiences of being returned a few times, she likely harbored few thoughts on the matter, appearing to be someone who simply wished to continue enjoying a good life of eating and sleeping well. Yet, there are certain scars that are indelibly etched upon the heart, memories that are not easily forgotten. Rest assured, it will not be so. Some families, upon adopting a child, may change jobs and relocate, all in an effort to shield the child from the prying eyes of neighbors who might speak ill of the child's lineage. However, truth be told, few would truly believe such tales, yet they would refrain from uttering unkind words. Zhang Yu first took Wang Yun to a salon for a haircut, followed by a trip to the mall to purchase clothing. They then went out for a meal, making the weekend an a flurry of activity. As Wang Yun observed Zhang Yu, laden with bags of various sizes, she felt a sense of dizziness, uncertain of how to articulate her feelings. As a child who had been adopted, she recalled her previous family taking her shopping, yet the decisions were always made without her input. In contrast, Zhang Yu consistently sought her opinion, only acquiring items after receiving her approval. With so many parcels in hand, Zhang Yu began to feel fatigued and sought a moment's respite, only to notice that Wang Yun had fallen behind. Moments later, Wang Yun approached Zhang Yu and asked, "Mom, are you tired?" "Not at all. Are you?" Zhang Yu inquired softly. "Not really," Wang Yun replied after a moment's contemplation. Although Zhang Yu had previously mentioned that she could ask questions at any time, Wang Yun wondered if that were indeed permissible. After pondering for a moment, she asked, "Mom, why do you always ask if I like the clothes before buying them? If I like them, do you buy them? I remember there was a dress that you seemed to favor, but because I said I didn't like it, you chose not to purchase it. Weren't you just tired? Rather, are you contemplating the matter? The garments you wear must be to your liking, otherwise, what is the purpose of acquiring them?" Zhang Yu understands that in the welfare institution, personal preference does not dictate choices. Is it even possible? Even when her father was still alive, such liberties were not afforded. Do not presume that she is merely a child and has forgotten many things. Our family circumstances, while not splendid, are at least bearable. A life of luxury is beyond our reach, yet we can manage basic sustenance. Now, shall we indulge in barbecue or something else? Zhang Yu pondered briefly, uncertain about what would be suitable for the child. I wish to have fried chicken, if that's all right." Wang Yun recalled the time when she was adopted, and that family had taken her out for fried chicken. The taste was indeed delightful. Though she had not had it since, she remembered it being rather expensive. "Fried chicken, you say?" Zhang Yu, though not particularly fond of such fare, felt compelled to oblige her daughter's desire. Very well. Zhang Yu took Wang Yun to the fried chicken establishment, ordering 2 burgers and some chicken wings among other items. Gazing at the table laden with fried chicken, Wang Yun was momentarily taken aback. "Mother, is this not a bit excessive?" "Not at all. 1 cake for each of us. And the wings are not overly abundant. Now, let us eat," Zhang Yu encouraged her. Wang Yun felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Zhang Yu. Since her father's passing, no one had shown her such kindness. Could this be the blessing her father spoke of, assuring her that he would watch over her from the heavens? Very well. Wang Yun had no further objections. "When the time comes, you shall meet my family, who may not extend you the warmest of welcomes. It is best that you disregard their demeanor." Zhang Yu does not wish for Wang Yun to indulge them. Should they chatter incessantly in your presence, do not feel obliged to respond. Simply act as you deem fit. Wang Yun presumed that Zhang Yu would suggest she be courteous to her family, yet to her astonishment, Zhang Yu advised otherwise, leaving her quite taken aback. After a prolonged gaze, she pondered, "If I were to treat my elders poorly, what would that signify? But it matters not, for they do not wish for me to adopt children. Thus, whether you are compliant or ill-tempered, to them it is merely a minor gain. If that is the case, why should I adopt a pleasant demeanor towards them?" Zhang Yu offered a slight indication of this sentiment. As for more profound matters, Zhang Yu felt it unnecessary to elaborate, as this girl might not comprehend. Wang Yun's immediate reaction was to inquire whether they were after your wealth and property. To her surprise, this girl was quite perceptive. Wang Yun acknowledged, stating that her father mentioned how, upon her mother's passing, her grandmother and relatives caused quite a commotion at home. From Wang Yun's earlier remarks, Zhang Yu discerned that Wang Yun's father was indeed an intriguing character. After all, how could one impart notions of creditworthiness to a child of merely a few years? Typically, children of that age engage in learning simple concepts while indulging in play and sustenance. Zhang Yu harbored a genuine curiosity about the anecdotes of Wang Yun's father. Yet she hesitated to inquire, knowing that Wang Yun might not possess the answers. Moreover, presently, when she poses this question, does it not equate to reopening a wound? For a child, losing a father, who has been her sole companion since childhood, at such a tender age, will she truly be all right? They seem to be scheming to exploit my finances while simultaneously shirking their responsibilities towards me, perceiving me as nothing more than a burden. By the way, you have 2 older male cousins and a female cousin above you. If they treat you poorly, do not hesitate to stand your ground. May I weep?" Upon learning the ages of her older siblings, Wang Yun inquired of Zhang Yu. "Of course, you may. Such an astute child." "Indeed. Wang Yun is still an innocent kindergarten child. If anyone bullies her, she should simply burst into tears." Zhang Yu remained skeptical. questioning how Zhang Guohua and the others could possibly fabricate such lies. If one were to insist that Zhang Yi is merely a child, it would truly be laughable. Chapter 78. The unhoused female supporting character. Primarily, upon discovering that Zhang Yu has adopted a child, Zhang dug away, and the others insisted on seeing the child. Consequently, Zhang Yu took the opportunity to register the child's household during the weekend, allowing Zhang Guohua and the others to meet Wang Yun. After receiving the news, despite having prepared herself, Zhang Guohua still felt a sense of discomfort. Jiang Yun, glancing at the money in her hands, calculated the amount needed for purchasing a house and felt a wave of anxiety. Initially, acquiring a modest 2-bedroom apartment sufficed, but now it has escalated to the necessity of a 2-bedroom, 2-living-room dwelling, with spacious kitchen and bathroom facilities. It truly leaves one yearning for a home that has only recently been constructed. Well, purchasing a new house not only brings prestige to the female party, but also serves as a matter of pride for the male party. The crux of the issue lies in the requirement for full payment, with no allowance for loans, which is the primary source of Jiang Yun's exasperation. A property costing over 300,000 is beyond the reach of her and her husband. After all, they must consider renovations, the bride's dowry, and the wedding banquet. All of these expenses accumulate, and the more Jiang Yun contemplates it, the angrier she becomes. Ironically, her friends assert that such demands are not excessive. Many women from well-off families make similar stipulations. If the man's family is not well-off, there exists a potential solution. The man must possess sufficient capability. If a man is competent, securing a house should pose no obstacle. The real dilemma, however, is Zhang Yi's lack of such capability. Were he adequately endowed, would he truly be troubled by matrimonial concerns? If Zhang de Gui had considered Zhang Yi during the relocation, would housing have been an issue? Moreover, there is Zhang Yu, who, despite her age, is contemplating adopting a child. With summer fast approaching, why has there been no news? Zhang Guohua, is your sister still pursuing adoption? Jiang Yun inquired with irritation. The monetary gift cannot be meager, for should a situation arise, they would inevitably be expected to comply. What? Jiang Yun was taken aback to learn that Zhang Yu was indeed adopting a child, rising abruptly in disbelief. Did I hear incorrectly? Your sister is truly adopting a child? Jiang Yun's face turned ashen. What could be done? Zhang de Gui has clearly stated he would not invest a substantial sum, while her parents are preoccupied with hiring a nanny and traveling. Your sister has consecutively purchased homes and is now adopting a child. Alas, how wretched is my fate. They claim that Xiaoyi is the eldest grandson of the Zhang family and that he shall not be mistreated. Yet, I cannot fathom the reasoning. He is the sole grandson, cherished by all, and yet your family. Zhang Guohua is indeed angered, yet his displeasure is compounded by the sight of Jiang Yun. What is the matter with my father? How he chooses to manage his property is entirely his concern. It is not that he does not cherish Zhang Yi. But have you seen Xiao Yi's demeanor? Meanwhile, Xiao Yu is diligently preparing for professional qualifications and pursuing her CPA. In stark contrast, the younger Zhang Yi only seems to revel in frivolity. Xiao Yu had never considered adopting a child. Yet look at how Xiao Yi behaves, addressing her by name without the slightest formality, and even admonishing her with threats of retribution in the future. Pray, if you were in my shoes, what thoughts would cross your mind? Would you genuinely believe that as Xiao Yu ages, Xiao Yi would care for her? It is far more likely he would cast her aside at the earliest opportunity. You insist on causing a ruckus, yet she has ventured to work in another city. Her income soaring. I tell you, Xiao Yu's year-end bonus surpasses your entire annual salary. You scoff at this and that, and now, behold the irony. Who truly looks down upon whom? Zhang Guohua recalls a previous gathering where he overheard a piece of news that incensed him. What? Zhang Yu's year-end bonus exceeds her entire income? Jiang Yun's immediate response is disbelief. She glares at Zhang Guohua for an extended moment, contemplating whether he is jesting, only to realize he is utterly serious. Jiang Yun's expression instantly darkened as she slumped onto the sofa, overwhelmed by a sense of loss. Only now did she realize the gravity of the situation. Zhang Guohua let out a soft sigh, observing that in the future, her circumstances would surpass his own. He found himself at a loss for words to articulate his feelings, sighing again in resignation. Zhang Yu had already been working for so many years, yet, surprisingly, she was still immersed in her studies, preparing for examinations. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun's mood soured significantly. How could she still be preparing for tests? It was no wonder that the elders looked disapprovingly at Xiao Yi. Jiang Yun could not bring herself to blame Zhang Yi. Rather, She believed it was Zhang Yu's inadequacies that were at fault. As she continued to criticize Zhang Yu, Zhang Guohua inadvertently recalled Zhang Dagui's adage, spoiling a child is akin to killing them. At the time, he had thought that Zhang Dagui's words were somewhat exaggerated, but now he had to concede that there was truth in them. Zhang Yi had indeed been indulged. If Xiao Yu wished to advance in her career, lacking connections, she could only rely on self-improvement. As for Xiao Yi, he could be described as merely lingering in the office. His hopes for promotion were virtually non-existent. His father's connections had already faded with retirement. Once esteemed, he was now merely a relic, with the so-called old leaders serving as mere decorations, their pastimes only a way to preserve their own interests. It was hardly worthwhile to squander goodwill on someone like Zhang Yi, who appeared to lack promise. Understanding the other's perspective, Zhang Guohua felt a surge of anger, yet he was left powerless to change the situation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun became anxious. What? Are you saying that Xiao Yi has no chance for promotion? With their own support seemingly unreliable, she could only hope for Zhang Yi's diligence. To discover now that Zhang Yi is unable to advance is a bitter pill to swallow for anyone. Zhang Guohua observed Jiang Yun's distress and remarked, "You are well aware of Xiao Yi's work ethic. If it were you, would you be willing to incur numerous debts of gratitude for him? You should take the time to have a serious discussion with him. He must not spend all his time playing games. At the very least, he should learn something so that when an opportunity arises, he does not foolishly let it slip away." Reflecting on the opportunities Zhang Yi had missed, Zhang Guohua felt a surge of anger. What a splendid opportunity it was. He had been adequately prepared, and what did he do instead? Zhang Guohua conceded that Zhang Yi's qualifications were merely average, yet he had not anticipated that Zhang Yi would perform even worse. Jiang Yun recognized that Zhang Yi had faltered in many respects, so Zhang Guohua's frustration was quite understandable. However, the question remains, as a father, is it appropriate for Zhang Guohua to speak about Zhang Yi in such a manner? Chapter 79. The unhoused female supporting character Zhang Yu was aware that the matter of adopting a child might displease many. Nonetheless, she was taken aback by how Zhang Guohua and his wife so openly disrupted the atmosphere, their faces drawn tight with discontent, projecting an aura of dissatisfaction and irritation. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Yu felt equally disheartened. Today was supposed to be a joyous occasion for her and Wang Yun, yet they were met with such sour expressions. Zhang Guohua, Jiang Yun, why are you both in such low spirits? Zhang Guohua acknowledged that Zhang Yu's invitation was undeniably of a high caliber, yet at this moment, he found himself devoid of any appetite. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's ominous summons, he sensed that the situation was dire. The girl must be quite upset. I have encountered a bit of trouble, he thought, realizing he could not reveal the truth to Zhang Yu. Otherwise, he shuddered at the thought of how sharp-tongued she might become. When faced with adversity, one tends to exhibit such a demeanor. In the future, when your son gets married, will I be met with the same disposition? Does that please you? Zhang Yu was unyielding. Despite the threatening tone, Zhang Guohua was no longer inclined to dismiss her words as mere nonsense. Everyone knew that this girl was resolute in her promises. He forced a smile, making sure to encourage Jiang Yun to do the same. Jiang Yun, gazing at the assertive Zhang Yu, felt an overwhelming urge to confront her, to chastise her for her behavior. However, as she met Zhang Yu's piercing gaze, Jiang Yun faltered, realizing that should a confrontation ensue, it would undoubtedly be Zhang Yu who emerged unscathed. After a few days of comforting herself, Jiang Yun wished to avoid becoming the subject of public scrutiny once more. Thus, she too managed to muster a smile, which reluctantly prompted Zhang Yu to ease her grip on their situation. It was perplexing how someone could sulk over what was ostensibly a positive occurrence. Zhang Yu lowered her voice slightly, yet those present could still hear her. Zhang Guohua caught her words, but he felt powerless to respond. His only recourse was to bow his head and continue eating. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming desolation. He was utterly bereft of any standing. In the past, any matter, regardless of its magnitude, would necessitate his consultation before a decision could be made. At present, it is evident that not only does Zhang Yu entirely disregard him, but even Zhang Shouhua and the others do not recognize the existence of a so-called elder brother. This stark contrast is indeed quite profound, and Zhang Guohua feels an overwhelming sense of sorrow regarding his role as the eldest son. Zhang Yu is acutely aware that this situation profoundly affects Zhang Guohua, as evidenced by his current listless demeanor, which indicates he is lost in contemplation. Yet, does this truly concern her? If he had not been so preoccupied with his own schemes and had devoted proper attention to educating Zhang Yi, would matters have unfolded this way? Casting another glance at Zhang Yi, who is entirely absorbed in his mobile phone, one cannot help but feel he has been nurtured into ineptitude. He neither offers assistance nor even glances up, remaining ensconced in his own little world. Zhang Yu contemplates how much Zhang Yi has transformed since the days of the original owner. Although he continues to indulge in gaming, his previous level of obsession is now absent. He was once quite diligent in his work, yet now he exhibits little enthusiasm for his responsibilities, fixating instead on games. In light of the demands posed by Jiang Yun and her son regarding potential future daughters-in-law, Zhang Yu has endured for quite some time, truly exemplifying the adage that not all who enter the same door belong to the same family. Given Zhang Yi's own capabilities, who would find him appealing? Even those who once viewed him through a favorable lens may now reconsider their opinions, as he lacks substantial support. Many ordinary girls would likely overlook him. Zhang Yu can only speculate that should someone indeed fall for Zhang Yi, it would be the Jiang couple who would bear the brunt of the concern. Do they not wish to see Zhang Yi thrive and achieve success? Regrettably, their ideas, though commendable, remain unfeasible. Zhang Yi, oblivious to Zhang Yu's contemplations as he scrutinized him, found himself preoccupied, lacking the leisure to dwell on such matters. His thoughts revolved around strategies for gaming and acquiring superior equipment. Indeed, he was utterly engrossed. As for anything beyond that, he felt no inclination to concern himself, trusting in the capable hands of Zhang Guohua and his wife, who would attend to all considerations without necessitating Zhang Yi's involvement. This meal, for the Zhang family, was far from joyous. Their minds were not preoccupied with the monetary gifts, but rather with the realization that Zhang Yu would soon have children of his own, becoming someone beyond their reach. I truly fail to comprehend why Xiao Yu would choose this girl. Typically, when it comes to adoption, one would expect to take in a child lacking awareness, someone who would be obedient. Yet, considering Wang Yun's age, she is on the brink of entering kindergarten and undoubtedly retains memories of her past. Moreover, her gaze clearly suggests that she is not the type to heed the words of adults. Most perplexing to Du Xia is the fact that when one adopts a child, a name change is usually anticipated. Yet, astonishingly, upon learning that there would be no name change, Zhang Yu readily acquiesced. Du Xia finds herself at a loss for words, utterly bewildered by her reasoning. Opting for an older child might indeed require less effort. After all, hiring a nanny is quite costly. Furthermore, Wang Yun appears to be an astute child, her lively eyes conveying intelligence. Ultimately, her well-being is of little concern to us. Zhang Shouhua believes Du Xia is overthinking the situation. If you have the time, it would be prudent to keep a watchful eye on Xiao Xin. She is already a high school student, and in 2 years, she will be facing the Gaokao. Gaining admission to a prestigious university will undoubtedly ease the path for her to study abroad and apply for scholarships. Recently, Zhang Shouhua mentioned during a conversation with Zhang Dugawei and others that, if possible, he hoped to send Zhang Xin overseas for her studies. His intention was to ascertain how much financial support Zhang Dugawei and his spouse would be willing to provide. To his surprise, they stated that they would contribute 50,000 yuan, while also lamenting their current expenses and the need to hire a nanny. What could Zhang Shouhua do in response? Would he dare to suggest that the elderly couple forego hiring help? Certainly not. As for my father, it seems there is no point in harboring any expectations. He has stated that when Xiao Xin goes abroad, he would provide 50,000 yuan. Zhang Shouhua is aware that this matter cannot be concealed for long. What? Du Xia realizes that one should not expect generosity from Zhang Dugawei and his wife. However, she is taken aback by their stinginess. 50,000 yuan is hardly sufficient. It does not even amount to 10,000 US dollars, which would barely cover a year's living expenses for Xiao Xin abroad. The thought of it infuriates Du Xia. They have plenty of money for travel, yet when it comes to supporting their descendants, they seem reluctant. If Zhang Dagawei and his wife genuinely lack the means, she would have no grounds for complaint. Yet, it is evident that they are not without financial resources. Given their substantial monthly pension, if there was once uncertainty in Zhang Shouhua's mind, he is now resolute. They have caused us great sorrow. Who would feel joy under such circumstances? Moreover, to be frank, when others worked for them, they were undoubtedly generous. It becomes evident that no one is tending to their needs. Do you truly believe they will remain generous? Chapter 80. The Unhoused Supporting Character. Should you desire for them to contribute more financially, I have contemplated the most effective approach. We should acquire a residence in that vicinity. allowing you to visit daily to attend to them and manage household chores. Perhaps then, they might be inclined to offer additional funds. Zhang Xiaohua harbors no expectations that Du Xia would undertake such a task. The idea of her attending to the household duties of Zhang Dagui and his spouse is utterly unappealing to her. She is not a maid. You see, if you are unwilling, then it follows that everyone else shares your sentiments. What can be done? My parents are likely to hire a domestic helper. And the money spent is merely that, spent. At the very least, we would avoid laboring ourselves, granting us more time. I have devised a plan. During the summer break, I shall take on several more students, thereby increasing our income. In this manner, we can still save towards sending Xiao Xian abroad for her studies. Since it appears Zhang Dagui's family will not provide financial assistance, it matters not. They can strive to earn their own livelihood. Here we go again, every time. Zhang Xiaohua's words, when heard by Du Xia, resonate as a sign of concession. If you engage in labor, they may find joy in it later. The thought that they might escape work would inevitably reduce the expenses incurred by the elders. Ultimately, who stands to benefit from this arrangement? Reflect on it. Within the household, who is most troubled by financial matters? He is acutely aware that recently, Jiang Yun has been tirelessly seeking a suitable bride for Zhang Yi, enduring countless tribulations in the process. Jiang Yun is thoroughly satisfied with Zhang Yi, believing her son to be exceptionally admirable, a sentiment that is not universally shared, even by his own father, Zhang Guohua. Given Jiang Yun's fervent expectations and Zhang Yi's reckless behavior, Zhang Xiaohua harbors concerns about the Zhang family's legacy. However, despite his slight regret over not having a son, Zhang Xiaohua finds solace in the thought of having a daughter like Zhang Yi. Yet, the memory of Zhang Guohua and his wife flaunting their success before him ignites a sense of frustration. Zhang Yu, unfazed by the shifting tides of fortune, takes a taxi to their newly commenced future home after seeing off the couple, Zhang Dagua and his wife. As she gazes upon the desolate yet increasingly vibrant sight, Zhang Yu excitedly tells Wang Yun that in a few years, they will have a house to call their own. Wang Yun, observing the desolate surroundings and Zhang Yu's enthusiasm, immediately acknowledges the stark barrenness of the area. She concedes that it is indeed a considerable challenge for a single woman to raise a child. Recalling the hardships her father faced while raising her, the fact that Zhang Yu can afford a house is truly commendable, and Wang Yun finds it quite admirable. Wow, we will have our own home, she exclaims, despite the reality that their current residence is not theirs. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yu circles a specific area with her finger, declaring it will be her future workplace. Although the relocation has yet to be formally announced, whispers of the impending change have begun to circulate. Once the news breaks, it generates a flurry of discussions within the corporate group. With those fortunate enough to secure a property, they're feeling immensely lucky. Who wouldn't desire to reside in close proximity to their workplace? Moreover, the property prices here are quite reasonable. The surrounding vacant lands are poised for future development. In a few years, the construction of the subway will undoubtedly be on the agenda. In essence, this place is destined to flourish. Perhaps in a couple of years, I may also acquire a vehicle. It seems that in about 2 years, Zhang Yi will have purchased a new car. Of course, this is primarily for his wedding. Financed by the couple Zhang Degui, who wish to enhance their grandson's matrimonial celebration for the sake of familial pride. Will Zhang Dagui and his wife provide Zhang Yi with a wedding car this time? That is utterly implausible. The old man had already declared that for the grandson's wedding, they would contribute a sum of 100,000. In times past, they might have made promises without the intention of keeping them. But the crux of the matter now is that they have employed a nanny, incurring monthly expenses of several thousand. Can the elderly couple remain untroubled by this? Coupled with their disappointment in several of their children, expecting them to generously part with money is nothing short of a fantasy. Without Zhang Dagui's financial backing, would Zhang Guohua still purchase a car for Zhang Yi? However, if Zhang Yi refrains from buying a car, Zhang Yu believes she must wait. She must ensure that someone in the family acquires a vehicle first. In any case, she is resolute in not being the first to own a car in the family. To thrive in the Zhang household, discretion is of the utmost importance. Regardless, it is inconceivable for her to be the first car owner. She shall simply wait until someone else makes that purchase before she considers doing so. As for buying a car, Wang Yun is aware that many individuals are acquiring vehicles nowadays, yet the question remains, can her family afford to buy one? She recalls that purchasing a car is quite expensive. Wang Yun remembers a classmate from kindergarten whose father owned a car, mentioning that it required a substantial amount of money. If necessary, it is certainly not expensive. However, This is not something we can afford at the moment. After all, there are many places to spend money. And Zhang Yu still needs to save, at least until Zhang Yi gets married. Zhang Yu recalls that during the original owner's time, Zhang Yi should have already met the woman who would become his wife, though she wonders if they are acquainted now, considering the other party's tendency to favor wealth. It seems unlikely that she harbors any thoughts about Zhang Yi. Yet, Zhang Yi possesses a remarkable ability to charm, particularly when it comes to the girls he fancies. He has a knack for making them genuinely happy. Nevertheless, no matter how adept he is at winning someone's affection, if he lacks material possessions such as rice, a house, or a car to establish his standing, and does not hold a respectable job or position, then all his efforts to bring joy to the lady would be in vain. Zhang Yu certainly would not inquire about Zhang Guohua. After all, when it comes to significant events in Zhang Yi's life, she and her mother will simply bring gifts to attend the banquet. If they are not notified about the wedding, she has no intention of probing further. In truth, given Zhang Yi's disposition, it might be better for him to remain unmarried. Should he tie the knot, one can only imagine how Jiayag Yun would react. For the sake of a smooth life, Zhang Yu hopes that Zhang Yi will continue to be a bachelor. With her household registration in order, Zhang Yu departs once more with Wang Yun, as there is an array of tasks awaiting her attention. She cannot allow Wang Yun to develop a habit of skipping classes. It can be said that there are numerous considerations for the sake of this child. Meanwhile, Jiayag Yun, having learned some details from Zhang Yi, eagerly prepared to discuss a few matters with Zhang Yu, only to discover that she had already left. Do not forget that during their previous discussions, Zhang Guohua had also agreed. However, when it comes time for a face-to-face encounter with Zhang Yu, he exhibits a certain timidity. Zhang Yun, let us consider this matter settled. I believe that even if we were to locate Zhang Yu, she might not even acknowledge us. Zhang Guohua's heart is filled with a sense of bitterness. He feels rather wronged as an elder brother. How could she ignore me? I am Zhang Yun, and her daughter is Wang Yun. Should I not mention that Zhang Yun and I are of the same generation? At the dinner table, amidst numerous thoughts, the name of Zhang Yu's child went unnoticed. It is only now that she realizes there is an issue. Since she is aware of the problem, it must be resolved swiftly, otherwise, as time passes, no one will heed her. Chapter 81. The unhoused female supporting character Zhang Yu placed the receiver down, still feeling somewhat dazed. She truly had not anticipated that Zhang Yun would share the same name as Wang Yun, which is quite detrimental to her. She hopes Zhang Yu might have a conversation with Wang Yun regarding the possibility of changing her name, considering that Wang Yun is merely a child. The alterations to her name would be minimal. It is only she who could change it with relative ease. Upon receiving Zhang Yun's call, Zhang Yu was equally bewildered, realizing the intentions behind it. To be honest, when she adopted Wang Yun, she hadn't considered such implications, especially since they did not share the same surname. How could she have foreseen this? Not to mention, Wang Yun had promised her father that she would never change her name. Even without this reason, she would remain opposed to the idea. Although it may seem superficial, Zhang Yu can assure that this is merely a test orchestrated by Zhang Yun. Should she acquiesce this time, it is likely that new ideas will soon emerge. In any case, experience has taught Zhang Yu that one must never yield. Otherwise, a certain individual would undoubtedly take advantage of the situation. Zhang Yu cleared his throat and remarked, "This name was bestowed by Wang Yun's father." He continued, "When I adopted her, we agreed that the name would remain unchanged." Zhang Yu emphasized, "A person must honor their word." Furthermore, Zhang Yun, I recall that a relative from your maternal side also bears the name Yun. Does she not? He inquired, "Has no one from your family suggested that you change your name?" Upon further reflection, he mused, "In that case, it would be more fitting for you to change yours, ensuring that you do not share a name with that relative. Little Yun should not alter her name." The more Zhang Yu contemplated, the more he found it to be an excellent notion. You should go ahead and change it. Zhang Yun was taken aback that Zhang Yu not only opposed the name change, but also brought up a relative from her side who shared the same name, suggesting that if anyone were to change it, it should be her. Zhang Yun was indeed aware of a distant relative with the same name. Yet the circumstances were somewhat different. She was merely a distant kin. Distant kin? Zhang Yu chuckled. Nevertheless, she is still a relative, and I do not consider our relationship to be particularly distant. He added, "If we are to label ourselves as distant relatives, I would find that quite agreeable." Zhang Yu knew that once he uttered these words, Zhang Yun would undoubtedly be displeased and would likely express her grievances to the couple, Zhang Degui and his wife. Essentially, she would accuse him of lacking familial sentiment and of being rather unconventional. Yet, Zhang Yu was indifferent. as he did not care for the opinions of Zhang Daguai and his spouse, believing that the elderly couple understood his perspective. In the past, it was often said that we were all akin to siblings, ready to lend a helping hand whenever possible. However, it has been quite some time since I heard Pan Wan utter such sentiments. Despite having mentally prepared myself, hearing these words from Zhang Yu still took Jiang Yun by surprise. Xiao Yu, do you comprehend the implications of your words? Jiang Yun inquired. Zhang Yu replied affirmatively. I understand. I have always understood. It means that I truly despise being related to you, just as you detest me. Well then, I must attend to my tasks. I have no time to waste on you, Zhang Yu continued. If you have any spare time, you would be better off keeping an eye on Zhang Yi. At his age, he is still rather inept. He spends all his days playing games. He is no longer a child and exhibits no sense of responsibility. I ask you, which girl would be attracted to such a man? Jiang Yun, you cannot solely focus on imposing expectations on the female side. You must also consider Zhang Yi's capabilities. He lacks a house, has no car, and as for his job, he is merely a mediocre worker. His meager income is hardly sufficient to cover his expenses. Any sensible girl would not find Zhang Yi appealing. Zhang Yu clicked her tongue. Forget it. I shouldn't concern myself. He is not my son. So why should I be so agitated? Rather, it is you, my sister-in-law, who must strive harder. If Zhang Yi fails to find a suitable wife, it could pose a significant problem. All right, I shall end this call now, she concluded, abruptly hanging up the phone and resuming her work. For earning a living is of utmost importance. Everything else pales in significance. She went to the door to greet Zhang Yu, who handed her a light bag. Today, we shall indulge in stir-fried broccoli. I have procured some yam, which pairs perfectly with the beef soup prepared yesterday. The shrimp today is delightful. Shall we opt for poached shrimp or sautéed shrimp? Zhang Yu mentioned the menu for today and casually inquired about the method of preparing the shrimp. After contemplating, Wang Yun chose poached shrimp. Once Zhang Yu received the answer, she changed into comfortable home attire in the living room and began her culinary endeavors. Wang Yun quietly assisted by washing the vegetables. Due to her shorter stature, Zhang Yu thoughtfully provided a stool for her. While cooking, she briefly mentioned the purpose of Jiang Yun's phone call today. Upon hearing this, Wang Yun's immediate reaction was, I will not change my name. Indeed, we shall not change our names. It is quite absurd. If you were Jiang Yun, there would be no need for a name change. Let alone if you are Wang Yun. Should we encounter her at future gatherings, do not engage with her. Zhang Yu believes that Jiang Yun is unlikely to change her name, hence the need to address it with Wang Yun. Jiang Yun is not one to easily relent. Zhang Yu harbors another concern, fearing that Jiang Yun may exploit this situation for personal gain. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, Wang Yun felt a wave of anxiety. Although she is already registered, changing her name is not entirely out of the question. When Zhang Yu assured her that there would be no name change, tears flowed uncontrollably as she exclaimed, Mom, thank you. Thank me for what? Zhang Yu replied, emphasizing that this is only right, as it is a legacy from your father, and I have no authority over it. By the way, Xiao Yun, have you decided which school you wish to attend? Despite being adopted from a welfare institution in this city, attending kindergarten poses no issue. However, to enroll in elementary school, certain procedures must be followed. The most troublesome aspect is that Zhang Yu's household registration is not located here, nor is her social security. If she wishes to pursue her education, she has two options. Either take the entrance exam for a private school, which Zhang Yu had previously considered, believing it to be more beneficial for her studies. Yet, private schools come with a considerable cost, and in this era, the first thought that springs to mind when one mentions private education is the exorbitant tuition fees. Nonetheless, the academic rigor is undeniably stringent. Public schools also offer excellent institutions, but they require local household registration, which is a significant deterrent for Zhang Yu. Wang Yun is aware that her household registration resides in Zhang Yu's hometown, making it impossible for her to attend public elementary school in this city. To study here, one must either leverage connections or enroll in a private school. Building connections appears unattainable, and attending a private institution requires substantial financial resources. Wang Yun took a deep breath, pondering whether attending a public school would entail incurring numerous debts of gratitude. Zhang Yu assented, acknowledging that it indeed would involve a considerable amount of indebtedness. If given a choice, Zhang Yu would prefer to attend a private school. Although the tuition is steep, it is preferable to being beholden to others. However, the matter of education pertains to Wang Yun, and Zhang Yu remains eager to hear her thoughts. Chapter 82. The Unhoused Female Supporting Character. Wang Yun recalls her father's words during his lifetime. One may incur various debts, yet one must never owe money or favors. Most importantly, one must avoid incurring favors, for such debts are not easily repaid and demand a far greater price to settle. I attend a private school, and I am determined to study diligently. Is the tuition expensive? It matters not. She is resolute in her studies and will surely not disappoint her mother. In the future, she is destined to earn a substantial income. Thus, this matter is settled. Reflecting on it, if someone were to inquire about her plans for further education, she would respond with uncertainty. Zhang Yu worries that if Zhang Guohua and the others were to find out, they might have much to say. In their eyes, spending this money on the rest of the Zhang family is acceptable, yet it cannot be allocated for Wang Yun. Wang Yun merely acknowledged this, understanding that the aim is to avoid any unwelcome chatter. Mother, I will strive to excel in my studies, and I promise to support you in your later years. In response to Wang Yun's declaration, Zhang Yu gestured for her to refrain from making such promises, as that is a matter for the future. We must take life one step at a time. Now, let us prepare for dinner. Zhang Yu maintains a reserved attitude towards so-called commitments and guarantees. No matter how eloquently a promise is articulated, it pales in comparison to the fulfillment of even half of it. However, there is no need to share such disheartening sentiments with a child. She does not place all her hopes upon a single child, for relying on others is less dependable than relying on oneself. During the weekends, we venture out to explore nearby areas. On weekends, Zhang Yu would pack a bag and take Wang Yun for strolls around. While examinations are indeed significant, she hopes to expose Wang Yun to the broader world whenever possible. Wang Yun is accustomed to their monthly excursions to surrounding cities. Many of her peers also enjoy outings, but those tend to occur during school breaks. While their regular activities are confined to wandering about the city, Zhang Yu recalled that she still had annual leave to utilize, and perhaps she could take her child abroad for a vacation during the summer. Ah, yes, we should apply for passports. It seems that private passports can be issued now, so we might as well secure them, ensuring they are readily available whenever we wish to travel. A passport? What is that? Wang Yun inquired, swallowing her food. Yes, let us get a passport, and depending on the circumstances, we could travel abroad during the summer vacation. As for the destination, Zhang Yu had yet to decide. But for now, she was considering nearby locations, certainly opting for a self-guided journey. Zhang Yu was not particularly fond of group tours. She found them quite confining. Traveling abroad? Wang Yun's mouth fell open in astonishment. Are we really going to travel abroad? For her, being able to enjoy nearby excursions was already quite delightful. So the prospect of international travel was nothing short of a thrilling surprise. Zhang Yu nodded, but she emphasized that it depended on whether they could obtain a visa. Otherwise, they would be unable to go. Additionally, she needed to secure her leave. If they were to travel abroad, she mused that, considering the weekends, they would need at least 10 days to truly enjoy themselves. As for the budget for the trip, that was not a concern. The primary goal was for everyone to have a splendid time. Both were taken aback. And then Zhang Yu recalled from the original owner's memories that Zhang Xin had traveled abroad for study during one summer in high school. The exact timing had faded from her recollection, but she remembered it well enough because she had even contributed financially to that endeavor. However, the gift given to the original owner was merely a bottle opener. While it possessed a certain aesthetic appeal, its value was undeniably low, particularly as the original owner did not consume alcohol, rendering it utterly impractical. She felt a twinge of disappointment, perceiving Zhang Xion's gesture as a disregard for her feelings, as if the so-called gift was merely an afterthought. The couple, Zhang Guohua and his wife, clearly struggled financially, and one could only speculate how much they would spend on Zhang Xian. As for gifts, she had no expectations. Spending several thousand only to receive a worthless bottle opener would dampen anyone's spirits. Du Xia surveyed their surroundings, questioning if they were at a passport office. Although she was aware they had come for that purpose, Zhang Xian's situation was different. She had secured an opportunity for an overseas study tour organized by the school. But what was Zhang Yu doing there? Was she also embarking on an overseas assignment? If that were the case, Du Xia would be overwhelmed with envy. Zhang Yu affirmed, stating that during the holidays, depending on the circumstances, she hoped to take Xiao Yun to explore the vastness of the world outside. She was determined not to remain an ignorant fool. Having encountered this situation, there was no need for concealment, nor was there anything worth hiding. She earned her own money and spent it as she pleased, without relying on Zhang Degui and his wife. They had no grounds for reproach. Even though it was highly likely that Zhang Yu was indeed going abroad, it had not crossed her mind that it was for leisure travel. Surely, The income must be substantial. Otherwise, how could one afford to take a child on an overseas vacation? This journey was entirely self-funded, and Du Xia dared not imagine the expenses that lay ahead. Originally, Zhang Xian was in high spirits, soaring with joy. Among the Zhang family, she was the sole member venturing abroad, earning nothing but admiration from her relatives. However, to her dismay, Zhang Yu arrived with her adopted daughter to apply for a passport. This thought ignited a simmering anger within Zhang Xian. She resented Zhang Yu for taking Wang Yun on a trip abroad, a privilege her own biological parents could never afford her. In their eyes, international travel was a frivolous pursuit. Yet Zhang Yu was able to whisk that wild child away for adventures. Once one embarks on such journeys, it becomes a habit. And opportunities for overseas excursions are not guaranteed every year. Even if they were, Zhang Xian was certain her family would disapprove of her traveling annually, deeming it a waste of money. A sudden realization struck her. If given the chance, she would truly wish to be Zhang Yu's daughter. How could the disparity between their parents be so vast? Observing Zhang Xian's envious gaze, Zhang Yu smiled and remarked that they had completed their tasks and were leaving. Wang Yun quickly caught up, bidding farewell to Du Xia and her daughter. Watching their retreating figures, Du Xia expressed her reluctance, lamenting how those with a bit of money flaunt it. Traveling abroad, she scoffed, as if such luxuries were within the reach of families like theirs. While Du Xia outwardly voiced her disdain, only she knew her true feelings. In this era, who doesn't yearn to travel abroad? Who doesn't wish to explore the world beyond? Chapter 83. The unhoused supporting character Zhang Xian remained silent, yet her mind was occupied with thoughts of Zhang Yu, who was single-handedly raising a child and aspiring to purchase a home, all the while frequently indulging in weekend excursions. Soon, she would be embarking on an overseas trip, and her expenditures hardly reflected frugality. In stark contrast, despite the fact that both Zhang Shouhua and his wife were employed, and Zhang Shouhua was even offering tutoring services with commendable income, their attire was perpetually sourced from wholesale markets, never gracing the interiors of a shopping mall. Their dietary habits were mediocre. While sufficient in nutrition, they lacked any semblance of extravagance. Regarding the upcoming international visit, Zhang Xian was uncertain of the financial support the couple would extend to her. She estimated a mere $500 would likely suffice, with little hope for additional funds. Although $500 seemed a substantial amount, it raised the question of whether she would need to purchase sustenance during her travels. Moreover, given the rarity of such an opportunity, the myriad relatives back home would surely expect gifts. Particularly, Du Xia had already expressed her desires for skincare products upon learning of the trip. If these expenses were not included within the $500, the funds might just cover her needs. However, Zhang Xian suspected that, true to their customary practices, all expenses would be counted within that sum, leaving her with insufficient funds. As she exited the documentation hall, Zhang Xian quietly inquired of Du Xia, who appeared momentarily taken aback. Even if they were to provide her with funds, it would hardly be a considerable amount. After all, she had overheard her aunt mentioning that both she and her daughter were also planning to travel abroad. If they were already preparing for their own journey, what could they possibly spare for her? Moreover, one should not harbor expectations of her generosity. In the past, Zhang Yu frequently purchased gifts for the children, yet now, it is prudent to temper one's hopes. Nevertheless, she possesses wealth, Zhang Xian murmured. It is evident that Zhang Xian feels a sense of resignation. However, upon reflection, one must consider how many within the Zhang family are truly content. Are your uncles truly at peace with this? Are your aunts satisfied? Yet, despite their discontent, what can they do? Can they confront your aunt directly and criticize her? Much like your grandparents, who, while not lacking in shelter, prefer to stay in hotels rather than spend a night at home. This clearly indicates their stance. They wish to sever ties with the Zhang family. Furthermore, consider that since your aunt started working in another city, her income has significantly increased. Has she ever purchased anything for you? Previously, Du Xia thought Zhang Yu was merely putting on a brave front, believing she would eventually relent, but now, who would dare to entertain such notions? Zhang Xian is not oblivious to the reality. She simply clings to the hope that Zhang Yu would not be so callous. Yet she understands the capacity for cruelty in people. After a prolonged silence, as they were nearing home, Zhang Xian finally spoke. Mother, do you think my aunt will send that girl abroad for her studies? If there were no such intentions, why would she take the child overseas? Otherwise, they could simply explore within the country. Sending a wild child abroad for education? Du Xia gasped. Surely, that would not be the case. The costs associated with studying abroad can be significant, and the notion that pursuing education overseas is a simple endeavor is indeed misleading. Du Xia recalls the arduous preparations she and her husband undertook to send Zhang Xian abroad for her studies. The effort was genuinely taxing. If Zhang Xian were not their child, would Zhang Shouhua have exerted himself so diligently? Only a fool would endure such hardships. However, in hindsight, it seems the Zhang family does have a fool, and that is Zhang Yu. Despite the fact that she is an adopted child who still remembers her father, she has agreed to retain her original name and has cost them a considerable fortune. Moreover, as she is not their biological daughter, one might argue that if they had prevented that wild girl from studying abroad, Zhang Yu's future would not be so bleak. Why should they still care for her who has nothing? The more Du Xia reflects on the waiting period for Zhang Yu, the more she likens it to a bitterness akin to that of a yellow bitter herb. Zhang Xian believes that someone as astute as Zhang Yu would never commit such an error. But why not? Du Xia has never regarded Zhang Yu as particularly intelligent. Consider how she was easily deceived in the past. Outsiders could see that her grandparents were merely exploiting her, yet she continued to toil tirelessly without complaint. Ultimately, it was the issue of housing that led to their estrangement. Zhang Xian has always felt that Zhang Yu would eventually leave for distant lands, stemming from the blatant favoritism displayed by Zhang Degu and others regarding the housing matter. Is it unrelated? It cannot be entirely dismissed, Du Xia muses, as she gently strokes Zhang Xian's head, acknowledging there is indeed some connection. However, as she has always expressed, she has never harbored any intentions regarding the Zhang family's assets. Previously, everyone believed that Zhang Yu was merely speaking without conviction, hardly to be taken seriously. Yet now, it has become evident that she genuinely holds such sentiments. Their encounters have become infrequent, and each visit to Aunt Zhang is characterized by hurried exchanges. There is no opportunity for meaningful conversations about recent events. Even she, as the daughter-in-law, can sense a waning affection between them and Zhang Dagui. It is said that even Zhang Yi, the eldest grandson whom the elderly couple adores, has become indifferent, often lamenting the overwhelming pressure they face, which inhibits their ability to extend support. Zhang Yi's situation reflects the hardships of the elderly couple, and one cannot help but consider Zhang Xian and Du Xia, who recall their own savings and current living conditions. Du Xia feels a deep sense of discontent. Despite Zhang Dagui and his wife having been retired for quite some time, the place they now inhabit, following the demolition of their home, is undeniably superior to her own. The disparity is quite shocking, as it contradicts their understanding that rural folk cannot possess wealth. They never anticipated that others could afford to purchase property in the urban area. The more Du Xia contemplates this, the more resentful she becomes. After all, she was the one who excelled academically and secured a commendable partner. Why then does she find herself eclipsed by her childhood companions? Ultimately, she resolves to have a serious conversation with Zhang Shouhua. She has had her fill of the current circumstances. Clearly, Zhang Xian is the most promising child of the Zhang family, yet she remains overlooked. Even Zhang Yu has adopted an indifferent attitude towards the children of the Zhang family, no longer engaging with them as she once did. It can be said that whether or not she acknowledges them is of no concern to her. It seems she inhabits her own world, detached from many external matters, completely removed from family affairs. Chapter 84, The Unhoused Supporting Character. She is unconcerned with the so-called reputation, which cannot be consumed as sustenance. However, she cannot escape the relentless phone calls from Pan Wan. The latter laments about how the children have grown and no longer regard her, causing Zhang Yu to feel overwhelmed at the mere sight of her incoming calls. Of course, she can tolerate trivial matters, but when it comes to money, she is resolutely unresponsive. Let them weep and wail. After all, as long as they are willing to bear the cost of the calls. Upon hearing a knock at the door, the housekeeper opened it to find a mother and daughter standing outside. "Who are you?" The housekeeper immediately recognized them as the daughter of Zhang Dagui, who is said to be thriving while working away from home. "Are you Zhang Yu?" Zhang Yu was taken aback that she was remembered. "Yes, I am." "Are my parents home?" Ever since coming to terms with their situation, the elderly couple has taken to frequently strolling about, engaging in various senior travel groups, reveling in their newfound leisure. With their financial stability, they no longer need to support the younger generation, and thus, they feel their lives are quite enjoyable. When they hear the children lamenting about insufficient funds, the couple might offer a few words of consolation, but giving money is out of the question. Zhang Dagui and his wife sit on the living room sofa, watching television and perusing newspapers, occasionally exchanging casual remarks, remaining unperturbed by the knocking at the door. At this hour, Zhang Guohua and his colleagues are all at work and will not come to see them. As for the old friends, they had just met yesterday, so they are unlikely to seek them out. There is little to be done, for this girl does not keep her eyes on their money and property. Although her words may sometimes be rather blunt, as Zhang Guohua would put it, she possesses a sharp tongue. However, in the eyes of the Zhang couple, this quality brings them a sense of ease, sparing them the burden of pondering whether Zhang Guohua's remarks carry any ulterior motives. They are well aware that when Zhang Guohua and his companions speak, their words are often melodious but laden with requests. "Hello, Grandpa and Grandma," Wang Yun greeted them warmly. Although she sensed that the Zhang couple did not hold her in particularly high regard, it was still a marked improvement compared to how her maternal uncles treated her. Wang Yun understood that, for the Zhang family, had it not been for Zhang Yu's decision to adopt her, she would merely be a stranger, utterly unrelated to them. Their attitude towards Zhang Yu mirrored this sentiment. Thus, it was unrealistic to expect them to treat her any better, as long as she maintained a semblance of decorum. It sufficed. She was not money, after all, and one cannot covet universal affection. Even money is not universally adored. The Zhang couple's perception of Wang Yun had improved somewhat, as she was the one providing for Zhang Yu's old age, and was also the child Zhang Yu had willingly chosen to raise. Their attitude, whatever it may be, did not affect Zhang Yu in the slightest. Indeed, had they displayed even a modicum of disdain towards Wang Yun, Zhang Yu could easily have refrained from visiting them for quite some time. "Xiao Yun has arrived. What would you like to eat?" Zhang Degu greeted Wang Yun enthusiastically. No, it's not necessary," Wang Yun replied, for she had never been particularly fond of snacks. Pan Wan picked up the freshly washed grapes from the coffee table and handed them to her, encouraging her to indulge in the fruits, as it is beneficial for young girls. "Go ahead and eat," Zhang Yu urged Wang Yun, simultaneously taking a few grapes for herself. Observing Zhang Yu's actions, Wang Yun also began to enjoy the grapes. "How have you two elders been lately? It is essential to inquire about their health regardless of the circumstances." "Not too bad," Zhang Dagua replied. Although the bustling family gatherings have diminished, life has not been overly burdensome for him. He is genuinely quite busy. Whether it is reunions with old colleagues or gatherings with former classmates, he finds himself perpetually occupied, leaving little time for contemplation. As long as the elderly refrain from dwelling on distressing matters, their health tends to remain stable. Whenever meetings require his presence, Zhang Yu always arranges for a neighbor downstairs to assist, of course, with proper compensation, ensuring no one is left to labor without reward. "Is something the matter?" Zhang Dagua anticipated Zhang Yu's inquiry, sensing her ulterior motive. "In September, Shaoan will be starting primary school, and I believe we should take her abroad for a trip." Although she had yet to decide on a destination, remaining cooped up at home would not be beneficial for the child. Children should be taken out to explore the world beyond, so they are not easily deceived. Zhang Yu wondered whether Wang Yun would achieve success. Yet she hoped to expose the child to broader horizons. Of course, it is equally important for herself to venture out and explore. After all, Zhang Dagua is not so easily swayed. Zhang Yu rolled her eyes at Zhang Dagua without any pretense, suggesting that it was her own desire to venture out for leisure. There was no need to shift all the blame onto Xiao Yun. Zhang Dagua understood that some matters could be lightly touched upon but should not be overly elaborated. "By the way, where are you planning to go, and which tour group will you join?" However, considering the summer vacation, tour groups tend to be quite busy. Thinking of traveling abroad now and applying for a passport at this point. While Zhang Dagua had never applied for a passport, he was aware that the process required time. "I want to be joining a tour group. I intend to book my own flight and manage my visa independently," she declared. "The destinations chosen by tour groups seldom appeal to me, and I find solo travel to be far more relaxed. I can linger in places I enjoy for a few extra days, and if I find myself in an unappealing location, I can simply leave without accommodating others." Zhang Dagua nodded in agreement, fully endorsing her sentiment. That's indeed true. Traveling with a group can be exhausting, especially when a few selfish individuals are involved. However, self-guided travel can be challenging as well. While exploring domestically might not be overly difficult, at least everyone speaks Mandarin. Facilitating some level of communication, venturing abroad raises the question of how to interact with foreigners. "Fortunately, I possess a basic understanding of English. Moreover," she continued, "I have already decided that my first destination will be the seaside, specifically Thailand. Despite the sweltering heat of summer, The allure of the beach renders the temperature inconsequential. Oh, over there. The couple, Zhang Dague and his wife, truly seems to evoke a sense of excitement. Shall we go? You two? Are you planning a trip to Thailand? My goodness, Zhang Yu is utterly astonished by this notion they have. It feels so incredible. Indeed, Zhang Dague confirms that Zhang Yu has heard correctly. They genuinely wish to travel to Thailand. In Chapter 85, the unhoused supporting character, Zhang Yu gazes at the eager expressions of Zhang Dague and his wife looking towards her, pondering how she might respond. She decides to refrain from raising the matter further, as this journey was originally intended to be a mother-daughter affair. Yet now it seems to have expanded to include Zhang Dague and his wife. After some contemplation, she suggests they first undergo a medical examination. If the examination results are satisfactory, she may consider including them in the trip. However, Zhang Yu harbors concerns. If all goes well, she might indeed have to take them along. Resigned to the likelihood of their inclusion, she feels compelled to clarify the situation. More importantly, she worries that should this trip prove enjoyable, they may insist on accompanying her on future excursions, which poses a dilemma. I must focus on raising my daughter and saving to purchase a home. In summary, the financial burden weighs heavily on me. This trip will be budget-friendly, not overly arduous. And while accommodations may not be luxurious, they will not be intolerable either. If Zhang Yu were to declare that the primary objective of this journey is to have fun, with money being no object, it would surely frighten her, making her feel as though she has attracted the attention of a prodigal daughter intent on squandering her funds. Moreover, any additional expenses will need to be covered by them. I shall cover the expenses for the airfare, hotel accommodations, and our shared meals, and we will tally the costs daily. Should you decide to proceed, kindly provide me with 10,000 for the ticket reservations. After all, it is permissible to take others along for leisure, yet do not expect her to contribute financially. There is no issue at hand. Zhang Dague is quite unperturbed and finds the arrangement agreeable. Shall we proceed to apply for our passports, old lady? Zhang Yu deliberately suggested the upfront payment of 10,000. Contemplating that if they were reluctant to part with the money, she could simply decline to take them along. To her surprise, Zhang Dague readily acquiesced. What could she do? Zhang Yu could only concede that there was no alternative. Observing Zhang Yu's glum expression, Zhang Dague beamed with delight, thinking to himself, "Oh, you wish to challenge me? By the way, how many days shall we stay if we go?" Zhang Dague inquired with great enthusiasm. "We shall depart on Friday, arriving there by midnight. For an 8-day trip, the average cost would be over 6,000 per person." Zhang Dague had no objections. It was indeed a bargain, quite splendid. Turning to Pan Wan, who appeared slightly hesitant about the expenses, he mentioned that old Ning recently traveled to Singapore, Malaysia, and Thailand for 6 days, incurring a group fee of over 6,000. Along with additional personal expenses, he was aware of the significance of Singapore, Malaysia, and Thailand, having done his research. "If you wish to go, I am amenable," he continued. "Singapore is rather petite, merely a brief visit to see a fountain. As for Malaysia, there are several splendid cities, but to truly enjoy the experience, one must delve deeper. If given the choice, I would prefer not to traverse numerous locations within just a few days, as it can be quite exhausting. It would be far more enjoyable for us to first visit the beaches of Thailand, and then, on a subsequent occasion, explore Malaysia. After all, a more leisurely pace would allow us to truly relax, rather than merely transitioning from car to photo opportunity." After listening to Zhang Yu's analysis, Pan Wan found her reasoning quite compelling. "Very well, this time we shall go to Thailand, and next year we will venture to Malaysia." She was curious to ask Zhang Yu whether it was truly the case that she had no desire to see Zhang Guohua and the others. Perhaps we, as mother and daughter, should abstain from participation, allowing them to remain at home. Zhang Yu was indifferent, as the relationships were rather ordinary. There was no need to feign a close bond. Moreover, is there not a gathering at home for New Year's Day? Zhang Yu believed one gathering was sufficient. "I suspect that Zhang Guohua and the others would not be particularly eager to see us. And, of course, I share the same sentiment towards them," Zhang Yu candidly confessed. Unexpectedly, the old man seemed to come to a realization, prompting Zhang Yu to look up at Zhang Dague. "Without us, would they truly starve? This year during the new year, let them wash the dishes. Their expressions would surely be quite discontented. Have you forgotten?" Zhang Dague felt that Pan Wan simply had a poor memory. "Back then, we imposed various restrictions, insisting they remain at home. In retrospect, we were rather domineering. They have their own thoughts and plans. Our outings could also allow them the freedom to enjoy theirs." Zhang Dague was quite resolute in his decision. "We ought to treat ourselves better," he declared. After voicing his thoughts, he instructed Pan Wan to gather the necessary documents for applying for passports, as they intended to embark on their journey the following day. Given that they were planning to take the elderly couple on an outing, Zhang Yu contemplated the potential benefits, recalling a recent phone call from Jiang Yun, who had mentioned that Wang Yun shared her name. Zhang Dagui, however, harbored a growing disdain for this daughter-in-law, scoffing lightly. After all, they were not merely homonyms. If she found it bothersome, she ought to consider changing her name. Once regarded as someone with a grand demeanor, his actions now appeared increasingly erratic. He resolved not to take her future calls to heart. Indeed, it seems there are advantages to taking the old couple on a trip. Zhang Yu expressed with delight, also mentioning her encounter with Du Xia and her daughter earlier that day. Father, it seems Zhang Xian's school is organizing an overseas excursion. Though she did not state it explicitly, she hoped for financial support. However, with my own expenses already substantial, I decided against contributing. After all, I had no intention of relying on them for any future matters concerning Xiao Yun. This was the first Zhang Dagui had heard of such a situation, and he paused momentarily. If he chose not to give, it was justified, considering how much he had already assisted them. Clearly, if Zhang Yu was bold enough to approach him, they would not hesitate to impose on the elderly couple. Rapidly, Zhang Dagui mentally calculated an appropriate sum to offer. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu felt a surge of satisfaction, relishing the thought of dismissing their concerns. She wondered how Jiang Yun and the others would react to the old gentleman's words. Perhaps they would be incensed beyond measure. Chapter 86. The unhoused supporting character Zhang Shouhua and his spouse received their visas to visit the distant shores, and they eagerly came to inform Zhang Dagui and his wife. Their thoughts revolved around the fact that with the visa secured, and their granddaughter Zhang Xian embarking on her journey alone, as grandparents, they ought to contribute some financial support. Zhang Dagui had long been prepared for this moment. Upon hearing his mother's intentions, he promptly presented her with a red envelope containing 1,000 yuan. Du Xia accepted the envelope, her heart sinking as she realized the amount was rather modest. Internally, she muttered to herself, truly a display of stinginess. Yet, despite her dissatisfaction, she knew better than to express it openly in their presence. Zhang Dagui recalled that they had successfully arranged their visas and passports. He then mentioned, by the way, we plan to travel to Thailand with Xiao Yu and her daughter for a few days. She mentioned they are also going abroad. And since Xiao Xian is going overseas as well, it seems unnecessary for us to exchange gifts. Indeed, Xiao Xian, your journey abroad should serve as a precursor to your future studies overseas. If you are contemplating pursuing your education abroad, this is an excellent opportunity to explore and familiarize yourself with the circumstances. When traveling, do not skimp on expenses. Do not feel obliged to purchase gifts for us. Zhang Dagui was aware that the amount he had given to Zhang Xian was not substantial. Nevertheless, he was not particularly concerned, for he did not expect her to bring back lavish gifts. If the child needed money, he felt it was his duty as a grandfather to provide it. Ultimately, even if she did return with gifts, they would likely be items that appeared impressive but were ultimately impractical, mere tokens of face value that served no real purpose. Given this understanding, he concluded that there was no necessity to burden her with the expectation of gifts. Otherwise, those items might end up discarded, resulting in waste. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shouhua discerned the implication in Zhang Dagui's words, and his face involuntarily flushed with embarrassment. He had previously advised Du Xia, but she had resolutely disregarded his counsel. By the way, Xiao Xian, when you go out alone, do remember to prioritize your safety. Keep the contact information of your team leader close at hand, and be mindful of your accommodation details. Zhang Xian merely acknowledged with a sound. Yet she paid no heed to Zhang Dagui's admonitions. She was indeed quite disheartened, as she had anticipated that Zhang Dagui and his wife would generously bestow at least 3,000 to 5,000, but instead, they offered only a mere 1,000, justifying it by stating their plans for an overseas trip, claiming that they had ample resources for leisure activities abroad. The thought infuriated Zhang Xian. She could not fathom why. At their advanced age, they felt compelled to travel abroad when there were countless attractions within the country. Zhang Yu was equally frustrating. While it was one thing for the mother and daughter duo to enjoy their outings, it was utterly excessive to include Zhang Dagui and his wife in their escapades. What was even more outrageous was their refusal to contribute financially, insisting that gifts should not be exchanged. However, the quality of gifts from each party could hardly be compared. She was merely a student with limited funds, unable to indulge in extravagant purchases. Zhang Yu, having secured employment with a substantial income, would undoubtedly present more lavish gifts. Now, it seemed they had reached an impasse, with Zhang Dagua's couple contributing a mere 1,000. What could Zhang Guohua and Zhang Hong possibly offer? It is anticipated that the combined finances of both families would allow for a modest sum of 1,000, which would indeed be commendable. Reflecting on the extensive shopping list that Du Xia has intermittently presented over the past few days, a twinge of regret begins to surface. Had she foreseen this outcome, she would have refrained from pursuing the opportunity to visit. Not only has it been exhausting, but the inability to indulge in dining and leisure has also hindered her studies. Nevertheless, she resolves to dismiss such concerns. After all, a finite amount of money remains, and it is inconceivable for her to spend absolutely nothing on herself while abroad. She desires to please Du Xia by procuring all the items she wishes for, as well as delightful gifts for friends and family that would bring joy to everyone. However, do gifts not come at a cost? She certainly lacks sufficient funds. Indeed, should one not embrace a touch of selfishness? This thought suddenly flitted through Zhang Xian's mind. Observing Zhang Yu, she recalls how, in heeding the advice of Zhang Degui and his spouse, her own life had been fraught with difficulties, devoid of vitality, and aged her prematurely, making her appear over 40. Yet now, upon closer inspection, one could easily mistake her for being merely 30. Zhang Xian resolved that if funds were abundant, she would indulge all desires. Previously, Zhang Dagui and his wife lacked passports, and obtaining them required considerable time, followed by the acquisition of a visa. Upon returning home, Du Xia could no longer contain her frustration, exclaiming that the two elderly individuals behaved with the capriciousness of youth. They wished to travel without regard for their family's circumstances. Truly, it was exasperating. Du Xia vented her grievances, asserting that Zhang Dagui and his wife were neglectful of their younger relatives, self-centered and heedless, solely focused on their own pleasures. Furthermore, there was her sister, who, although not lacking in funds, could afford to take the wild child abroad, yet could not spare a penny for Xiao Xian. Zhang Shouhua, do not expect our dear Xiaoxin to take care of your sister's future hardships. Currently, without any contributions, do not anticipate anyone offering support later on. Du Xia exclaimed with indignation. Zhang Shouhua gazed at the somewhat fierce Du Xia and reassured her, rest assured, I see that Xiaoyu has no such expectations either. Not expecting that wild girl, Du Xia found this hard to believe, questioning how one could adopt a child without any hope for reciprocal care. Zhang Shouhua shook his head, asserting that without the support of that girl, there would be little hope for a comfortable old age. He remarked that raising a child does not guarantee they will treat one well in return. Would Du Xia accept such a notion? She snorted disdainfully, thinking it absurd to expect no kindness in return for nurturing someone. Surely, this was a case of excess wealth. She maintained that when she grew old, she would simply move to a nursing home. As for adopting Xiaoyun, it was merely because the girl reminded her of her childhood. Upon hearing Zhang Yu recount tales of her youth, Zhang Shouhua felt an air of unnaturalness. Childhood? How could her early years resemble those of a wild child? Du Xia retorted, perceiving Zhang Yu's explanation as a mere justification, and doubted her honesty. In truth, during her childhood, her parents were often preoccupied with work, leaving Xiaoyu in the care of her grandmother. Ah, is that so? Du Xia was genuinely hearing this for the first time. When it came time for school, the grandmother deemed the education quality in the countryside insufficient. Additionally, she felt her advancing age would hinder her ability to care for Xiaoyu for much longer. This revelation was indeed new to Du Xia. She had never been aware of this aspect of Xiaoyu's life, though she had heard it was due to her unfortunate fate. Is fate truly unkind? Zhang Shouhua chuckled softly. Her life was far from unfortunate. With a substantial income and 2 properties, one of which was destined to appreciate significantly, she felt quite secure. Ever since the announcement of the city's future developmental focus, the value of the property under Zhang Yu's name, currently under construction, had been steadily climbing. Furthermore, the spacious layout of the home, coupled with a considerable total price, made it a desirable option for many, despite overlooking the city center, as it facilitated commuting and provided educational convenience for children. However, looking back now, it was hard to imagine how many would regret their decisions. Zhang Shouhua felt a genuine disappointment. Had there not been a falling out, Xiaoyu's property would undoubtedly have included a share for Xiao Xian. She had a strong intuition that Zhang Yu's future would undoubtedly be prosperous. Chapter 87. The unhoused supporting character. The new apartment was inherently spacious, featuring a duplex design within a modern community, adorned with fresh renovations that exuded comfort from every angle. The expansive kitchen, complete with a central island, evoked the grandeur of an American culinary space. The living room boasted a lofty ceiling, enhancing the sense of openness. The generously sized bathroom, equipped with a large bathtub, offered the indulgence of soaking in warmth while admiring the scenery outside, truly a delightful experience. The ample study provided an ideal environment for reading, studying, and attending to affairs. The expansive dressing room allowed for an organized display of garments, enabling swift selection for any occasion. Not to mention the terrace, where one could cultivate flowers, set up a couple of chairs, and savor coffee while enjoying the view. A simple yet fulfilling life indeed. Additionally, the home was equipped with underfloor heating, allowing one to bask in warmth during winter, making it possible to comfortably wear short sleeves indoors. Zhang Xian reminisced about the beautifully decorated house, only to feel disheartened by the fact that it was merely Zhang Yu and that wild child who resided there. It was particularly vexing that the wild girl bore no relation to the Zhang family whatsoever. Yet, she seemed to lead a more splendid life than anyone else. Throughout her life, Zhang Xian had only ventured abroad once during high school for a brief visit to the United States, and had not since traveled anywhere else, not even to Southeast Asia. Whenever she brought up the subject of travel, Zhang Guohua and the others would always respond with talk of saving money to send her overseas for further studies. While she yearned to study abroad, she questioned why travel had to be sacrificed for the sake of education. Was it so unreasonable to desire to explore the world, even domestically? As for Zhang Degu and his wife, despite their advanced age, why could they not follow suit like others and simply remain at home, conserving their funds to support future generations? They were, after all, an elderly couple residing in a spacious and well-lit home. Zhang Xian found herself increasingly dissatisfied with the house she had lived in since childhood. In the future, she resolved to disregard these relatives, for she would no longer be someone whom these impoverished kin could cling to. Particularly irksome was Zhang Yu, who, despite his wealth and the considerable expenses incurred in sending Wang Yun to a private school, only offered a meager sum of 1,000 yuan upon learning of her acceptance into a prestigious university. With no acknowledgement of a proper gift for the start of the school year, Zhang Xian recalled how, in her dormitory, she was the only one who had purchased a mobile phone in her second year, while her roommates had acquired theirs in their first year. As they went out shopping for clothes and dining, they required funds, while Zhang Xian had to meticulously manage her spending, as her family had been saving for her to study abroad. Feeling quite disheartened, Zhang Xian approached her doorstep and was about to knock when she overheard Du Xia's displeased voice from within. Is Zhang Yu planning to purchase another house? The one she currently resides in is rather splendid. It has barely been half a year since its renovation. As Du Xia gazed at her own home, which had not seen renovation in years, and where the paint was beginning to peel, she felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Indeed, it was true that their cooperative unit had presented an opportunity with a favorable price. Zhang Shouhua recalled visiting the couple, Zhang Degui and his wife, earlier that day, and the disheartening news he learned from them. If Du Xia felt a sense of resentment, then Zhang Shouhua was enveloped in helplessness and sorrow. Previously, everyone spoke of the couple's stable jobs and additional income, remarking on how well they were faring. They even predicted that this couple would be among the most successful in the Zhang family, considering the current emphasis on education and the increase in teacher salaries. Zhang Shouhua also provided tutoring, contributing to their income. Yet, who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of Zhang Yu? During her years away, she had indulged in a life of leisure and enjoyment, yet astonishingly, she managed to obtain several certificates, including the CPA. Even if Zhang Yu were the sole breadwinner, her salary was sufficient for her and her daughter to live comfortably, affording Wang Yun the opportunity for an exceptional education. They could enjoy dining out and entertainment without neglecting their studies. Zhang Shouhua reflected on how relatives often praised Zhang Yu, lauding her success, her commendable job, and her daughter's obedience, diligence, and excellent academic performance. In summary, among the relatives, there is a consensus that Zhang Yu is a remarkable and promising young lady, a source of pride for the Zhang family. Furthermore, refrain from frequently calling her a wild girl. She is merely in junior high yet participates in various competitions. It is evident that this child has a bright future ahead. Zhang Shouhua never anticipated that the girl he casually took in would turn out to be so exceptional. Such brilliance is indeed a cause for envy. It brings to mind a past remark from a master who once commented on Zhang Yu, labeling her as a forsaken soul with a dismal fate. Yet, looking at her now, one must question, is this truly a forsaken existence? Is her fate truly unfortunate? Du Xia used to privately refer to her as a wild girl, dismissing her as just that, but never did she expect the child to excel so remarkably. Initially, she believed Zhang Xin to be quite outstanding, but compared to Wang Yun, there remained a significant gap. I overheard my father mention that perhaps she would study abroad, not after completing her university education, but right after graduating high school. He noted that Xiao Yun has already formulated ideas about the university she wishes to attend. Aware that Wang Yun is a decisive individual, I was nonetheless surprised by her level of determination. Moreover, Zhang Yu seems to be indulged. Zhang Xiuhua truly struggles to comprehend this, as no matter how capable a child may be, they still require adult guidance. However, observing Wang Yun's demeanor, Zhang Xiuhua suddenly contemplates whether, had he allowed Zhang Xin to take charge of her own decisions earlier, she too might possess the same brilliance as Wang Yun. After all, both of them are educators. Having attended university, if they were truly lacking in intellect, how could they have gained admission to higher education? It is regrettable, yet merely a thought. For Zhang Xin has already grown to an age where her temperament is unlikely to change. Standing outside the door, she was utterly astonished. Fully aware that Zhang Yu would take Wang Yun on excursions each year, yet never did she anticipate that the purpose was to select a university for her. Most strikingly, Wang Yun is set to study abroad, which, while it may seem just an additional 4 years, entails considerable financial expenditure, amounting to several million. Zhang Xin found it impossible to remain calm. Had it not been for certain individuals' insistence on causing a stir, Zhang Yu would have refrained from intervening. Even if he had chosen to act, as long as he did not adopt a child, it would suffice. Knowing of her accomplishments, he would certainly provide her with financial support, ensuring her needs were met. With Zhang Yu's backing, her study abroad experience could have been splendid, devoid of concerns regarding tuition or living expenses. Of course, she might have considered studying abroad immediately after high school. She had once contemplated this path. But the lack of financial resources led to her resignation. Little did she expect that Wang Yun could effortlessly fulfill the aspirations she had been unable to achieve. Zhang Yu, however, remained oblivious to Zhang Xin receiving her acceptance letter for studying abroad. Even if he were aware, he would not be surprised, as in her previous life. She too had received such a letter, altering her destiny. Yet, what does it matter to him? The financial implications of Zhang Xin's overseas education are matters for Zhang Xiuhua and his wife to deliberate. As an aunt, the most she could do for Zhang Xin's study abroad was to present a red envelope and extend her heartfelt blessings. After all, it is quite a significant endeavor for a young girl to traverse the ocean for her studies, and encouragement is essential. Regarding financial matters, that was a concern for the Zhang Xiuhua family of 3. In recent years, due to Sun Jian's situation, Zhang Hong and her husband had resolutely taken out a loan to purchase a house, fearing that if Sun Jian, whose academic performance was mediocre and whose job prospects were average, did not succeed, he might end up like Zhang Yi, unable to find a wife. Zhang Xiuhua and his wife's income is indeed substantial. Although both are teachers and their tutoring income is considerable, they also bear significant burdens. Zhang Yu is unaware of the exact annual income of Zhang Xiuhua and his wife, but it must be at least over 200,000. Given such an income, the fact that they have not purchased a house suggests one possibility. They are saving diligently for Zhang Xin's study abroad. Since Zhang Xiuhua and his wife have already prepared sufficient funds, it is even less likely that Zhang Yu would voluntarily step forward to offer her support. Would others not perceive this as an attempt by her to ensure that Zhang Xin remembers to repay her kindness once she achieves success? Zhang Yu harbors no such intentions. More importantly, she does not believe Zhang Xin is a grateful child. Even without the original host's memories, Zhang Yu is not particularly fond of Zhang Xin based solely on her behavior in gaining university admission. However, is Zhang Xin aligned with Zhang Xiuhua and the others? Has this girl ever considered how much money the family would need to prepare for her overseas studies? Zhang Yu felt that the girl had not truly considered her actions. Otherwise, she would not have dined at expensive restaurants with some of her classmates. The couple, Zhang Xiuhua and his wife, were solely focused on earning and saving money to send Zhang Xin abroad for her studies. They scrimped on food, clothing, and other necessities. With Du Xia not having visited a shopping mall in quite some time, her attire consisting solely of garments purchased from small shops. Consequently, they remained oblivious to the fact that the clothes Zhang Xin wore were of considerable value, with a single coat potentially costing more than the entirety of Zhang Xiuhua's wardrobe. If this were a rare occurrence, Zhang Yu might have reasoned that the young lady was growing up, engaging in social gatherings, and thus needed to invest in better clothing. However, the frequency of such encounters led her to believe that it was highly likely the girl was indeed acquiring more upscale attire. She never voiced these thoughts, not even to Wang Yun, fearing that the girl might inadvertently reveal this information. After all, in the eyes of Zhang Xiuhua and his wife, Zhang Xian could do no wrong. If she were to suddenly assert that Zhang Xian's clothing was expensive, she was certain that, despite their shock, the couple would continue to defend Zhang Xian, claiming they were aware of the situation and supported her choices. Even if there was a hint of pity for Zhang Xiuhua, who remained unaware of how Zhang Xian managed to acquire money from them, the couple failed to perceive anything amiss, and thus she, as the aunt, chose to remain silent. Currently, Zhang Yu contemplated where to travel during the upcoming holiday, particularly considering Wang Yun's impending transition to university, having already visited the distant shores several times. Zhang Yu genuinely yearned for a change of scenery, and Wang Yun had no objections. She had already contemplated her future academic pursuits. Although unspoken, Zhang Yu was aware that her options were limited to a few institutions, including the specific fields of study. Perhaps it was due to the untimely demise of Wang Yun's parents, who passed away from illness, that she had always aspired to become a physician. Zhang Yu had not studied medicine, yet she recognized the arduous path to becoming a doctor. Otherwise, the profession would not be deemed so lucrative. Regardless, Zhang Yu wholeheartedly supported Wang Yun's aspirations. Having a doctor in the family would provide reassurance in times of need. As for their summer plans, the decision lay between Europe and Australia. However, considering that it was winter there, the prospect of skiing was enticing. Yet, the mere thought of the biting cold sent shivers down Zhang Yu's spine. Winter was hardly anyone's favorite season, and she was no exception, despite her aversion to summer as well. After a moment's reflection, Wang Yun decided against the trip, citing concerns for her grandfather's health in such fluctuating temperatures. At this point in time, the original couple, Zhang Degui and his wife, had already begun to experience various health issues, often complaining of discomfort. Yet, the present-day version of them was thriving. They danced daily, practiced Tai Chi, and frequently gathered with old colleagues and friends, projecting an image of robust vitality. Zhang Yu believed this vitality was closely linked to their emotional well-being, especially since the original couple had recently relocated to a new home. However, due to the plethora of items they were loath to discard in their new abode, the air quality was, regrettably, less than optimal. In an effort to economize, the elderly couple abstained from socializing with their former colleagues, as such gatherings invariably entailed expenditure. Zhang Yu was genuinely relieved that her parents' health remained robust, as she was certain that Zhang Guohua and his wife would have collectively directed their grievances towards her, asserting that, given her substantial income and comparatively lighter burden, she ought to contribute more generously. Zhang Yu reminisced about a time when Zhang Guohua and his wife's careers, while not exceptionally prosperous, were at least more flourishing than they were presently. Observing their current state, where they were merely blending into the background at their respective workplaces, Zhang Yu couldn't help but entertain the impious thought that perhaps their destinies were somehow intertwined in a conflicting manner. Was it possible that her prosperity was inversely proportional to the well-being of others? If indeed this were the case, it would be an unexpected and exceedingly gratifying revelation. Sipping her coffee, Zhang Yu admired the setting sun. Wang Yun had recently departed for an out-of-town competition, and Zhang Yu had arranged for the nanny to come in daily to tidy up. After work, she would casually dine out, relishing the rare solitude of her home. She was taken aback by the sound of knocking at the door. Who could it be at this hour? Zhang Yu placed her coffee cup down and approached the door, peering through the peephole to discover that it was none other than Zhang Xian. She was genuinely astonished, as their relationship had deteriorated precipitously since the time the young woman had embarked on an overseas study trip, and Zhang Yu, in her capacity as aunt, had declined to provide financial assistance. It would not be an overstatement to say that their relationship had entered a state of suspended animation. Aside from perfunctory greetings, Zhang Xian would typically ignore Zhang Yu's presence. In response to Zhang Xian's behavior, Zhang Yu felt no burden. After all, they were merely familiar strangers, and a certain coolness was preferable. Chapter 89. The unhoused supporting character. Their relationship had remained strained over the years, so what prompted Zhang Xian to make an appearance now? Zhang Yu was perplexed. Could it be to inform Zhang Xian about her acceptance into a prestigious overseas graduate school? Surely, such an occasion did not warrant such fanfare. especially since Zhang Shouhua had already shared the acceptance letter in the family group chat. Nevertheless, the child had come to her door, and she could not refuse entry. There was no need for doubt. Thanks to their influence, the relatives of the Zhang and Pan families now perceived Zhang Yu as a selfish and indifferent individual. Even when taking Zhang Dagua and his wife on outings, they were expected to pay their own way, let alone offering assistance to siblings or younger generations. She would rather spend her money on the adopted child than contribute to Zhang Yi and the others. Even Wang Yun, a child on the brink of high school, had garnered numerous gold medals in national competitions due to her exceptional academic performance. In her past life, the pride of the Zhang family, Zhang Xian, could not even compare to Wang Yun, much less the others. Upon opening the door for Zhang Xian, Zhang Yu noticed that the girl appeared somewhat disheveled. What had transpired? Peering around, she realized that Zhang Shouhua and his wife were conspicuously absent. Why had Zhang Xian come alone? Zhang Yu could not help but wonder if they were unable to secure funds, sending the younger generation in their stead. As Zhang Xian stepped into the house, she immediately felt a chill in the air, observing the emptiness of the living and dining areas, a testament to the effectiveness of the central air conditioning. In the household, although Zhang Yu was the sole occupant, the air conditioning was set to a chilling temperature. It was evident that she would not deprive herself of comfort simply because she was alone. Affluent individuals seldom concern themselves with the cost of electricity. Suddenly, Zhang Xian knelt before Zhang Yu, startling her significantly. What is the meaning of this? She wondered. Was Zhang Xian truly worried that she would withhold financial assistance, resorting to such a dramatic display? Surely, everyone knew her to be a woman of resolute demeanor. Could kneeling possibly soften her heart? Aunt, I am about to study abroad. Would you be able to support me financially? Zhang Xian was acutely aware that having knelt, she had relinquished any possibility of retreat. I know you have wealth, and you are soon to purchase a new home. If you can afford a house, why not extend some assistance to me? It was astonishing how well-informed the Zhang family was, as Zhang Yu had no intention of inquiring about such matters. Yet even Zhang Xian seemed privy to the upcoming purchase. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yu attempted to coax Zhang Xian to rise. The cold floor was detrimental to her health, despite being a wooden floor. The underfloor heating system caused the pipes to carry cool water even in summer, intended to lower the temperature. Thus, even with wooden flooring, it remained somewhat chilly, which was not beneficial for a young woman's well-being. I shall not rise, Zhang Xian declared, determined to maintain her posture. Kneeling was essential for exerting pressure, compelling Zhang Yu to consider her request for assistance. Recognizing the child's resolve, Zhang Yu ceased her attempts to persuade her to stand. If one willingly chose to endure discomfort, it was not her place to intervene. The child had grown and possessed her own convictions. Observing her demeanor, it was clear that this was not a stance she could sustain for long, and yet, there was no lack of opportunity for Zhang Xian to relent. Give her a way out. She failed to seize the opportunity. Let us observe how she manages the situation in due course. Initially, she did not perceive the gravity of her predicament. Finding the coolness of the floor quite refreshing after a rather warm run, she interpreted it merely as a means of cooling down. However, as the minutes of kneeling stretched on, Zhang Xian began to sense something was amiss, struggling to maintain her composure. Relinquishing her stance was certainly not an option she relished, for it would be a considerable blow to her pride. She decided to gauge Zhang Yu's reaction first. To her dismay, Zhang Yu was seated leisurely on a nearby sofa, sipping coffee and engrossed in her tablet, entirely oblivious to Zhang Xian's plight. This indifference incensed Zhang Xian. Despite her kneeling, she was met with utter disregard. Should she attempt to rise stealthily? Yet, upon reflection, that seemed inappropriate. Could she truly act as if nothing were amiss? It was imperative that Zhang Yu recognized her suffering. With this thought, Zhang Xian could not help but let out a few painful cries, exclaiming how much it hurt. Zhang Yu, well aware that these cries were intended for her ears, took a sip of her coffee. I told you, your body cannot endure this. You insisted on kneeling. She had no intention of urging her to stand. After all, it was not a matter of forbidding her. Zhang Xian was concerned about her pride. Was it not the same for an elder? Zhang Xian was taken aback by Zhang Yu's astonishing coldness. Despite hearing her anguished cries, she remained silent, refusing to instruct her to rise. All that remained was indifference, a need for more people to recognize her true character. Zhang Yu was blissfully unaware of Zhang Xian's intentions. Even if she were, she would not be swayed. Reputation is nothing but a shackle. Zhang Yu cast a quick glance at Zhang Xian and noted that she was still kneeling. Well, This girl certainly possessed a remarkable tenacity. Zhang Yu had anticipated her surrender much sooner. However, this young lady is indeed youthful. There are certain matters that require perseverance, while in other instances, such persistence may ultimately be detrimental to one's health. Since she is capable of enduring, let her continue. We must not allow this young girl to lose face. After finishing her coffee, Zhang Yu resumed her study of various materials, seeking to grasp both domestic and international news. Zhang Xian felt that this was precisely the objective she aspired to achieve. She yearned to become a formidable woman like Zhang Yu, striving to amass wealth and compel those who once looked down upon her to kneel at her feet, including the individual before her. Contemplating this, Zhang Xian came to a realization. Was it not merely about face? That concept is neither consumable nor actionable. She had long warned about the chill of the floor. Yet he did not heed her advice. Now that he has experienced it himself, how does he feel? I did not deceive you, did I? Upon observing someone rise, Zhang Yu's voice emerged once more. Hearing this, Zhang Xian was incensed. Her anger boiled within her, and although she wished to voice her thoughts, she ultimately refrained. Very well, she thought. She must not be fooled. It was evident that despite having been present for quite some time, they had yet to address the crux of the matter. Instead, it was her dignity at stake. Zhang Xian was furious and resolved that regardless of the circumstances, having already incurred such losses, it was only fair for Zhang Yu to offer some form of compensation. "Aunt, I have been accepted into a prestigious graduate program abroad," Zhang Xian declared from her seat on the sofa opposite Zhang Yu. "Congratulations," Zhang Yu responded with genuine sincerity. In truth, she was taken aback when she saw the notification from Zhang Shouhua. In her previous life, Zhang Xian had not gained admission to such a distinguished university for her graduate studies. Could it be that her butterfly effect had allowed Zhang Xian to secure a place at a reputable institution? Once again, congratulations. Zhang Xian has grown quite weary of hearing such well-meaning words. The sentiment of a gift being light, yet heartfelt holds little weight in her eyes. Rather, the significance of a present is measured by its material value. My parents do not possess ample financial resources, and I cannot bear the thought of utilizing their retirement funds for my overseas studies. Zhang Xian strives to embody the role of a considerate daughter. Cannot bear? Zhang Yu chuckled, recognizing the extraordinary nature of such sentiment. The moment these words escaped her lips, they were bound to resonate with many. If you find this situation unsatisfactory, then perhaps pursuing studies abroad is unnecessary. Remaining in the country for graduate studies or securing a job could alleviate your concerns. Zhang Xian, what do you think? Zhang Yu then presented two alternative suggestions. Yet her approach was rather peculiar. Not only did she refrain from offering financial support, but she also dissuaded Zhang Xian from studying abroad. Chapter 90. The unhoused female supporting character Zhang Xian took a deep breath. She could not afford to sever ties at this moment, still hoping for Zhang Yu's financial assistance. However, the field I am studying would benefit significantly from an international experience. Moreover, she recalled how Zhang Guohua had previously dismissed the idea of taking Wang Yun abroad for travel as a waste of money, and how Zhang Yu had countered that notion. You yourself have stated that exploring the world is essential, particularly for young women. Why is it that when it comes to me, such opportunities are denied? Zhang Xian felt a profound sense of injustice, believing Zhang Yu to be hypocritical. Oh. Their progress. Zhang Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Today's youth seem to remember only the words that serve their interests, while those that do not benefit them are conveniently forgotten. This statement originated from me. At this moment, Zhang Yu suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to pour water for Zhang Xian. By the way, would you prefer a beverage, mineral water, tea, or perhaps coffee? Regardless, it is essential to adhere to the customary etiquette of hospitality. Zhang Xian had visited previously and was aware that Zhang Yu's home was stocked with an array of drinks, albeit lacking carbonated options. It could be said that there was always something to suit one's taste, yet Zhang Xian was uncertain about what beverages Zhang Yu currently had available. Noticing Zhang Xian's indecision, Zhang Yu suggested, "You may take a look in the kitchen. If you wish to have coffee, just call for me. Though, it would be best if you don't. After all, brewing a cup of coffee also necessitates cleaning the coffee machine, which had consumed more time than anticipated." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, who was heading towards the kitchen, paused briefly and thought, what if I choose coffee? It was of no consequence, as she was indeed the guest. Then I shall have coffee, Zhang Xian decided. Curious to discover the distinction between the coffee at Zhang Yu's home and that from a CAF, Zhang Yu rose and made her way to the kitchen to prepare coffee for Zhang Xian. simultaneously brewing herself a pot of rose tea. By the time Zhang Xian's coffee was ready, Zhang Yu's rose tea was also complete. Zhang Yu gestured for Zhang Xian to serve herself the coffee while she carried her rose tea into the living room and settled down. After tasting the coffee, Zhang Xian remarked that it did not compare to that from the CAF. Indeed, they are in the business of serving, and their craft must be impeccable. Since I am merely making it for myself, my skills are lacking. Zhang Yu did not perceive any issue with Zhang Xian's words. She spoke merely the truth. Then why don't you learn it? Zhang Xian queried, puzzled. In her mind, Zhang Yu had acquired numerous skills, from flower arranging to tea ceremonies. So why had she not devoted herself to mastering coffee? I have learned it. This is my level, Zhang Yu responded decisively. She poured herself a cup of rose tea and began to sip it. Observing the visually appealing rose tea, Zhang Xian suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Never mind. I shall stick to coffee. Initially, she found it unpalatable, but after a few sips, she discovered it was quite delightful. The flavor clearly stemmed from exceptionally high-quality coffee beans. After all, would Zhang Yu indulge in it if the beans were subpar? Zhang Xian suspected that Zhang Yu was not entirely forthright. The coffee was indeed good. Yet she refused to acknowledge it, perhaps wishing to prevent her from having a second cup. Wait, how had she strayed from the main topic? How could she become so entangled in a discussion about coffee? Congratulations, Zhang Yu exclaimed once more, adding, although I have already congratulated you several times. This time, I have been accepted into a prestigious graduate school, but my grades are not stellar, and I did not secure a full scholarship, Zhang Xian lamented, revealing the greatest challenge she faced with her upcoming study abroad. Oh, Zhang Yu's expression was one of astonishment. Though there was no mirror to reflect her demeanor, Zhang Xian could discern her surprise from the awkwardness on her own face. It was indeed quite embarrassing. As for the amount of scholarship she received, Zhang Yu felt no desire to inquire. Did knowing the details mean she would have to part with money? Although my parents have saved a sum of money, claiming it is sufficient to support my studies abroad, it still falls short. Zhang Xian is aware that the family's finances are adequate. Yet should I wish to remain there after graduation and purchase a home, additional financial assistance from my family would be necessary. Would I then seek a loan from Zhang Yu when the time comes to buy a house? It is evident that such a request would be met with refusal. She would only suggest renting. The only conceivable scenario in which Zhang Yu might lend money would be for educational expenses. However, Zhang Yu is utterly unconvinced. Duxia is not a core subject teacher and thus cannot serve as a tutor, whereas Zhang Shouhua undoubtedly can, even without discussing their respective incomes. It is clear that a dual-teacher household, supplemented by tutoring income, is more than capable of supporting their only daughter's pursuit of a master's degree abroad. Zhang Yu gazed intently at Zhang Xian for a prolonged moment, questioning how it is possible that after so many years of savings, her parents cannot afford her overseas education. Do you think I'm foolish? Let me ponder this. Zhang Yu poured herself a cup of tea, affirming that her parents indeed have the means to finance her studies abroad. However, should she wish to stay and work post-graduation, her desire to purchase a home would inevitably require her parents' financial support. You expect your parents' money to enable your home purchase, while you want me to cover your educational expenses. Leaning back against the sofa, Zhang Yu regarded Zhang Xian with a smile. Zhang Xian's mouth fell agape, were it not for this notion. Even Zhang Shouhua and his wife would remain oblivious to her inner thoughts, believing her to be selling herself short. What is going on? How could Zhang Yu possibly be privy to her thoughts? Zhang Xian felt as though she were suffocating, struggling to draw breath. Observing Zhang Xian in such a disheveled state, it appears that, much like in her previous life, despite her attempts to distance herself from them, she remains a target of their scheming. Her relatives incessantly label her as a cold-hearted individual. Perhaps they ought to witness whether she truly embodies such a frigid disposition. If that were the case, would they not refrain from conspiring against her and maintaining their distance? Yet, here she is, ensnared in their machinations, and Zhang Yu feels utterly exhausted. Why must she entangle herself with both investors and beneficiaries at work? Upon returning home, she finds no respite, only further plots against her. Zhang Xian perceives the mockery reflected in Zhang Yu's eyes, and resolutely decides that she cannot concede to such derision. No, we truly do not possess such wealth, she insists. Aunt, you may inquire with my mother. Yes, you can ask Duxia. Zhang Xian is confident that this person will undoubtedly support her. Ask Duxia. Zhang Yu chuckles. In that case, she will surely assist you. You might as well consult your father, my second brother. With that, Zhang Yu promptly picks up her phone to call Zhang Xiaohua, leaving Zhang Xian astounded by this unexpected maneuver. Wait, this is not right. She cannot let Zhang Xiaohua be informed, for such knowledge would yield dire consequences. As Zhang Xian contemplates how to intervene, she hears Zhang Yu exclaim second brother into the receiver. Chapter 91, The Unhoused Supporting Character. Zhang Yu swiftly concludes her conversation with Zhang Xiaohua. And at the moment the call ends, she muses, I believe you should now be aware of what your father has conveyed. Your father stated that the funds for your education, combined with your scholarship, are sufficient for you to complete your postgraduate studies. I have also spoken of your father. We are all part of one family, and in certain matters, open communication is essential. Although the extent of our savings and wealth should not be entirely disclosed to the children, when it comes to the financial implications of their studying abroad, secrecy is unwarranted. It is imperative to discuss such matters candidly, lest misunderstandings arise. Zhang Yu has shifted the entire burden onto Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xian, seething with frustration, mentally berates others. Perceiving Zhang Xiaohua as a fool, had it been Du Xia, she would have undoubtedly managed the situation with finesse. While you take little Yun on excursions, even traveling abroad. My parents toil endlessly, reluctant to spend money, and have never enjoyed a vacation. Zhang Xian's words dripped with sarcasm. Oh, her aunt. Yet she is so miserly towards her accomplished niece. Though she begrudgingly acknowledges Wang Yun's commendable achievements, she cannot overlook the fact that her surname remains unchanged. And she pays homage to her biological parents each year. What does this signify? It indicates that, in her heart, her true parents hold the foremost position. Humph. When Wang Yun becomes successful and chooses to remain abroad after her studies, it will be Zhang Yu's moment of sorrow. Zhang Xian is confident that she will witness such a scene in her lifetime, and at that point, she will relish the opportunity to mock. When that day arrives, she will neither acknowledge nor care for Zhang Yu. Her greatest virtue will be refraining from adding insult to injury. Although Zhang Yu remains oblivious to Zhang Xian's thoughts, she surely senses that Zhang Xian is contemplating the bleakness of her own future. As Wang Yun grows day by day, Zhang Yu is seen by many as a fool for the considerable sums she has expended on her adopted daughter, with whispers that she will undoubtedly regret her choices in the future. Zhang Yu herself harbors uncertainty about whether Wang Yun will treat her well in the years to come. Yet she has made the most comprehensive preparations for her old age. Undoubtedly, her life will surpass that of the original owner, ensuring she will not face a solitary and destitute old age. With a serene smile, Zhang Yu sips her tea, observing Zhang Xian's face morphing in myriad expressions. It is indeed quite amusing. However, time is of the essence, and she has work to attend to. What about you? She inquires. While the shifting expressions are entertaining, prolonged observation becomes tedious. Instead of fixating on her, it would be far more prudent to delve into the stock market, conducting thorough research to enhance her wealth, thus securing a tranquil retirement in her later years. Indeed, Zhang Yu has long attained financial independence. The only reasons she has not resigned are her concerns regarding the potential lethargy and lack of direction that may accompany unemployment, as well as her apprehensions about being burdened with the care of Zhang Degui and his wife. Zhang Xian, however, has no time to ponder the bleak future awaiting Zhang Yu in her old age. If she fails to secure funding, her life abroad will undoubtedly be dire. What to do? She must strive to persuade Zhang Yu to provide support. Suddenly, an idea strikes her. Regardless of its feasibility, she must make one last appeal. Aunt, as you know, I am studying economics, and my intention for studying abroad is to further this field. Upon graduation, I aspire to work in an investment bank on Wall Street. You are aware of Wall Street, are you not? Zhang Xian speaks rapidly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu rolls her eyes in exasperation. Though I am not in the finance sector, I am certainly familiar with Wall Street. When I visited the United States, I also explored that area. Compared to Zhang Xian, who only knew of this place, Zhang Yu proudly declared that not only did she know about it, but she had also been there. Zhang Xian felt quite displeased, perceiving it as a slight against her. However, for the sake of investment, she could only endure it. Forcing a smile and admitting her folly in forgetting that her aunt had visited multiple times, undoubtedly taking a stroll around Wall Street. Suddenly, Zhang Xian recalled something significant. Zhang Yu was engaged in financial work, which was closely related to economics. This meant that taking Wang Yun to Wall Street was not merely a casual visit. It implied something deeper. Was it not indicative that Wang Yun would most likely pursue a major in finance? Instantly, Zhang Xian felt disheartened. Why did she insist on studying abroad for her master's degree, even when other institutions offered full scholarships? It was because she understood that in the domestic investment banking sector, capability was of little consequence. What truly mattered were connections and familial background. Given that Zhang Xiuhua and his wife were merely ordinary high school teachers, it was evident that their network could hardly support her ambitions. Moreover, her abilities were not exceptional enough to leave a lasting impression. Resigned, Zhang Xian concluded that studying abroad was her only option. At that time, she envisioned herself making a significant impact in the domestic market, mingling with affluent individuals, and transforming into a wealthy matron. This had been her goal since the first 6 months of university. However, she never anticipated that Wang Yun would also choose to major in finance. Zhang Xian felt utterly frustrated. Despite being her aunt, Wang Yun did not lend her any support. How is it that the mood has shifted once again? Initially, I found it somewhat intriguing. However, after repeated viewings, Zhang Yu has become increasingly irritable and disinclined to watch. I have already offered you an easy way out, so just leave. Zhang Yu feels that Zhang Xian's ability to feign ignorance is truly exasperating and quite intolerable. It makes me wish for a more decisive resolution, to simply have her depart. Nonetheless, I shall demonstrate that my capabilities surpass hers. My dear aunt, you have excelled in investments, and as your niece, I undoubtedly possess a similar talent. Even though Wang Yun grew up by your side, I am confident that I will outperform her. Aunt, if you can invest in her education, why not in mine? Zhang Xian realizes she has been foolish for not recognizing this sooner, but now that she has, she is determined to pursue this path. Investing in Wang Yun is one thing, but there is no rationale for not investing in her. Once the money is secured, will there be a need to accommodate Zhang Yu? Does Zhang Yu truly believe she can escalate this matter? She is unconvinced that Zhang Yu can make a fuss about it. After all, she is merely insisting that she celebrate her acceptance into a prestigious institution with a substantial monetary gift. In this situation, with only the two of them present, who can substantiate their claims? Chapter 92, The Unhoused Female Supporting Character. How quickly one thinks of a solution. Zhang Yu claps her hands incessantly. Zhang Xian cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief. She knew this was the right course of action. However, Zhang Yu's tone shifts. Noting that you yourself are studying finance, lacking work experience, yet you haven't turned. You must comprehend that persuading investors to contribute is not merely a matter of verbal persuasion. At the very least, one must devise a comprehensive business plan. Zhang Yu was quite perplexed. A business plan? Her words left her bewildered. She was aware of what a business plan entailed, but was that not linked to investment projects? Indeed, investment projects and investors are not synonymous. If you desire someone to invest, you must articulate your strengths and advantages. If I were to invest 500,000, would the outcome merely be a bowl of noodles? Or perhaps nothing at all? The original owners certainly spent a considerable sum on Zhang Xian, likely no less than 500,000. Yet what was the result? There were no gifts, no greetings, and it might lead one to perceive the situation as folly. Zhang Xian meticulously controlled her expressions, realizing that Zhang Yu was acutely attentive to her reactions, and understood why she had previously been so easily discerned. Regardless, she must not concede. Admitting anything was out of the question. This was not the appropriate time for such discussions, nor was it a moment to delve into family matters. Zhang Yu asserted that since they had broached the topic of investment, it would be addressed with a professional demeanor. Thus, please articulate your areas of expertise and the amount of investment you require. Considering your current lack of earning capacity, coupled with your plans to study abroad and potentially remain there for work, I cannot pursue legal action against you overseas. Furthermore, if I were to initiate legal proceedings domestically, you possess no substantial assets here, rendering my investment essentially futile. You must present sufficient collateral and ensure that your parents assume joint liability. Oh, Zhang Xian never anticipated that Zhang Yu would propose her demands so swiftly. In this case, the prospect of pulling off a cunning scheme has become utterly impossible. Zhang Xian inhaled deeply and decided to let it go. Aunt, I never imagined you would calculate everything so precisely, she retorted, her voice laced with indignation. Zhang Yu, however, would not concede to this assertion. You were the one who expressed a desire to discuss investment with me. Therefore, I must conduct this matter with due diligence. In fact, I have exhibited considerable leniency. If this were a corporate investment scenario, and one like you sought funding, our approach would be far less accommodating. Our expectations would be elevated, and our demeanor less cordial. You must understand that, Regardless of the circumstances, unless your project is exceptional, investors will invariably adopt a position of superiority. Zhang Yu sighed softly. I am unaware of where you are interning or the nature of your tasks. Perhaps you are merely serving tea and copying documents. Individuals like Zhang Xin, devoid of any connections or capabilities, would find it nearly impossible to engage with the core aspects of the business, even if they secured an internship at a domestic investment bank. It is also quite likely that you have not even interned at an investment bank at all. She had not intended to be so harsh, but Zhang Xion's unreasonable outburst provoked her ire, prompting her to abandon any pretense of cordiality. Zhang Xion felt a surge of anxiety. During her university days, she had aspired to work in an investment bank, but despite sending out numerous applications, she had failed to secure an opportunity. Ultimately, she settled for an internship at a bank, where she merely performed the duties of a teller, gaining little knowledge in the process. Zhang Xion would certainly not disclose her genuine internship experience to her relatives, nor would she reveal the truth to the couple Zhang Shouhua. I, of course, am interning at an investment bank. However, as an intern, how could I possibly be entrusted with any business dealings? To prevent my family from uncovering the deception, I was primarily concerned that Zhang Yu might inquire further, but she did not pose any questions at all. Yet today, she unexpectedly presented such a sensational conclusion. Zhang Xian reminded herself to remain composed. She must not panic. After all, Zhang Yu is merely affiliated with a subsidiary of the group company, not the investment bank itself. She had previously inquired about the internship experiences of classmates interning at the bank. Zhang Yu merely acknowledged her with a sound and did not pursue the matter further. After all, details of internship experiences are not easily obtained. Ultimately, there exists concrete evidence. Zhang Xian, wouldn't you agree? A shiver ran through Zhang Xian. Although she was interning in a different city, who could say what connections the well-connected Zhang Yu might have? We have discussed what needed to be discussed, and we have conversed about everything pertinent. We can deliberate slowly, but my fundamental principle is to earn money, as an investor should. Zhang Yu rose to her feet. What? You said my father is at the entrance of the community? My father has come to pick me up? Zhang Xian felt a chill run through her. Although she had not yet stepped outside, she could vividly imagine Zhang Shouhua's expression at that moment. Indeed, Zhang Yu affirmed, your father is aware of your presence here. He must be quite anxious. One could easily surmise that Zhang Shouhua was undoubtedly very upset at this moment, but that was of no concern to her. Observing the anxious Zhang Xian as she departed, Zhang Yu suddenly felt a mischievous impulse to play a prank. You have always been able to invest in Xiaoyan. So why not invest in yourself? You have seen the funds I have allocated to Xiaoyan, yet you have never considered that she frequently participates in competitions. Surely she must have earned some prize money? At the mention of prize money, Zhang Xian's body trembled. For she was aware that Wang Yun often competed and had secured numerous accolades. Humph, to think one could compare investments with Wang Yun. If you were indeed an investor, what would be your strategy? To whom would you allocate your resources? Zhang Xian remained silent, quietly stepping outside. Furthermore, Xiaoyan would not be pursuing a degree in finance. As for her desired field of study, there was no need to disclose it to Zhang Xian. Chapter 93. The unhoused supporting character. Zhang Yu knew this information would undoubtedly quell Zhang Xian's bravado. She would not dare to embarrass herself again. Though Zhang Xian could be ruthless enough to incite Zhang Shouhua and his wife to sign above, she was acutely aware that Zhang Shouhua would never acquiesce. He harbored a deep aversion to borrowing, refusing even interest-free loans, let alone those laden with exorbitant interest. Of course, if Zhang Shouhua were to relent under Zhang Xian's sobs and eventually consent to sign the agreement, it would be of no consequence to her. The contract would swiftly be notarized, followed by the bank freezing the property. In any case, she was determined to fortify her defenses. Zhang Shouhua had his principles. Yet Du Xia and Zhang Xian had no boundaries whatsoever. He could hardly withstand the relentless schemes of this mother-daughter duo. In the end, they might covertly sell the house and transfer assets, leaving him utterly distraught. That evening, Zhang Yu reached out to Wang Yun, who was away from home, to discuss the events that had transpired earlier with Zhang Xian. Although they were mother and daughter, Zhang Yu had always preferred to consult with Wang Yun on matters, a practice she had maintained since Zhang Xian was a child, and it continued to this day. Wang Yun remarked, now I understand why Zhang Xian inquired online whether I was participating in a competition that offered a monetary reward and how much it entailed. Naturally, Wang Yun was quite taken aback. Aside from Zhang Yu, the only individuals who occasionally reached out were the Zhang family, specifically Zhang Degu and his wife. It was astonishing that someone who rarely made contact suddenly decided to reach out. Wang Yun continued. She even asked me about the major I pursued in university. Zhang Yu shrugged and pondered. So what did you tell her? She must believe you will major in finance. Having accompanied Zhang Yu, Wang Yun had witnessed numerous grand occasions and encountered individuals of far worse character. The likes of Zhang Xian seemed utterly inconsequential in comparison. Wang Yun replied, I spoke the truth and mentioned that if she doubted me, I could provide my tax return. As for my future major, I clarified that it certainly would not be finance. Wow, even tax returns were brought into the conversation, Zhang Yu exclaimed, acknowledging the remarkable capabilities of today's youth. Particularly Wang Yun. The fact that she could reference income from tax returns implied an annual earning exceeding 120,000, even if the exact figure was uncertain. For a student to possess such income was undoubtedly enough to leave Zhang Xian utterly astounded. Zhang Yu sent several thumbs-up emojis in praise of Wang Yun, exclaiming, exactly. Do not hold back with her. What else is there to discuss regarding investments? Zhang Yu concluded, in any case, do not concern yourself with what others may say. Simply ignore them. She hesitated to confront her, undoubtedly seeking to cause trouble for Wang Yun. Although she was aware that the latter would not be intimidated in the slightest, Zhang Yu still felt a twinge of concern. Far away, Wang Yun observed Zhang Yu's numerous expressions of unease regarding her well-being and wished to convey that, truly, she was not so fragile. Yet, she relished Zhang Yu's care. Despite her independence, she appreciated having someone concerned about her welfare. After ending the call, Wang Yun reflected on the importance of the upcoming competition. This event was crucial, serving as a significant factor in her university application. Initially, she had no intention of graduating from high school early. She preferred to progress at a leisurely pace, cherishing the days spent with Zhang Yu before turning 30. However, recalling the remarks of relatives and Zhang Xian's attempts to morally manipulate Zhang Yu, Wang Yun resolved to teach Zhang Xian a valuable lesson. She did not consider herself particularly formidable. She was pursuing a degree in finance at a prestigious domestic university, and after studying abroad, she secured a position in an investment bank on Wall Street upon graduation. In short, her future appeared exceedingly bright, and the messages she received were replete with her counterpart's evident pride. Although Wang Yun was merely a high school student, lacking aspirations in finance and certainly not aiming for a career in investment banking, she understood that gaining entry into such firms was not insurmountably difficult. However, establishing oneself within the investment banking realm was a different matter entirely. If it were truly that straightforward, there would not be so many individuals leaving the industry. Regardless of her standing within investment banking or the financial sector, she was determined to prove that her expertise could overshadow that of a mere part-timer. Indeed, from a young age, Wang Yun observed Zhang Yu's maneuvers in the stock market, often inquiring with curiosity about his strategies. One could say she was a child who delved into the study of candlestick charts from an early age. However, despite her keen interest and extensive research, she had never engaged in trading due to her youth and lack of investment capital. It wasn't until her junior high school years, with Zhang Yu's approval, that she began a modest investment in a designated area of his stock market account, where her investment performance was assessed at the end of each month. Once she reached the appropriate age to independently open her own account, Zhang Yu promptly facilitated this transition. When tallying up her earnings, it was evident that while the profits from the stock market were not astronomical, they were certainly sufficient to cover several years of living expenses abroad, provided she managed her finances prudently. Naturally, once she relocated overseas, she intended to engage in trading within the foreign stock market, eager to compare her skills with Zhang Xian, to determine who possessed superior expertise, professional or amateur. As these thoughts occupied her mind, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, prompting her to rest. For it is only through rest that one can journey further. In order to explore both domestic and international stock markets, it was imperative to devise a strategy for generating retirement funds, especially with the impending need to purchase a house and a commercial property. Indeed, the word had spread about her intent to buy a residence, yet they remained unaware of her plans to acquire a commercial space. Recalling the memories of the original owner, she recognized that the shops within that particular community were highly sought after. In an era where many residential complexes struggled to maintain thriving commercial spaces, this particular neighborhood boasted a flourishing market. Given the significance of such valuable information, it was inconceivable for the formidable Zhang Yu to overlook this opportunity. He was resolute in securing the acquisition. With this commercial property as a foundation, Zhang Yu expressed confidence in ensuring a stable retirement. Although the house is splendid and the shop is quite decent, acquiring both simultaneously demands a substantial sum of money. While the house allows for a mortgage, the shop necessitates full payment, causing Zhang Yu, who initially felt somewhat financially secure, to suddenly experience immense pressure. She realized that she must strive harder to earn money. Zhang Yu had previously pondered whether, with the considerable funds in the bank and the stocks and mutual funds in the market, she could afford to ease her efforts. Yet, the realization of the financial requirements for purchasing a home plunged her back into a state of monetary constraint. It became evident that she must continue her pursuit of wealth, as she had yet to reach an age where relaxation was permissible. Chapter 94. The unhoused supporting female character. Since learning of Wang Yun's success in the competition and the substantial prize it entailed, Zhang Xin became particularly concerned. Upon discovering the prize amount was 10,000, she fell into a state of despair, crying out incessantly. Her distress alarmed Du Xia, who had just returned home. Setting aside the groceries she had purchased for dinner, she hurriedly embraced Zhang Xin, inquiring about the cause of her turmoil. What happened? Did Zhang Yu and her mother provoke you? Since Zhang Xin's ill-fated visit to Zhang Yu, which resulted in humiliation, Du Xia had harbored resentment towards both Zhang Yu and Wang Yun. She could not fathom why Zhang Yu, already affluent, and Wang Yun, who could earn a significant sum through competitions without requiring any investment, could not provide Zhang Xin with some support, especially considering the girl's evident talent and capability that had earned her a place in a prestigious overseas institution. As long as she completes her university education, it is evident that her future will be promising. At that time, she might even offer some modest care for Zhang Yu and her daughter. Du Xia has always looked down upon Wang Yun, despite her commendable academic achievements and her frequent participation in competitions, which yield substantial rewards. Yet, what does it matter? This girl is taciturn and appears to be an outsider. How could someone like her thrive in society? During student years, one's success is measured by grades. But once one enters the workforce and becomes a member of society, adaptability becomes paramount. Do you realize, mother, that Wang Yun recently participated in a competition and secured a title, earning a prize of 10,000? Zhang Xin was moved to tears at this point, questioning why Wang Yun was so exceptional. Clearly, I am the most capable and promising member of the Zhang family. Why must there be another competitor? Zhang Xin has long harbored resentment towards Zhang Yu for adopting a child. Ever since that decision, Zhang Yu has neglected her and the others, spending all her time nurturing Wang Yun. Everyone has seemingly forgotten that Wang Yun is an adopted child, as discussions of the most accomplished offspring of the Zhang family invariably revolve around her. Suddenly, Zhang Xin felt a surge of anxiety. Mother, what if she decides to major in finance and enters the financial sector? What if she outshines me? In terms of academic performance, their age difference renders comparison impossible. But once in the professional arena, outcomes will be evident, and everyone will surely take notice. At this, Du Xia couldn't help but feel alarmed. That won't happen. It simply won't. Never mind. Regardless of the circumstances, let us first pacify Zhang Xin. Otherwise, if this unrest continues, her days will be far from pleasant. As you have mentioned, entering this industry early allows one to forge numerous connections. Concerning your apprehensions about your aunt, she is merely navigating life domestically. How could she possibly support that wild girl? Zhang Xin still has 2 years of high school, 4 years of university, and 3 years of graduate studies ahead of her, 9 years in total. My dear, consider the time you require, Du Xia patiently reasoned. Upon calculating this, Zhang Xin felt a surge of excitement. Mother, I can graduate in 3 years. I will enter the workforce 6 years earlier than her. When she begins her career, she will merely be a fledgling. Straightening her back, she declared, I have already established myself as a junior leader in the workplace. I can undoubtedly surpass her. Indeed, even if Zhang Yu possesses connections abroad, she cannot aid Wang Yun, who is situated overseas. Initially disheartened by the setbacks from Zhang Yu and her mother, Zhang Xin suddenly regained her resolve. Mother, if I gain admission to a prestigious foreign institution, should I treat everyone to a meal? Even before departing for abroad, Zhang Xin could envision herself thriving in a foreign land far more successfully than Zhang Yu. After all, despite years of effort, Zhang Yu has yet to drive an extravagant car or reside in a grand villa. After graduating, if she works on Wall Street for a few years, she could afford a luxurious home, drive a high-end vehicle, and vacation around the globe. If all goes well, she might even purchase a private jet. Du Xia contemplated seizing this opportunity to secure additional financial gain. although their savings were already sufficient to support Zhang Xian's overseas studies. Life has its challenges, and one could say it is somewhat strained. Your uncle and his family are facing difficulties, while your aunt has always been rather frugal. What Du Xia did not mention is the extent to which Zhang Degui and his wife, as well as Zhang Yu, might contribute in terms of monetary gifts. Such a significant matter certainly warrants informing Zhang Xiaohua. Upon learning this, she scrutinized Du Xia and her daughter for quite some time. Xiao Xian's plane ticket has been booked. Her parents are set to embark on a trip to Europe in a few days. Do you truly believe that in hosting this banquet, my parents will cover the expenses? Do you think Zhang Yu will contribute financially? Ever since Zhang Xiaohua learned of the remarks made by Zhang Xian during her visit to Zhang Yu's home, she has felt that she holds no standing in front of Zhang Yu. How could she possibly refrain from offering assistance? Du Xia is convinced that Zhang Yu has no justification for withholding financial support. Observing Du Xia's persistent hope, Zhang Xiaohua simply remarked that she would frequently treat her to meals to celebrate Wang Yun's achievement of a national ranking. Would you not give a red envelope in such a scenario? I can assure you that Xiao Yun has just received a National Gold Award. And she too will host a gathering. How much will you contribute? You truly cannot outmaneuver her. Zhang Xiaohua is perplexed. The reality is evident. Yet Du Xia insists on causing a stir. Just as my parents are preparing for their journey, do you think they do not wish for Zhang Yu to contribute? However, they do not dare to voice such a desire. If they were bold enough to express this, do you believe Zhang Yu would include them? Zhang Xiaohua once casually inquired about this matter. My parents, being Zhang Yu's biological parents, received the same treatment. How strong do you think you can be in comparison? Furthermore, Zhang Xiaohua wished for Du Xia to refrain from incessantly voicing her opinions, while Zhang Yu was still reliant on the words of Zhang Xian's niece. Given Zhang Xian's calculated suggestions regarding Zhang Yu, it could be said that the latter had long harbored no affection for her. What Zhang Xiaohua did not express was that Zhang Yu also advised her to consider her own interests, emphasizing the importance of nurturing her daughter, but also the necessity of securing a fallback plan. For instance, selling their domestic property to assist Zhang Xian in purchasing real estate abroad was one such strategy. Zhang Xiaohua believed such actions were implausible. After all, if they sold their house, where would they reside? However, observing Du Xia's erratic behavior, Zhang Xiaohua felt that should Zhang Xian exert even a modicum of encouragement, she might indeed align herself with her daughter's interests. A wave of disillusionment washed over Zhang Xiaohua as he pondered the lack of participation from his parents, the meager offerings from his brother, and the looming cost of the banquet. Zhang Xian was aware that the banquet would not be held. Attributing this to Zhang Yu's plans for another trip, this time to Europe, which infuriated her. It seemed she preferred to travel abroad rather than invest in her, Zhang Yu. One day, I shall make you regret this. Chapter 95. The unhoused supporting character Zhang Yu was oblivious to Zhang Xian's lofty ambitions. Each day, she commuted to work, merely a cog in the machine earning for retirement. Upon returning home in the evening, she immersed herself in various research materials and continued her foray into the stock market. During the summer break, Wang Yun approached Zhang Yu with the desire to skip a grade, hoping to graduate by the end of her sophomore year. Although somewhat taken aback by Wang Yun's aspirations, Zhang Yu recalled that while the young girl had previously experienced grade skipping in elementary school, she ultimately relinquished that pursuit, believing it crucial to establish a solid foundation first. How is it that a mere sophomore is already contemplating graduation? Upon reflection, it appears that by the end of the second year, she has nearly completed the entirety of her high school curriculum, with the final year merely serving as a comprehensive review. One fortunate aspect is that Wang Yun's proficiency in English remains commendable, allowing her to allocate less time towards preparing for the IELTS examination. Nevertheless, even with this advantage, Wang Yun is utterly swamped with preparations, while Zhang Yu's role is primarily to provide steadfast support, ensuring that Wang Yun receives ample nutrition. Zhang Degui was taken aback upon learning that Wang Yun had already passed the IELTS and was in the process of applying to foreign institutions. Initially, when he first learned of this plan, he found himself pondering whether the girl was advancing too swiftly. It has now become evident that her pace was not hasty. Rather, she had been diligently preparing all along. Otherwise, how could she have achieved such a remarkable score on her first attempt? Until the results were announced, Zhang Degui refrained from boasting, and even Zhang Guohua and others did not mention the matter. With such an outstanding achievement now at hand, it is only fitting to share the news. When the Zhang Guohua family and the Zhang Hong family heard of this development, Their astonishment was accompanied by a few sardonic remarks. They acknowledged that even though Wang Yun is not Zhang Yu's biological daughter, her academic performance is truly impressive, and the bond between mother and daughter is equally strong. It is evident that Zhang Yu need not worry about future support in her old age. The only individuals capable of standing alongside Zhang Yu in comparison are likely the couple Zhang Xiuhua. Upon learning the news, Zhang Xiuhua expressed both surprise and congratulations. Although he has not taught Wang Yun directly, as an educator, he is well aware of her capabilities. After all, her academic excellence and frequent accolades in competitions make her a prized student for any institution seeking to enhance its reputation. He was also aware that the private school attended by Wang Yun was waiving tuition fees to retain her, alongside offering substantial scholarships. Zhang Xiuhua glanced at Du Xia, who was seated beside him. Her expression drastically altered upon hearing this news, revealing her deep-seated resentment. However, there was little that could be done. Zhang Xian's academic performance, while commendable among ordinary students, paled in comparison to that of gifted children like Wang Yun. Zhang Xian simply could not measure up to Wang Yun. Zhang Xiuhua recalled Zhang Xian's previous lamentations about Wang Yun also pursuing finance. Should she indeed choose to study finance, particularly at a prestigious foreign institution, Zhang Xiuhua could easily foresee Zhang Xian's ensuing outbursts. Du Xia was quite perturbed, fixated on a singular concern, relying solely on IELTS. Was it time to commence university applications? The validity of the IELTS examination was limited, and Du Xia could not fathom why Wang Yun had seemingly resolved to study abroad. However, a possibility crossed her mind. Perhaps Wang Yun intended to complete her final year of high school overseas. Yes, that seemed plausible. Zhang Dagui remembered during their last meal together. Wang Yun had mentioned initiating her school applications. She had specified certain institutions, though the particulars of the foreign schools remained unclear to him, and Zhang Yu had advised him not to dwell on it. As long as they eventually learned where she would attend university, that sufficed. Zhang Dagui found this sentiment quite astute. Although advanced in years, his mind remained sharp. Furthermore, given that Wang Yun was applying to prestigious schools in Europe and America, how could he forget? He had strolled through many of those campuses in the past. However, observing Du Xia's demeanor, the old gentleman harbored concerns that this woman might exacerbate matters, turning them into a sensational affair and placing undue pressure on the young girl. Du Xia had already perked up her ears, eager to uncover which institution Wang Yun was applying to and whether it was the same as her own. Naturally, the choice of major was also pivotal and significant information. To her dismay, Zhang Dagui, this old man, claimed his age had dulled his memory. Du Xia suspected that Zhang Yu had cautioned Zhang Dagui not to divulge any details, possibly out of fear that others would discover Wang Yun was not applying to prestigious schools. After departing from Zhang Dagui's residence, as soon as Du Xia settled into her vehicle, she impatiently inquired whether it might be prudent to discuss this with her sister, suggesting that Wang Yun could consult Xiao Xian, who indeed had experience with applications. However, as Xiao Yun was pursuing an undergraduate degree, the requirements differed, rendering Xiao Xian unable to offer much guidance. Du Xia was genuinely exasperated, feeling that this man was infuriating her. Her intent was not to solicit assistance for Wang Yun, but merely to glean information. Did you think that by mentioning it, Xiao Yu would enlist Xiao Xian's help? Among her acquaintances, many had studied abroad, even at the elementary and middle school levels. Seeking advice would not pose a challenge for her. What Zhang Xiuhua did not articulate was whether Zhang Yu truly lacked a sense of vigilance regarding her own family. Zhang Xiuhua shook his head. They were not accustomed to hosting banquets, and perhaps should Xiao Yun study abroad, she would simply announce it in the family group without expecting any gifts. When Xiao Yu moved into her new home and treated us to a meal, did she accept any gifts? Previously, she was perceived as foolish for not accepting gifts during family gatherings. As others in their families hosted banquets, Zhang Yu would invariably present red envelopes. Such behavior cannot simply be deemed foolish. Zhang Xiuhua has come to realize that Zhang Yu is deliberately distancing herself from them. What is ostensibly polite is, in truth, indifference. Du Xia let out a cold huff, feeling like the foolish one. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiuhua couldn't help but chuckle, noting that they all shared the same sentiment. Zhang Yu was aware that the family was currently discussing Wang Yun's school applications. She diligently sought information online and consulted friends whose children studied abroad. Although they had traveled and gained considerable insight into various institutions, specific data remained essential. Wang Yun had already identified her desired schools, and with the information she had gathered, She promptly submitted her applications. For safety's sake, she also applied to a few fallback options. Zhang Yu found it peculiar. Typically, gaining admission to medical school from an ordinary university poses significant challenges. However, there is always the option to transfer after entering university, albeit with its own difficulties. And those fallback options were indeed prudent. Wang Yun remained entirely confident that she would receive acceptance from prestigious institutions. Her only concern was the extent of scholarship offers. "Mom, will you send me to school?" Over the years, regardless of how busy Zhang Yu was with work, she always ensured to accompany her on the first day of school. It was imperative. Zhang Yu beamed, saying, "We must take a photo together. I want to attend your graduation ceremony when the time comes." As the year drew to a close, amidst various anxieties and uncertainties, admission letters began to arrive one after another. Du Xia believed that Wang Yun had not truly attended high school, lacking a high school diploma. However, Zhang Yu had inquired and learned that one could graduate early upon completing the required credits, particularly for high-achieving second-year students. Direct participation in the college entrance examination was also an option. Wang Yun had participated in numerous competitions, achieving commendable rankings, which served as excellent enhancements to her application. Furthermore, her travels abroad were not solely for leisure. She also engaged in volunteer activities, acquiring recommendation letters from notable individuals. It can be said that all the application materials for schools were meticulously prepared by Wang Yun herself, with Zhang Yu only aware of the institutions she had applied to. The only regret was that the scholarship offered did not cover living expenses, only tuition fees. There was another prestigious school that granted the highest tier of scholarship, which would allow Wang Yun to pursue her studies there with ease and attend the university of her dreams. Zhang Yu advised her that she could earn money to cover tuition fees. Although the cost of living in the beautiful country was substantial, her family was certainly capable of affording it. There was no need to subject herself to unnecessary hardships over a trivial amount of money. After some contemplation, Wang Yun decided to attend that school, despite the fact that several schools she applied to had yet to send notifications. Wang Yun was decisive and unwilling to reconsider her choice. She sent an email to the school, confirming her intention to enroll in September and securing her spot by mailing the reservation fee. Zhang Yu watched as Wang Yun composed the email and, in a customary manner, asked her what gift she desired to celebrate her acceptance into university. "What kind of gift is needed?" Wang Yun has indeed set a goal. "I wish to obtain a driving license." Upon arriving abroad, driving becomes an essential skill. Otherwise, venturing outside would entail various inconveniences. Acquiring a driving license is undoubtedly imperative, but should it be learned locally or in the foreign land? Zhang Yu swiftly made a decision. "We shall travel abroad in advance, and then you can take the test there. I am uncertain whether they will recognize it. The best course of action would certainly be to take the examination directly there. Subsequently, we can rent an apartment in that vicinity. By the way, do you intend to share a rental or live alone?" Zhang Yu speculated that Wang Yun would likely prefer to share accommodation. To share or to live alone? Wang Yun contemplated briefly. "I know someone online. He is in his sophomore year there, and his previous roommate will graduate in June." Zhang Yu understood that this meant she intended to share with someone. "Is he male or female?" "Male." Wang Yun was aware that mentioning a male would raise Zhang Yu's concerns. "It's Li Zhe, the son of Uncle Li." From Zhang Yu's expression, it was evident that she had forgotten. With Wang Yun's hint, Zhang Yu recalled the boy. Indeed, she had consulted him previously. That child had grown up under Zhang Yu's watchful eye. "He is quite a polite young man." "Very well, if you are to live with him, I feel reassured." When Wang Yun heard Zhang Yu inquiring about the gender, she genuinely anticipated an objection. However, upon realizing who it was, there was no opposition. "Mom, I will be living with a male classmate. Will you be sharing the same bed?" "Even if that were the case, it is ultimately your affair." "Mother, what I can tell you is to take good care of yourself. In the event that you have a child, please reflect deeply on this matter. I understand that in your heart, you perceive your father as a compassionate, responsible man, capable of shouldering his duties. However, men like your father are truly scarce. If you decide to have children, do not expect me to provide extensive assistance." Zhang Yu initially intended to discuss this matter when considering sending Wang Yun abroad for her studies, but unexpectedly, the conversation has come earlier than anticipated. "I know that Wang Yun does not find Zhang Yu's remarks excessive. After all, it is commendable that she has been raised well. Zhang Yu has indeed sacrificed much to care for her, and there is no reason to expect further assistance with child rearing. I still remember my ambition. I aspire to become a doctor." Wang Yun affirmed that she would remember her own aspirations and the goals for which she strives. Zhang Yu acknowledged that she does not oppose Wang Yun dating. When young, it is natural to explore feelings with someone who captivates your heart. Even if one encounters a few scoundrels along the way, it is not a tragedy. Who hasn't faced such individuals in their youth? The key is to emerge from those experiences and learn from them. Zhang Yu is uncertain about the types of individuals Wang Yun may encounter or the situations she may face. But there are certain matters that must be avoided at all costs. This is what Zhang Yu holds most dear. During school visits to prestigious institutions, witnessing students indulging in alcohol or engaging with prohibited substances, Zhang Yu would be disingenuous to claim not to feel anxious. Perhaps, in the eyes of those individuals, such behavior is trivial, yet Wang Yun must remain untouched by such influences. Wang Yun replied, "Mom, rest assured, I will not engage in that." Upon learning of Wang Yun's school application, the Zhang family paid it little heed, confident that they would be informed once results were available. They were preoccupied with Zhou Guohua and his wife concerned about Zhang Yi's matrimonial prospects. Since the couple Zhang Dagui ceased their financial support, the situation had grown increasingly strained. Particularly as Zhang Yi's children matured and the prospect of education loomed, the couple realized that relocating to a better school district had become a considerable burden. To secure a residence in a desirable educational zone, they would require nearly 2 properties to exchange for one. Naturally, Zhang Yun would never acquiesce to such a transaction. As for Zhang Yi's wife, Zhang Yun held numerous grievances. In her heart, she believed Zhang Yi could find a more suitable partner. Regrettably, the candidates she favored had no interest in him whatsoever. Had Zhang Yu transferred her current residence to Zhang Yi back then, he would undoubtedly have secured the bride of his dreams. Yet, such thoughts were futile now that Zhang Yi was already married with children. Zhang Yun recalled the newly acquired property by Zhang Yu, rumored to be a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room abode, situated in an exemplary school district with renowned public kindergarten, elementary, and middle schools. Little Yun was embarking on her studies abroad, incurring substantial tuition and living expenses. Zhang Yun remembered how Du Xia often lamented the exorbitant costs associated with Zhang Xian's overseas education. Fortunately, Little Yun's scholarship could cover her tuition, leaving only living costs for her to manage. Observing Zhang Yun's proactive approach, Zhang Yu sensed something amiss. How much could tuition truly amount to? Living expenses, indeed, were steep, especially abroad, coupled with the need for housing. Having just purchased a home and commercial property, and now with Little Yun's impending study abroad, one could only surmise that financial strain was inevitable. Zhang Yun cautiously inquired, "Are you all right? Is your financial situation strained?" Zhang Yu remained unfazed, stating, "I purchased the house with a loan." The mention of the house by Zhang Yun stirred memories of the time when she fixated on the property in Zhang Yu's possession, often remarking that Zhang Yi's marriage hinged on that very residence. Presently, Zhang Yu recalled that Zhang Yi's son was likely of an age to commence his primary education. Chapter 97. The unhoused supporting character Zhang Yu gently brushed away non-existent dust from her clothing. "If I do not transfer the property to you, will you blame me? Your aunt, for your grandson, Zhang's great-grandson, not achieving success in the future?" Zhang Yun's expression turned awkward as Zhang Yu's straightforwardness offered her no reprieve. The commotion attracted the attention of Zhang Dagui and others, igniting a feeling of resentment within Zhang Yun. "Well, I was merely considering that you might be in need of funds. It so happens that I could take over, which would allow my grandson to attend a prestigious school." Zhang Yun attempted to elucidate. "My financial status is of no concern to you. Rest assured, I will not seek your assistance," Zhang Yu retorted. "As for living expenses abroad, I receive a salary and bonuses, and Xiao Yun can also work while studying overseas." Wang Yun, too, was not in dire need of a meager sum from part-time work. She merely sought to gain experience and enhance her spoken and listening skills in English. Du Xia had been attentively listening since entering the room, eager to discover which school and major Wang Yun intended to pursue. After a lengthy wait, she learned that the scholarship covered tuition fees, which was quite comparable to Zhang Xian's situation. This revelation brought her a sense of relief. The situation had reached an impasse. Despite Wang Yun's numerous competitions, she had yet to secure the coveted top-tier scholarship. "Xiao Yu, I must express my concern," she remarked. "You are not lacking in funds, so why permit the child to seek employment? Though your brother and I do not earn abundantly, we have never entertained the thought of sending Xiao Xian to work." Du Xia recalled that Zhang Xian had once mentioned her desire to focus on her studies after going abroad, expressing a reluctance to take on a job. Naturally, she wholeheartedly supported this choice, as it would enable her to excel academically and surpass Wang Yun's achievements. Zhang Yu was aware that Zhang Xian had not sought employment. However, whether she was genuinely dedicated to her studies remained uncertain, likely concealed from Zhang Shouhua and others. Observing Du Xia's smug demeanor, she decided to refrain from shattering her illusions. The quality of Zhang Xian's education was not for anyone to judge. The truth would only emerge post-graduation when she entered the job market. Zhang Yu hoped that she would not indulge excessively in distractions and would devote more attention to her studies. As the family's financial investment aimed to secure her a respectable future. Every family possesses its own philosophy regarding child-rearing, Zhang Yu mused. Du Xia, sensing Zhang Yu's underlying discontent, wondered if it truly concerned her. By the way, after all this discussion, what university and major would Xiao Yun pursue? Zhang Yun was increasingly displeased with Du Xia's abrupt intrusion and the way she commandeered the conversation. Yet, despite her dissatisfaction, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Zhang Yu had stated that money was not an issue. Could they possibly compel her to sell her house? Zhang Yu turned to Wang Yun, encouraging her to speak for herself. The latter graciously revealed the concern of those present. She was studying biochemistry at Princeton University. What? Du Xia exclaimed in astonishment, rising abruptly. No. How can you be studying this major? Aren't you supposed to be studying finance? Why didn't you pursue finance? Zhang Yu chuckled, recalling how she had previously asserted that Xiao Yun would not be studying finance. When Xiao Xian had inquired earlier, she had confidently stated that it was certain Xiao Yun would not enroll in finance. She had even mentioned this to Wang Yun's partner, expressing her uncertainty about the major Xiao Yun would choose, but affirming it would definitely not be finance. At that time, Wang Yun had yet to finalize her university major, and she had only decided on her current field of study after thorough consideration. Du Xia looked at Zhang Yu for a long moment. Despite her lingering feeling that they had been misled, she could not cast blame. Zhang Yu had repeatedly claimed that Wang Yun would not be studying finance. Yet it was the two of them who had been skeptical and insisted that Wang Yun would pursue finance. Soon, Du Xia breathed a sigh of relief. If Wang Yun was not studying finance, then there was no need for Zhang Xian to be overly anxious. Occasionally, when she communicated with her online, she could sense the exhaustion in her demeanor. It was only then that Du Xia realized Wang Yun was to attend Princeton, leaving her utterly astonished. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, blurted out his surprise, questioning why she hadn't applied to Harvard, Yale, or Stanford. In his view, those were the prestigious institutions worthy of recognition in America, and it bewildered him that Wang Yun had opted for such an ordinary university instead. Zhang Yu and Wang Yun exchanged a glance with Zhang Yi and simply replied, "We didn't get accepted." There is no need to explain to Zhang Yi that Princeton University is a prestigious institution. It would be a futile endeavor, as this fool might still fail to comprehend. Thus, expending energy on such matters seems unwarranted. Du Xia possesses a certain understanding of renowned foreign universities, particularly Princeton, which is indeed an impressive establishment. She had anticipated that Zhang Yu and her mother would provide a thorough explanation, yet to her surprise, they did not. If it were she and Zhang Xian, they would have ensured the Zhang family recognized the university's prestige, but Zhang Yu and her family seemed indifferent. Du Xia sighed, realizing that this must be what Zhang Shouhua meant. Zhang Yu and her mother simply do not care, living their lives in isolation. Zhang Yun cast a glance at Zhang Guohua. Previously, when matters arose at Zhang Yu's home, they had refused red envelopes, yet with such a significant issue at hand. Could they truly reject monetary gifts this time? Zhang Guohua, too, was troubled. He now loathed receiving red envelopes, as they required him to part with his money. However, when issues arose within their own family, Zhang Yu always offered financial support, and upon Xiaoyan's acceptance into university, her uncle was expected to provide a substantial gift. Zhang Hong pouted, resigned to the situation. After all, Zhang Yu had generously given to their family in the past. No need, Zhang Yu declined. You all require funds at this time. Just refrain from calculating my expenses. She cast a glance at Jiang Yun, expressing her gratitude. Jiang Yun grumbled inwardly, feeling targeted. Du Xia swiftly took out her phone and sent the information regarding the university and major that Wang Yun intended to pursue to Zhang Xian. In the United States, Zhang Xian had just awakened and was taken aback upon receiving Du Xia's message. It is astonishing that she is attending such a prestigious university. While her university is commendable, it pales in comparison to the Ivy League schools, which are several tiers above. She is majoring in biochemistry. Zhang Xian has been studying here for half a year and is aware that entering the investment banking sector is not exclusively reserved for finance majors. Other disciplines certainly hold potential as well. Unlike Du Xia, who appears completely at ease, Zhang Xian cannot help but feel a sense of envy, especially since she is merely a sophomore and is already enrolled in such a notable institution. Zhang Xian grapples with her discontent, yet feels powerless. She understands that breaking into investment banking with her major poses its own challenges. As Du Xia remarked, even if Wang Yun aspires to work in investment banking, she will need to obtain a master's degree, which places her at a distinct advantage. Chapter 98. The unhoused supporting character Zhang Yu cast a glance at Zhang Yi, who was still engrossed in his game. "Mom and Dad, please wait a moment. I've just begun this round," Zhang Yi replied. His wife, hearing this, showed no surprise, continuing to select delectable snacks while discreetly stuffing some into her bag. The sheer volume of her haul was staggering, and one could only imagine the extent of her indulgence. Zhang Yun felt embarrassed on behalf of Zhang Yi's wife, who was making such an ungraceful display. "All right, Zhang Yi is leaving. The child is already fatigued," Zhang Yun asserted, observing her grandson nodding incessantly. Frustrated, she turned to Zhang Yi and said, "I told you, I've just started this round." Zhang Yi, equally exasperated, retorted, scolding Zhang Yun for her incessant nagging. "Are you ever going to stop?" Zhang Yi was consumed by rage, oblivious to the enemy lurking nearby. And in the midst of his fury, he was swiftly dispatched, ending the battle abruptly. This infuriated Zhang Yi to the point of near despair. And disregarding the significance of New Year's Eve, he unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon Zhang Yun. Her complexion paled, while the grandson nestled beside her was so frightened by Zhang Yi's outburst that he burst into tears. Upon hearing his son's cries, Zhang Yi shouted at the child incessantly, demanding silence and lamenting, "All you do is cry. I should never have had you. Your existence has become a burden, compelling me to strive for what reason?" The child's sobs intensified, calling out for his grandparents. Zhang Yu felt a wave of relief that there were no children in her household, for the sound of a child's wailing was truly unbearable. She observed as Zhang Yi berated the child in a fit of rage, while Zhang Guohua and his wife attempted to soothe the distressed little one. Surprisingly, Zhang Yi's wife, the child's mother, remained conspicuously absent from the scene. A brief search revealed her casually seated on the sofa, indulging in food and drink, entirely unfazed by the chaos surrounding her. Were it not for her visibly pregnant state, one might have assumed the child was not hers. Witnessing the turmoil, Zhang Yu suggested, "Zhang Guohua, perhaps you should take the child and leave." Zhang Guohua, looking at his wailing grandson and the irate Zhang Yi, let out a soft sigh. He picked up the child and headed outside, instructing, "You can take a taxi." With the trio of grandfather and grandchildren departing, tranquility enveloped the home, devoid of the child's cries, allowing Zhang Yi's emotions to gradually stabilize. "Have my parents departed without us?" Zhang Yi exclaimed, genuinely astounded. Zhang Yi put down his phone, on the verge of a tirade, but Zhang Daguai erupted in anger. "This is not your residence. If you intend to throw a tantrum, then leave." For the old man, the New Year's Eve should be spent in harmony. Although tonight's feast was not exceptional, at least there had been no quarrels. He had anticipated a flawless conclusion, but no one could have foreseen this turn of events. Zhang Daguai might have been lenient for the sake of his great-grandchild, but he had absolutely no patience for Zhang Yi, his good-for-nothing eldest grandson. Observing Zhang Daguai's fury, Zhang Yi may have wanted to retaliate, but upon reflection, he restrained himself. "Let's go," Zhang Yi rebuked his wife, who was still on the sofa consuming food. The latter pouted, "Why are you venting your anger on me?" She then rose and trailed behind Zhang Yi, and one could hear them debating who would pay for the taxi fare. Their relationship remained as acrimonious as ever. Zhang Hong curled her lip, remarking impolitely, "Despite their frigid relationship, they still won't divorce." Zhang Hong clicked her tongue in disapproval. Zhang Yi remained as unambitious as ever in his current state. Gaming was his sole pursuit. After years of employment, his salary was meager. Who would be willing to marry him after a divorce? Du Xia had always loathed Zhang Yi's existence. His presence obscured Zhang Xian's efforts in the eyes of Zhang Daguai and his wife. Now, witnessing the young man's lack of diligence and ambition, Du Xia seized every opportunity to denigrate him. Zhang Yu yawned. Mom and Dad were leaving. Although there were some unhappy events, it was still a delightful experience, as I witnessed a splendid performance. Zhang Yu felt that this year's New Year's Eve dinner was truly remarkable, as it unfolded like a flawless farce. In his previous life, Zhang Yi was not particularly accomplished, yet he enjoyed the unwavering support of the Zhang Dagui couple. Additionally, the original owner, who was rather foolish, also contributed silently. He managed to marry the girl of his dreams, and life improved slightly because he considered his wife's opinions. This time, however, Zhang Yi was marrying merely for the sake of marriage. The bride was not his ideal choice, leading him to be indifferent about their life together. As she stated, it was essential to conclude her high school journey with a perfect ending. When Wang Yun's classmates learned that she had already been accepted into a prestigious university abroad, they were truly astonished. They were aware of her participation in numerous competitions and her commendable achievements, which would undoubtedly lead her to a good university. But they never anticipated she would gain admission to such an esteemed institution. Most impressively, she secured her university acceptance in her sophomore year. Though they may not possess Wang Yun's exceptional abilities, they still had to face their senior year, aspiring not necessarily for foreign universities, but at least for respectable institutions within the country. Consequently, the atmosphere in the classroom became increasingly studious, as teachers favored students who devoted their thoughts to their studies. If possible, they hoped to sustain this fervor until the day of the college entrance examination. Observing her classmates diligently studying, Wang Yun also immersed herself in her studies, ultimately graduating with outstanding results and concluding her high school journey. After Zhang Yu accompanied Wang Yun abroad for her studies, she found herself with more time to herself. Although the former was quite understanding and generally did not require much of her attention, she still had to divide her focus to care for one or two matters. Zhang Yun observed Zhang Yu living alone in a duplex, feeling a sense of imbalance, and coupled with Zhang Yi's various antics, the young couple began to quarrel about divorce. Unfortunately, for Zhang Guohua at this moment, achieving such a goal was indeed a formidable challenge. It was utterly impossible to persuade Zhang Yu to sell her house to them at a bargain. Thus, Zhang Yun turned her thoughts towards the couple Zhang Dagui. Zhang Yu initially believed that by not giving Jiang Yun face that day, she had surrendered. However, she soon realized that Jiang Yun had a backup plan. Chapter 99. The unhoused female supporting character Zhang Yu was even more incensed, as she considered herself to have treated Zhang Dagui and his wife with far less sincerity than she had shown the original owner. At the very least, better than Zhang Guohua and his family. To her surprise, in a critical moment, she discovered that they favored Zhang Guohua's family, opting for the useless Zhang Yi. Zhang Yu surveyed her surroundings and reflected that she had not taken the family house or the savings of her parents. During their subsequent travels abroad, she had documented her expenses, which exceeded theirs. She did not allow the elderly couple to spend their money on her. Zhang Yu retrieved numerous travel bills and details from her cloud storage. When the demolition occurred, everyone had signed, and Zhang Guohua and his two companions had promised that by acquiring the house, they would treat their parents well. Now was the time for them to demonstrate their commitment. How to manage their parents' house and which child it should be given to was their own affair, but they should not expect her to take care of them. Do not presume that my spacious home, which I occupy alone, obliges me to care for them in such a manner that it leads to my abduction. Should you find this unacceptable, you may take your grievances to court. Whatever the court decrees, I shall abide by it without objection. Zhang Yu rose to her feet, asserting that henceforth, such matters need not be communicated to her. It is a sheer waste of time. As for the trip, you may discuss it with Zhang Guohua and the others. Zhang Yu contemplated that some individuals should not be expected to alter their inherent nature. When Zhang Dagui and his spouse suggested to Zhang Yun, they had indeed contemplated whether such actions would displease Zhang Yu. Yet, they assumed that Zhang Yu's demeanor towards them was favorable, coupled with the notion that she would not mind an extra person in her vast abode. However, they failed to anticipate that Zhang Yu's reaction would be more pronounced than they envisioned, instilling a sense that she would not neglect them in the future. Xiao Yu, did we not agree to go out together? Zhang Dagui, concerned about appearances, hesitated to voice his feelings, prompting Pan Wan to step forward. An agreement is not something to be altered. Zhang Yu could not help but smile, suggesting they could invite Zhang Guohua to accompany them. Mother, I do not covet your wealth or property, but do not conspire against me. If you insist on scheming, ensure you do so with clarity. Zhang Yu stood up, preparing to leave. This time, Zhang Yi's wife declared that if they were to switch to a larger house, she would not pursue divorce, this time acquiescing. Yet, after a while, they began to stir again, demanding a luxury vehicle and a spacious flat. What then? Will you coerce me into relinquishing my properties? In the future, Will she ask me to help her find a job that offers ample remuneration with minimal responsibilities? Is this not how human greed begins to unfold step by step? Zhang Yu can assure that once this door is opened, Zhang Yi's wife will have the upper hand. Whether Zhang Yi has a wife is of no concern to me. The child is already of an age to attend elementary school, yet he remains ensnared in the world of gaming. If this continues, Zhang Yi, in Zhang Yu's view, will become increasingly ineffectual throughout his life. If only Zhang Guohua and his spouse could raise their expectations of Zhang Yi, things would not have come to this. Nevertheless, he is their son. The consequences of his actions, whether good or bad, are theirs to bear, and I am in no way implicated. When Pan Wan saw Zhang Yu leaving in such a manner, a sense of panic overtook her, prompting her to call out to her. But she was intercepted by Zhang Dagawei. In due time, everything will improve. After all, did she not once say she would not concern herself with us? Only to continue doing so? Zhang Dagawei is confident that Zhang Yu will not abandon them. Zhang Yu is well aware that they are counting on her pity, and she smiles, for soon they will discover whether she possesses such compassion. In the days to come, Zhang Yu will tend to her work, and during her days off, she will drive around solo. If she happens to meet Wang Yun during her vacation, the mother and daughter will embark on a journey abroad together. It can be said that without taking Zhang Dagawei and his wife along, Zhang Yu has unlocked a plethora of enjoyable experiences. There are numerous activities she had previously refrained from due to concerns about the elderly couple's age and endurance, but now she and Wang Yun will fully indulge. The regret of Zhang Dagawei and his wife, who remain at home, will be profound, for they currently lack the economic authority to make decisions on many matters. Do not speak of outings. Even the simple desire to purchase one's preferred sustenance seems unattainable. Zhang Yu has not neglected to visit occasionally, if not for business trips. She would make weekly visits. She brings a modest selection of fruits and, after a brief stay, departs swiftly. The couple, Zhang Dagawei and his wife, have expressed their hopes that Zhang Yu might assist in ameliorating their current circumstances. Each time this topic arises, she deftly changes the subject, for in her eyes, some individuals truly do not merit sympathy. Are they unaware of Zhang Guohua's covetous gaze upon her properties? They are not oblivious. Rather, they believe that successfully nurturing Wang Yun and sending her abroad for studies is the paramount achievement. As for the properties and investments under her name, they ought to belong to the descendants of the Zhang family. Zhang Dagawei and his wife have placed their final hopes upon Zhang Yu, deliberating extensively on how to invoke her compassion through their plight. Unexpectedly, what they received in return were Zhang Yu's words of helplessness. Moreover, they are faring well now. In the past, it was merely the two of them and a caretaker, and did she not frequently lament her loneliness? Zhang Yu, ever optimistic, insists she will not intervene to support them. Realizing that their hopes have been extinguished, the couple's spirits plummeted. Being of advanced age, they are particularly susceptible to any disturbances in their health. Soon, their physical condition began to deteriorate, causing considerable alarm for Zhang Guohua and the others. Despite their anticipation of the elderly couple's passing, which would facilitate an earlier division of property, however, they all consider themselves to be respectable individuals, and they absolutely cannot engage in such a disgraceful act. Thus, they sought Zhang Yu's counsel regarding the medical treatment for their parents. This reflects the desire of Zhang Dagawei and his wife to support their descendants until the very end, yet it remains uncertain how they would feel upon discovering the truth. Perhaps it is better for them to remain oblivious, or maybe they are already aware but choose to maintain their dignity. They may not wish to let her witness their predicament, thus pretending as if nothing is amiss. Zhang Yu comprehends their genuine sentiments, yet she has no intention of interfering. Medical treatment is imperative, and the first step is to utilize their parents' savings. The social insurance will reimburse a significant portion, and if those savings are depleted, they still possess their home. The notion of summoning her to discuss the treatment plan for Zhang Dagawei and his wife is merely an expectation for her to contribute financially. Although her income is substantial, it truly feels inappropriate for her to bear this burden. It is unreasonable for Zhang Dagawei and his wife, who have savings and a house, to expect her to provide funds. After all, it is no easy feat for parents to raise their children, and they must receive the medical care they require. In summary, it is impossible to deny them treatment. It is a necessity. Zhang Yu insists on providing care for her elderly parents, and Zhang Guohua and the others can only reluctantly acquiesce, lest they find themselves in the wrong in the future. Ultimately, Zhang Dagawei and his wife are of advanced age, and their instinct for survival is not particularly strong. Before Wang Yun graduated from university, they passed away. And both Zhang Daguai and Pan Wan frequently expressed their desire to attend her graduation ceremony. After the matter was disseminated, many relatives remarked that the elderly couple could not let go of their granddaughter Wang Yun, expressing great affection for her. Zhang Yu understood that, for the elderly couple, their numerous trips together did not stem solely from fondness for Wang Yun. Rather, they placed greater importance on blood ties. Before their departure, they repeatedly called out for Wang Yun, lamenting their absence from her graduation ceremony. Zhang Yu surmised that a more significant possibility was their nostalgia for the days when they could travel abroad each year. During that time, they truly reveled in joy, savoring exquisite cuisine, admiring breathtaking scenery, and indulging in fine wine. While standing before their memorial during the wake, Zhang Yu thought, "Now you should see her. I hope you treat her well. At least this time, you truly have no regrets." Compared to their previous lives, it could be said that this time, they had visited numerous places and had no cause for remorse. After the funeral of Pan Wan, the two elderly members of the family had departed, and according to Jiang Yun's perspective, it was unwise to leave the house vacant. Selling it seemed preferable. Zhang Yu realized the house would inevitably be sold, though she had not anticipated such urgency, as they did not even wait for Pan Wan's first anniversary before putting the property on the market. "You have made your decision," Zhang Yu thought, observing the expressions of Zhang Shouhua and Zhang Hong, concluding that it must have been a prearranged agreement. Zhang Yu felt that this girl had likely come with intentions regarding the house. After graduating with her master's degree, Zhang Xian was employed at an investment bank on Wall Street. However, based on the information Wang Yun had gathered and Zhang Xian's evasiveness in disclosing her specific workplace, Zhang Yu was certain that the girl had secured a position at a smaller investment firm. It is not that she looks down upon small investment banks. She is well aware of several promising ones with remarkable development momentum. If Zhang Xian were to apply herself diligently, she could indeed gain substantial experience, which would be immensely beneficial for her future job transitions. However, observing her current demeanor and pretentious airs, Zhang Yu suspects that her prospects are merely mediocre. Despite her average standing, she exudes an air of superiority, conversing with Wang Yun entirely in English, boasting about dining at Michelin-starred restaurants and staying at luxurious hotels. Zhang Yu rolls her eyes. It has only been a short while since she left, and already this fade has emerged. If she truly possessed any capability, she would earn her own money to purchase a home instead of pressuring Zhang Shouhua and his wife to sell their property to facilitate her own aspirations in the United States. In her previous life, Zhang Shouhua had succumbed to such pressure, only for Zhang Xian to turn against them when they found themselves financially strained, ultimately forcing them out. Fortunately, they had managed to secure a modest residence, thus avoiding destitution. This time, Zhang Shouhua recalls Zhang Yu's earlier counsel. Regardless of how chaotic Du Xia and Zhang Xian's antics become, he remains resolute in not selling their only home. Upon seeing Zhang Yu preparing to leave, Zhang Xian grows anxious, casting furtive glances at Du Xia and the others. Zhang Guohua calls out to Zhang Yu, expressing that this is the place where their parents resided, and selling it would leave an emptiness in their hearts. "Then let us not sell it," Zhang Yu replies, fully convinced that they are indeed targeting her. For instance, they may want her to purchase this property, which is highly plausible given that it belonged to the recently deceased and would not fetch a favorable price. This scenario is certainly not what these three families desire. If they are reluctant to part with it, they should refrain from selling. The inability to sell was evident. The modest school district home initially purchased was no longer sufficient now that Xiao Yi's wife was expecting their second child, prompting a desire for a larger residence within a prestigious educational zone. Similarly, Zhang Hong found herself in a parallel situation, also anticipating the arrival of a second child and yearning for a more spacious abode. However, securing a larger home in a sought-after school district came at a steep price. As for Zhang Shouhua, his aspirations were even more pronounced, as he too was eagerly awaiting financial relief. Thus, they decided to list the property. "Rest assured, when the time comes for me to provide my signature, I shall do so without hesitation. Alternatively, we could arrange to sign the agreement at the lawyer's office." Their connection remained solely tied to the residence previously inhabited by Zhang Daguai and his spouse. Once this property was sold, it could be said that any lingering ties would be irrevocably severed. The group exchanged glances, believing Zhang Yu must surely comprehend the situation. Yet her silence rendered their thoughts futile. With no other recourse, they awkwardly broached the subject, hoping she might consider purchasing the home. Zhang Yu, however, found their predicament amusing, asserting that she possessed ample properties and, presently, lacked the financial means to make a purchase due to restrictions on buying. Zhang Guohua and his companions were taken aback by her declaration of financial constraints and limitations, ultimately resigning themselves to defeat. Despite their protests about their reluctance to part with the home, it did not take long before it was sold. When Zhang Yuan signed the agreement, she discovered that, due to the urgency of the sale, the property had been offloaded at a mere 80 of its market value. This circumstance left all three families discontented, accusing one another of hastening the sale out of desperation, which ultimately resulted in a price that was far from reasonable. Observing their quarrel, Zhang Yu surmised that future interactions would likely diminish, perhaps even leading to the dissolution of their sibling bond. Indeed, her predictions came to fruition. Zhang Guohua and his associates openly severed ties, airing grievances about the others in their family group chat, much to the amusement of their relatives who watched the unfolding drama unfold. Due to the unexpected meagerness of the funds received, Zhang Yi ultimately did not acquire a significantly larger residence, and his wife created a tumult of discontent. The resigned couple, Zhang Guohua and his spouse, had no choice but to toil tirelessly each day, shouldering all household expenses to maintain a semblance of stability in Zhang Yi's modest home. Zhang Shouhua, unable to endure Zhang Xian's incessant lamentations, sold the long-cherished family abode and exchanged it for a diminutive single room, all to amass funds for Zhang Xian to purchase a property abroad. To repay debts, the aging Zhang Shouhua reluctantly sought employment at a training institution. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian, struggling to navigate life overseas, ultimately resorted to a second-generation immigrant to secure a green card, leading to a life fraught with financial strain. Not to mention filial piety. They were also compelled to request monetary assistance from their parents. Among the three, only Zhang Hong fared slightly better, while her child lacked ambition. At least she did not excessively rely on her parents, demonstrating a modicum of filial respect. As for Zhang Yu, upon retirement, he embarked on travels with his in-laws, the parents of Li Jia. After Wang Yun and Li Jia welcomed a child a few years into their marriage, the trio journeyed to assist with childcare, while also stealing moments for leisure. Zhang Guohua and his family observed the occasional travel photographs shared by Zhang Yu on social media, along with the grand mansion purchased by Wang Yun. Apart from lamenting her prosperous life and Wang Yun's accomplishments, what else could they do? They eventually did not encounter Wang Yun again, who had sent Zhang Yu to politely dismiss them. Witnessing Zhang Yu, who appeared increasingly youthful, Zhang Guohua and his family sighed, recognizing the disparity between their lives. Although her words were no longer venomous, her presence radiated a formidable aura, capable of silencing them with merely a glance. From that moment on, they never sought out Zhang Yu again nor reunited, until they departed from this world, after which Zhang Yu attended their funeral. Observing the descendants of Zhang Guohua causing a ruckus at the mourning hall, Zhang Yu felt a sense of elation, anticipating that their circumstances would likely deteriorate further. Chapter 101. My brother-in-law. The ex-awakening to find herself dozing on her office desk, Zhang Yu was taken aback, never anticipating such an occurrence at work, deeming it among the most undesirable situations. Though reluctant, Zhang Yu had no choice but to swiftly reconcile with the reality. Regrettably, she had barely assimilated some information when she became aware of activity around her. The once tranquil ambience was now punctuated by the scraping of chairs, footsteps, and voices. Glancing at her phone, she realized it was past 1 p.m., signaling the resumption of work. Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, comforted by the fact that the original host was still present within her, sparing her from the worst possible scenario. The thought of the original host's presence brought her a measure of tranquility, reassuring her that she would at least navigate the afternoon shift without incident. As a former finance professional, Zhang Yu would have welcomed a role in accounting. However, fate had cast her as a software developer. Apart from her relatively swift typing skills, Zhang Yu was woefully ignorant in this field. Despite her practiced input of code, it was merely muscle memory at play, leaving Zhang Yu utterly bewildered. The combination of English letters appeared as arcane scripture to her. Zhang Yu was truly on the verge of tears. Unless she were to change her career, she would undoubtedly have to exert herself in her studies. Otherwise, how long could she possibly endure in this job? Although the original host would provide some support for the time being, no one could predict when the original host might depart. Zhang Yu understood that her primary objective now was to master the original host's expertise, for only then could she fulfill her mission. It is worth noting that in the previous task, she had received a commendation from the original host, who expressed great satisfaction. The original host merely desired a blissful old age, and Zhang Yu had exceeded expectations, even earning her the favor of a dutiful daughter and considerate descendants. With such a promising start, Zhang Yu naturally hoped that the upcoming tasks would also culminate in a gratifying conclusion. As time dragged on, she eventually reached the end of her workday. After bidding farewell to a few colleagues, she made her way to the ride-hailing point, patiently awaiting the arrival of her vehicle. Once seated in the car that had been waiting, she provided an address and promptly closed her eyes, seeking a moment of respite. In an environment unsuitable for absorbing any new information, she simply felt fatigued. Although the original host had been the one working throughout the day, they shared a singular consciousness. Staring at the computer for extended periods, coupled with rapid typing on the keyboard, had taken a toll on her wrists. Not to mention, under the intense demands of her coding job, she had also participated in 2 meetings. Though each meeting had been brief, wrapping up within 30 minutes, the discussions had been mentally taxing. She had to fervently listen to the contributions of her colleagues, while simultaneously engaging her own intellect to formulate her thoughts. Zhang Yu had always been aware of the high income associated with programming, yet after experiencing a mere half-day in this role, she could only conclude that earning such a salary was far from easy. Should she consider a career change? This was Zhang Yu's initial thought, but upon further reflection, she pondered what else she could pursue, if not as a programmer. After all, she had studied computer science in university and embarked on her career in the IT industry, marking her second job. It was not that her previous position was unsatisfactory, nor was it due to the company dismissing the former employee. Rather, the former employee wished to be with her boyfriend, who was reluctant to change jobs, leaving her with no choice but to seek new opportunities. Zhang Yu recalled her previous job and truly wished she had arrived at this current place sooner, for she would have certainly chosen not to leave. In any case, her current boyfriend was not her destined partner, and the efforts she had invested were completely overlooked by him. He merely regarded her as an obedient and easily manipulated girlfriend, particularly since she bore the brunt of their expenses, while his justification was that he needed to save money to prepare for their future home. Zhang Yu felt touched by his intentions for their future, considering that his family's financial situation was not ideal and his parents' health was declining. Although their city was not classified as a first-tier city, it was nonetheless a new first-tier city with exorbitant housing prices. She did not want her boyfriend to bear too much pressure, yet she feared that suggesting they save together for a home would undermine his pride. After shouldering the majority of their expenses, he was also striving to save money. With both the burden of expenses and the necessity to save, how much could Zhang Yu truly allocate for her own needs? As an IT professional, she spent her days in front of a computer, grappling with significant stress and often sacrificing sleep. If she neglected her self-care, it would inevitably leave her appearing weary. Gazing into the bathroom mirror, Zhang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of aging. Upon her return home, she settled onto the sofa, absorbing the experiences of the original owner. She had always perceived the original owner's boyfriend as unworthy. However, she was taken aback by his sheer audacity. Naturally, the original owner had been rather foolish as well. When her boyfriend colluded with her biological sister, and her parents pressured her to relinquish him to her sister, she should have distanced herself from them entirely. Yet, she remained hopeful, yearning to see them thrive, only to be exploited by them, all the while desiring her parents' affection. It can be said that most of the money the original owner earned was funneled to them, and when she grew older and succumbed to a terminal illness, they callously cast her aside. To mask their callousness, they claimed her dismissal was not due to her illness, but rather because they suspected her of pursuing her brother-in-law. Once this scandal spread, the original owner's reputation plummeted, transforming her into an infamous figure online. Ultimately, overwhelmed by pain and public scorn, she could no longer bear it, and tragically took her own life by jumping from a building. Zhang Yu initially thought the previous task issuer had endured a tragic fate, yet she was unprepared for the even more harrowing circumstances of this task's original owner. Zhang Yu, no, at this moment, she was no longer Zhang Yu. The original owner of this task was Huang Jing. Her stipulation was clear. She wished to avoid associating with scoundrels and to preserve her reputation. If possible, she desired retribution for the Huang family, wishing for them to experience the bitter taste of disgrace. In her heart, Huang Jing couldn't help but marvel at the original owner's demands. It seemed her ultimate fate was even more dismal than the records indicated. Otherwise, how could a child who yearned for a smidgen of parental love ever harbor such wishes? One only makes such demands after experiencing profound disappointment. Although this request may be perceived as rather malicious by many, she wishes to assert that it is not malicious at all. The original protagonist was indeed excessive, as she was fully aware that her boyfriend had become her brother-in-law and should not have continued to involve herself. However, when they took money from the original protagonist under various pretenses, they never expressed their dissatisfaction or firmly demanded that she withdraw. Ultimately, they cannot tarnish her reputation simply because they no longer wish to finance her medical treatment. Since they initiated the first move, it is entirely justifiable for her to respond in kind. Chapter 102. The brother-in-law is an ex-Huang Jing gazed into the mirror for a considerable time, contemplating that perhaps she ought to invest in a beauty card. Although the expenses may be somewhat extravagant, and some may claim it to be a scam, the results are indeed evident. A woman must prioritize her own well-being. The original protagonist's skin condition cannot be salvaged merely through personal care. Professional assistance is now necessary. Additionally, Zhang Yu believes it is time to refresh her wardrobe, not necessarily seeking solely designer labels, but at least garments of decent quality. Furthermore, there is the matter of discussing marriage. The original protagonist and her boyfriend are university classmates, and their relationship spans 3 years, coupled with 5 years of work experience, culminating in 8 years of affection. Yet, the connection between her boyfriend and his biological sister is undeniably more compelling, as their mutual attraction has naturally precluded any concrete plans for marriage. As their relationship flourished at an astonishing pace and the prospect of marriage loomed, Heijin surreptitiously transferred the funds that Huang Jing had saved for their home deposit, utilizing it to pay for the down payment on a house, which was registered in both his and Huang Lei's names. Upon realizing this, Huang Jing was struck with a wave of disbelief. How could she have overlooked such a crucial detail? Although the original owner had never explicitly stated it, she had frequently mentioned to Heijin their mutual responsibility in purchasing a home. Everyone is perceptive. It was evident what was implied through their exchanges. Despite Heijin harboring some dissatisfaction towards Huang Jing, believing she was not someone he could present to others, he was acutely aware that should he seek a new girlfriend, he would not find another with Huang Jing's commendable attributes. Thus, he harbored no ulterior motives towards that bank card. After all, when it came time to purchase a home, the outcome would remain unchanged, rendering any display of greed unnecessary. However, once he began his relationship with Huang Lei, Heijin set his sights on that very sum of money. He accrued credit card bills from dining and entertaining with Huang Lei, concocting various excuses for the original owner to assist in repaying them. Ultimately, he clandestinely absconded with the funds to buy a house, demonstrating a complete disregard for the sacrifices the original owner had made to save that money. Nonetheless, Huang Jing reassured herself not to worry, for in 2 months, the company would be launching an internal stock option plan, rewarding a select group of employees. Originally, she was not included, considering her tenure and contributions to the company did not meet the criteria. However, in a bid to reward their team, the company decided to include all members of that group, allowing Huang Jing to seize this fortuitous opportunity. Regrettably, in her previous life, even though the original owner was captivated by the prospect of such a fortunate opportunity, she refrained from purchasing shares due to considerations surrounding marriage and acquiring a marital home. However, this time, Zhang Yu is determined not to let this chance slip away. It is essential to recognize that this represents an exceptional opportunity. Those who invested in shares have reaped substantial rewards following the company's public listing, amassing fortunes in the millions with relative ease. To suggest that real estate investments are more lucrative would be an understatement. Indeed, no investment yields as much profit as entering the IT sector, especially considering the promising future of the company. Although it may not be a top-tier corporation, its business volume is robust, making it a favored choice for many university graduates seeking employment. This splendid opportunity, which would not arouse suspicion from Heijin regarding the source of funds, also serves as the most advantageous means to prevent Huang Lisin and others from pressuring her to part with her money. How could one possibly let this slip away? Certainly, it cannot be missed. Once the company goes public and the shares can be liquidated, she has resolved to cash out immediately. Is it not preferable to find a quiet place to enjoy the fruits of her labor in peace, without her being the unwitting benefactor providing capital? Would Heijin and Huang Lei still manage to support 2 children and lead a life free from financial worries, especially considering Zhang Xiaya, a teacher with a penchant for elegance, who has notably enhanced her pursuit of beauty as she aged? In her previous life, the financial support from Huang Jing eliminated any discord. Yet, Without that additional income, could the beauty-loving Zhang Shaya and her daughter Huang Lei continue their harmonious mother-daughter relationship? Huang Jing is truly looking forward to it. By the way, regardless of the circumstances, I need to change my password. Should I consider investing a bit? After all, earning more would allow me to acquire additional shares, thereby accelerating my journey towards retirement. Indeed, Huang Jing understands that changing careers is not a viable option. Thus, she must toil within this company, striving to enhance her skills, until the day arrives when she can securely sell her shares. When that day finally comes, she intends to resign without delay and embrace the role of a mere onlooker. Oh, there is one more thing I nearly forgot. I must ensure that Huang Lisin and others do not catch wind of this, for they would surely be like leeches. Wait, Huang Jing considers it unnecessary to feel overly anxious. After all, a retired civil servant and a retired teacher must have reasonable pensions, sufficient to support the two of them. It is illogical for a financially savvy woman to sustain a parasitic sister, is it not? If that were indeed the case, the solution would be straightforward: to adopt another child. The last time she adopted Wang Yun, it was executed quite well. Although not biological, she certainly surpassed many. Zhang Guohua and his companions envied Zhang Yu not because of her wealth and property, but rather because they admired her for having a dutiful and accomplished daughter. This notion is indeed commendable. It is worth noting that Huang Lei and He Zhen's pair of children are equally selfish, much like their own. Although the original owner passed away early and was unaware of how their family's future unfolded, one can easily surmise that it likely did not improve significantly. In this lifetime, Huang Jing has achieved success and is free from financial worries. Her adopted child has also flourished, which may very well infuriate the couple, Huang Lei and He Zhen. As for whether Huang Lisin and his wife would be upset, it is likely they would be, as they have a preference for Huang Lei and would rather witness her child prosper. Nevertheless, they would undoubtedly feel joy at Huang Jing's child's accomplishments, as a niece can also care for her aunt. It is amusing to contemplate how they would react if they were to learn, before their departure, that their hopes of being cared for by Huang Lei were destined to remain unfulfilled. I can only anticipate the intriguing expressions on their faces as they pass. A truly fascinating thought. One cannot accuse her of being heartless. In comparison to the couple Zhang Digui, the Lisin couple are indeed more egregious, deserving of an unsettling end. Chapter 103. The brother-in-law is an ex. The following morning, Huang Jing awoke feeling revitalized, quite splendid indeed. Rather than prepare breakfast, she ventured to the entrance of the community to purchase a meal. After all, even if she were to procure frozen foods from the supermarket, it still involves expenditure, and one must rise early to prepare them. Isn't it more prudent to use that time for rest, particularly when it concerns He Zhen, who contributes neither financially nor through labor, yet offers unsolicited opinions. The original character would indulge him, but a change in perspective means that such allowances would not be made. If he desires breakfast, he may certainly go outside the community to buy ready-made meals. Should he find the options unsafe, unsanitary, or overpriced, he can always venture to the supermarket himself and prepare something to his liking. As for He Zhen, who complains about the original character's cooking while simultaneously refusing to cook or procure ingredients himself, the kitchen shall remain dormant in the future. In any case, the workplace provides 3 meals a day. Although there is a charge, it is at a discounted employee rate, allowing one to enjoy a substantial meal for merely 20 yuan a day. Therefore, there is no need to venture outside the community for breakfast. One can simply dine at the office. Spending 20 yuan daily is certainly more economical than purchasing ingredients and cooking oneself. It is worth noting that buying ingredients can easily exceed 50 yuan a day, not to mention the exhaustion of preparing meals. The smoke from cooking is detrimental to a woman's skin, necessitating further skincare routines, which ultimately proves to be a losing endeavor. As for how He Zhen manages his breakfast and dinner, one must remember that they are adults, preoccupied with their work and fully capable of taking care of themselves. It is well known that He Zhen often neglects his health due to his demanding schedule and the drinking that accompanies social obligations, leaving his stomach in poor condition. The original owner invested considerable effort into this matter, even going so far as to learn how to make nourishing soups, which turned out to be exceptionally flavorful. The original owner was attentive to He Zhen's well-being, but for the new occupant, Huang Jing, such concerns are unwarranted. Instead of fretting over him, it would be more prudent to contemplate beauty teas and self-care. As for men, there is no need for excessive worry. What will be, will be. After all, he is not her partner, and thus, his well-being is not her responsibility. Even if she were to concern herself, it would not earn her any appreciation. So it is best to conserve her energy. As Huang Jing arrived at the office, she felt a nagging sense that something was amiss. However, upon checking her phone and keys, she concluded that there was nothing to worry about. In the midst of her busy work, she completely overlooked the fact that it was the day He Jun returned home after a 2-week business trip. Carrying his luggage and appearing utterly fatigued, He Jun returned home, hoping to find a delectable soup awaiting him. To his astonishment, after rummaging through the kitchen, he discovered a complete lack of food, leaving him bewildered and at a loss for words. In his confusion, he promptly dialed Huang Jing. Unfortunately, at that moment, Huang Jing was engrossed in a stormy meeting in the conference room and did not answer his call. She was acutely aware that successfully completing this task would yield boundless merits. Thus, she was determined to exert every ounce of effort. Faced with hunger, He Jun contemplated his options, either dine out or endure the pangs of hunger. After a brief consideration, he resolved to venture out for a meal, as his stomach growled insistently for sustenance. True to the original character's nature, he would typically prepare an array of nourishing dishes, such as chicken soup. However, regrettably, the essence had shifted with the change of person, and knowing that this individual might betray him, he saw no reason to provide lavish meals. The funds could be better allocated towards skincare products to enhance his own complexion. Initially, he contemplated whether he should acquire a gym membership, only to discover that the office building housed a well-equipped fitness center. Now, despite frequent late nights at work, he could still carve out 30 minutes each day for exercise. Commencing today, simultaneously, he intended to inform Huang Jing to remember to prepare dinner, as she would not arrive home until at least 10 o'clock. Lacking both time and energy to cook, while dining at a small restaurant, He Jun busied himself with phone calls to clients. As business required him to cater to their needs, always ready to accept orders at any given moment. Certainly, if one performs well, the income will naturally rise significantly, and He Jun is genuinely content with his current earnings. Although his income experiences considerable fluctuations, he can still earn over 300,000 a year, which is not much different from Huang Jing's income. The issue lies in the fact that she covers most of the expenses, which has allowed He Jun to save a substantial amount. However, he is currently troubled by his parents' phone calls mentioning that so-and-so's family has purchased a new home, and that another's son, after securing a job, has given his parents funds to upgrade to an elevator apartment. He Jun understands that they are concerned about face and believe that their son, working in a big city and earning a decent income, should easily afford an elevator apartment. Indeed, the housing prices in his hometown are not exorbitant, yet the question remains, should he not purchase a home in the big city where he works? No matter how high his income, when compared to housing prices, the disparity is stark. Although Huang Jing possesses a substantial savings, as a man, should he not also consider his dignity? While it is not necessary for both parties to contribute equally, he certainly cannot afford to contribute significantly less than Huang Jing. After once again ending a call from home, He Jun found himself lacking the appetite to eat. The food appeared delightful, but was excessively greasy, leaving him feeling nauseated. Just as he settled the bill and exited the restaurant, he received a message from Huang Jing indicating that she was in a meeting and had been busy lately. He Jun did not find this surprising, as working in the IT industry often entails long hours. Otherwise, such a high income would not be attainable. This is also one of the reasons He Jun is hesitant about marrying Huang Jing. As a salesman, he is already quite occupied, and the prospect of having a wife who is equally busy raises concerns about who would take responsibility for educating their future children and managing household chores. Moreover, Huang Jing's demeanor seemed rather out of touch, giving the impression of someone from an older generation rather than a contemporary. Naturally, he harbored hopes of finding a wife of superior circumstances, however, lacking both a home and a car. Aspiring to secure a partner with better prospects in such a vast city felt akin to chasing a mirage. After some contemplation, He Jun resolved to postpone the matter, especially since they were soon to meet Huang Jing's parents. He was well aware that her future in-laws comprised a civil servant with a modest degree of authority and a high school teacher, both of whom enjoyed decent incomes. The uncertainty surrounding the dowry they might offer lingered in his mind. With this consideration, He Jun's previously critical stance towards Huang Jing softened considerably. For the sake of financial gain, he chose to exercise patience. Chapter 104. The brother-in-law is an ex upon returning home. Huang Jing was greeted by a pile of dirty laundry in the living room. Initially inclined to express her frustration, she ultimately decided against it. Was it worth arguing over matters that could easily be resolved with a washing machine? Instead of squandering time in conflict, she deemed it more prudent to engage in self-care and rest. The fatigue she had been experiencing stemmed from her efforts to assimilate the memories of the original owner of this body, diligently receiving insights from the past few years while reflecting on the purpose behind her actions as she instinctively coded. While many might consider this approach to be somewhat slow, Huang Jing found it to be immensely beneficial, noting significant progress in her development. Although she still had a considerable distance to cover to reach the original owner's proficiency, she no longer felt as frantic as before. After a round of discussions, they had reached a consensus. The original owner would fully depart from this body only after their visit to Huang's family was complete. Huang Jing, reflecting on the benefits of the day, unceremoniously stuffed all the dirty clothes left on the sofa into the washing machine. In the past, the original owner would have checked for undergarments and socks, insisting on hand-washing them. However, Huang Jing felt no obligation. Since the original owner did not care, why should she? After all, she would add disinfectant when using the machine. At that moment, Heejun emerged from the room and observed Huang Jing carelessly tossing clothes into the washing machine. Are you not aware that these items should not be washed together? Heejun glared at Huang Jing in frustration. Was he blaming her? If so, he could wash them himself. Huang Jing, being quite tidy, simply piled the clothes back onto the sofa. You just got home this morning. Can't you manage to put them in the washing machine? Can't you wash your own undergarments and socks? After all, they are not my clothes. If someone is in need of clothing, it certainly does not concern me. Humph, one must not indulge such a man. Otherwise, he might truly become a spoiled lord. Heejun had not anticipated that in merely instructing Huang Jing on how to do laundry, she would dismiss him outright, which infuriated him. Huang Jing, what is this attitude? Heejun shouted at her. All my hard work, who is it for? For whom? Huang Jing retorted with a cold laugh. How should I know for whom you toil? Have you paid the rent, the utilities? How much of the household expenses do you cover? Must we delve into this? It appears the money you earn vanishes into thin air, and yet you expect me to handle the chores and wash your clothes. I have washed them, yet you still find fault with me for not hand washing? Huang Jing paused momentarily, for I invariably leave early in the morning and return home in the dead of night. As for the house, it can be managed however one pleases. I, for my part, lack the time and energy to tend to it. If you wish to take charge, feel free. If you prefer to leave it in disarray while still wanting to indulge in comforts, so be it. If it becomes dirty, I could easily reside at my workplace. Although there is no bed, a foldable one can be procured, allowing for rest at the office. After all, the workplace is equipped with beds, bathing facilities, and self-service washing machines that can dry clothes directly. The salient point is that all these amenities are complementary, designed to alleviate employees' concerns while